Chen Yan has died countless times. Each time he breathes his last, he is reborn with his cultivation restored to a certain day in his long life. He carries with him both accumulated cultivation and memories. However, reincarnation is not a salvation. Rather, it plunges him into deeper despair. Senior brother, what is the ultimate destination of the path of immortality? Chen Yan has lost count of how many times he has answered this question, and he has never given the same answer even once. It is a cage, an abyss of reincarnation from which one can never escape. Chapter 1. Entering Reincarnation. In Xianxia, amidst the Yunjian mountain range, an elderly man with white hair walks alone through the forest, his steps unsteady and frail. His name is Chen Yan, a time traveler. Now, it marks the 100th year since he arrived in this world. In this life, Chen Yan was born into an ordinary merchant family in Xianxia. At the age of 7, he encountered an opportunity and was taken back to the mountains by an immortal master for cultivation. Thus, Chen Yan became a disciple of the outer sect of Kongshan Zone. He has remained an outer sect disciple for over 90 years. The reason for his lack of promotion is simple. His innate talent is insufficient, limiting him to the second realm of the lower 3 realms. Chen Yan once felt discontent, but he has since come to terms with it. Regardless of circumstances, the carefree life of a cultivator over the past century is vastly preferable to his past life as a mere beast of burden, working overtime and taking time off. Now, Chen Yan clearly senses that his time is drawing near. 3 months ago, he left the outer sect and ventured alone to the Yunjian mountain range. This was prompted by a mention from an elder during a lecture, who spoke of the place being the site of the downfall of the first sword cultivator of Xianxia, Su Hongzhen, 7,000 years ago. The legacy and opportunities of Su Hongzhen may well have been lost in this mountain range, completely untraceable. Although Chen Yan knows the chances are slim, he feels compelled to take a gamble as he is a dying man. Cough, cough. Chen Yan coughed several times, his steps becoming increasingly heavy. In these 3 months, he has gained nothing and instead suffered severe injuries from attacks by beasts in the mountains. He feels exhausted. Chen Yan knows what this fatigue signifies: death. He finds a large tree, leans against it, and gazes up at the clear sky. Is this where it ends? To depart quietly on such a warm day seems somewhat dignified. Chen Yan slowly closes his eyes. All past memories flash before him like a revolving lantern, and then everything descends into darkness. Reincarnation ends. This reincarnation evaluation, D. Mediocre, years wasted. Accumulated cultivation, mid-stage of the Guanxi realm. Reincarnation rewards, none. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation of this cycle, and restart his life. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen? A light and agile voice rings in his ears, causing Chen Yan's eyelids to flutter before he slowly opens them. Before him stands a youthful and delicate girl, her brow slightly furrowed, appearing quite anxious, as if she has something urgent to attend to. Senior Brother Chen, the lecture by Teacher Lu Li is about to begin. Hurry. If we don't go soon, there won't be any seats left, she exclaimed, then stood and hurried away. I'll go listen to the lecture first. May you seek your own fortune, Senior Brother Chen. Chen Yan stands in place, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He remains seated against a tree, but this tree is not from the Yunjian mountain range. It is from the outer sect of Kongshan Zone. Lu Li? Chen Yan searches his memory for this name and quickly recalls who it is. It belongs to Elder Su Wu of Qingchan Peak, who served as an instructor in the outer sect over 80 years ago and was well loved by disciples for his comprehensible teachings. Wait a moment. Chen Yan's eyes widen in disbelief as he looks down at the back of his hand. His skin is firm and fair. The current Lu Li is not the Elder Su Wu of Qingchan Peak, but is still serving as an instructor in the outer sect. The girl just now is Chang Shimi, who should have perished in the Great Calamity 85 years ago. Reincarnation record point. Chen Yan mutters as his consciousness fades, recalling those words he has seemingly encountered in the darkness. Though many questions linger, he has clearly grasped what has transpired. He has been reborn, and this moment in time is precisely when he was 15 years old. Clenching his fists, Chen Yan feels the powerful vitality and the flow of true energy within him. Mid-stage of the Guanxi realm. This was the level of cultivation he achieved by the age of 100 in his past life. He remembers that at 15, he was still in the early stage of the body refinement realm, only breaking through to the mid-stage at 19. This means that his current cultivation level surpasses even that of his 19-year-old self from his previous life by a significant margin. setting aside the inner sect's 3 mountains and 4 peaks in the outer sect to reach the mid-stage of the Guanxi realm at 15 is indeed a rare achievement. After relishing the joy of rebirth, Chen Yan regains his composure. Since he has returned to the age of 15, he must avoid the detours taken in his previous life that led to nothing but a mediocre evaluation. Chen Yan resolves to attend Lu Li's class. This instructor, who would later become Elder Su Wu of Qingchan Peak, possesses teaching standards that are absolutely top-notch within Kongshan Zone. Chen Yan recalls that around the age of 17, Lu Li gained recognition from the righteous law elder of Qingchan Peak during an internal debate within the sect, subsequently being transferred to the lecture hall of Qingchan Peak, advancing from instructor to hall steward, then to law protector, and finally to elder, achieving a meteoric rise. Oftentimes, the path of cultivation requires a gentle nudge. Even a single, simple phrase can illuminate one's understanding, especially when confronted with a bottleneck. The daily practice of a cultivator resembles a river that flows gently. When a bottleneck occurs, it is akin to the river being obstructed by silt. It is often during such times that insights from venerable predecessors can clear the block channels, allowing the cultivator's daily practice to resume its flow. The lecture hall is bustling with people, with no fewer than 300 or 400 individuals crammed within to listen to the teachings. Today marks the lecture by Lu Li, and despite the large attendance, the atmosphere in the lecture hall is surprisingly serene, filled only with the sound of breathing and Lu Li's gentle voice cascading like a fine rain from the lectern. Seated on a cushion, a young man in a light white Taoist robe, with a slender visage, is none other than Lu Li. Chen Yan can only find a corner of the lecture hall to awkwardly settle down. The outer courtyard of Kongshan Zone serves as the area where the disciples of Kongshan Zone practice and live. The total number of disciples in the outer courtyard exceeds 25,000, a figure 6 times greater than that of all the disciples in the inner sect's 3 mountains and 4 peaks. Today, Lu Li's teachings center around the Kongshan Ju, the foundational heart method of Kongshan Zone. Although fundamentally basic, it is of utmost importance, serving as the foundation for the future cultivation of every disciple of Kongshan Zone. Not only the inner sect disciples, but even the core disciples, and those who are the true heirs, must study this heart method. Observe the emptiness of color, listen to the emptiness of sound, feel the rhythm of emptiness, comprehend the way of emptiness, like the ceaseless flow of rivers and mountains. Forge the body to gather energy. When the energy flows, it becomes a spring. When a spring surges, it converges into the ocean. The realms of body forging, energy channeling, and martial spring represent the lower 3 realms of seeking immortality in this world. Beyond the martial spring realm lies the energy sea realm, the first of the middle 3 realms. As the foundational heart method of Kongshan Zone, the Kongshan Ju can only support disciples in breaking through from the martial spring realm to the energy sea realm. To advance further, one must study more advanced heart methods. Listening to Lu Li's lecture, Chen Yan slowly closes his eyes. Energy is the blazing fire. Kongshan flows gently. Heaven and earth are pure and still. Suddenly, Chen Yan feels a tremor in his heart. The bottleneck he had been encountering in the mid-stage of energy channeling has unexpectedly begun to loosen. Chapter 2. The Qi Dan. At the tender age of 7, Chen Yan joined the Kongshan sect, and by 9, he began cultivating his physique, reaching the first stage of Qi by the age of 41. It was not until he turned 72 that he finally broke through to the mid-stage of Qi. For the subsequent 28 years, aside from a slight enhancement in the density of his true energy, he made no significant progress. However, upon his rebirth at the age of 15, the long-standing bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen. He quickly deduced the reason behind this phenomenon. As his body aged, both his meridians and vital energy had been in a state of decline. Now, having returned to the age of 15, he found himself in a time of abundant vitality and unobstructed meridians. Thus, any breakthrough in his cultivation would be remarkably efficient. Within the lecture hall, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow towards Chen Yan. Yet, as he had not yet achieved the martial fountain, he was unable to absorb the vast amounts of this energy swiftly, resulting in a noticeable thickening of the spiritual atmosphere around him. This unexpected occurrence did not escape the notice of Lu Li, the elegant gentleman, who merely cast a fleeting glance in Chen Yan's direction before continuing his discourse as though nothing had happened. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth washed over Chen Yan's meridians, and he felt a vitality like never before. He seemed to be on the cusp of breaking through to the late stage of Qi, yet that final step remained elusive, an insurmountable barrier. Half an hour passed. That'll be all for today. You may all leave, Lu Li announced, seated serenely on his mat. Thank you, Instructor Lu. The outer disciples rose in unison, bowing in gratitude. Chen Yan also regained his composure. He had one foot firmly planted in the late stage of Qi, but to achieve a true breakthrough today seemed beyond reach. He needed further time to consolidate his progress. Thus, he stood and bowed to Lu Li. The young friend in the corner to the east of the lecture hall. Lu Li spoke softly, "Please wait a moment. I wish to discuss something with you." All eyes of the outer disciples turned towards the corner where Chen Yan stood. He was momentarily taken aback, but then responded with a bow. "Yes, Instructor Lu." Once the disciples had departed from the lecture hall, only Chen Yan and Lu Li remained in the vast space. Chen Yan could surmise the reason Lu Li had called him over. The Qi stage? After a brief pause, Lu Li inquired. Indeed, the mid-stage of Qi. Chen Yan replied candidly. He felt no need for concealment, for Lu Li had approached him with answers in mind. "What is your name?" Replying to Instructor Lu. "My name is Chen Yan. And your age?" "I am 15 years old." "Who is your master?" "I have no master." Without a master to guide them. This is the norm for disciples from the outer academy. The cultivation of these disciples predominantly relies on the teachings from the lecture hall and their own explorations. Naturally, those with some innate talent among the outer disciples are not devoid of mentors and attendants eager to take them under their wing. Next time someone inquires about your name, articulate the entire preceding statement in one breath, Lu Li remarked casually. "Yes, Instructor Lu," Chen Yan replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. In his previous life, Chen Yan was a complete marginal figure even within the outer academy, with scarcely any opportunity to interact with the elders of the sect. Occasionally, some newly initiated disciples would approach him, addressing him as Uncle Master or Senior, seeking guidance on their cultivation matters. After all, the silver-haired Chen Yan appeared quite reliable in the eyes of the sect. This situation left him at a loss regarding how to communicate with the higher-ups within the sect. 15 years old, and, at the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm, quite commendable, Lu Li nodded. Indeed, a 15-year-old at the Qi condensation stage is a rarity in the outer academy, yet this distinction is confined to that realm. Within the inner sanctum, numerous disciples have already transcended to the Qi condensation stage before the age of 15. There are prodigies such as Chu Xiao, the foremost disciple of Qingshan Peak, and Li Haowen of Yuanhua Mountain, who have broken through to the martial spring realm before reaching the age of 15. Encountering difficulties? Lu Li's tone remained neutral. Chen Yan hesitated briefly before nodding. Indeed, the disciple is dull-witted. I have encountered a bottleneck in the final phase of the late Qi condensation realm. Without uttering a word, Lu Li retrieved a small vial from his robes and tossed it gently. Chen Yan hurriedly caught it. The Qi regulation pill can help harmonize the errant true Qi within your meridians. It may be of assistance to you, Lu Li stated. Should you face any challenges in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out in the lecture hall. Chen Yan was taken aback and then bowed in the direction of the martial platform, saying, "Thank you, Instructor Lu." Despite striving to maintain composure, his heart was already tumultuous. The Qi regulation pill. Having spent the majority of his life in the Qi condensation realm, Chen Yan was acutely aware of the preciousness of this elixir for cultivators in that stage. Such pills are predominantly consumed by disciples of the inner sect, with very few making their way to the outer academy. His breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm at the age of 72 was largely due to the aid of the Qi regulation pill. In his previous life, Chen Yan had only consumed 3 Qi regulation pills throughout his life. This porcelain vial likely contained 12 of them. Truly, the resources enjoyed by a martial spring realm cultivator within the sect starkly contrasted with those of a disciple like him, who spent a lifetime ensnared at the periphery of the Qi condensation realm. Subsequently, Lu Li slightly raised his head, signaling Chen Yan to take his leave. Although Lu Li appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly around 20 years of age, his actual age approached 40. At present, his cultivation level was approximately at the pinnacle of the martial spring realm. According to Chen Yan's own recollections, it was likely that Lu Li would be reassigned to Qingshan Peak in about 2 years, shortly thereafter advancing to the Qi realm. The Kongshan sect stands as one of the foremost of the 5 major sects in Shunpingzhou, encompassing not only the outer courtyard, but also 3 mountains and 4 peaks. The 3 mountains are Kong Yuan Mountain, Linwu Mountain, and Yuanhua Mountain. The 4 peaks are Qingshan Peak, Ibai Peak, Mingxiao Peak, and Yunin Peak. Upon exiting the lecture hall, Chen Yan fixated on the small vial of elixir in his hand. Given that Lu Li had bestowed upon him this potion, it suggested that he must have left a commendable impression. If he could become Lu Li's disciple. Then, 2 years hence, when Lu Li received the order to transfer to Qingchan Peak, it would be only natural for him, as his disciple, to accompany him and thus become an inner sect disciple. Once Lu Li ascended to the status of elder, he could transform into a coveted direct disciple within the sect. With access to the inner sect's cultivation resources, perhaps this lifetime he could greatly enhance his chances of breaking through to the martial spring realm. Chen Yan clicked his tongue, admonishing himself to temper his dreams. As he strolled along the street, he felt the surging true energy coursing through his meridians, significantly more potent than before. The progress made in just a few incense sticks worth of time surpassed that which he had achieved during his 28 years of stagnation in the mid-Qi realm. Yet, this was not solely due to the efficacy of the Qi nourishing pill. Rather, it was a reflection of his own lackluster talent, which had caused him to remain idle for the majority of his time in the Qi realm. Perhaps in this life, he could indeed break through to the late Qi realm. If fortune favored him, might he even touch the threshold of the martial spring realm? Chapter 3. The Cause of Calamity. The outer disciples of the Kongshan sect number over 25,000. The area designated for their living and cultivation lies on a flat expanse nestled between Kongyuan Mountain and Linwu Mountain. This space is referred to as the outer courtyard by the sect practitioners, in contrast to the ethereal ambience of the 3 mountains and 4 peaks. The outer courtyard bears a more mundane essence. Compared to the celestial sects, the outer courtyard resembles a quaint town. Jade grass, 3 spirit stones for Liang. Come take a look. Tranquil spirit powder, tranquil spirit powder. Produced by the Yun'in Peak Alchemy Hall, guaranteed genuine. 10 spirit stones per dose, fair to all. Are there any interested in second-tier demon beast intercourse? Prices are negotiable. On the streets, the outer disciples peddled their wares incessantly. Chen Yan sat at a nearby tea house. The porcelain cup before him filled with herbal tea brewed from jade grass. Its effects nurture the muscles and bones, soothing the heart and mind. Such are the virtues of jade grass. Time flies swiftly. It has been half a month since Chen Yan returned to life. During this period, he has been in seclusion within his abode. After consuming 4 Qi-regulating pills, he finally advanced to the later stages of the Qi-gathering realm, an achievement that had eluded him for 28 years in his previous life. It must be noted that the Qi-regulating pills provided by Lu Li are significantly more potent than those Chen Yan obtained from the treasure hall of the outer sect in his former existence. The purity of the inner sect's goods is truly commendable. Chen Yan took another sip of medicinal tea, savoring its flavor. Senior brother Chen? A familiar. Melodious voice echoed once more. A lovely young girl, both graceful and somewhat innocent, stood beside him. Her expression a blend of confusion and delight as she gazed in Chen Yan's direction. Cheng Xing, his junior sister, a year his junior, enjoyed a close relationship with him due to their neighboring abodes. Her talent for cultivation far surpassed Chen Yan's. In his previous life, by the time Cheng Xing reached 17, she had already achieved the later stages of the body refinement realm, while Chen Yan remained stagnant at the mid-stage of the same realm. He felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding his junior sister, who had always followed in his footsteps but had now surpassed him in cultivation. Consequently, Chen Yan began to distance himself from Cheng Xing, and their relationship gradually cooled. However, upon hearing of Cheng Xing's ascension to the Qi-gathering realm, he found solace. After all, disparities in talent among individuals are natural. Why not accept the reality of his mediocrity? Yet, fate played a cruel joke on Chen Yan. Cheng Xing perished during her calamity at the age of 19. Thus, as he beheld his living junior sister standing before him, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him. He harbored no special feelings for her, merely lamenting the whims of fate. Chen Yan smiled and nodded in her direction. Senior brother Chen, what have you been up to these past half-month? Why haven't I seen you at the training grounds? Cheng Xing inquired with curiosity. The training grounds serve as a venue for cultivators to spar, duel, and gather. Typically, body refinement realm practitioners would congregate there to draw in qi and solidify their foundations. I have been in seclusion, Chen Yan replied. In seclusion? Cheng Xing blinked, then burst into laughter, her expression turning slightly reproachful. If you don't wish to share, that is fine, but what kind of seclusion does a body refinement realm cultivator undertake? Chen Yan remained silent. After his rebirth, his most fervent desire was to swiftly ascend to the martial spring realm. Given his talents, a breakthrough would necessitate an abundance of resources. Thus, the question arose, how could he acquire such ample cultivation resources? He recalled the bottle of spirit-enhancing elixir that Lu Li had gifted him. An idea struck Chen Yan. He then spread his right hand flat on the tea table, releasing strands of true energy that swirled around his palm. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of astonishment as she gazed at Chen Yan. The Qi-connecting realm? Brother Chen, what sorcery is this? Just half a month ago, you were still at the initial stage of the body refinement realm, weren't you? Indeed. The Chen Yan who had been at the initial stage of the body refinement realm merely 15 days prior had astonishingly ascended to the late stage of the Qi-connecting realm. Such an extraordinary rate of cultivation transcended even the bounds of genius. Moreover, the manifestation of true energy indicated that Chen Yan's current cultivation level had reached the late stage of the Qi-connecting realm. To advance from the initial stage of the body refinement realm to the late stage of the Qi-connecting realm in just 15 days, there was no comparable precedent in the entire history of the Chunping continent, let alone the Kongshan sect. Xianxia felt as though her worldview was being shattered by the unimaginable reality before her. Returning to the matter at hand, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot why I came to the market." She slapped her forehead. The senior sister from the martial arts hall asked me to fetch some medicinal herbs for her. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia dashed out of the tea house. Chen Yan picked up the remaining half cup of medicinal tea on the table and drank it in one gulp. He then surveyed the other patrons and the shopkeeper within the tea house. The establishment was not large, and given the nature of their conversation, it was likely that everyone present had overheard. Chen Yan had intended this. He wanted the news of his status as a late-stage, Qi-connecting realm cultivator to spread rapidly. Not merely an ordinary late-stage cultivator, but one who had achieved it at the tender age of 15. A prodigy, even within the inner sect. Breaking through to the late stage of the Qi-connecting realm by 15 was indisputably the mark of a genius. Once this information circulated, would he not attract the attention of the significant figures within the sect? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. His plan was to enter the inner sect and subsequently utilize superior cultivation resources to break through to the martial spring realm. This was Chen Yan's ambition. Whether he would fade into obscurity afterward was a concern for another day. First, he needed to find a way to enter the inner sect and cultivate to the martial spring realm, for that was the undeniable truth. As for whether his plan would unfold smoothly, Chen Yan could not say. As night fell, Chen Yan sat cross-legged on his bed, gently closing his eyes to nourish his essence. True energy coursed through his body, particularly lingering as it flowed past his lower abdomen, the location of the martial spring. Once the martial spring could continuously release true energy to nourish his meridians, like a gentle spring, he would step into the martial spring realm. Despite officially becoming a late-stage, Qi-connecting realm cultivator, Chen Yan understood the vast chasm that lay between him and the martial spring realm. He was acutely aware of his own innate potential. If he remained stagnant in the outer sect, he might never break through to the martial spring realm in his lifetime. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head and a weakness enveloping his body. It was not mere fatigue, but something else entirely. With a thud, Chen Yan collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness beginning to fade into obscurity. The door of the room swung open from the outside, followed by the sound of footsteps, eventually halting at Chen Yan's bedside. In his hazy state, he could only vaguely discern several shadowy figures. Was it him? Indeed. Cultivation level? Late stage of the Qi gathering realm. TSK, just half a month ago, he was merely at the early stage of the body refinement realm, wasn't he? Yes. What should be done? Let the cause of misfortune vanish. As commanded, a flash of cold steel glimmered, and soon after, Chen Yan's consciousness dissipated entirely. Chapter 4. A starkly different attitude. The cycle ends. This cycle's evaluation, naive, being too outstanding may not be a blessing. Accumulated cultivation, late stage of Qi gathering realm. Cycle rewards, none. Cycle settlement complete. The host will return to the previous cycle's record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle and restarting life. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen? Chen Yan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Xianxia before him was evidently startled, retreating a step before cautiously regarding him. What happened? Senior Brother Chen? Did you have a nightmare? The lecture by Instructor Lu Li is about to begin. Hurry, or there won't be any seats left. With that, Xianxia scurried towards the lecture hall. Had he returned to this moment in time? Chen Yan surveyed his surroundings. The tranquil courtyard evoked an intensely surreal sensation, as if it were merely a fleeting dream. Yet, he understood that all of it was reality. The true energy flowing within him served as the finest proof. Chen Yan recalled the shadowy figures that had entered the room before his demise. The reason for his assassination was his designation as the so-called cause of misfortune. Originally, he had intended to exchange his exceptional talents for greater resources in the realm of cultivation, aiming to swiftly break through to the martial spring realm and secure his qualification for entrance into the inner sect. Chen Yan raised his hand, gently caressing his throat. Unscathed. Kongshan sect. As one of the 5 major sects of Chun Pingzhou, Kongshan sect was regarded as an exemplary orthodox sect in the eyes of the entire cultivation world. Before he had his throat slit, he too held this belief. Yet the truth was otherwise. Cause of misfortune? What constituted a cause of misfortune? Contemplating these matters, Chen Yan rose to his feet and made his way toward the lecture hall. The lecture hall was still bustling with people, and he once again found a corner to sit in. In the quiet hall, only Lu Li's voice echoed, delivering teachings at a measured pace. Perceive the void's color. Listen to the void's sound. Sense the void's rhythm. Grasp the void's path, as enduring as the mountains and rivers. Refine the body to gather energy. As energy flows, it becomes a spring, and when the spring surges, it converges into the sea. The essence of fire surges, the mountains whisper, and the heavens and earth remain serene. A stirring occurred within Chen Yan, as the flow of true energy in his body was once again awakened, entirely beyond his control. This was a manifestation of latent potential. The accumulation of nearly a century of cultivation during previous cycles began to unfurl as Chen Yan's vitality was revitalized. The spiritual energy of a universe started to coalesce towards him. Meanwhile, Lu Li's gaze returned to Chen Yan. Young friend in the eastern corner of the lecture hall, please wait a moment. I have matters I'd like to discuss with you. Following the conclusion of a lecture, events unfolded precisely as they had in his previous life. Are you at the stage of Qi transformation? Indeed, Chen Yan replied. What is your name? Reported Master Lu. I am called Chen Yan. After a brief pause, he added, I am 15 years old and have yet to take on a mentor. Lu Li merely nodded. Focus on your cultivation. Once you break through to the martial spring realm, you shall ascend to the inner sect. I understand, Master. You may leave. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, then performed a respectful bow. Yes, Master Lu. This development diverged from his previous cycle. Was he simply dismissed? What the Qi regulating pill? Wait a moment. Just as Chen Yan was about to depart, Lu Li called out to him once more. You seem somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Would you care to share? Chen Yan hesitated, contemplating. In his last cycle, Lu Li had provided him with considerable assistance. Both the vial of Qi regulating pills and the promises made were of great value. This was also why he chose to return to the lecture hall in this cycle, to listen to Lu Li's teachings. Chen Yan perceived that this future elder of the Qingchan Peak, known for his strict demeanor, was indeed a patron of talent. Otherwise, he would not have extended such support. To acquire further resources for cultivation, one needed a robust ally. The current lecturer, Lu Li, the future elder of Qingchan Peak, was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Compared to his previous life, Lu Li's demeanor in this cycle was markedly more aloof. Chen Yan sensed he had perhaps misspoken. According to the manner of speech Lu Li had taught him in the last cycle, such words might provoke displeasure. Nevertheless, Chen Yan resolved to take a chance. He gazed into Lu Li's eyes, confronting his superior for the first time and daring to meet the gaze of a powerful figure of the martial spring realm. Lu Li's expression was as calm as water, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Master Lu, may I inquire if you are aware of the shortest recorded time taken to break through from the body refinement realm to the Qi transformation realm? Chen Yan asked. Half a year, Lu Li replied without a moment's hesitation. This record was crafted by the contemporary sect leader of our lineage, Yun Yichen. Not only that, but he also ascended from the realm of Qi gathering to the martial spring realm in merely a year. Chen Yan, of course, was well aware of these matters. For Yun Yichen is the current leader of the Kongshan sect, and Chen Yan himself is a disciple of the same sect. Even the most peripheral disciples are nonetheless part of the Kongshan sect. Might I inquire, Master Lu, is there anyone in this world who can surpass the sect leader's rapid advancement? Chen Yan posed a question. Indeed, Lu Li replied. How much faster could one be? Lu Li fell silent. I am here to clarify your confusion. not to entertain your trivial inquiries. Apologies, Master Lu, for my impudent disciple, Meng Lang. Chen Yan hastily bowed. However, if such a person truly exists, there would undoubtedly be a paragon capable of shaking the very foundations of the Chongping continent, Lu Li stated with gravity. If they were a disciple of the Kongshan sect, I would certainly protect their path to enlightenment. Chen Yan's lips quivered slightly. I understand. Why did you pose such a question? Lu Li inquired. It was merely a whimsical thought, Chen Yan replied. Very well, you may leave, Lu Li said. Chen Yan once again bowed to Lu Li and then turned to exit the lecture hall. Something felt amiss. There was an inexplicable sense of unease. Would it be wrong? Just as he was about to step out of the lecture hall, a sudden chill enveloped his chest, followed by an excruciating pain. Chen Yan looked down in astonishment, only to find a gaping black hole in his chest. Peering into the abyss, he could even see his heart still pulsating. The pain was unbearable. Chen Yan opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Only the scorching blood gushed from his throat. Chen Yan struggled, reaching for his chest in an attempt to staunch the wound. However, his hand passed straight through the gaping hole. Blood poured forth like a waterfall onto the ground. His limbs began to disobey him, and he lost sensation, collapsing into a pool of blood. The vital energy flowing within him sustained his awareness. With great effort, he turned his head, using his last strength to glance behind him. There sat Lu Li, clad in a light white robe, calmly positioned on the meditation mat atop the martial stage, his expression indifferent. The index finger of his outstretched right hand pointed directly at Chen Yan's chest. Reincarnation concluded. This reincarnation's evaluation, D. The sole lesson humanity learns from history is that humanity learns nothing from history. Accumulated cultivation, late stage of Qi gathering. No rewards for this reincarnation. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle, and restart life. Chapter 5. Sect Tasks. Brother Chen, what is the matter? Cheng Xing inquired with concern, gently patting Chen Yan's shoulder. Chen Yan opened his eyes, instinctively reaching towards his chest. There was no wound, nor was there a visible heart. Brother Chen? Cheng Xing's gaze shifted, tinged with a hint of fear. She had never witnessed such a panic-stricken and grotesque expression on her elder brother's face. After a brief moment, Chen Yan finally regained his composure, and his expression softened slightly. Are you all right? Cheng Xing asked cautiously. It was merely a nightmare, Chen Yan replied, shaking his head. That's a relief. We must hurry to Master Lu's lecture. With a slight alleviation of her worries, Cheng Xing suddenly appeared to remember something, and she dashed towards the lecture hall. Brother Chen, you must hurry. There are far too many listeners. Perhaps it will be best to refrain, Chen Yan thought, recalling the scene of Lu Li seated on the mat, extending his hand towards him with indifference. The empty mountain finger. This was a fundamental technique every disciple in the Qi connecting stage of the Empty Mountain sect was required to master, and it was also one of the most versatile spells. Although it lacked in power, the perfect synergy between the Empty Mountain finger and the Empty Mountain secret arts allowed most practitioners of the Empty Mountain technique to wield it with remarkable proficiency. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner in the Qi connecting stage could hardly inflict fatal harm upon a body refinement stage practitioner, even if the latter lacked true Qi protection. Yet Lu Li had effortlessly created a hole in his chest with a mere Empty Mountain finger. This incident had left a profound impression on Chen Yan, truly revealing the terror of a martial spring stage practitioner. It was merely a single Empty Mountain finger delivered from several dozen meters away, and it had easily dispatched him. A late-stage Qi connecting practitioner. The chasm between the martial spring stage and the Qi connecting stage was even greater than that between the Qi connecting stage and an ordinary person. To tread the same path again, Chen Yan muttered softly, contemplating the evaluation of his previous reincarnation as he wandered through the darkness of death. Perhaps this indicated that his two deaths stemmed from the same reason. Seated before a tree, Chen Yan organized his thoughts and fell into deep contemplation. The memories of his previous two reincarnations began to resonate in his mind. It was merely half a month ago. I was still in the early stages of body refinement, wasn't I? This was what he had heard from the shadows, standing by his bed during his final moments of life. However, if someone could truly accomplish such feats, they would undoubtedly be a prodigy, capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire Chongping continent. The visage of Lu Li resurfaced in Chen Yan's mind, and he began to connect the dots. The cause of calamity. No one would pay heed to an inconspicuous fringe disciple. Thus, Although Chen Yan's initial life was rather mundane and tedious, he indeed spent a tranquil existence in the outer sect of the clan. However, the experience is markedly different for geniuses. Yet, Chen Yan is not a genius. He is merely an ordinary disciple of the outer sect, remaining obscure until now. Geniuses receive significant cultivation from the sect, whereas he does not. His almost impossibly slow pace of cultivation is perceived by some as a potential source of trouble. No one imparted these truths to Chen Yan, and prior to this, he was entirely oblivious to the survival rules within the sect. Even if he lived for 100 years, that century would merely consist of monotonous days passing by. The length of one's lifespan does not enhance their experiences. Experiences do. Now, Chen Yan understands how he ought to live moving forward. The world of cultivators is invariably dull, particularly for those outer sect disciples who do not receive the sect's attention. Daily existence comprises cultivation, menial tasks, and listening to doctrines. This encapsulates the life of a late-stage body, refining outer disciple. Only those who advance to the Qi transformation stage are eligible to receive sect tasks from the Hall of Achievements, thus earning a brief respite from the sect to explore the world beyond the mountains. How tedious! Changxing languidly rested her chin on the stone table before her, lightly tapping the surface with her fingertips. Then, she lifted her gaze towards Chen Yan. Senior brother Chen, when you think I will break through to the Qi transformation stage? It should be too long, right? Chen Yan replied. I too long to venture down the mountain. Being in the outer sect every day is utterly dull. Such is the path of immortality, he added. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Turtle reciting scriptures. Changxing playfully covered her ears and stuck her tongue out at Chen Yan. He could only smile wryly and shake his head. Subsequently looking up at the sky, Chen Yan had contemplated leaving the Kongshan sect before, but where could he possibly go? Even if he truly departed from Kongshan sect, he could never achieve greater heights. In the Chun Ping continent, over 90% of cultivation resources are controlled by the 5 major sects, of which Kongshan sect is one. A few white cranes flew overhead, seemingly journeying from Ebai Peak to Konyuan Mountain. Chen Yan entered Kongshan sect at the age of 7, and it was only at 41 that he attained the Qi transformation stage. It took a total of 34 years, and he is all too aware of how excruciatingly tedious that journey was. Now, 3 years have passed since his last reincarnation. During these 3 years, he has done everything possible to diminish his presence within the sect. He neither engages in martial arts nor listens to doctrines. Compared to the outer disciples of Kongshan sect, Chen Yan appears more like a loose cultivator residing within the sect. He publicly claims that his current cultivation level is late-stage body refining, the same as Changxing's. In the outer courtyard of the Empty Mountain sect, Changxing possessed a talent and comprehension level that could be deemed above average. Such disciples typically garnered little attention within the sect, and a breakthrough to the martial spring realm was hardly surprising. It seemed a natural progression. However, unbeknownst to others, at this very moment, Chen Yan's true cultivation had begun to approach the pinnacle of the Qi-connecting realm. He held a clear understanding of his own abilities. Perhaps, with great effort, he could barely ascend to the martial spring realm, yet the prospect of breaking through to the Sea of Qi was a distant dream. Even given a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, the chances remained exceedingly slim. In the past 3 years, everything within the sect had unfolded just as Chen Yan had previously known. This included Lu Li being favored by the law elder of the Pure Zen Peak and subsequently appointed as an instructor there, as well as the victor of the Dao Discussion Conference on Chun Ping Continent, the disciple of the Moon Void sect, Qin Qingyu, one of the 5 major sections. Among the events surrounding him, Changxing had smoothly ascended to the later stage of the body refinement realm. If all went as expected, she would break through to the Qi-connecting realm by the age of 19, which was merely 2 years away. Shortly after this breakthrough, Changxing would meet her demise in a catastrophic event. In this lifetime, Chen Yan had not grown distant from Changxing. She resembled a neighborly younger sister, always by his side, adding a semblance of vibrancy to his otherwise monotonous cultivation life. Thus, whenever Chen Yan beheld the young girl beside him, the thought of her impending fall in 2 years filled his heart with profound regret. Could he not attempt to save her? At that time, Changxing would have become a practitioner of the Qi-connecting realm, eligible to undertake sect missions from the Shanggong Hall in the outer courtyard. If he could, under the guise of a sect mission, persuade her to leave the sect before the calamity struck, if only he could ensure her departure. A sect mission? 2 years later? The 19-year-old Chen Yan stood before Chen Yan. Indeed, Chen Yan nodded. Chen Yan remained silent, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yan's eyes. She was entirely different from the innocent girl she had been 5 years prior, now tall and graceful, with an enchanting demeanor. Why? She inquired. Why what? Why does senior brother wish for me to accompany you? With my social standing, it would be improbable for anyone to join me, wouldn't it? Yet, it is merely a task to deliver a message to the sex consul in a nearby town. Could it not be done alone? Going alone feels too solitary. Chen Yan replied. Is that so? Chen Yan tilted her head slightly, then took 2 steps forward, leaning close to Chen Yan's ear and whispering. Is it that being alone is too lonely? Or is it that senior brother would feel lonely without me by your side? Chapter 6. The Great Calamity of the Empty Mountain Sect. Chen Yan's expression momentarily faltered before he took a step back, adopting a stern demeanor. Do not act foolishly. Chen Yan lightly leaped backward, laughing. When shall we depart? Now or tomorrow? If we leave now, we certainly won't make it back by tomorrow. Yet there are still duties to attend to at the training grounds. After a brief hesitation, Chen Yan added, how about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow marks the impending calamity for the outer sect. If it is the day after tomorrow, we should set off in the morning. Senior brother, I implore you, the duties at the training ground tomorrow are of great importance. I truly cannot leave. Chen Yan pleaded with a hint of jest, her demeanor lighthearted as she turned to Chen Yan. Aside from Chen Yan, no one was privy to the events that would unfold the day after tomorrow. Consequently, he lacked sufficient grounds to persuade Chen Yan to abandon her responsibilities at the training grounds and accompany him on a sect mission. Revealing to Chen Yan what was to occur would only lead to further complications. If they were to depart in the morning of the day after tomorrow, there would still be time. Then we shall meet at the foot of the mountain the morning after tomorrow. Senior brother. The young girl waved goodbye playfully in Chen Yan's direction. Watching Chen Yan's departing figure, Chen Yan sighed. Throughout this cycle of interactions, it seemed Chen Yan had gradually developed a certain affection for him. The reason their relationship remained unspoken, merely maintaining the guise of ordinary senior and junior disciples, was due to Chen Yan's deliberate efforts to maintain a distance between them. He did not consider himself a dull individual, yet, never mind. The most pressing matter at hand was to leave the sect with Chen Yan the morning after tomorrow, thus evading the calamity of the outer sect. As for other matters, they were not to be contemplated at this moment. Kongshan sect, Outer Mountain. Strictly speaking, the Outer Mountain territory does not belong to Kongshan sect, as it merely serves as the sect's gateway. From the foot of the mountain to its summit, there are a total of 10,001 steps, a path that must be traversed every 3 years by those mundane disciples seeking enlightenment at Kongshan sect during its opening. This route is also obligatory for cultivators below the Qi realm when descending the mountain. For only those who have reached the Qi realm can ascend into the air. Standing at the summit, Chen Yan was beside a colossal stone nearly 10 meters high, upon which the elegant and flowing characters for Kongshan sect were inscribed. According to the elders of the sect, these characters were carved by the first peak master of Ibai Peak. 2 days prior, he had arranged with Chen Yan to meet here and then proceed to Taiyin City, which lies 500 miles from the mountain gate of Kongshan sect, to deliver a letter to the consulate stationed there. Taiyin City is the closest city to the mountain gate of Kongshan sect, serving as the sect's stronghold in the mundane world. Nominally, Taiyin City is the western capital of the Qingke Kingdom, yet the actual control of the city rests entirely in the hands of Kongshan sect. In Taiyin City, the weight of the Lord's words pales in comparison to that of the consul from the Kongshan sect stationed abroad. Chen Yan stood alone before the gates of the Kongshan sect, enveloped in an eerie silence. He had arrived early, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Chen Yan. Turning to gaze into the mountains, he discerned no sign of her presence. The appointed hour had arrived, and Chen Yan was not one to break a promise. She was notably punctual, yet she remained absent. A sudden realization dawned upon Chen Yan, a chilling thought creeping into his mind. No, it couldn't be. He pivoted and sprinted towards the outer courtyard of the sect. The calamity that would unfold there was indelibly etched in his memory, lasting merely 7 breaths. This disaster claimed the lives of over 10,000 disciples in the outer courtyard. In a cruel twist of fate, Chen Yan managed to escape unscathed, while Chen Yan met her demise. If only he could have brought her down the mountain before the impending catastrophe struck. If only. But there are no ifs in this world. Gasping for breath, Chen Yan stood on the street of the outer courtyard. He exerted every ounce of energy to channel the vital essence within his meridians. Finally making his way back, the street was bustling with disciples donned in the standard robes of the outer courtyard, each appearing calm and unhurried. In stark contrast, Chen Yan's exhausted and disheveled appearance felt utterly out of place. Yet, this was no time for concern over appearances. Amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, a boy of about 14 or 15 years, a disciple who had only recently ascended the mountain and lived behind Chen Yan's quarters. Zhao Hong. Junior brother Zhao, he called out. The disciple, addressed as Zhao, turned to him, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yan's breathless state. Senior brother Chen, what's wrong? Have you seen Ziying? Chen Yan inquired urgently. Senior sister Cheng? She came by your residence not long ago, mentioning that the consul had suddenly tasked her with an errand at the martial arts arena, so she couldn't accompany you. Before Zhao Hong could finish, Chen Yan was already racing towards the arena. Cheng Ziying had attained the Qi consolidation stage at the age of 19, a remarkable achievement that placed her among the upper echelon of talent within the outer courtyard. The more gifted disciples often departed for the inner sect, leaving those of moderate talent, like Cheng Ziying, to be nurtured and valued by the elders and officials of the outer courtyard as the pillars of their future. Consequently, the consul of the martial arts arena frequently entrusted her with tasks. But today was different. It mattered not whether it was the consul, a steward, or even an elder of the outer courtyard assigning duties. None could take precedence. For Chen Yan remembered all too well that the heart of the impending disaster lay within the martial arts arena. Chen Yan raced through the streets, the true energy within him surging to the point of strain, causing his muscles to ache. Ahead lay the training ground. Suddenly, the air above the outer courtyard became stiflingly still. Cough! Chen Yan unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment, the true energy within his meridians began to violently convulse, inflicting severe damage upon them. It had come. The greatest calamity to befall the Kongshan sect in a millennium had arrived, even alarming the esteemed elders of the sect. A deafening roar echoed above the outer courtyard, causing the disciples on the street to look up in alarm. On the street before the training ground, disciples who had yet to reach the Qi condensation stage exploded, transforming into crimson mist. Struggling, Chen Yan dashed into the training ground, where the graceful Cheng Ziying stood before the platform, clad in the sect's light-colored robe. Ziying. Cheng Ziying turned back, somewhat dazed, and gazed at Chen Yan. Senior brother. Then, her cheeks, once pale, suddenly flushed a deep red, and blood vessels began to appear in her eyes. In the next instant, a spray of blood mist erupted from the platform. Chen Yan stood frozen in place. Cough! He fell to the ground, expelling a pool of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. A colossal shadow of a black serpent began to manifest above the training ground. Suddenly, a beam of azure light streaked across the sky, cleaving the immense shadow in two. The overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure swept through the entire sect's outer courtyard. Chen Yan managed to raise his head. In the final moments of his life, he beheld a figure in white, her ink-black hair cascading down her back. She stood outside the training ground, gazing up at the severed shadow of the serpent, her eyes filled with indignation and regret. Chapter 7. Escape. The cycle has ended. This cycle's evaluation. D. You have begun to attempt change. But what can you truly alter? Accumulated cultivation. Late-stage Qi condensation. Cycle reward. Accumulated cultivation coefficient. 11. Cycle settlement complete. The host will return to the previous cycle's record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle, and restart their life. Senior brother. Gazing at the girl who called out to him, Chen Yan's expression was stiff and somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Your expression is rather frightening. Cheng Ziying, just 14 and still bearing the innocence of youth, took 2 steps back. It's nothing, just a dream, Chen Yan replied, shaking his head. But what about you? Aren't you supposed to be attending Master Lu's lecture? As if suddenly remembering, Cheng Ziying's eyes widened. Oh no, I must hurry. Senior brother, you should come along quickly, or we'll miss it. With that, she began to sprint towards the lecture hall. Once again, a new cycle begins, returning to the year when Chen Yan was merely 15. Ultimately, he could not save Cheng Ziying from that calamity. In truth, Chen Yan's understanding of the disaster was rather limited. The calamity lasted only 7 breaths, after which the shadow of the black serpent in the sky was extinguished by the alarmed powers of the inner sect. The reasons behind the disaster and its various details were shrouded in secrecy, sealed away by the inner sect as classified information. As for the last moment before Chen Yan's demise, he beheld a graceful woman clad in white. He knew not her identity, Yet he surmised that she must belong to the inner sect, for according to the rules of the Kongshan sect, disciples of the outer court were only permitted to wear the sect's standard light-colored robes. Chen Yan stood there, frozen. It was only when he truly faced the calamity of the outer court that he grasped the insignificance of his own existence. In terms of his innate talent, cultivation proved futile. In this world, each individual's potential was irrevocably determined from birth. With Chen Yan's gifts, he could aspire to nothing higher than the martial spring realm. However, even reaching the martial spring realm was an unattainable dream in the face of a calamity of such magnitude. At that moment, he had yet to even touch the threshold of the martial spring realm. Reincarnation rewards. Yes, the rewards of reincarnation. Perhaps through these rewards, he could transcend the limitations of his own talent. With a D-grade reincarnation evaluation, the reward was an accumulation of cultivation coefficients, corrected to 11. He felt the true chi within his meridians deepen significantly. How could he achieve a higher-level reincarnation evaluation? He resolved to try again. Even if he could not save Xianxia, he must strive for a superior reincarnation rating. Chen Yan made his determination. Would you like to accompany me to Taiyin City? 5 years later, he extended the invitation to Xianxia once more. Leaning against his shoulder, she gazed up at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Chen Yan's original intention stemmed from a sense of loss for a dear friend, prompting him to attempt to alter the fate of his childhood companion. However, after witnessing the tragic demise of the girl, his mindset subtly shifted. It was not born of love, but rather a profound compassion. Chen Yan accepted Xianxia's affections. For this girl, whose life flickered like a shooting star, was indeed pitiful. Whether it was compassion or fondness, he could not deny that throughout their interactions, he had begun to develop feelings for Xianxia that were markedly different from before. What purpose does the trip to Taiyin City serve? Xianxia inquired. A sect mission, to deliver a letter to the consul stationed in Taiyin City, Chen Yan replied. For such a trivial matter, they need to send someone on a special trip? Xianxia sighed. I truly wonder what those elders are thinking. They could simply use a sound transmission talisman. Concerned that the messages conveyed through the sound transmission talismans might be intercepted by malicious individuals, Chen Yan remarked. However, is it not the same when sending someone to deliver a message? Any practitioner from the martial spring realm could easily snatch the message away. Perhaps some would dare to eavesdrop on the information contained within the transmission talismans, but in this territory, who would have the audacity to ambush the messenger of the Kongshan sect, unless they were courting death? The Kongshan sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Chunping continent, wielding significant influence in every corner of the region. Taiyin City, and indeed the entirety of the Qingke kingdom, lies firmly within the realm of the Kongshan sect's power. Although situated within the Kongshan sect's domain, not all cultivation sects are willing to submit to their authority. It is precisely for this reason that instances of eavesdropping on the transmission talismans of the sect's disciples occur from time to time. As a result, communications between the sect and its external consulates are conducted through written letters, conveyed by disciples of the outer court who have reached at least the Qi-gathering realm. When shall we depart? Xianxia inquired further. Tomorrow, Chen Yan replied. The outer court calamity will descend the day after. Thus, he resolved to leave the sect a day in advance. There exists a regulation within the sect that disciples under the age of 20 are not permitted to remain outside the sect for more than 2 days without permission, lest they face punishment. Departing a day early would afford ample time. If you desire my company, I have a condition, Xianxia stated. What condition? Bring me a bouquet of white daisies. Is it a promise? It is a promise. Chen Yan watched as Xianxia turned and retreated into her quarters. What kind of conclusion would this lifetime hold? The following morning, Chen Yan arrived at Xianxia's door and knocked. Senior brother? Xianxia, taken aback as she opened the door, appeared slightly disheveled. Though she bore the signs of having just awoken, her innate beauty remained undeniable. It is time to set off for Taiyin City. So early? Yes, it is better to leave early. After delivering the message, I wish to explore Taiyin City a bit. This was Chen Yan's excuse. He merely sought to ensure that everything went smoothly. Please wait a moment. Xianxia quickly tidied herself and then accompanied Chen Yan towards the outer mountain. Her demeanor seemed cheerful, as if she regarded this sect mission as a genuine date with her senior brother. Yet, Chen Yan's nerves were taut with tension. He repeated to himself over and over that as long as he could take Xing away from the outer court, they would evade disaster. Only when he beheld the massive stone inscribed with the 3 characters of Kongshan sect at the mountain gate did his heart finally begin to ease. Chen Yan led Chen Yan down the mountain, and from the summit of the outer mountain, they gazed southwestward, catching sight of the majestic city of Taiyan. 500 miles away, amidst the verdant mountains, the surroundings burst with vitality, and the path descending the mountain is clearly defined. Countless disciples of the Kongshan sect traverse this route daily. After all, only those who have attained the Qi realm can master the art of flying with their Qi. At the foot of the mountain lies a horse rental establishment founded by the External Affairs Hall of the Kongshan sect, where disciples may lease spirit steeds for transport. These spirit steeds, while not celestial beasts, are ordinary horses that have been nourished since childhood on spiritual rice and medicinal herbs by the external disciples responsible for livestock care. Over the years, through the cleansing of spiritual energy and herbal sustenance, these steeds possess strength, speed, and endurance far superior to ordinary horses. The straight-line distance from the Kongshan sect to Taiyan City is 500 li, yet the actual journey spans over 800 li, which can be covered on a spirit steed in approximately 2.5 hours. Chen Yan and Chen Yan rented 2 spirit steeds at the horse rental shop and promptly set off toward Taiyan City. Between the Kongshan sect and Taiyan City, a few scattered villages and small towns lie, yet these hamlets have not received any protection or blessings despite their proximity to the mountainous base. Senior brother. An exclamation came from behind Chen Yan. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the neighing of his spirit steed, and he was unceremoniously thrown off. With his peak cultivation at the Qi realm, Chen Yan's true Qi provided him with a protective shield, sparing him from serious harm, though he rolled on the ground in a rather disheveled state. Turning to glance back at his steed, he saw it collapsed on the ground, its hooves and body grotesquely separated, blood gushing from a wound. As he attempted to rise, a forceful blow struck his side with overwhelming ferocity. This kick effortlessly penetrated his protective true Qi, akin to piercing a thin sheet of paper. Chen Yan lifted his head, only to find the perpetrator standing before him. The man wore a coarse brown garment with a stubbly beard above his lips and bore a massive, obsidian black sword on his shoulder, as heavy as a tombstone. He looked down at Chen Yan with disdain, as though observing an insignificant insect, then spat out the grass he had been chewing. "Are you from the Kongshan sect?" he inquired. "Senior brother." Not far away, Chen Yan dismounted and rushed towards Chen Yan. The man merely raised his gaze, then, with nearly imperceptible speed, swung the massive sword he carried. Chen Yan's breath hitched. He turned to look at Chen Yan, who was still running toward him, when a dark red line slowly appeared around her neck. In the next moment, her head rolled away, severed by the blade, which, though unsharpened, was remarkably lethal. Chen Yan's lips moved silently, but no words escaped. "Are you from the Kongshan sect?" the man inquired once more. Chen Yan nodded. "What brings you down the mountain? Delivering a message, or something else?" The man pressed on. "Delivering a message," Chen Yan replied with composure. "Hand it over." The man, clad in a brown coarse cloth garment, extended his hand towards Chen Yan, despite his attire resembling that of an ordinary impoverished individual. The strength he exhibited proclaimed to Chen Yan that he was a formidable practitioner beyond any resistance, possibly at the Martial Spring realm or even the Qi realm. Nevertheless, Chen Yan remained undaunted. The cycle of reincarnation awaited him. In this iteration, would he achieve a higher reincarnation rating? He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the man. "Kill me." The man, dressed in a brown coarse cloth, raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. "What?" "The message is with me. Kill me. And you can take it yourself," Chen Yan stated evenly. "You are quite peculiar," the man remarked, removing the colossal sword slung over his shoulder with a scoff. Chen Yan's expression remained impassive, his pupils reflecting the man's visage. "One day, I will kill you," Chen Yan asserted. "Is that so?" The man shrugged and raised the massive sword high. The shriek of the sword slicing through the air resonated in Chen Yan's ears, and in the next moment, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness and dizziness. In the final moments of life, the sound that reached Chen Yan's ears was akin to a watermelon crashing upon the ground. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D, only the mouth is hardened. Accumulated cultivation at the pinnacle of the Qi realm. No reincarnation reward. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this iteration, and restart life. Chapter 8. Resolution. Reincarnation ended. Not merely this time. Reincarnation ended. There will be another, and yet another. Regardless of the efforts made or the measures taken, be it fleeing or hiding, no matter the methods employed, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. That is, Chen Yan will perish at the age of 19. Reincarnation ended. Furthermore, the reincarnation ratings are also a matter of concern. Each death bears no value, offering no enhancement to oneself. Merely relying on cultivation, Chen Yan found it impossible to advance his level of prowess. The reason is painfully realistic, innate talent. Chen Yan has reached the zenith of his potential in cultivation. Only an elevation in the reincarnation rating could possibly render him stronger. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D, meaningless sacrifice, time and again. Accumulated cultivation at the pinnacle of the Chi-Si realm. Honor Reincarnation de worth. The cycle of reincarnation has concluded, and the host will return to the previous record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle, thus restarting life. Senior brother Chen? Upon opening his eyes once more, Chen Yan leaned against a great tree, his gaze towards the girl before him growing increasingly resolute. Senior brother Chen. The teachings of instructor Lu Li. Zyinij, suddenly interrupted by Chen Yan. Cheng Ziying displayed a look of confusion. Could you please keep your distance? Chen Yan spoke with a calm demeanor. All right. Cheng Ziying took a couple steps back. That is not what I meant. Chen Yan shook his head. What I meant is, from now on, could you maintain some distance from me? Huh? Cheng Ziying's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a child at a loss. What is wrong with me, senior brother Chen? Keep your distance. She opened her mouth as if to articulate something, yet no words escaped her lips. The girl lowered her gaze, obscuring her expression. Well then, I shall head to the lecture hall. Senior brother Chen, you should hurry as well. If you delay, there won't be any seats left. Cheng Ziying's voice dwindled, and she turned, hastily departing. Yet this time, her silhouette appeared more forlorn than ever. However, Chen Yan felt he had no alternative. He could only proceed as such. Through countless attempts, he had come to a stark realization. Cheng Ziying was destined to perish at the age of 19. Initially, he merely sought to test whether he could alter her fate. Yet, gradually, he found himself ensnared in the depths of his own predicament. He had employed various methods, including adhering to the actions of his first life and even departing from the sect a month in advance. Nevertheless, Cheng Ziying's ultimate fate remained unchanged death. It was as if it were written in the stars. As for how to enhance the reincarnation evaluation, Chen Yan had yet to discern a method. He had attempted to replicate that particular cycle with a D evaluation, yet the final outcome remained D. What good fortune exists without effort? Such was the evaluation of that particular cycle. He could no longer struggle in this quagmire of 5 years. This was a rational judgment made by Chen Yan. He decided to temporarily distance himself from Cheng Ziying, fearing that if she remained close, he would be unable to resist the urge to save her 5 years hence. Even if he attempted to do so, it would merely be an exercise in futility. He resolved to leverage the rewards of reincarnation to grow stronger, perhaps discovering a method to alter Cheng Ziying's destiny. Chen Yan had a dream. He found himself on a stage enveloped in utter darkness, the audience seats utterly vacant. Suddenly, the spotlight before him blazed to life, illuminating a figure at its center, none other than the 19-year-old Cheng Ziying. Senior brother Chen. The graceful maiden stood before Chen Yan, her expression akin to that of a marionette, vacant and listless, as she called out to him. Instinctively, Chen Yan took a step toward Cheng Ziying. In that fleeting moment, the spotlight illuminated Cheng Ziying, her eyes swiftly filling with blood, her countenance flushed with crimson. Suddenly, she erupted into a mist of sanguine vapor. Brother Chen? A delicate voice emerged once more from behind him, belonging to Cheng Ziying. When he turned, he beheld her pale visage, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, her pupils gradually dilating. Brother. Upon turning again, Chen Yan saw her rushing toward him, a dark crimson line appearing around her neck. As she ran, her head began to tilt toward the ground. Brother Chen, brother, brother, brother. In every cycle, Cheng Ziying, in her various states of demise, manifested before Chen Yan under the glaring lights. Panic began to etch itself upon his features, his breath growing rapid and uneven. Ultimately, Chen Yan jolted upright from his bed, gasping for air. Realizing that all he had just experienced was but a dream, he found no solace. For each event had indeed transpired in reality. He gazed out the window into the night, where a cold, white moon hung above the peaks. Sleep eluded him that night. Rising from his bed, he donned the robes of an outer disciple and stepped outside, seeking to calm his troubled mind, for the dream had left his thoughts in disarray. At this hour, known as the Yin hour, it was approximately between 3 and 5 in the morning by the standards of his previous life. Chen Yan made his way toward the nearby mountain, aware that a pavilion awaited him at its summit, the highest point of the outer sect of the Kongshan school, offering a panoramic view of the entire outer courtyard. Standing in the pavilion, Chen Yan looked down upon the desolate outer courtyard below, where the streets lay empty. This loneliness inevitably evoked a sense of melancholy within him. 2 years had passed. He and Xianxia had become like strangers, and he had no desire to forge bonds with other disciples. Thus, throughout these 2 years, he remained perpetually alone in all his endeavors. At that moment, he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. "Why are you here so late?" The cool voice rang out, reminiscent of mint by a quiet stream on a summer's night. Chen Yan turned to see her, a figure clad in white, her hair as dark as ink. She emanated an otherworldly grace, serene and untouched by the mundane. His pupils constricted, for he recognized her from several cycles prior. She had appeared on the day of calamity, accompanying the intersect elder to the martial arts arena. Her words conveyed a palpable sense of wariness towards Chen Yan. Unable to sleep at night, she simply sought a breath of fresh air. Chen Yan replied, "And what brings you, esteemed intersect sister, to wander the outer courtyard at such a late hour? Are you well acquainted with this place?" The cool, white-clad maiden did not respond to Chen Yan. Instead, she posed another question to him. "Fair enough," Chen Yan answered. Over the course of more than 20 cycles, he had resided in the outer courtyard for several hundred years. It could be said that no disciple or elder in the outer courtyard was as familiar with its layout as he was. "Take me to the detention hall," the white-clad maiden instructed. The detention hall, as its name suggests, is the place where the sect confines disciples who have committed serious transgressions, as well as external foes. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. He knew the location of the detention hall, but only in the most superficial sense. An intersect disciple seeking to visit a facility meant for imprisoning wrongdoers at such an hour certainly raised suspicions. Chapter 9. Homicide. Chen Yan knew little about the white-clad maiden before him. He could only deduce from her attire that she was an intersect disciple of considerable standing, and that was the extent of his knowledge. Both outer and intersect disciples were required to don the sect's standard Dao robes. Only those holding positions above steward or core disciples, or those personally taught by elders, could escape this regulation. Naturally, Chen Yan was reluctant to lead her to the detention hall. If there was indeed something amiss and trouble arose, he would bear the burden of responsibility as the guide. Thus, he remained motionless for a moment, deep in thought, before finally speaking. "May I inquire your esteemed name, and from which peak of the inner sect do you hail? And who is your master?" The white-clad maiden remained silent, swiftly retrieving a token from her waist and tossing it to Chen Yan. Instinctively, he caught the token and, lowering his gaze to examine it in the moonlight, read the inscription, Qin Chan Suwu. It was the token of Elder Suwu from Qin Chan Peak. At this time, Elder Suwu was not yet Lu Li. He had heard some anecdotes about the current Elder Suwu, who was said to be surnamed Fu, a venerable figure over 600 years old. However, in the context of a cultivator's lifespan exceeding 1,000 years, Elder Fu could still be considered in the prime of life. "Lead the way," the white-clad maiden said flatly. "Yes, esteemed sister," Chen Yan replied with an awkward smile, acquiescing. The appearance of the Suwu token left Chen Yan with no grounds to refuse. Elder Suwu held an unequivocal position of authority within the sect, ranking just below the Sword Elder and the Law Elder at Xinchan Peak, making him, without a doubt, the third highest figure at Xinchan Peak. Possessing Elder Suwu's token undeniably signified the maiden's distinguished status. It is feared that not only the core disciples, but perhaps the direct disciples, or even those of a higher rank. Chen Yan speculated about the identity of the other party within his mind as he ambled down the mountainside, the girl in white trailing closely behind him. The moonlight illuminated the verdant path, casting elongated shadows of the two as they ascended the steps, one following the other amidst the trees. "Senior sister, just ahead lies the enforcement hall of the outer court," Chen Yan paused to remark, turning to address the girl in white. "To the detention center," she replied succinctly. "Senior sister, after the hour of the high, it is strictly forbidden for idle disciples to approach the enforcement hall. Thus is the token of Elder Su Wu from Qinchan Peak insufficient?" She interjected, "You may follow me without impediment. But as for myself, if you wish to avoid peril, you would do well to accompany me." Her voice was cool and resolute. Chen Yan's expression faltered slightly, followed by an awkward smile. "Surely, senior sister, it is unnecessary to place such burdens upon a mere outer court disciple like myself." "It is not a burden, but rather a counsel," she clarified, lifting her delicate wrist and resting her palm upon the hilt of the sword at her waist. then began to stride towards the enforcement hall. Chen Yan watched as the girl in white glided past him, her skirt brushing against the cool, green bricks of the path. How peculiar. Is this advice meant for me? Are there others wishing to take my life? Everything that transpired tonight seemed exceedingly strange. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to follow the girl from the inner gate, for she appeared to harbor no intent of harm towards him, leading him to trust her counsel in such circumstances. Before him stood the imposing iron gates of the enforcement hall, their dark surface appearing even chillier under the frigid moonlight. Soon, Chen Yan noticed something amiss. There were no disciples on duty before the gates of the enforcement hall this night. Are you aware that a steward from the Shanggong Hall has recently been detained in the outer court's confinement? A steward? The position of steward within the outer court is not trivial, subordinate only to the elders and supervisors. Though Chen Yan had shown little interest in the affairs of the outer court since his reincarnation, even neglecting to attend lectures, he should have at least heard whispers of such significant events if a steward were imprisoned. I do not know, he replied. The girl in white fell silent, merely pushing open the heavy iron door, casting a shadow that cleaved across the green bricks beneath. The courtyard of the enforcement hall then revealed itself before Chen Yan and the girl in white. Desolate and empty. The only feature in the center of the courtyard was a millennia-old tree, its shadow dappled beneath the moonlight. Strange. While it is not unusual for the courtyard to be deserted at this hour, the absence of any disciples guarding the enforcement hall still struck Chen Yan as profoundly odd. Passing through the corridor of the enforcement hall, they would soon reach the outer court's detention center. The prison of the outer court comprises a total of 72 cells. Although the outer court houses over 25,000 disciples, this number remains more than sufficient. After all, only those who have committed grave transgressions are confined within these walls. The young girl in white raised her hand, her fingertips dancing gracefully in the air as she chanted softly. With a delicate gesture, a glimmer of ethereal light flashed before her. It was the soul tracing technique. Chen Yan recognized the spell being employed by the girl. This technique is widely utilized throughout the realm of cultivation, allowing one to ascertain another's precise location based on their unique vital energy signature. Soon, the girl reached a conclusion through the soul tracing technique. She was facing the northwest corner of the prison. The door to the cell was not locked, but ajar, heightening the girl's alertness as her vital energy surged and coalesced within her meridians, seemingly ready to draw her sword at a moment's notice. In terms of cultivation, Chen Yan discerned the girl's prowess from the fluctuations of her vital energy. She was at least at the martial spring level, her energy far more profound than his own, which was at the peak of the vital flow stage. The girl in white slowly pushed open the door to the cell, then paused, standing motionless before it. Senior sister? Chen Yan called out tentatively. He stepped forward, peering past the girl's silhouette to glimpse the general scene within the cell. A chair, a pool of blood, and a dismembered corpse. The body slumped in the chair, bore an insignia of the outer court's Hall of Merit, unmistakably revealing the identity of the deceased, the steward of the Hall of Merit, whom the girl had mentioned earlier. The girl's hand fell from the hilt of her sword as she turned slowly. I must return to Qingshan Peak, and I must do so now. She fixed her gaze on Chen Yan. You should accompany me, otherwise you will certainly perish. Chen Yan's mind raced to comprehend the situation. The events of that night had unfolded too hastily. Chapter 10. The Shift of the Reincarnation Record Point. Descending the steps of the prison and traversing the corridor, the ancient tree in the courtyard came into view. The girl in white moved swiftly, her pace markedly more urgent than when she had arrived. The steward of the Hall of Merit was dead. Yet, since the soul tracing technique could still detect his vital energy, it indicated he had not been deceased for long. It was imperative to relay this news to her master and the higher echelons of the sect as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Suddenly, as the girl and Chen Yan stepped into the courtyard, a round object was hurled from the entrance of the law enforcement hall and landed at their feet. In the moonlight, they discerned with horror that it was a human head. The visage of this severed head appeared remarkably youthful, its eyes wide open and expression vacant, as if it had yet to grasp the reality of its demise before being brought down. A soft, effeminate male voice wafted from the direction of the black iron gate, revealing a man clad in the robes of the Kongshan sect, standing at a distance. Chen Yan could not discern his expression, yet for reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of mirth radiated from the man. Who are you? Inquired the white-clad maiden, her voice subdued. Does it truly matter? Esteemed Chairperson Chu? Chairperson? Chen Yan's breath caught in his throat. The white-clad maiden by his side was none other than Chu Xiao. the current chairperson of Qingshan Peak and the daughter of Elder Chu Chun, the sword-wielding patriarch of the sect. Despite his elevated assumptions about her identity, he had not anticipated such a lofty standing. Chu Xiao, the foremost disciple of Qingshan Peak, undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in the contemporary disciples of the Kongshan sect. The man before them then fixed his gaze upon Chen Yan, who stood slightly behind the white-clad maiden, narrowing his eyes slightly. In this young brother is a sense of peril washed over Chen Yan as the man's attention fell upon him. Just an ordinary outer disciple I casually brought along. Chu Xiao Vima? The man chuckled softly, his voice retaining its soft tone. Then, dear young brother, do not direct your ire at me. Rather, place the blame upon Chairperson Chu, for it is she who ensnared you in this predicament. With a delicate flick of his fingers, a subtle wave of true energy rippled through the air. Chu Xiao reacted with haste, drawing her sword from her waist and positioning it protectively before Chen Yan. The blade gleamed momentarily before a sound akin to metal lamenting echoed, as if something had struck the sword's edge. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yan understood that a confrontation had already ensued between Chu Xiao and the man. Martial Spring Realm. Chen Yan, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm and stood on the precipice of the Martial Spring Realm, was acutely aware of the disparity in their levels of power. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. For the chasm between the true Qi realm and Martial Spring Realm was as vast as the heavens themselves. Had it not been for Chu Xiao's swift intervention, he would have perished beneath the man's fingertip. Kongshan Finger. This fundamental technique was a requisite for all disciples of the true Qi realm within the Kongshan sect. Renowned for its versatility, it was the very technique that Lu Li had employed to attempt Chen Yan's murder. Now, the same deadly maneuver was being wielded by this man against Chen Yan. Simple and effective. No practitioner of the true Qi realm could withstand a single strike of the Kongshan Finger delivered by a Martial Spring Realm Master. There were absolutely no exceptions. This was a fundamental disparity in realms and strength. You were granted an opportunity. The voice of Chu Xiao, as crisp as mint, resonated once more. If you surrender now and return with us to Qingshan Peak to disclose all that needs to be revealed, perhaps you may receive a lighter sentence. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the effeminate man, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement. Conversing with the deceased is indeed laborious. In the next instant, the man propelled himself off the ground, swiftly advancing toward Chu Xiao. A continuous surge of true energy erupted from his meridians, followed by a forceful strike aimed directly at Chu Xiao's face. The wind-splitting palm. This was yet another essential technique of the disciples of the Kongshan sect, commonly employed during sparring sessions in the training grounds. This revelation struck Chen Yan with clarity. The soft-voiced man was undoubtedly a disciple of the Kongshan sect, and not an intruder lurking within the sect. The depths of intrigue within the sect seemed far more profound than he had anticipated. Under the man's fierce onslaught, Chu Xiao appeared somewhat beleaguered. Despite being one of the rare prodigies of the Kongshan sect over the past millennium, she was still merely a 17-year-old girl, lacking combat experience. Her strikes lacked the ferocity and decisiveness one would expect, as if she were always holding back. At last, the effeminate man exploited a gap in Chu Xiao's defense, forcing her back and leaving Chen Yan completely exposed. His breath caught in his throat for a moment as he yearned to resist. Yet the true energy that should have coursed through his meridians felt as though it had been abruptly sealed, rendering him utterly impotent. This sense of impending doom made Chen Yan acutely aware of what was about to unfold. A strange smile flickered across the man's face, his eyes betraying no emotion. The hair tied behind him swayed gently in the night breeze as his left index finger pointed menacingly at Chen Yan's chest. Bang! A gaping hole the size of a bowl erupted from Chen Yan's chest, and before he could register any pain, a sudden heaviness enveloped him. He toppled forward like a kite severed from its string, casting one last glance in Chu Xiao's direction before his consciousness faded. She gazed steadily at his body as it fell, her exquisite, ethereal visage revealing no discernible expression. Only in the depths of her autumn-like eyes could one glimpse a flicker of guilt and fury. Chen Yan recalled the day calamity befell the outer court. In his final moments, the expression of the young woman in white at the entrance of the training grounds was strikingly similar. The cycle concludes. This cycle's evaluation. See, the wheels of fate are slowly turning. Accumulated cultivation. Peak of the Qi transformation realm. Cycle reward. Hidden immortal technique. Conceal the heavenly secrets. rendering your cultivation level imperceptible to others, and allowing you to disguise your true cultivation as any realm below your actual level. The cycle of reincarnation has been completed, and the host will return to the previous checkpoint, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle and restarting life. With a sudden gasp, Chen Yan sat upright in bed, panting heavily. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. The grand tree in the courtyard was nowhere to be seen, nor was Cheng Xing present. The moment was not before Lu Li's teachings commenced. It was rather the instant he was jolted awake from a nightmare. In other words, the checkpoint of reincarnation had shifted. Chapter 11. Xianxia Peak. Seated on his bed, Chen Yan gazed at the moonlight spilling through the window. This reincarnation checkpoint lingered just before his chance encounter with Chu Xiao, the head of Xianxia Peak, at the pavilion atop the nearby mountain. The gears of fate were slowly turning. This served as the commentary for this cycle of reincarnation. It implied that in the previous 20 iterations, he had yet to step into the true realm of destiny. However, this time, he had finally escaped from the erroneous cycles. What, then, constitutes true destiny? This was a question Chen Yan could not fathom at that moment. So he redirected his focus to the rewards acquired in this cycle. The hidden immortal technique, a method that conceals the celestial secrets, disguising one's true cultivation level, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern his actual prowess. Moreover, as Chen Yan began to operate the hidden immortal technique, he distinctly felt the flow of true energy within his meridians moving more smoothly than when practicing the empty mountain technique. Chen Yan understood well what a more fluid flow of true energy signified. It indicated that his efficiency in casting spells would be heightened and their potency increased. It also suggested, to a certain extent, an acceleration in his training speed. This time, the reincarnation evaluation rated AC. After more than 20 cycles, Chen Yan's evaluation level had finally made a breakthrough. This raised a possibility. Could changes in the reincarnation checkpoint influence the assessment of the reincarnation evaluation level? Chen Yan mused aloud, pondering the likelihood. Yet, if the reincarnation checkpoint could indeed be altered as it progressed, he might lose the opportunity to save Cheng Xing. There were still 3 years remaining until the calamity in the outer courtyard. No, this was not the time for such entanglements. Chen Yan redirected his attention back to reality. What should he do next? Should he ascend the mountain to meet Chu Xiao, or remain a bystander? In truth, Chen Yan felt no obligation to assist Chu Xiao in the prison matter. However, he suspected that tonight's events at the prison were likely connected to the impending disaster in the outer courtyard. If, on the day of the calamity, he found himself powerless to act, what if he could extinguish the source of the disaster today? Chen Yan's suspicions were not unfounded. His conviction stemmed from the guilt-ridden gaze of Chu Xiao when he was slain by that effeminate voice. It mirrored the same expression she had displayed at the martial arts arena in a previous cycle. Why did Chu Xiao feel remorse for the calamity that befell the outer courtyard? Perhaps there existed a possibility that this disaster was intertwined with her in some manner. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to feel guilt over the aftermath of such an event. Ultimately, Chen Yan arrived at the pavilion on the peak of the outer courtyard. Before long, he was accompanied by the sound of light footsteps from behind. Why was someone here so late? The girl in white behind him recited the same lines as in the last cycle. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Yan feigned surprise and panic, crouching down with his head in his hands. Kill you? Chu Xiao displayed a hint of confusion, then casually waved the token tied at her waist towards him under the moonlight. Upon seeing the token, Chen Yan felt as though he had finally grasped a lifeline. Senior sister, there's been an incident at the prison. An incident? Before Chu Xiao could respond, he interjected. An incident? Chu Xiao's expression shifted slightly at his words. I couldn't sleep, so I went to the law enforcement hall to chat with a fellow disciple on duty, but found no one there. Then, in the prison, I saw the body of Elder Song. Chen Yan's words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. Upon hearing Elder Song's name, Chu Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Take your time, no need to rush, she urged. In short, Elder Song has died in the prison. I discovered his corpse. Chen Yan exclaimed in distress. How could this be? Could Elder Song? Chu Xiao stood still, silent as she pondered. If Chen Yan were indeed one of those traitors, it would be more advantageous for him to deceive her into a trap rather than urging her to leave the outer courtyard and seek assistance at Xianxia Peak. Thus, Chu Xiao chose to tentatively trust Chen Yan's words. She raised her hand and delicately probed the air, and a piece of talisman paper materialized at her fingertips. A storage artifact, this type of spatially governed treasure was exceedingly rare in this realm. However, as the disciple of the head of Qingshan Peak, it was hardly surprising that Chu Xiao could produce such a valuable item. Softly reciting the incantation, she formed a hand seal, and the talisman ignited in a blaze. A shallow red circle materialized on the ground, encircling both Chu Xiao and Chen Yan. It was a teleportation talisman. In the next moment, a red light surged upwards, isolating everything within the circle from the outside world. When the crimson glow dissipated, Chen Yan suddenly realized that the surrounding environment had completely transformed. Particularly captivating was the distant nine-tiered ebony tower, which drew Chen Yan's attention. That is the Tower of Cloud Judgment, responded Chu Xiao. It is the place where our sect's Cloud Judgment Master ascended to immortality 15,000 years ago. To commemorate him, the disciples of Qingshan Peak constructed that towering edifice. The Master of Cloud Judgment was the third practitioner of the Kongshan sect to achieve the pinnacle of the upper three realms and step into the realm of ascension. His influence on the Kongshan sect, especially on Qingshan Peak, has been profound, enduring even to this day, 15 millennia later. Come, let's visit the elder, Chu Xiao instructed. Elder? Queried Chen Yan. The elder of Qingshan Peak, Suwu elder, Fu Qian. This is the residence of Fu Qian, the current Suwu elder of Qingshan Peak. Located in Kangwu Studio, no plaque adorned the door. Instead, a remnant phrase was inscribed with sword energy. To transcend oneself is to transcend all beings. Following Chu Xiao, Chen Yan stepped into the courtyard of Kangwu Studio. At the center of the courtyard lay a frigid pond, with a square platform at its heart, upon which sat an elderly practitioner clad in a blue robe, his hair graying at the temples. Elder Fu, I have matters to report. Chu Xiao advanced a couple of steps and bowed respectfully towards the figure in the pond. Chen Yan quickly mirrored her actions, bowing to the Taoist as well. Fu Qian, seated at the center of the cold pond, gradually opened his eyes, revealing strands of innate true energy swirling within his pupils. Chen Yan's heart trembled. Innate true energy. This indicated that Su Wu Elder's cultivation level must be at least above the Wanhua realm. Beneath the realm of ascension, there exist 9 major realms. The lower 3 realms are body refinement, qi circulation, and martial spring. The middle 3 are qi si, divine connection, and Wanhua. The upper 3 are unity, divine power, and harmonization. Cultivators understand that innate true energy can mend flesh and blood, serving as the foundation of a practitioner. It is said that those above the Wanhua realm can even regenerate their heads, if decapitated, thanks to their innate true energy. This was the first time Chen Yan had encountered a practitioner above the Wanhua realm throughout his many cycles. It is worth noting that even the outer elders of the Kongshan sect possess cultivation levels only in the late Qi Si realm. What has transpired? Fu Qian's voice resonated like thunder as he began to speak. Subsequently, Chu Xiao glanced back, giving Chen Yan a knowing look. Outer disciples, greetings to Elder Fu. Chen Yan stepped forward and proclaimed. Chapter 12, The Outer Elder. Fu Qian remained silent, merely shifting his gaze to Chen Yan. Chen Yan's breath caught, and the circulation of his true energy was significantly restricted. The Suwu elder of Qingshan Peak was scrutinizing him with his divine sense. Within the realm of this cultivation system, once a practitioner's level reaches the divine connection realm or higher, they can probe the cultivation levels of others with their divine sense. Naturally, this is ineffective against practitioners whose realms exceed that of the one probing. Currently, after undergoing more than 20 cycles, Chen Yan remains stagnant at the qi gathering stage, standing before Su Qian as a blank slate. However, he has recently acquired the hidden immortal technique, which allows him to disguise his cultivation level. In Su Qian's eyes, Chen Yan presently appears to be at the late stage of the body refinement realm. Speak, child, what has transpired in the outer sect? Soon, Elder Su Wu lost interest in Chen Yan's unremarkable demeanor. In response to the elder, the disciple personally witnessed that steward song from the outer sect's Qingshan Peak died within the confines of the prison. Chen Yan reported. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's expression remained inscrutable. Xiao, what is your perspective? He inquired slowly. The disciple is uncertain. I merely feel that if I were to rashly venture to the prison for verification, it may not be prudent. Hence, I return to report to the elder. Ju Xiao Zipli. Su Qian scoffed derisively. Now you seem to have learned some restraint? Chu Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Elder, enough. You go to the Tsangfeng Pavilion and find Elder Li, asking him to bring a few capable aides. Depart at once to investigate in the outer sect. With that, Su Qian turned his gaze back to Chen Yan. As for this child, I shall send someone to escort him back to the outer sect. As his words faded, a gust of wind swept through Su Qian's sleeve and a luminous talisman materialized, gleaming with golden light. He then crushed the talisman in his hand. In the next moment, two figures appeared beneath the eaves of Kangwu's studio, both clad in dark garments and wearing masks adorned with feral fangs. Their cultivation levels surpassed the Qi realm. Take this child to the outer sect to find Lin Qifeng and thoroughly interrogate him about how he oversees the outer sect. Allowing someone to be killed right under his nose, Su Qian commanded the two Qi cultivators. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Qifeng was the name of the elder in the outer sect, and it could be said that he wielded the most authority within the entire outer sect. Yet, Lin Qifeng had only recently attained the Qi realm. For Su Qian, cultivators at the Qi level could be summoned or dismissed at will. Rather than merely escorting Chen Yan back to the outer sect, it would be more accurate to say that Su Qian wished to hold the outer sect elder accountable. However, even if Elder Su harbored numerous grievances against Lin Qifeng, he could at most engage in verbal sparring, sending two individuals to irritate Lin Qifeng with a few sharp words. But no substantial actions would come of it. This was because Lin Qifeng was a direct disciple of the current sect leader, Chen. Although he was the least capable among them, Chen had arranged for him to occupy the position of an elder in the outer sect, thus making use of his potential. Of course, regardless of Lin Qifeng's lack of talent or usefulness, he still appeared as a deity in Chen Yan's eyes. The gap between the Qi realm and the Qi gathering realm was indeed vast. If one were to assert that the disparity between cultivators of the Qi atmosphere realm and those of the martial spring realm is already a matter of several multiples, it would similarly hold true that even among cultivators of equal talent, the gap between those in the martial spring realm and those in the Qi realm could still reach a difference of numerous times. Let us proceed. The two cultivators of the Qi realm approached Chen Yan and addressed him respectfully. "We are at your service, esteemed seniors," Chen Yan replied with utmost reverence. Thus, he departed from the Kangwu Pavilion, escorted through the air by the two Qi realm cultivators back to the outer academy. The residence of the elder in the outer academy is situated in the heart of the outer courtyard, known as the Hall of Inquiry. This hall serves as the core governing institution of the outer academy. The eaves of the grand hall sliced through the moonlight as Chen Yan descended onto the bluestone steps alongside the two Qi realm cultivators, not stirring a single speck of dust. The hall doors opened silently, revealing a middle-aged man draped in a loose cloak, seated behind his eaten table. He first lifted his gaze slowly to regard the three at the door, and then resumed his tea grinding. Two from the pure Zen peak, accompanied by one from the outer academy? Quite the opportune time to visit. What brings you to my hall of inquiry at this late hour? Lin Qifeng remarked with a light chuckle. Elder Fu Qian from the Kangwu Pavilion has tasked us with delivering this outer academy disciple to you and instructed us to convey a message to you, Elder Lin, said the Qi realm cultivator on the left, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Despite their comparable cultivation levels in the Qi realm, their standing within the sect was worlds apart. It is well known that Lin Qifeng is a direct disciple of the current sect master, Chen. Even if he were merely a menial worker at the mountain gate, ordinary folk would still treat him with utmost deference. Elder Fu, Lin Qifeng slightly raised his eyes. What message did he ask you to convey? How is it that your outer academy allows someone to be killed right under your noses? Inquired the Qi realm cultivator on the right. Oh, Lin Qifeng paused in his tea grinding. Ahem, Elder Lin. This is the exact message Elder Fu instructed us to relay. The cultivator spoke hastily. I am indeed curious to know who was killed in the detention center. Lin Qifeng questioned. Deacon Song from the Shanggong Hall, the reply came. Song Mingda? As an elder of the outer academy. Lin Qifeng was well aware of who the deacon of the Shanggong Hall was. The elder holds the highest authority in the outer academy. Yet Lin Qifeng does not engage in the daily affairs of the outer academy. Such matters are primarily handled by the outer academy supervisor, with the deacons of each hall serving as subordinates to this supervisor. Below the deacons are the stewards, who are on par with instructors and trainers. Finally, there are the consuls, selected from among the ordinary disciples to manage grassroots tasks. Yes, it was he, affirmed a Qi realm cultivator behind Chen Yan. I have a question for you as well, Lin Qifeng smiled. Even if Song Mingda has passed away, what relevance does it hold for you, the Qingshan Peak? Yet, the facade of smiles belied a darker undercurrent. Are you perhaps engaging in some clandestine antics at Qingshan Peak? The two Qi realm cultivators fell into a momentary silence before speaking once more. Song Mingda possessed crucial intelligence, information of great significance to our sect. Are you attempting to speak in riddles? Lin Qifeng inquired. No, we merely lack precise details, they replied. Then return to Qingshan Peak and send someone more lucid to converse with me, Lin Qifeng stated. Chapter 13, Apprenticeship. The expressions of the two Qi realm cultivators appeared rather grim, as though they had swallowed a fly. Yet, they found themselves powerless against Lin Qifeng. When did the elders of the outer court become so audacious? In the presence of the inner sect, those from the outer court ought to behave modestly, tails tucked between their legs. Alas, Lin Qifeng was favored with an exceptional master. Hailing from Kongyuan Mountain, his mentor was none other than Yunyi, the current sect leader of Kongshan sect. Not only did Yunyi possess unparalleled talent in cultivation, but his political acumen was also formidable, eclipsing all others. Lin Qifeng's elevation to the One Yuan Hall signified Yunyi's ability to exert complete control over the outer court. The outer court is of paramount importance to a sect, particularly for a behemoth like Kongshan sect, as its influence over the mortal realm and various mid-sized sects entirely hinges upon the outer court. The two Qi realm cultivators bowed to Lin Qifeng and subsequently turned to depart from the Wenyuan Hall. Damn it, those wretches from Qingshan Peak. Lin Qifeng muttered as he poured boiling water into the teacup on the table. I had already been quite displeased when they came to the outer court preaching a couple of months ago, and now they dare to stir trouble again. His gaze fell upon Chen Yan, who remained in the hall. How did you, a child of the outer court, end up mingling with those from Qingshan Peak? Chen Yan recounted the events to Lin Qifeng, detailing everything truthfully, save for the fabricated portion regarding his visit to the law enforcement hall. Whether the disciple on duty at the law enforcement hall tonight truly knew Chen Yan, or whether Chen Yan had indeed visited that night, remained unprovable. Just yesterday evening, Song Mingda had surrendered to the law enforcement hall, confessing to embezzling several thousand spirit stones from the public account of the Shanggong Hall to gamble, ultimately losing everything, which led to his confinement. Lin Qifeng paused momentarily. If Qingshan Peak were to be implicated, and he was indeed murdered, it would all make sense. Song Mingda held vital intelligence, and ultimately, it was that very information that led to his demise. His reckless gambling of the spirit stones from Shanggong Hall was likely because he was already being targeted with the constant threat of death looming, leaving him no opportunity to communicate with anyone from Qingshan Peak. Thus, he chose to be imprisoned for self-preservation, yet ultimately he could not escape his fate. What then? Is the nature of the intelligence in Song Mingda's possession? Moreover, might these matters be connected to the calamity that will befall the outer court 3 years hence? Chen Yan could not be certain. He merely harbored such suspicions. Lin Qifeng said, nudging the teacup on the rosewood table towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Drink your tea. Lin Qifeng's tone grew slightly more insistent. This middle-aged sect leader's disciple appeared to possess an eccentric temperament. At your command, Chen Yan finally stepped forward, grasped the teacup, and took a sip. It was merely an ordinary infusion of jade tea herbs. What is your name? In response to the elder's inquiry, my name is Chen Yan. And your cultivation level? Lin Qifeng. Being at the mid-stage of the Qi realm and not yet having reached the divine understanding stage, was unable to discern the cultivation levels of others. Late stage of the body, refinement realm. Lin Qifeng fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then finally spoke. Ah, so you are a waste. Chen Yan let out a forced chuckle. Indeed, I too am a waste. Lin Qifeng remarked, among my few disciples, I am the most foolish and useless. It seems fitting that I oversee the outer court. The elder speaks too harshly. Chen Yan felt a twinge of unease in response to Lin Qifeng's self-deprecation. Indeed, compared to you outer court disciples, I am truly at a loss. Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words, only managing a strained smile. Although this was their first meeting, he had already heard tales of Lin Qifeng's free-spirited and unconventional nature. Old man Fu Qian can do as he pleases in the outer court. If things spiral out of control, there will naturally be someone to rein him in. Lin Qifeng continued to grumble before abruptly shifting the topic. Boy, do you have a master? Before Chen Yan could respond, Lin Qifeng answered his own question. I presume you do not. After all, you are a waste. Chen Yan's expression twitched slightly, as it seemed Lin Qifeng had been mocking him since the beginning. Yet, faced with the disparity in their cultivation and status, Chen Yan could only swallow his displeasure. Given this, how would you like to be my disciple? Lin Qifeng proposed. Chen Yan stood frozen, struggling to comprehend Lin Qifeng's words. Did he just imply that he wishes to take me on as his disciple? Why? How? Noticing Chen Yan's lack of response, Lin Qifeng pressed further. I am but a fool, unworthy of such an honor. Chen Yan's initial reaction was to perceive Lin Qifeng's proposition as a jest. However, as Lin Qifeng's expression grew increasingly serious, Chen Yan quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He found himself without the right to decline. Master, please accept my humble bow. Chen Yan hurriedly knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead against the earth. Lin Qifeng slightly nodded, seemingly pleased with Chen Yan's response. However, within Chen Yan's heart, there was no trace of joy. He possessed no aptitude for cultivating immortality. If Lin Qifeng's intent was due to a fondness for talent, that was simply impossible. What then could be the reason for Lin Qifeng's desire to take him as a disciple? Although you are an outer sect disciple, as my apprentice, you shall be regarded as a direct disciple of the elders. Therefore, your training resources and treatment should align with those of the inner sect disciples, Lin Qifeng stated. And then, with a subtle movement of his hand, a token materialized in his grasp. Take this, tomorrow. Visit the Dan Hall on Kongyuan Mountain to collect some high-purity body refinement fluid, which will aid in paving the way for your future. Thank you, Master, Chen Yan replied. He could not discern Lin Qifeng's true intentions, but he was acutely aware of the adage that one does not receive rewards without effort. What could Lin Qifeng, a prominent direct disciple of the sect leader, possibly gain from a mediocre body refinement disciple like himself? For now, he could only proceed cautiously and observe. Taking the token from Elder Lin, Chen Yan noted that its texture was quite similar to the one held by Fu Qian. However, the inscription had changed from Qinchan Suwu to Outer Sect Authority. Lin Qifeng was a direct disciple of the sect leader, Yunyi, and as Kongyuan Mountain served as the main peak of the Kongshan sect, it was also Lin Qifeng's homeland. Thus, Lin Qifeng's outer sect token could be viewed as a pass for Kongyuan Mountain. Chapter 14, The Dan Hall Gathering. The following day, adhering to Lin Qifeng's instructions from the previous night, Chen Yan arrived early at the boundary stone of Kongyuan Mountain. As the main peak of the Kongshan sect, Kongyuan Mountain rose majestically amid the sea of clouds, casting its reflection in the sky above. The summit shimmered with golden light, while radiant rays sliced through the bamboo groves nestled between the rock faces. At the mountain gate, the characters Kongyuan Zizai were prominently carved. A disciple guarding the mountain stood at the entrance, and, upon seeing the outer sect robe worn by Chen Yan, puffed out his chest, his arrogance swelling further. As a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, he seemed to take pride in his perceived superiority over the outer sect disciples. Halt! Present your pass. The guarding disciple called out to Chen Yan. Chen Yan could not abide the haughty demeanor of the guarding disciple. Even the esteemed master Chu Xiao was not as arrogant as he. Thus, Chen Yan remained silent, merely tossing the token at the guarding disciple. Upon receiving the token and examining it closely, the guarding disciple's expression changed dramatically. This is the token of Lin Qifeng, the direct disciple of the outer sect authority. Although Lin Qifeng's cultivation was merely at the Qixi realm, and he currently belonged to the outer sect, he was, after all, a disciple of Yunyi. The mere mention of the phrase, transmitted directly by the sect leader, was enough to overshadow the majority of disciples from the Empty Mountain sect with its formidable aura. This junior brother, what is your relationship with Lin, the direct disciple? The demeanor of the guarding disciple transformed instantly, becoming considerably more accommodating, even somewhat obsequious. I am merely assisting Elder Lin with some matters here at Empty Fate Mountain. I kindly request your cooperation, senior brother, Chen Yan replied. He saw no need to be overly ostentatious by proclaiming himself as a direct disciple of Lin Qifeng to everyone he encountered. Past experiences had taught Chen Yan that it was preferable to remain low-key in situations where it wasn't necessary to draw attention. Of course, junior brother, please proceed, the guarding disciple said, stepping aside to clear the path for Chen Yan. In contrast to the outer courtyard, the inner sect appeared significantly more tranquil. The number of inner disciples was inherently lesser, and they tended to focus more on secluded cultivation. The Pill Hall of Empty Fate Mountain was situated at the southeastern corner of the peak, rising up 5 stories. As Chen Yan approached the vicinity of the Pill Hall, he noticed an increase in the number of disciples lingering nearby. They cast curious glances in his direction, but their interest in Chen Yan was fleeting. Although it was indeed rare to see an outer disciple within the inner sect, he remained, after all, just an outer disciple. Upon entering the Pill Hall, Chen Yan observed a youth around his own age, approximately 17 or 18, clad in a yellow robe, standing behind the counter on the first floor. The young man was resting his chin on his hand, seemingly dozing off. As he heard footsteps entering the hall, he slowly opened his eyes and regarded Chen Yan with a somewhat dazed expression. "Greetings, senior brother." Chen Yan initiated the conversation. Despite their similar ages, he felt compelled to address the young man as senior brother, primarily due to the established hierarchy between the inner and outer sections. Respecting the inner sect was common knowledge. "An outer disciple?" the young man inquired. "Precisely," Chen Yan affirmed. "Is Lin Qifeng, Master Lin, the one who sent you?" The young man continued. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. Did he provide you with a token?" "Yes, here it is." Chen Yan removed the token inscribed with the characters for outer sect leader from his waist and handed it to the young man. "Please hold on a moment." After verifying the authenticity of the token, the young man turned and ascended the staircase behind him. Approximately 5 minutes later, he returned to the counter. "Elder Lin has instructed me to retrieve the body-tempering liquid. Your master awaits you upstairs." The young man interrupted Chen Yan. The mention of the young man's master led Chen Yan to ponder, as he had earlier referred to Lin Qifeng as Master Lin. Typically, regular disciples of Empty Fate Mountain would refer to Lin Qifeng as Elder Lin or Master Lin, as the guarding disciple had done. This suggested that the young man's master was also a direct disciple of the sect leader. It appears that Lin Qifeng's decision to come to Kanyuan Mountain in search of the body-refining liquid was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, but rather a meticulously planned endeavor. As for why he himself ventured to Kanyuan Mountain during this cycle, it seems merely coincidental. Even if it were not he, Lin Qifeng would undoubtedly have dispatched another in his stead. Upon reaching the third floor of the Dan Hall, a wave of intense medicinal fragrance enveloped Chen Yan. Following the direction from which the aroma emanated, he spotted a modest wooden screen behind which stood a bronze alchemical furnace. Behind the furnace stood an elderly man with white hair, casually manipulating a jade slip, clad in a Bagua Taoist robe, his hair neatly styled into a cloud-like bun, adorned with a hairpin. The moment the elder's gaze fell upon Chen Yan, he felt a sudden stagnation in the flow of his vital energy. In the elder's eyes, a flicker of primordial true energy sparkled. "Yet another cultivator of the Wanhua realm or above. You must be a disciple of Qifeng?" the elder inquired slowly, directing his attention towards Chen Yan. "Junior Chen Yan, it is an honor to meet you." "Senior," Chen Yan replied promptly, bowing respectfully. "If we were to discuss seniority, you would have to address me as second uncle." The elder chuckled. "Indeed, as it stands, I am a direct disciple of Yunichen, the current sect leader of Kongshan's sect, and also Lin Qifeng's senior brother." "Second uncle," Chen Yan complied, yielding to the elder's wishes. "Is Qifeng doing well these days?" The elder continued his inquiry. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment, pondering how to respond. After all, he had only met Lin Qifeng for the first time just last night and had inexplicably become his disciple. "All is well," he ultimately replied, his answer deliberately vague. "It has been over a decade since I last saw Qifeng. Ever since he offended our master, he has been forbidden from setting foot on Kanyuan Mountain, and we are also barred from visiting him in the outer court," the elder recounted. "Is that so? I had thought Lin Qifeng was sent to the outer court solely due to the sect leader's desire for complete control over it. I did not realize there was an element of exile involved," Chen Yan mused. "Among my master's 6 disciples, the bond between Qifeng and myself has always been the strongest. Before he went to the outer court, he made a pact with me that if significant events were to unfold, he would send his disciple to Kanyuan Mountain to seek me out," the elder continued. Thus, Lin Qifeng's abrupt decision to take on a disciple of his own was intended as a means to convey information to his second senior brother. "What has transpired with Qifeng?" the elder inquired further. "Last night, a steward from the outer court Shanggong Hall named Song Mingda passed away," Chen Yan replied. "Song Mingda?" The elder raised a hand to stroke his beard thoughtfully. "I am not acquainted with him." Song Mingda was a steward of the Shanggong Hall in the outer court and may have some connection to Qinchan Peak. Elder Fu Qian from Qinchan Peak seemed to regard his death with considerable importance, Chen Yan added. "Ah, that old dog Fu," the elder remarked. The elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow, seemingly harboring grievances against Elder Fu Qian. However, were his words not a tad too extreme? Despite appearing considerably older than Fu Qian, the truth was that Fu Qian's age surpassed that of the white-haired elder by more than threefold. Moreover, Fu Qian's lineage placed him on par with the previous patriarch, which meant that even Yunichen, upon encountering Fu Qian, would be compelled to address him as Shirshu, martial uncle. The elder's fingers incessantly tapped upon the jade slip in his grasp. Yet if we speak of Fu Qian, I indeed possess some knowledge. Please, second martial uncle, enlighten us. Came the eager response. Fu Qian is in search of the source of calamity, declared the white-haired elder. Chapter 15. The Truth of the Calamity. As the term source of calamity escaped the elder's lips, a subtle weight settled in Chen Yan's heart. Source of calamity. He had encountered this phrase before, and it lingered vividly in his memory. During one of his iterations, just before his demise, he had overheard a shadow standing by his bedside utter this very term, perceiving him as the source of calamity. Martial uncle, may I inquire, what exactly is the source of calamity? Chen Yan asked. The source of calamity is a lock, replied a young lad clad in a yellow robe. It is the fundamental reason that, since the fall of the Starfall Sword Immortal, Su Hongzhen, 7,000 years ago, no one has ascended to immortality. Su Hongzhen, the foremost sword cultivator of Chen Ping continent, was also the last of the sword immortals. At one point, Chen Yan had ventured to the Swordfall mountain range in a desperate quest for the opportunity to seek Su Hongzhen, hoping to grasp a sliver of life. Yet, in the end, he returned empty-handed. Following Su Hongzhen's time, no one from Chen Ping continent had ascended to immortality. However, this was but an unfounded rumor. The white-haired elder waved his hand dismissively. No one knows why, over the past 7 millennia, no one from Chen Ping continent has ascended. It may simply be due to a decline in talent. The theory of the source of calamity is merely an unproven conjecture, and its conspiratorial undertones have rendered it unworthy of serious discussion. Nonetheless, Elder Fu Qian's lineage has consistently been staunch supporters of the calamity theory, to the extent that he himself has become somewhat obsessed with it. And thus, what exactly constitutes the calamity? Chen Yan pressed on. It pertains to certain beings hidden among the masses, yet distinctly different, the white-haired elder elucidated. It is said that 1,200 years ago, in the southwestern region of Chen Ping continent, there existed a sect known as the Xianxia sect, which at that time gained considerable renown, even inching towards the influence of the 5 major sections. During that era, the calamity theory had not yet garnered widespread acceptance among the various sects, and the absence of ascended cultivators over the past 6 millennia had left the cultivators in a state of trepidation. Against this backdrop, the Xianxia sect initiated a massacre known as the Slaughter of the Calamity. Under the auspices of the Xianxia sect's influence, not only did cultivators for various sects partake, but even the secular dynasties of southwestern Chen Ping continent, as well as the common folk, joined in this grand and tragic slaughter. Dwarfs, eunuchs, the deaf and mute, and eventually even widows, orphans, and the disabled became targets in the hunting grounds of society. As time progressed, the fundamental purpose of eliminating calamity shifted from addressing the root causes to merely eradicating dissenters. Practitioners began to turn against one another, accusing adversaries or rivals of being potential sources of misfortune, plunging the entire cultivation community of Chunping continent into chaos. Ultimately, the chief disciple of the Stargate was assassinated amidst this turmoil, prompting the leaders of the 5 major sects to realize that this farce could not persist any longer. Consequently, the Xianxia sect, led personally by the master of the Stargate, ventured southwest to annihilate the Xianxia sect along with its affiliated smaller sects, bringing the farcical events of calamity elimination to a close. Thereafter, the theory of calamity ceased to be mainstream in Chunping continent. The words of the white-haired elder left Chen Yan greatly astonished, invoking memories of the witch hunts of the medieval era. The calamity elimination turmoil mirrored a witch hunt within the realm of cultivation, stemming from the widespread anxiety over the millennia of unfulfilled ascension to immortality in Chunping continent. Despite the overwhelming majority of cultivators possessing little to no chance of breaking through to the upper 3 realms, the absence of ascension instilled a profound sense of dread, potentially signifying the extinction of the path to immortality. The violent actions taken to eliminate calamities were birthed from this fear of the unknown. In other words, his previous demise in that cycle was due to being deemed a source of calamity. Elder Fu Qian, still obsessed with the theory of calamity, appeared to be orchestrating plans within the outer court. Does this imply that the shadows responsible for his demise were somehow linked to Elder Fu Qian? Furthermore, what connections did Chu Xiao and the deceased Song Mingda have with these events? Even the calamity that would descend upon the outer court in 3 years, leading to Cheng Ziying's death, remained a mystery to Chen Yan. His current information was insufficient, relying solely on the account of the white-haired elder. What lay behind the truth? The elder seemed to harbor a strong disdain for the theory of calamity, expressing significant disapproval of Elder Fu Qian from Xianxia Peak. It appeared that his junior, Elder Lin Qifeng from the outer court, shared this viewpoint, which prompted him to send a warning. Has your master shared anything else with you? The white-haired elder inquired further. Nothing more, Chen Yan replied. Very well, the elder nodded. What brings you here today? What elixir do you seek? Body refining liquid, Chen Yan answered, hesitating to articulate his desire for a higher purity of the liquid. Zhao Bin, the elder called. Present, responded the young lad in a yellow robe, bowing respectfully. Take Lin Shishu's disciple downstairs to procure 3 vials of high-quality body refining liquid, and also retrieve a vial of the qi regulation pill that I recently concocted. The elder commanded. As you wish. The young man, named Zhao Bin, respectfully spoke, then took 2 steps back and gestured for Chen Yan to come over by the stairs. Junior disciple, he said. Just as Chen Yan was about to descend, he was unexpectedly called back by the white-haired elder behind him. Disciple, present, Chen Yan responded. We shall meet again soon, the elder said with a smile. Chen Yan remained silent, merely bowing in acknowledgement towards the elder before following Zhao Bin downstairs. It seemed that Lin Qifeng would soon send someone to convey messages. Zhao Bin stood in front of a shelf on the 2nd floor of the alchemy hall, retrieving 3 crystalline vials containing a verdant liquid, along with a small porcelain bottle of milky white. The body refinement liquid allows for 3 baths per vial, requiring a total of 9 baths, once every 7 days. Simply pour the liquid into the tub and soak for half an hour, preferably with cold water. Zhao Bin explained the usage. As for the qi regulation pill, it should only be taken after breaking through to the qi connecting stage. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Yan replied. What do you think of what my master said? Zhao Bin suddenly shifted the topic. What? Chen Yan asked, puzzled. My master's views on the causes of calamity. What do you think? This seemed to serve as a test from the young man. Chen Yan recalled Zhao Bin's attitude towards the theory of causes during their previous encounter on the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall, sensing a divergence from the elder's perspective. But could it be an act for his benefit? Caution seemed prudent. It is a pity for those wrong souls from 1200 years ago, Chen Yan responded. His answer was rather vague, and Zhao Bin did not express any particular opinion on it. Focus on your cultivation. Although you are still an outer court disciple, your master is Lin Shishu. Do you understand what that implies? Zhao Bin inquired. As a dim-witted junior, I seek your guidance, senior brother Zhao. It means you are now considered a half-disciple of Kanyuan Mountain. If the sect master forgives Lin Shishu and commands his return to Kanyuan Mountain, Zhao Bin paused for a moment. Then you, Chun Shidi, would be recognized as a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain. Chapter 16. The Useless Master and Disciple Outer Court. Chen Yan lay in the bath, gently closing his eyes as green droplets fell from his fingertips that rested on the edge of the tub. The body refinement liquid surged through his pores, penetrating deep into his bones. This was Chen Yan's 2nd medicinal bath. Remarkably, he had now reached the pinnacle of the qi connecting stage, yet the foundation laid during his earlier body refinement was not solid, and he had never experienced such a medicinal bath until now. He distinctly felt his breathing lengthen, and the explosive power and endurance of his physique had significantly improved. Even his meridians had become more unobstructed due to his enhanced physicality. A disciple of Kanyuan Mountain, indeed. Suddenly, Chen Yan opened his eyes and murmured to himself, shaking his head with a smile. Had it been before his entry into the cycle of reincarnation, becoming an inner disciple of the Kongshan sect would indeed have been his cherished dream. However, the present circumstances told a different tale. Chen Yan was acutely aware of the limitations of his innate talents. Even if he were to gain access to the resources of the inner sect, it was unlikely he could ever transcend to the Qi realm in his lifetime. More importantly, if the records of his reincarnation had not been updated, then everything he currently possessed would be but fleeting illusions. In truth, Chen Yan was uncertain about what he truly desired now. Once, he had been singularly focused on rescuing Cheng Xing, yet their relationship had long since begun to drift apart. The calamity that would befall the Outer Academy was merely 2 years away, and it was highly probable that it would be linked to Chu Xiao, the head of Qingshan Peak. For Chen Yan still vividly recalled the gaze of guilt and self-reproach that she had cast upon him at that time. The source of misfortune. Ever since Chen Yan returned from Kanyuan Mountain, this phrase had lingered relentlessly in his mind. Qingshan Peak, Fu Qian, source of misfortune, Chu Xiao, calamity. Chen Yan endeavored to connect these dots, yet ultimately found himself at a loss. The information he possessed remained too fragmentary. Thus, he rose from the bath, cleansing the grime from his body with fresh water, then dried himself and donned a pristine robe of the outer academy disciples. In that moment, he felt invigorated. Just as he intended to take advantage of this brief respite to rest, a sudden knock echoed from outside his dwelling. Who could it be? Having always been a solitary figure, Chen Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him at the sound of someone at his door. He approached and opened it. Standing there was a figure he once knew intimately, yet now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Xianxia. At 17, Xianxia had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Though her lovely face retained hints of youthful innocence, she was undoubtedly no longer a girl. Unlike the playful and clingy junior sister he remembered, the current Xianxia's eyes bore a trace of indifference and distance. Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words, remaining silent. When their gazes met, Xianxia quickly averted her eyes. He had heard of her current cultivation level. At merely 17, she had already reached the mid-stage of the Qi convergence realm. Such a rate of advancement would place her among the upper echelons, even within the inner sect. Yet in past cycles, Xianxia had only managed to transition from the body refinement realm to the Qi convergence realm by the age of 19. This led Chen Yan to question whether his own presence had inadvertently hindered her progress. Given her current pace of cultivation, a breakthrough to the martial spring realm before turning 19 was certainly within the realm of possibility. Should Xianxia manage to ascend to the martial spring realm, it would signify her acquisition of a ticket to the inner sect, enabling her to become a disciple therein. Perhaps this would allow her to evade the calamity she faced at the age of 19 in the outer court. It appears that her demise may indeed be attributed to me. Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. Senior brother Chen. The familiar words flowed gently from Xianxia's delicate lips. Elder Lin is waiting for you at the inquiry hall. Understood, Xing. I shall take my leave now. Before Chen Yan could utter her name, the 17-year-old maiden had already turned and departed. He wished to call her back, but ultimately relinquished the idea. Was Lin Qifeng searching for him? The last time Chen Yan met this benefactor was shortly after returning from Konyuan Mountain, when he had returned the token. Now, a week had passed, and he had presumed that this esteemed disciple of the sect leader had completely forgotten him. However, it seemed he was indeed looking for Chen Yan, likely to convey some message. Exiting his dwelling, Chen Yan commenced his journey toward the inquiry hall. Upon reaching the entrance, the grand doors slowly swung open. You're here? A middle-aged man clad in a crane cloak sat behind a zeton table, preparing tea. Disciple Chen Yan, I pay my respects to master. Chen Yan performed a respectful bow. Enough of this unnecessary flattery. Lin Qifeng complained impatiently. Finding you, young man, has proven quite the endeavor. How can it be that among so many in the outer court, few recognize you? Perhaps it is due to my lack of eloquence. I seldom interact with my peers, Chen Yan replied dismissively. Cease your prattle. Locating a disciple who knows you in the outer court is akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Lin Qifeng huffed, his annoyance palpable. It seemed he had indeed expended considerable effort to find someone to relay a message to Chen Yan, ultimately locating Xianxia, who had long severed ties with him. The girl you are acquainted with possesses considerable talent. She has already entered the Qi accumulation stage at such a young age. Lin Qifeng paused for a moment before continuing. Unlike the waste of space that you and I represent. Master, you jest. I fear I'm the only true waste here, Chen Yan replied with a bow. Pray tell, at what age did I ascend from the body refinement stage to the Qi accumulation stage? 16? No, it was 36. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. In his first life, he had only achieved Qi accumulation at the age of 41. Yet Lin Qifeng, being a direct disciple of the sect leader with abundant resources for cultivation, had attained it a mere 5 years earlier. Chen Yan's initial reaction was disbelief. Surely Lin Qifeng was deceiving him. However, if it were indeed true, then, as he had stated, both were nothing but failures. Yet, how had Lin Qifeng become a practitioner at the Qi C stage? At present, how old is he? The only inference Chen Yan could make is that he must be younger than Elder Fu Qian of Qingshan Peak and the white-haired elder from Konyuan Mountain. Is it hard to believe? Upon seeing Chen Yan in a daze, Lin Qifeng remarked, Are you pondering how your master, with such lackluster talent, could become the direct disciple of the sect leader? Chapter 17, I Soulgrass. I dare not presume, the disciple replied, and soon, Chen Yan began to feel a sense of trepidation. One could only say that his master had misjudged. Lin Qifeng laughed heartily. It seems, in fact, that Lin Qifeng had never felt discontented by his perceived shortcomings. Rather, he took pride in them. What had transpired in the past that led to the sect leader expelling Lin Qifeng from Kanyuan Mountain, Chen Yan could not fathom, nor did he dare to broach the topic. By the way, I summoned you here for a serious matter, Lin Qifeng stated. The death of Song Mingde remains shrouded in mystery. To this day, the identity of the culprit has not been uncovered. The bodies of the 2 disciples on duty that night have been recovered. Lin Qifeng paused for a moment. One of those on-duty disciples was your friend, correct? Indeed, Chen Yan replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Lin Qifeng would probe further into the matter of the 2 disciples, compelling him to cooperate in the investigation. Though he did not know them at all, do not let it weigh too heavily on your heart. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with the inevitability of life and death. If the people from Qingshan Peak come to inquire, simply profess ignorance and let them sort it out themselves, Lin Qifeng advised. It appeared that Lin Qifeng intended to adopt a stance of indifference regarding this matter. As you command, Chen Yan responded, hoping to discern the attitude Lin Qifeng exhibited. However, Chen Yan himself could not afford to remain passive, as this could be intricately linked to the impending tribulation that would befall the outer courtyard in 3 years. News of your status as my disciple has spread. Most of the deacons in the outer courtyard are aware that I, an elder, have taken a disciple named Chen Yan. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach them, Lin Qifeng said. Chen Yan understood that Lin Qifeng's decision to take him as a disciple was merely a means to establish a conduit between him and Kanyuan Mountain. Additionally, due to his connections with Song Mingde and Qingshan Peak, Lin Qifeng was all the more eager to monitor his actions. Lastly, there is the upcoming outer courtyard competition in 2 months, Lin Qifeng remarked. The annual outer courtyard competition is a mechanism for selection, while the inner courtyard competition occurs once every 3 years. The outer courtyard competition serves as an excellent pathway for disciples to ascend to the inner courtyard. At that time, the 3 mountains and 4 peaks of the Kongshan sect would send representatives to assess the disciples participating in the Outer Academy's grand competition, selecting suitable candidates. However, each year, the number of disciples chosen from the Outer Academy to enter the inner sect was exceedingly few. You must participate, and under no circumstances should you break through to the Qi flowing realm before the conclusion of the competition, Lin Qifeng asserted. After undergoing 3 cycles of body tempering elixirs that refine the bones and marrow, your strength would not falter against the majority of Outer Academy disciples at the body tempering stage. After all, as a respected elder of the Outer Academy, I must maintain some dignity. The disciple understood. In Lin Qifeng's eyes, if the opponent were a practitioner at the body tempering stage, Chen Yan would not be at a disadvantage. After all, high-grade body tempering elixirs were resources rarely accessible to ordinary Outer Academy disciples, significantly influencing the combat capabilities of those at the body tempering stage. However, if Chen Yan were to break through to the Qi flowing realm, the situation would be different. Yet, Chen Yan's actual cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Qi flowing realm. He merely concealed his true level, presenting himself as a late-stage body tempering practitioner due to the hidden immortal technique he possessed. In past reincarnations, even during his first life, Chen Yan had never participated in the Outer Academy's grand competition, fully aware of his own limitations. Even when he carried a century's worth of cultivation back to the age of 15, he had to hide his abilities and conduct himself discreetly due to the calamities that had befallen him. But now, circumstances had changed. His current identity as the direct disciple of the sect master and Lin Qifeng, a respected elder of the Outer Academy, meant that, as Zhao Bin had remarked, he was now effectively half a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain. With access to various resources from the inner sect, his rapid advancement in cultivation was entirely understandable, and he would at least not be easily labeled as a calamity, even if Lin Qifeng treated him merely as a messenger rather than a true disciple. Others would still weigh Lin Qifeng's reputation before acting against him. One must consider the master when dealing with the dog. After all, Lin Qifeng's only requirement of Chen Yan was to avoid embarrassing him during the Outer Academy competition, and it would be best if he could earn some face. Chen Yan was quite confident in this regard. At his pinnacle in the Qi-flowing realm, even if he suppressed his strength to that of a late-stage body-tempering practitioner, he could easily dominate those at the body-tempering stage. After bidding farewell to Lin Qifeng, Chen Yan departed from the Wenyuan Hall. He noticed that the glances directed at him on the streets today were far more numerous than usual. This was only to be expected, as the news of Lin Qifeng taking him as a disciple had spread throughout the Outer Academy. After all, at this very moment, Chen Yan was the only direct disciple of an elder in the Outer Academy, and many disciples were eager to catch a glimpse of him. Senior brother Chen. Just as Chen Yan was walking through the streets of the Outer Academy, adjusting to the shift in his identity, a bright voice called out from behind him. A young man clad in the Outer Academy's robes strode confidently toward Chen Yan. I am Sun Lu. Honored to meet you, Senior brother Chen. The youth bowed respectfully upon reaching Chen Yan. The young man before Chen Yan appeared to be a few years his senior. He modestly introduced himself as a junior disciple, addressing Chen Yan as his senior brother, all in deference to his master, Lin Qifeng. Greetings. Chen Yan responded with a rather indifferent tone, wary of this fellow disciple who likely harbored ulterior motives in seeking his company. My master, Zhang Fuyue, the steward of the Spirit Herb Workshop, has specially sent me to congratulate you, Senior brother Chen, on becoming the sole direct disciple of the elder from the Outer Academy. The youth, who identified himself as Sun Lu, proclaimed cheerfully, I have heard that you are still in the body refinement stage. So my master has taken the liberty of procuring 5 ice spirit herbs for you to aid in your swift advancement to the Qi gathering stage. As he spoke, Sun Lu produced an exquisite wooden box from behind him and presented it to Chen Yan. The ice spirit herb is a highly effective spiritual plant that assists cultivators in protecting their meridians and soothing their accumulated true energy. According to the regulations of the Outer Academy, disciples who have reached the Qi gathering stage and above are entitled to receive 3 leaves of ice spirit herb from the Spirit Herb Workshop each month. Each plant typically bears over 20 leaves. It is said that disciples in the inner sect at the Qi gathering stage can claim an entire plant monthly. One must acknowledge that the steward Zhang Fuyue has indeed invested considerable effort to foster a closer relationship with Elder Lin by currying favor with his only disciple. Please extend my gratitude to Steward Zhang, Chen Yan said with a smile as he accepted the wooden box containing the ice spirit herbs. Lin Qifeng had recently advised him to feel free to approach the stewards of the Outer Academy for any assistance he might require. Thus, receiving these 5 ice spirit herbs weighed not on his conscience. Chapter 18, A Battle of Wits. With the superior Qi-enhancing pills obtained from the Dan Hall of Kanyuan Mountain, coupled with the 5 ice spirit herbs, Chen Yan, who had already reached the peak of the Qi gathering stage, felt an increased confidence in his potential to break through into the martial spring stage. However, given Chen Yan's innate talent, it was likely that the early stage of martial spring might be his limit. Since that day, Sun Lu had occasionally approached Chen Yan, not revealing any ulterior motives, but rather engaging in light conversation and occasionally bestowing upon Chen Yan some rare items. Sun Lu, now 20 years old, had achieved the mid-stage of Qi gathering. Yet, he unabashedly referred to the younger and less accomplished Chen Yan as senior brother, which initially caught Chen Yan off guard. Sun Lu possessed a keen sense of boundaries, maintaining an appropriate distance that did not intrude upon Chen Yan's life and cultivation, merely serving as a reminder of his presence. Oh, and then there was his master, Steward Zhang Fuyue. There had been no further developments regarding the investigation from Qingshan Peak. The identity of the murderer who had slain Song Mingde, as well as the list of those involved, remained elusive. Chen Yan understood that beneath the calm facade of Kongshan's sect, turbulent currents swirled. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the Outer Academy's grand competition drew ever nearer. In recent years, the newly initiated disciples from the outer court have been particularly exhilarated, for this presents a splendid opportunity for advancement into the inner sanctum. However, the more seasoned outer court disciples remain largely unperturbed, for they are acutely aware of their own limitations. As the saying goes, the fearless young bull knows no fear of the tiger. With merely 3 days remaining until the commencement of the outer court competition within the Hall of Inquiry, Chen Yan stood behind Lin Qifeng, his gaze fixed toward the entrance. Subsequently, the grand doors slowly swung open. A procession of approximately 30 individuals entered the Hall of Inquiry with an air of grandeur. These were the elders from the inner sect, accompanied by the gatekeepers from the 3 mountains and 4 peaks. Each year, the outer court competition not only features contests among the outer disciples, but also includes a unique segment wherein disciples from the inner sect serve as guardians. Should an outer disciple succeed in defeating a gatekeeper, they are immediately granted the qualification to enter the corresponding peak of the inner sect. Naturally, vanquishing a gatekeeper is no simple task. In fact, throughout Chen Yan's longest life, spanning over 90 years, no outer disciple has ever triumphed over a gatekeeper. Standing at the heart of the Grand Hall, Lin Qifeng welcomed the visiting elders from the various peaks of the inner sect. the elder standing at the forefront. Tall and slender, donned a robe adorned with gilded cloud and crane patterns. He was an elder from Kanyuan Mountain. "It is good to see you well, Lin's esteemed disciple." The elder spoke. From this single utterance, Chen Yan discerned that the relationship between this elder from Kanyuan Mountain and Lin Shifeng was rather strained, evident in the choice of address. While it is true that Lin Shifeng is a direct disciple of the sect leader, his current status as an elder of the outer court renders the seemingly casual reference to him as Lin's esteemed disciple a veiled expression of disdain. "You are still alive?" "Elder Song." Lin Shifeng responded with warmth. Elder Song's expression twitched slightly. "What else could it be? I thought you had already attained enlightenment." Lin Shifeng continued with enthusiasm. Elder Song, despite your age, you still possess such a youthful spirit, which I truly admire." With that, Elder Song shifted his gaze to Chen Yan. "I presume Lin's beloved disciple has not been spared from the rigors of this path?" Chen Yan's face twitched slightly. He thought, "What does your quarrel have to do with me?" Thus, he merely performed a respectful bow, remaining silent. This was not the moment for him to defend his master. "Do find time to visit Kanyuan Mountain. Everyone misses you," Elder Song added. This remark seemed to pierce through Lin Shifeng's carefree demeanor, causing him to momentarily fall silent. Was all Lin Shifeng managed to utter. While the other elders and disciples from the various peaks may be unaware, the disciples and elders from Kanyuan Mountain knew well that Lin Shifeng had been expelled from Kanyuan Mountain by the sect leader Yin. Elder Song stood with an air of triumph, chest held high, uttering no further words. Lin Shifeng exchanged pleasantries with the elders from various Innergate peaks, merely going through the motions. These elders, who had come to observe the outer courtyard competition, were not among the highest-ranking officials from their respective peaks. They were mainly elders from the Martial Arts Hall and the Merit Hall. Within the sect, the titles of elders range from highest to lowest: sword-wielding elder, justice elder, martial discipline elder, and dignity elder, followed by those from various functional departments. The sword-wielding elder is the foremost figure of a mountain gate. In other words, Fu Qian of Qingshan Peak is actually the third in command of the peak. The titles of sword-wielding elder, justice elder, martial discipline elder, and dignity elder are collectively referred to as peak elders. Elder Lin, an elder from Qingshan Peak, greeted Lin Shifeng with a bow and a smile. Chen Yan followed the direction of this elder's gaze and was momentarily taken aback upon noticing a certain cold young woman in white robes among the disciples of Qingshan Peak. Zhu Xiao, he was not the only one to recognize her. Elder Lan, Qingshan Peak truly places great importance on the outer courtyard competition, even sending the top disciple. Lin Shifeng jested. The top disciple is the highest ranking among the disciples of a peak, representing the most gifted and powerful among their peers. An absolute leader of the next generation. It could even be said that the top disciple better represents their peak than any elder below the great elders. The junior, Chu Xiao, has met Elder Lin, the young woman in white said with a respectful bow. Her gaze then shifted toward Chen Yan, who stood behind Lin Shifeng. Chen Yan could discern no distinct emotion in her eyes, though they seemed to carry a hint of confusion. A thought seemed to linger. Why are you Lin Shifeng's disciple? Elder Chu voluntarily came to observe the outer courtyard competition and will neither participate nor serve as a gatekeeper in battle, remarked the elder referred to as Elder Lan. If Elder Chu were to act as a gatekeeper in battle, it would only mean that Qingshan Peak truly despises our outer courtyard disciples. Lin Shifeng laughed. Not at all. We are all disciples of the Empty Mountain sect. How could we harbor disdain? We would welcome more. Elder Lan Ziplit. Elder Lan's words were bold. He noted that there were indeed a few promising talents among the outer courtyard disciples. As long as these promising disciples can pass the test posed by our gatekeeper sent from Qingshan Peak this year, I, Lan Wei, will gladly accept anyone. His bravado was commendable, but Chen Yan silently scoffed, thinking that if it were truly the case, they would not be so eager. Chapter 19. A Reunion with Chu Xiao. After the formalities were concluded, it was time to escort the elders and disciples from various peaks to the specially prepared villa. It was unclear whether Lin Shifeng had intended or merely stumbled upon the decision, but he specifically requested Chen Yan to accompany Elder Lan Wei and his disciples to the villa located outside the Qingshan Peak. Are you not the disciple of Elder Lin? Elder Lan Wei inquired as they traversed the path from the One Yuan Hall to the villa. Indeed, Chen Yan replied. And what is your current cultivation level? Elder Lan Wei asked. I am at the late stage of the body refinement realm, Chen Yan responded. Oh, Elder Lan Wei nodded as if struck by a revelation. Pondering for a moment, the future appears promising. This was the only compliment he could muster for Chen Yan. Nonetheless, it must be said that Elder Lin was indeed a remarkable individual. Elder Lan Wei was quite generous with his praises for Lin Qifeng. Chen Yan shared this sentiment, recognizing Lin Qifeng as an extraordinary figure. Although Lin Qifeng was merely a practitioner at the Qi realm, his cultivation level paled in comparison to the elders who had reached the divine connection realm within the inner sect. Additionally, he was not in his prime, being in his 60s and nearing 70. Nevertheless, Chen Yan felt that, even without the halo of being the sect leader's direct disciple, few would dare to underestimate Lin Qifeng. Yet, he could not comprehend why he harbored such feelings. It had been over 2 months since Chen Yan became Lin Qifeng's direct disciple, and during this time, he had not developed any sentiments akin to that of a student toward a master. Their bond was purely transactional, as Lin Qifeng required a conduit for communication with Kanyuan Mountain. Nonetheless, Chen Yan was genuinely grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon him, for it had granted him access to abundant cultivation resources. He was but a step away from the Martial Spring realm. Chen Yan was confident that he could break through to the Martial Spring realm from the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm within a year. While it might take the talented disciples of the sect only a year to make such a transition, he was aware that his journey was more arduous. Elder Lan Wei seemed to genuinely admire Lin Qifeng. Throughout their interaction, he presented himself as a congenial individual, one who complimented everyone and avoided offending anyone, albeit with a somewhat clumsy affability. This was Chen Yan's impression of Elder Lan Wei. Through their casual conversation, Chen Yan learned that Elder Lan Wei's actual position at Qingshan Peak was that of the elder overseeing the preaching hall. Elder Lan, do you know a teacher by the name of Lu Li? Chen Yan inquired. Of course I know him. He is a commendable young man, and the disciples find great benefit from his teachings. However, Elder Lan Wei possède difficulté une fortune. This young man may lack a suitable sense of boundaries and distance in certain aspects. At over 40 years of age, he was still considered a youth among the long-lived practitioners of the cultivation world, and his journey had only just begun. This marks the first occasion on which Chen Yan has heard Lan Wei express a negative opinion about someone. When Master Lu was teaching at the outer courtyard, he was well liked by his disciples, Chen Yan remarked. Indeed, the same holds true for the inner sect. The disciples of Qingshan Peak also hold Master Lu in high regard for his teachings, Lan Wei replied in a neutral tone. It appears that this elder from Qingshan Peak harbors quite a strong opinion about his subordinate. Furthermore, Elder Lan Wei seems to have already provided insight into why he holds such a disfavor towards Lu Li, a lack of boundaries and distance. Chen Yan interpreted this as a commentary on the relationship between Lu Li and the rightful law elder of Qingshan Peak. Strictly speaking, the lecture hall should fall under the jurisdiction of Elder Su Wu, Fu Qian. Yet it is evident to anyone that Lu Li is a protege of the rightful law elder. This is bound to stir discontent among certain individuals. Nevertheless, under these circumstances, Lu Li managed to ascend from a mere instructor to the position of elder at the lecture hall, usurping Lan Wei's place, and eventually, decades later, became the Su Wu elder of Qingshan Peak. What transpired during this transformation? Chen Yan was intrigued, yet he understood that this was a matter beyond his comprehension. During the subsequent journey, there was little exchange between Chen Yan and Elder Lan Wei. He merely escorted the people of Qingshan Peak to their respective residences. After a few more words, Chen Yan intended to depart. Wait. At that moment, a voice as refreshing as a mountain stream echoed from behind him. Chen Yan recognized the owner of that voice immediately. Headmaster Chu, we meet again. He turned around, smiling as he bowed toward Chu Xiao. However, Chu Xiao did not respond. Her expression remained cold as she approached him. Follow me, the young woman clad in white commanded. Observing the figure that brushed past him, Chen Yan hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. He trailed behind Chu Xiao along the streets of the outer courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred, playfully tugging at the dark locks of the white-clad maiden, and even from 3 paces away, he could catch the cool fragrance wafting through her hair. It was not the cloying sweetness of cosmetics, but rather a refreshing, proud scent mingled with the chill of wintry winds. Chen Yan could not help but take a gentle sniff. What is the matter? Chu Xiao turned around and gazed at him. This was the first time Chen Yan had closely observed her beauty. He had long known she was lovely, yet he was unprepared for the depth of her captivating allure. Beneath lashes as thick as crow feathers lay a pair of eyes as unfathomable as an autumn pond, the depths shimmering with flecks of starlight, as though fragments of night had been embedded within. For reasons unknown, The image of Chen Yan suddenly surfaced in Chen Yan's mind, startling him back to the present. No. He chuckled softly. May I inquire what brings you to seek me, Headmaster Chu? Chu Xiao's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Was it Elder Lin who instructed you to inform me of Song Mingda's demise and to accompany me back to Qingshan Peak? No, Chen Yan the naive. I genuinely believed you to be merely an ordinary disciple of the outer court. I am just an ordinary disciple of the outer court. Yet you're a direct disciple of an elder. That came later. On the day I met Master Chu, I was not yet acquainted with my master. It was Elder Fu who brought me to him, and only then was I accepted as his disciple. So, it follows that Elder Lin recognized your talent? Perhaps. Or perhaps not. Chen Yan paused for a moment. It is also possible that he has ulterior motives. Chu Xiao halted her steps and turned her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? She inquired. I am well aware, but I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Master Chu. Chen Yan's eyes brimmed with seriousness and resolve. Chapter 20. The Buyout of Qingshan Peak. What do you wish to ask? Chu Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. What intelligence did Steward Song possess? Cannot disclose. Who was responsible for Steward Song's death? Cannot disclose. Was the cause of Steward Song's murder related to that intelligence? Cannot disclose. Did Steward Song embezzle spirit stones to protect the intelligence, thereby willingly going to the confinement facility? Cannot disclose. Will the developments of this matter impact the outer court, perhaps heralding an unprecedented calamity? Calamity? Something akin to a colossal black serpent shadow. At this, Chu Xiao's countenance changed dramatically. She quickly grasped that Chen Yan might be privy to many details he should not know. If his master were indeed Lin Qifeng, it was highly likely that Kongyuan Mountain had already intervened. Chen Yan, keenly observing the shift in Chu Xiao's expression, began to form further conjectures. What exactly do you know? Chu Xiao lowered her voice. Rather, it would be prudent for you, Sister Chu, to first reveal what you are aware of, Chen Yan responded. Chu Xiao's beautiful eyes, reminiscent of an autumn pool, seemed to ripple momentarily before swiftly regaining their tranquility, as if her emotions had finally settled. 3 months ago, the demon-suppressing stone sealing the remnants of the black flood dragon's soul in the Kaiyun Tower at Qingshan Peak vanished. The remnants of the black flood dragon's soul? That soul was once a formidable demon slain by the ancestor of Kaiyun during his travels in a treacherous land. Out of compassion for its arduous journey, the ancestor spared a fragment of its soul and brought it back to Qingshan Peak for suppression. After the ancestor's ascension, this fragment of the black flood dragon soul was relocated to the Kaiyun Tower, and even after 10 millennia, it still possesses combat prowess above the Unity Realm. Chu Xiao explained to Chen Yan in a calm tone. The realm of Unity is the foremost of the 3 upper realms, transcending the realms of Qi-Si, divine communication, and the realm of transformation. Practitioners of the realm of Unity, even within the esteemed sects of the 5 great sects of Chumping Continent, such as the Kongshan sect and the Xingtian Gate, are undeniably considered to possess formidable combat prowess. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon, suppressed within the Zayun Tower for nearly 10 millennia, has long since lost its consciousness. Nevertheless, the demonic aura it unconsciously emanates can still incite a catastrophic calamity within the outer core of the Kongshan sect in merely 7 breaths. Practitioners below the Martial Spring realm, when confronted with the oppressive aura released by the Black Dragon's remnant soul, may suffer from damaged meridians and shattered organs, or even face the dire fate of their souls being scattered to oblivion. Yet, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon in the realm of Unity was ultimately vanquished by a streak of purifying radiance from Qingshan Peak. Chen Yan recalled all these events vividly. Thus, Junior Sister Chu, were you seeking the demon-suppressing stone that seals the Black Dragon's remnant soul 2 months ago in the outer court? Chen Yan inquired. No, Chu Xiao shook her head. With my current capabilities, I'm not yet able to address this matter. As the current head of Qingshan Peak, I am merely at the Martial Spring level. How did you come to know of this? It is a matter known to only a select few, even at Qingshan Peak. The 4 Grand Elders, the Elder of the Zayun Tower, the Custodian of the Demon-Suppressing Stone, and myself, a disciple of the head of Qingshan, are the only ones privy to this information. Each individual aware of the situation is undoubtedly trustworthy. This implies that the individual before me may be connected to the one who stole the demon-suppressing stone. Chu Xiao's gaze towards Chen Yan grew increasingly vigilant. Do not regard me with such suspicion, Junior Sister Chu, Chen Yan replied with a smile. I merely had a dream. A vision of a day 2 years hence. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the martial arena adjacent to the outer court, where nearly 100 outer court disciples were gathered in preparation for the upcoming grand competition. On that fateful day, 2 years from now, a shadow of a black serpent will manifest over the martial arena, and within 7 breaths in total, nearly 10,000 outer court disciples will meet their demise. Chen Yan stated. Chu Xiao remained silent, for she understood all too well that such an event could very well transpire, with a considerable likelihood. The Kongshan sect harbors internal enemies, an unspoken truth acknowledged tacitly among the upper echelons of the sect. The demon-suppressing stone of the Black Dragon's remnant soul did not vanish into thin air. It was stolen. What then? Might the thief intend to do with the Black Dragon's remnant soul? This was a matter that Chu Xiao understood all too clearly. As for Chen Yan's so-called dream, she regarded it merely as information imparted by Kongyuan Mountain to him. What is it that you truly seek? She inquired of Chen Yan. Finally, the conversation could delve into the crux of the matter. Chen Yan mused himself, then shrugged and replied. My master once told me that you, Sister Chu, and the people of Qingshan Peak can meddle as you please, but he will not extend his assistance in any capacity. Is that true? Chu Xiao was not surprised, for she was already aware of the strained relationship between Elder Lin and Elder Fu. Furthermore, Qingshan Peak was indeed at fault regarding the matter of Songmingda. Ultimately, however, the course of action depended solely on my own judgment. Chen Yan continued, albeit entirely relying on my esteemed master. During these past 2 months, I have managed to forge some connections in the Outer Academy. Perhaps I might be of assistance to you. So what are your terms? Chu Xiao was also perceptive. Answer my question, she urged. Chen Yan smiled slightly. Chu Xiao gazed into Chen Yan's eyes, reminiscent of an autumn pool, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. What intelligence does the steward song possess? After a moment's hesitation, the girl in white decided to tentatively trust Chen Yan. 2 years prior, Elder Fu had promised to aid Songmingda in breaking through to the Qixi realm and, in the future, would reserve a position for him as a steward in the Shangong Hall of Qingshan Peak. Chu Xiao stated, let him exploit his official capacity to surveil the correspondence passing through Shangong Hall. The Qixi realm. Such a promise holds immense allure for a steward who has languished in the Outer Academy throughout his life, and who, should he continue down this path, might never achieve greater progress. Moreover, it is worth noting that Elder Fu has secured a steward position for him in Qingshan Peak. The status of an intersect steward is unparalleled, far exceeding that of an Outer Academy steward by even a fraction. In other words, if Chen Yan were to live 100 years in a single cycle, as his life neared its end, it would not matter if it were the solemn promise of Elder Suwu of Qingshan Peak or merely a casual instruction from an Outer Academy instructor or envoy, declaring that should he comply, assistance in breaking through to the Martial Spring realm would be granted. Chen Yan would undoubtedly brave the flames without hesitation. As death approaches, the instinct for survival is a fundamental aspect of humanity, and even cultivators are not exempt from this truth. Otherwise, Chen Yan would not have ventured alone to the Swordfall mountain range during the final months of his life, solely in pursuit of the elusive legacy of the Sword Immortal. Ultimately, however, it was but a futile endeavor. Chapter 21. The golden scales are not commonplace. Returning to the present, just moments ago, Chu Xiao revealed to him that it was Elder Fu Qian of Qingshan Peak who had personally bribed the Outer Academy steward, Songmingda, with the aim of having him monitor the correspondence that passed through his hands. This task was not particularly arduous for a steward of Shangong Hall, and the compensation promised by Fu Qian was exceedingly generous. The Qixi realm cultivation and a position as an intersect steward. Such terms left little room for refusal. And then, Chen Yan inquired. Songmingda began working for Elder Fu, initially transcribing letters and later undertaking various other tasks. What tasks? Organizing lists of individuals. Whose lists? Only Songmingda knew, for he had no direct means of communication with the superiors at Qingshan Peak. As a mere outer court steward, whose allegiance was bought solely by profit, he could betray them at any moment. Chu Xiao remarked, indeed, Elder Fu's promises to Songmingda may not be trustworthy, especially from those lurking in the shadows. Approximately 4 months prior, Songmingda claimed to have discovered something significant, yet lacked critical evidence. And then, he began to compile the list he had mentioned. Are you suggesting that the compilation of this list led to his demise? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. I do not know, Chu Xiao replied, shaking her head. By the time we sought to uncover the truth, it was already too late. Song Mingda met a tragic end in the confines of the Outer Court's detention facility. Are you implying that the list compiled by Steward Song is connected to the loss of the demon suppression stone? Chen Yan inquired further. There is indeed that possibility. Zhu Xiao Ansua. As Song Mingda delved deeper into his investigations, he uncovered unsettling truths that sent chills down his spine and instilled a sense of panic within him. He realized that if he continued on this path, he would certainly meet his demise. Thus, unable to reach out to his superiors, he chose to exhaust the spiritual stones in the communal account to attract the attention of Qing Chan Peak. In fact, he succeeded in doing so. One fateful night, Chu Xiao came to the outer court in search of Song Mingda, but alas, it was too late. I will assist you, but under one condition, Chen Yan stated. What condition? Chu Xiao asked. My help is solely for you, not for Elder Fu. Therefore, until the truth is revealed, do not speak of this to anyone. Upon hearing Chen Yan's stipulation, the white-clad girl hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, I agree. Subsequently, Chu Xiao made her way back to the villa where Qing Chan Peak resided in the outer court. To Chen Yan, at this moment, Chu Xiao was the only person on Qing Chan Peak worthy of his trust. In the previous cycle, after witnessing Steward Song's lifeless body, he had been intercepted by a man with a soft voice, only to be saved by Chu Xiao, who attempted to protect the very person she had dragged into danger. Though she failed, the look of compassion and guilt in her eyes before her demise was unmistakable. Chen Yan sought to prevent the catastrophe set to unfold 2 years hence. For he yearned to answer a singular question. Can fate truly be altered? Chen Yan remained uncertain, for the nature of destiny is enigmatic. The sounds of the training grounds echoed with life, bustling and vibrant. The young disciples of the outer court exhibit great enthusiasm for the upcoming grand competition, harboring deep admiration for the inner sect elders and disciples. There is not a single young outer court disciple who does not aspire to enter the inner sanctum one day. However, those who are slightly older, particularly the disciples who have reached the martial spring realm, possess a far clearer understanding of their circumstances. They are acutely aware that unless they encounter extraordinary fortune, the prospect of breaking through to the Qi-Si realm is virtually non-existent. Within the inner sect, a martial spring cultivator can at best serve as a disciple counselor, whose treatment is not significantly different from that of ordinary disciples, save for the added responsibilities they must shoulder. In contrast, in the outer court, martial spring cultivators are far more esteemed, eligible for nearly all positions available. Although the benefits afforded to ordinary inner sect disciples surpass those of the outer court, they pale in comparison to the privileges enjoyed by the outer court stewards. This disparity often prompts disciples of the inner sect, particularly those above the martial spring realm, to seek positions within the outer court to gain access to superior cultivation resources. However, such opportunities are not available to just any inner disciple. One must possess connections to do so. For instance, the most significant connection in the outer court currently is Lin Shifeng, the direct disciple of the sect leader, Yunyi Chen. After more than 20 cycles, Chen Yan finally discerned the catalyst for the impending calamity that would soon befall the outer court in 2 years. Time is of the essence. Within the next 2 years, he must retrieve the demon-suppressing stone that seals the remnants of the Black Dragon's soul, lest the greatest catastrophe the Kongshan sect's outer court has faced in a millennium come to fruition. Yet what if he fails? Will he have to attempt to save it once more in the next cycle? As he gazes at the bustling outer court disciples preparing for the grand competition in the martial arts arena, Chen Yan finds himself momentarily lost in thought. In a daze, he catches sight of a familiar figure before the arena. Unlike her previous playful and lively demeanor, she now exudes a more composed aura, though her beauty remains captivating. It is Cheng Zi. Suddenly, Chen Yan feels a gentle tap on his shoulder. Brother Chen, a youth clad in the outer court disciple's robe, adorned with distinctive patterns at the cuffs and a jade token at his waist, has appeared beside him, though he is unsure when he arrived. It is Sun Lu, a disciple of the Spirit Plant Workshop steward. Who is that? Sun Lu follows Chen Yan's gaze and notices the young lady standing before the martial arts arena. Counselor Cheng? Chen Yan's brows twitch slightly. Of course, Counselor Cheng is a prominent figure among the younger generation of outer court disciples. The stewards and officiants of the martial arts arena hold her in high regard, and there have even been thoughts of taking her as a disciple, Sun Lu replies. The consular disciples are the chosen elite among the ordinary disciples, often described unflatteringly as mere servants to the higher echelons of the sect. Nevertheless, Becoming a consular disciple signifies greater visibility before the sect's leadership, and should opportunities for advancement or other benefits arise, these disciples will be prioritized. Why then did the steward at the training grounds ultimately not take her as a disciple? Chen Yan inquired. Sun Lu merely smiled slightly and bowed towards Chen Yan, stating, "The golden dragon is not a creature of the pond, for it is widely acknowledged that Consul Cheng is destined for the inner sanctum. Much like elders Lin and you, Brother Chen, will inevitably return to Kanyuan Mountain." Chapter 22. The External Academy's Grand Competition. Chen Yan did not respond to Sun Lu's flattery. Firstly, he was not particularly eager to become a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain, and secondly, Lin Qifeng had been expelled from Kanyuan Mountain by Yunichen. To return to Kanyuan Mountain, he must first compel Lin Qifeng to acknowledge his mistakes, yet based on their recent interactions, persuading the stubborn old man to bow his head would prove no simple task. Brother Chen and Consul Cheng are both prodigies of our external academy and ought to greet one another, Sun Lu remarked, and before Chen Yan could interject, he took the liberty of calling out to Cheng Xing, who stood before the training grounds. Consul Cheng, Consul Cheng. Cheng Xing lifted her gaze, directing her attention towards Chen Yan and Sun Lu, her glance fleetingly brushing over Chen Yan. "Please come over, Consul Cheng." Sun Lu continued to call out. From Cheng Xing's body language, clear signs of refusal were evident, yet she had no choice. As she stood before the esteemed disciple of the External Academy elder and the apprentice of the steward of the Spirit Herb Workshop. The External Academy's grand competition is about to commence. Indeed, it has been quite arduous for you disciples serving at the training grounds. Consul Cheng, Sun Lu greeted her amiably, then turned to Chen Yan, saying, "Consul Cheng may be familiar with this esteemed individual, who is the cherished disciple of our External Academy elder, Brother Chen Yan." Cheng Xing's gaze lingered on Chen Yan for a brief moment, yet it merely swept past him. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Chen Yan felt particularly perplexed. For today, Cheng Xing's demeanor towards him was even more frigid than when Lin Qifeng had sent her to convey messages to him. Amidst this palpable awkwardness, it was Sun Lu, oblivious to their past, who felt the most restless and uneasy. Yet, being a perceptive individual, Sun Lu quickly deduced that the relationship between the two was likely not as unfamiliar as he had presumed, and there might even be some undisclosed entanglement between them. Suddenly recalling that his master had instructed him to check on the growth of the spiritual rice planted in the back mountains' spiritual fields, he said, "I must take my leave now, esteemed ones," and without granting Cheng Xing and Chen Yan a chance to respond, Sun Lu promptly made his exit. This has turned into a complete mess. As for Chen Yan, I shall find a way to offer him more spiritual plants as compensation. Sun Lu contemplated to himself. Only Chen Yan and Cheng Xing remained awkwardly in place. "Senior Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Ultimately, it was Cheng Xing who broke the silence. "I wish to present this to you," Chen Yan said, retrieving a wooden box from his pocket, within which lay a pristine ice soul herb. Initially, he intended to address her as Xing, as he had done previously, but given the current state of their relationship, he could not bring himself to utter it. Cheng Xing did not reach for the box. She merely gazed coldly at the offering, a seemingly playful smile creeping onto her lips. "Is it because the inner sect senior sister looks down upon this item?" "What?" Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Senior Brother Chen, please take this back. I have no need for it." With that, Cheng Xing turned away, not granting Chen Yan the opportunity to respond, and began to walk back toward the martial arts arena. What a mess, this inner sect senior sister. Suddenly, Chen Yan recalled the recent conversation he had with Chu Xiao regarding the demon suppression stone nearby. Although there were many disciples in the outer sect, they all donned the same uniform, making the sight of Chu Xiao in her white attire particularly striking, not to mention her ethereal beauty. Did Cheng Xing see all that? What is this reaction about? Is she jealous? Chen Yan could not help but entertain this suspicion. Though he dared not be certain, their lack of interaction over the past few years made it seem overly self-involved to assume she was envious on his account. He retracted the ice soul herb from his grasp and sighed. Chen Yan had long sought an opportunity to gift Cheng Xing a few qi gathering pills and ice soul herbs, not for any ulterior motive, but simply out of a sincere hope that she could soon advance to the martial spring realm, thus escaping the fate of perishing in the outer sect as calamities. 3 days later, at the outer sect's martial arts arena, the atmosphere was vibrant with voices. 8 circular stone platforms made of azure bricks were strategically placed in the arena, each engraved with the characters for A, B, C, D, and the elements of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. These platforms were to serve as the arenas for the disciples' impending contests. In front of the platforms, some youthful new disciples clutched basic sword manuals or other simple techniques, striving to engrave every movement and detail into their minds. Others, more seasoned and slightly older outer sect disciples, had discreetly concealed qi gathering pills in their sleeves, preparing for the possibility of exhaustion during the matches. Chen Yan, come, called Lin Qifeng from the elevated observation area, surveying the arena's entirety and beckoning Chen Yan to join him. Below Lin Qifeng sat elders and disciples from the various peaks of the 3 mountains and 4 summits. The disciples are here. Chen Yan approached Lin Qifeng's side and inquired, "Which group have you been assigned to?" "Group Xian," Lin Qifeng replied. "Very well, Group Xian." Lin Qifeng gently closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating the formidable talents that Group Xian might possess for the upcoming outer courtyard competition. However, he soon shook his head and opened his eyes again. Only those at the body refinement stage. What formidable talents could there possibly be? Chen Yan remained silent, for he harbored the same thoughts. At this moment, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Having broken through just 2 days prior to become a genuine martial artist at the Qi Spring stage, refining the body to gather energy. When the energy flows, it becomes a spring. This is a fragment of the foundational heart method of the Kongshan sect, known as the Kongshan technique. As he felt the genuine energy continuously flowing from his qi spring into his meridians, Chen Yan experienced an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. He finally understood why Lu Li had once effortlessly killed him from several dozen meters away with a single strike of the Kongshan finger. Now, Chen Yan possessed the confidence to also employ the Kongshan finger to eliminate any qi gathering stage practitioner on the observation platform before him from a distance. However, during the outer courtyard competition, he still had to suppress his cultivation to the pinnacle level of the body refinement stage for the contest. The outer courtyard competition differed from the inner sect competition, being divided solely into the body refinement group and the qi gathering group. In contrast, the inner sect competition, also referred to as the sect competition, encompassed not only the body refinement and qi gathering groups, but also included the qi spring and sea of energy segments. The reason the inner sect competition is also referred to as the sect competition is that outer courtyard disciples can freely register to participate, though it is rare for them to do so, as who would willingly subject themselves to humiliation. Chapter 23. The Contest for Supremacy. Before the outer courtyard competition officially commenced, there was a preliminary event to savor. This was a fixed segment of the annual outer sect competition. Whoosh! A figure soared through the air, landing squarely in the center of the Tianzi platform, where a tall and striking outer courtyard disciple leaped onto the stage. The sword he wielded was, astonishingly, a spiritual weapon. From below the platform, a disciple exclaimed in shock. Spiritual weapons, magical artifacts, celestial instruments. These denote the hierarchical classification of various treasures within this realm. The falling star sword wielded by the foremost sword cultivator of Qinyu continent, Su Hongjin, 7,000 years ago, was a celestial instrument and his life as treasure. Indeed, upon reviewing the historical documents of Qinyu continent, the number of celestial instruments that have emerged is scarcely in the double digits. Currently, the prized possession of the Kongshan sect is a top-grade 7th-tier magical artifact known as the Hanyu Bell. This treasured artifact ensures that even if the Kongshan sect were to face a succession crisis, with not a single practitioner of the upper 3 realms remaining, anyone contemplating an invasion would be compelled to weigh the formidable weight of the Hanyu Bell in their heart. It is said that beyond celestial instruments, even higher-tier treasures exist, referred to as Dao instruments, but these remain mere legends. The disciple on the platform, wielding the spiritual sword, although merely a low-grade 2nd-tier spiritual weapon, was not a treasure easily obtained by an ordinary disciple. Even the inner disciples must rely on fortune to acquire a spiritual artifact. Ascending to the heavenly arena, the disciple exuded an air of confidence as he bowed to the spectators below and on the viewing platform. I am Su Yin, the champion of the previous external competition, and I humbly seek your guidance. Each year, prior to the commencement of the external competition, there exists a segment where the champion of the previous contest is challenged. Should the former champion achieve a flawless victory of 7 matches, he may challenge the current champion following the conclusion of this year's competition. A subsequent triumph would designate him as the new external champion. Attaining this esteemed title grants one access to cultivation resources and spiritual stone salaries comparable to those of the external sect stewards. Conversely, if the challenger succeeds, he inherits the rights of the former champion. As the challenger, if he secures another 7 victories, he earns the right to challenge the current champion. Regardless of the outcome, the current champion cannot ascend to the status of external champion. Should he fall to the former champion, he would forfeit his opportunity to contest for the title in the next competition. I shall take my turn. From below the arena, a disciple leapt high and landed on the stage. Xianxia regarded the newcomer with scrutiny before bowing in return. He lifted the spiritual sword embedded in the platform and sheathed it at his waist, placing it at the edge of the arena. The external competition strictly prohibits the use of any magical artifacts, talismans, or medicinal pills. Nonetheless, some cunning disciples may discreetly conceal vitality replenishing pills, such as qi gathering pills, on their persons. However, being discovered would lead to immediate disqualification. The Kongshan sect, one of the 5 great sects of Chunping Prefecture, is a distinguished and reputable establishment. Maintaining dignity is paramount. Although the elders instruct disciples to face challenges or dangers without fear of embarrassment, urging them to flee if they cannot win, or resort to cunning strategies, such behavior is unacceptable on the competition stage as it tarnishes one's grace. Bao, the envoy of the scripture repository of the external sect. I hope for your guidance, esteemed champion. The disciple who ascended later proclaimed. Please, Xianxia replied, stepping back to allow Li Bao to strike first. As the reigning champion, Xianxia possessed ample confidence. Although Chen Yan had remained dormant, oblivious to worldly affairs, he had heard of Xianxia's name in previous cycles. A century of history above and below reveals that Xianxia is the sole external champion of the Kongshan sect. By the time Chen Yan turned 40, Xianxia had already assumed the role of external supervisor. He later advanced to Yuanhua Mountain, and by Chen Yan's centenary, Xianxia had become a steward of the law enforcement hall at Yuanhua Mountain. Indeed, in the prior cycle, Xianxia first achieved a flawless record of 7 victories and subsequently defeated the champion of this year's external competition, thereby becoming the external champion himself. Thus, the contest between him and Li Bao is unlikely to hold any suspense. Both Xianxia and Li Bao are at the qi gathering stage. But when it comes to the robustness of their true energy, Xianxia undoubtedly holds the upper hand. In a prolonged engagement, Li Bao would surely be at a disadvantage. Aware of this fact, Li Bao exerted himself from the very beginning, launching an assault towards Xianxia. He advanced swiftly, striking out with a palm enveloped in true energy, aimed directly at Xianxia's chest. It was not an intricate technique, but rather a straightforward and forceful strike. Naturally, Xianxia would not meet this blow head-on. He swiftly sidestepped in an attempt to evade. However, Li Bao responded with a reverse grip, continuing to strike towards Xianxia's chest. With his center of gravity shifted, Xianxia found himself unable to dodge again and had to take the hit. He raised his elbow to block Li Bao's powerful strike, feeling the true energy surge into his bones, causing a slight disturbance in his meridians. Yet Xianxia quickly regained his composure, driving a knee into Li Bao's abdomen, prompting Li Bao to retreat hastily. In that moment of opportunity, Xianxia extended 2 fingers, pointing towards Li Bao's body. The empty mountain finger. A stream of true energy struck directly at Li Bao's chest, causing him to lose his balance completely and stumble towards the edge of the arena. Li Bao clutched his chest, a look of pain etched on his face as he glanced up at Xianxia, then waved his hand in surrender. Concede. Xianxia offered a respectful bow towards Li Bao, yet a keen observer might notice that his forearm, which had just blocked Li Bao's strike, trembled slightly. Nevertheless, it was still a one-sided domination. Soon after, a series of challengers stepped up, eager to face the reigning champion of the previous tournament. One by one, they fell to Xianxia, including the most resilient challenger, who, despite a fractured left leg, fought valiantly for over 10 rounds until he collapsed, unable to rise. It was only then that the overseer of the arena intervened to declare Xianxia the victor, standing tall on the stage with a record of 7 consecutive victories. Xianxia appeared somewhat pale. Following this, he bowed to the spectators below and those in the observation area before descending from the platform. As the crowd parted to make way for him, "What do you think of this individual?" Lin Qifeng inquired of Chen Yan. The disciple believes this person possesses a solid foundation, profound true energy, and extensive combat experience, as evidenced by his varied techniques, Chen Yan replied. Indeed. Lin Qifeng nodded, though it was unclear whether he was affirming Chen Yan's assessment or expressing admiration for Xianxia. This young man might even progress through several rounds in the inter-sect competition, provided fortune smiles upon him. The champions of the inter-sect competition are invariably the true prodigies of the sect. Chen Yan, pay close attention, Lin Qifeng remarked. Upon reaching the realm of qi manipulation, it is imperative that one demonstrate superiority by besting disciples of equal caliber. Failure to do so would be a source of embarrassment for the master. Indeed, Chen Yan nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. A single round suffices. 7 victories unblemished. Although merely a contest among those at the qi manipulation stage, the spectacle was nonetheless exhilarating. It marked the first time in over a decade that a previous champion had achieved an unblemished record of 7 victories in the arena. The last occasion such a feat was accomplished, it was said to date back 18 years. Yet, that champion, while securing a flawless victory, bore hidden injuries and ultimately succumbed in the final battle against the reigning champion. The disciple, who was a mere step away from becoming the outer sect champion, is now the steward of the martial arena, Xianxia. At just over 40, Xianxia is highly regarded within the sect, and his ascension to the inner sanctum is merely a matter of time. Tragically, however, Xianxia would meet his demise in the calamity that befell the outer sect 2 years later. Now he sits upon the observation platform, gazing intently at Su Outyen as he departs the arena. No one knows what thoughts occupy his mind at this moment. Zong, the resounding bell echoes across the outer sect, signaling the official commencement of the grand tournament. The competition begins with the disciples of the body refinement stage. 8 platforms, A, B, C, D, and the cosmic elements of heaven and earth engage in simultaneous contests. Only after the conclusion of 4 rounds will the 16 strongest competitors converge upon a single platform. Under the scrutiny of all present, Chen Yan is slated for the 4th match of the Xian group, facing an unremarkable disciple at the late stage of body refinement. However, the identity of his opponent is inconsequential to Chen Yan. Despite suppressing his own realm to that of body refinement, Chen Yan, whose true cultivation resides in the martial spring realm, will deliver a dimensional strike against those at the qi manipulation stage. The disparity in physical strength and mastery of true energy is simply incomparable. In terms of sheer spectacle, the duels among body refinement practitioners are often more captivating than those of their qi manipulation counterparts. The visceral impact of their exchanges is far more engaging than the half-hearted techniques employed by qi manipulation disciples. The initial match held little intrigue until the commencement of the 3rd bout in the Xian group, which captivated the attention of nearly all present in the martial arena. A towering figure, standing 9 feet tall, clad in robust attire, and wielding a massive axe, dominates the platform. The sinewy muscles of his exposed arms glisten in the sunlight, instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers. Opposite him stands a disciple armed with a fine steel sword, which, in comparison, appears as delicate as a sewing needle. Goodness! On the observation platform, Elder Lanwei of the Qingchan Peak shakes his head repeatedly, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips. This contest showcases an extraordinary disparity in skill. For battles among body refinement practitioners are ultimately grounded in physical prowess, with true energy serving as a supplementary force. Even before the match begins, the outcome seems all but predetermined. Clang! The sound of the gong resonated, heralding the commencement of the contest. If I were that fellow opposite, I would surrender the moment the gong sounded. What is there to fight for, after all? Spectators below the stage exchanged sardonic remarks. If you were to face the disciple wielding a colossal axe, how confident would you be in defeating him? Lin Qifeng inquired of Chen Yan. Chen Yan remained silent, merely raising 3 fingers. 3 out of 10? Lin Qifeng frowned, seemingly displeased with Chen Yan's response. Within 3 rounds, I shall assuredly defeat him, Chen Yan stated calmly. Lin Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a lad! You boast even better than I did in my youth. Perhaps it was merely Chen Yan's perception, but he felt that Lin Qifeng's appreciation for him had noticeably increased. The gaze returned to the arena, in stark contrast to the robust man. The disciple with the sword stood opposite him, evidently more restrained and cautious. His hesitation played directly into the hands of the muscular opponent. The giant spun and swung his massive axe, swiftly closing the distance to the sword-wielding disciple, the wind from the axe even stirring leaves from 3 zhang away. Mountain-cleaving strike. The axe descended with tremendous force, aimed directly at the sword disciple, leaving no time for evasion. He could only raise his sword to defend. Sparks flew as a crisp sound echoed, and the steel sword in the disciple's hand was cleaved in two by the axe's edge. The momentum of the axe did not dwindle as it continued its descent upon the sword disciple. The disciple's robe was torn apart by the wind of the axe before it even struck him. In the next instant, the axe landed upon the disciple. Clang! Sparks erupted as the axe struck the disciple's chest, then rebounded. Yet it merely left a white mark on the skin of his chest. No one was surprised by this, for the physical strength of a practitioner at the late stage of body refinement far surpasses that of ordinary steel weapons. This is precisely why it was previously mentioned that any practitioner at the late stage of body refinement is not someone a mere martial artist could contend with. After the axe was deflected, the burly man deftly turned the axe handle, swinging it like a baseball bat. Thud! The sword disciple was sent flying, crashing into the crowd, watching from below. The outcome was clear. He finished it in 2 rounds, Lin Chifeng remarked, casting a playful glance at Chen Yan behind him. You? 3 rounds? Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. In 1 round, I shall defeat my opponent. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of the body refinement liquid you procured for me from the Dan Hall of Kanyuan Mountain. You know that securing the body refinement liquid and the qi-regulating pills for my senior brother requires me to owe you a favor, don't you? Lin Chifeng said, seemingly amused by the situation. It is your turn. Hurry and face the challenge. Do not bring shame upon me. Chen Yan clasped his hands in salute and then descended from the observation platform, making his way toward the Xianxia arena. In the forthcoming duel, Chen Yan, the direct disciple of Elder Lin Chifeng from the Outer Academy, was set to battle Zhao Wei, a disciple from the same Outer Academy. As the announcer proclaimed the names of the competitors, a wave of astonishment rippled through the martial arena. Is that young man truly Elder Lin's direct disciple? He certainly possesses a handsome visage. Yet, what good is good looks if he is merely at the body refinement stage? Indeed, one cannot fathom why Elder Lin would take a 17-year-old still at the body refinement stage as his direct disciple when there are countless others in the Outer Academy with superior talent, not to mention those in the inner sect. The murmurs of the crowd pierced Chen Yan's ears, akin to the incessant buzzing of flies. However, he paid them no mind. With measured steps, Chen Yan ascended the platform, facing his opponent, Zhao Wei, who was of similar age and possessed a fair complexion. Please enlighten me, Zhao Wei said, bowing respectfully toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan remained silent, returning the gesture with a slight bow. Clang! The sound of a gong reverberated. With a powerful push off the ground, Zhao Wei lunged toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan stood still, seemingly exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Zhao Wei, without a hint of doubt, swung his arm, delivering a heavy right hook aimed at Chen Yan's temple. Bang! However, before Zhao Wei's fist could make contact, it was met by Chen Yan as a suddenly raised fist, striking him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. I concede, Chen Yan remarked coolly. The arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 25, The Arena. A complete domination. This could be deemed the most decisive display of prowess in this year's Outer Academy competition thus far. One could easily miss the unfolding events if momentarily distracted. Chen Yan emerged victorious. Even the officiating disciple appeared momentarily stunned before announcing the outcome of the duel. Chen Yan walked down from the platform, and the murmurs among the crowd underwent a dramatic transformation. Truly, he is worthy of being a direct disciple of the Elder. Perhaps even the body refinement disciples of the inner sect would struggle to achieve such a feat. While it is true that Brother Chen, at 17, is still merely a body refinement cultivator who can dismiss the possibility of his later blooming talent. Moreover, is reaching the pinnacle of body refinement at 17 truly lacking? A slower cultivation pace in the early stages may arise from various factors. Exaggerated praises began to permeate the crowd. Yet, Chen Yan remained unfazed, for he understood that had he lost, these compliments would swiftly morph into mockery and insults. Who does not relish witnessing the downfall of such esteemed figures as the Elder's direct disciple? The essence of humanity revels in schadenfreude. Indeed, one does not hesitate to indulge in flattery when in a position of power. This was a principle Chen Yan had grasped long before he traversed into this realm of cultivation. After triumphing over the external disciple Zhao Wei, he strolled towards the observation platform. As he passed by Elder Lan Wei, he smiled and offered a slight nod, exuding an air of nonchalance. Elder Lan Wei had undoubtedly witnessed Chen Yan's recent match, yet chose to remain silent. There was little to articulate, for in the eyes of the inner sect elders, defeating an ordinary external disciple of the same realm with a single strike was an expectation for any inner disciple. Conversely, Chen Yan's master, Lin Qifeng, appeared somewhat taken aback by his pupil's performance. Lin Qifeng had never invested any significant effort into Chen Yan. His decision to take him on as a disciple was purely a whimsical coincidence. Lin Qifeng merely required Chen Yan to serve as a conduit for communication and to maintain a semblance of dignity when necessary. Yet, Chen Yan's display had evidently surpassed Lin Qifeng's expectations. To him, Chen Yan was merely an ordinary external disciple with mediocre talent, even slightly below average. Despite the prolonged influence of body refinement elixirs, such an extraordinary advancement seemed implausible. How did you achieve this? Lin Qifeng inquired upon Chen Yan's return to his side. The disciple feigned ignorance regarding what his master referred to and bowed respectfully. Lin Qifeng merely scoffed disdainfully, choosing not to pursue the matter any further. He was aware that Chen Yan was playing the fool, but Lin Qifeng held little regard for exposing such trivial ruses. The external disciples' grand competition continued unabated. The first round of the Xian group comprised a total of 16 matches featuring 32 contestants. Upon its conclusion, the draw for the second round was set to commence. Chen Yan was slated to face Li Fu in the third match of the second round. The announcement of this pairing sent ripples of astonishment throughout the arena. Li Fu, the burly man wielding a massive axe, was regarded as a formidable presence within the Xian group, just like Chen Yan, and both were already presumed to be the only two disciples capable of advancing to the top 16. However, it was utterly unexpected that Chen Yan and Li Fu would encounter each other in the second round, signifying that one of them would inevitably face elimination. The revelation sparked fervent excitement, particularly in the southeast corner of the observation platform. "Let the betting commence," called out a rather unscrupulous disciple weaving through the crowd. He was missing a thumb, severed years ago due to being caught cheating in a gambling den. Since then, he had vowed never to gamble again. Yet the outcome had been quite the opposite. Lin Qifeng's cherished disciple, Chen Yan, is set to duel the axe wielder Li Fu. Place your bets. Currently, Chen Yan's odds stand at 3-1, while Li Fu's are at 1.4. Dogs cannot change their nature, and neither can gamblers. How could the odds for Brother Chen be so high? It can only be said that the majority still favor Li Fu. Is it madness? Brother Chen is a direct disciple of Elder Lin. Surely he possesses some hidden cards. What can Li Fu use to contend with Brother Chen? Perhaps Chen Yan's victory in the first round was due to a stroke of luck and the weakness of his opponent. But the visual impact Li Fu brings is undeniably substantial, making it quite reasonable for most to support him. You must be joking. How could that rough fellow possibly be a match for Brother Chen? My friend, how much did you wager? 15 spirit stones, all on Brother Chen. What of it? No wonder you are so devoted to Chen Yan, constantly referring to him as Brother Chen. If he truly wins the second round, won't you end up calling him father? How outrageous. Hey, stop fighting, stop. The southeastern corner of the viewing platform descended into chaos, prompting the disciplinary disciples to intervene and restore order. The competition was still underway, and it was soon time for Chen Yan to take the stage. At this moment, he awaited his turn beneath the platform, observing a fierce struggle between two outer court disciples that had reached a stalemate. This was a tug of war, and it might take a while before a victor emerged. The skills Brother Chen had just displayed were indeed astonishing. A familiar voice reached Chen Yan from behind. He turned slightly to see a smiling young man standing there. It was Sun Lu. "You flatter me," Chen Yan replied coolly. Just now, the viewing platform was buzzing with discussions about the match between Brother Chen and Li Fu. Sun Lu remarked, "I placed 50 spirit stones on Brother Chen. I hope he won let me lose everything. If he succeeds, I shall certainly reward him handsomely." Chen Yan did not respond immediately. "By the way, I have a question for you," Chen Yan said. "Please, Brother Chen, go ahead," Sun Lu replied. "I heard that a significant event occurred recently in the Chamber of Merit." Chen Yan stated. "Indeed, Brother Chen, I have some knowledge of the matter," Sun Lu responded. The death of Song Mingda was not widely publicized, even to this day. Most outer court disciples believe that Elder Song went down the mountain on official business and has yet to return. Currently, the Chamber of Merit is temporarily overseen by the original ceremony officer. What is the relationship between the ceremony officer of the Chamber of Merit and Elder Song? Chen Yan inquired. "I may not be well versed in the internal relationships of the Chamber of Merit," Sun Lu said, pausing for a moment. "However, my master has a decent relationship with Officer Zhao, and I am somewhat acquainted with him. What exactly does Brother Chen wish to know?" Chapter 26, still around. Just like the martial arts arena and the library, there are nearly 20 functional departments within the outer court. According to the information obtained by Chen Yan, Zhang Fuyue, the steward of the Lingji workshop, and Zhao Yishan, the officiant of the Shangong Hall, both hail from the Rocky County of the southern region of the Qingke Kingdom. As fellow townsmen, the two have been looking out for one another since they both entered the Kongshan sect. In fact, Zhao Yishan's temporary assumption of the steward position at Shangong Hall was a result of Zhang Fue's strong recommendation to the elders and supervisors of the outer court. I seek to clarify a matter, Chen Yan expressed. I wish to know how the belongings of Steward Song were handled. Upon hearing this, Sun Lu's expression shifted slightly. He lowered his voice, ensuring no one was eavesdropping on their conversation, and finally spoke. Why does senior brother Chen wish to know this? It's best not to pry. Simply tell me how much you know. Chen Yan replied. As for specifics, I am unaware, for Uncle Zhao has been quite reticent regarding Steward Song's affairs. All I know is that there seems to be a shadow of the Qingchan Peak behind this matter. This revelation was anticipated by Chen Yan. It appeared that the individuals from Qingchan Peak had discovered nothing. What was the nature of the relationship between Steward Song and officiant Zhao? Chen Yan inquired further. To my knowledge, it was merely an ordinary fellow-disciple relationship, Sun Lu answered. It seemed the bond was not deep, making it likely that Zhao Yishan was unaware of Song Mingda's matters. Is there anyone who had a close relationship with Steward Song? Chen Yan asked again. Regarding that, I truly do not know. Sun Lu shook his head. This answer was expected. When you have the time, please assist me in investigating individuals closely associated with Steward Song. Remember, this matter must remain confidential, Chen Yan instructed. I understand. I shall take my leave then. I wish senior brother Chen the best of luck in the competition, Sun Lu said as he departed. Chen Yan felt no concern that Sun Lu would divulge his instructions, for he was indeed reliant on both Sun Lu and his master. Zhang Fuyue was currently at the late stage of the martial spring realm and was still young, not yet 60. Given his innate talent and the resources of the Lingji workshop, it was merely a matter of time before Zhang Fuyue broke through to the Qixi realm. He was eyeing the position of elder in the outer court. Eventually, Lin Qifeng would vacate the outer court, even if he did not return to Kongyuan Mountain. He would likely serve as a guest or in another capacity at different peaks. If no intersect cultivator were to be appointed to the outer court, Lin Qifeng's opinions would carry significant weight in selecting the next elder. This also underpinned the reasons why both Zhang Fuyue and Sun Lu endeavored to curry favor with Chen Yan. Thus, Sun Lu would never engage in actions that might offend. Bang! A resounding noise erupted from the arena, followed by a wave of murmurs from the crowd. The second match of the second round in the Xian group had finally concluded, just as both participants were nearing exhaustion. One disciple landed a punch squarely on the temple of the other, causing him to collapse. At last, it was over. It is truly remarkable. Before the much-anticipated match commences, there are always those who cannot discern their place and cling on stubbornly. Such murmurs resonate among the spectators gathered beneath the arena. The centerpiece of the second round of the Xian group is finally upon us, featuring the confrontation between Chen Yan and Li Fu. Across the arena, Chen Yan gazes at the imposing figure of a 9-foot giant standing before him, the menacing giant axe resting ominously by his side. Even for a practitioner at the Qi consolidation stage, wielding that colossal axe weighing several thousand pounds would be an arduous task without the aid of true energy. Opposite on the platform, Li Fu fixes his gaze squarely on Chen Yan, who stands resolutely across from him. The elder disciple Lin Qifeng, a direct disciple of the external academy, announces the names of Chen Yan and the burly man with great formality. Subsequently, the two contenders ascend the stage from opposite ends. "Chen, my brother," the giant exclaims as he steps onto the platform, his eyes locked onto Chen Yan, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. The manner of address is equally scornful. As a direct disciple of the elder, it is customary for ordinary peers to refer to him as senior brother. Yet Li Fu does not adhere to this convention. He possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding Chen Yan's existence, having remained obscure and nameless until recently. He suddenly emerged as the esteemed disciple of Elder Lin Qifeng over 2 months ago. This can only be attributed to two explanations. Either he possesses an extraordinary talent that has caught Elder Lin's attention, or he has merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Li Fu leans towards the latter. Li Fu has long harbored a grudge against Chen Yan, particularly after the latter overshadowed him during the first round of the grand competition, which only fueled his ire. He is resolute in his determination to extinguish this little brat's arrogance and make Chen Yan understand that without his master, he is nothing. "I have heard you have been a disciple of our Kongshan sect for a decade, 2 years less than I. Thus, you ought to refer to me as senior brother. Li Fu boasts arrogantly. Those who excel are prioritized. This has been a rule since ancient times. Chen Yan replies calmly. Then you should address me as Li Senior Brother. Li Fu sneers dismissively. 3 exchanges, Chen Yan states. 3 exchanges? I assure my master that should we meet in the competition, I will defeat you in 3 exchanges. Li Fu retorts, clearly unimpressed. Now I have changed my mind, Chen Yan declares, raising a single finger. In 1 move, I will bring you down. 1 move? Li Fu bursts into laughter, the muscles on his exposed body appearing even more menacing. What if you fail? Then I shall leave my sect, Chen Yan responds nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd beneath the arena erupts in astonishment. To make such a vow in front of so many disciples is a commitment that cannot be broken. Once uttered, not even Lin Qifeng, nor the sect leader Yuni Chen, could allow him to remain unpunished. Yet, Li Fu's expression suddenly shifted, growing increasingly grave. Something was amiss. Profoundly so. If Chen Yan had merely uttered some harsh words, Li Fu would have dismissed them without a second thought. However, the weight of such an oath compelled a sense of unease to stir within him. What gave Chen Yan the audacity to make such bold proclamations? Are you prepared? Just as Li Fu's mind was clouded with doubt and suspicion, Chen Yan posed this question. Bring it on. Li Fu tightened his grip on the axe handle, adopting a stance of utmost determination. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yan propelled himself off the ground, swiftly closing the distance towards Li Fu. In less than a breath's time, he had traversed several meters, appearing right before Li Fu. Without hesitation, he unleashed a whip-like kick aimed at Li Fu's abdomen. Li Fu reacted promptly, raising his axe to defend himself. This massive axe, with a solid handle forged from dark iron, was no ordinary weapon. Yet, when Chen Yan's kick landed, Li Fu's axe handle bent and contorted as if it were but a strand of noodle, utterly incapable of withstanding Chen Yan's onslaught. In an instant, Chen Yan's penetrating force surged through the axe handle and into Li Fu's robust frame. Li Fu was propelled through the air like a boulder cast from a catapult, landing several dozen meters away from the arena. Only then did Chen Yan's foot touch the ground. A single strike, and it was over. Chapter 27, The Appointment. A profound silence enveloped the arena. What was anticipated to be a clash of titans turned into an unanticipated display of one-sided dominance, leaving the audience in awe. Moreover, Chen Yan's assault was even more ferocious than in the previous round. As he had proclaimed, he effortlessly defeated Li Fu with a singular move. The spectators, both ordinary disciples and esteemed inner sect elders, along with disciples from various peaks and gatekeepers, were all profoundly shaken. Could they have bested Li Fu with such ease at their own foundational levels? Among the inner sect cultivators present, scarcely anyone dared to claim absolute certainty of victory, save for one individual, Xianxia, the foremost disciple of Qingshan Peak. At merely 17, she had already attained mid-stage martial prowess and was on the cusp of breaking into the Qi realm before the age of 20. She was, without a doubt, the pride of the Kongshan sect. Yet, in comparing Chen Yan to Xianxia, one could not help but bestow praise upon Chen Yan. Lin Qifeng's discernment proved astute. He had indeed found an exceptionally gifted disciple. This sentiment resonated among the inner sect elders gathered. However, at this moment, the most bewildered person in attendance was Lin Qifeng himself. What on earth was happening with this young man? As Chen Yan descended from the arena and sauntered towards the observation platform, the crowd, unlike the first round, did not continue to sing his praises, but instead regarded him with the awe reserved for a creature of legend. It seemed that the victor of this year's external sect competition in the body refinement category had already been determined. However, the victor of the body refinement stage is merely a victor. Take, for instance, the grand competition of the outer court. Only the ultimate champion of the Qi transformation stage can be deemed the true leader. Likewise, in the inner sect competition, only the final champion of the Sea of Qi realm can claim the title of the foremost. In the third round of contests, Chen Yan effortlessly secured his victory, to the extent that no gamblers remained to place bets on his matches from the viewing platform. With odds standing at 1-0, what excitement could there possibly be? Today, the Body Refinement Group has one final round of competition to determine the list of the last 16 contenders. The contest following the top 16 will commence sequentially tomorrow. Chen Yan's final opponent in this round was an obscure and unremarkable disciple from the outer court, with dark skin and a diminutive stature, exuding an air of simplicity and honesty. He was at the later stage of body refinement, yet had not even reached its pinnacle. Before drawing the lot that matched him against Chen Yan, this individual had relied on sheer luck, battling a series of weaker opponents to advance to the fourth round. However, it was evident that fortune had abandoned him in this round. As the gong sounded, the fourth round commenced. Initially, many anticipated yet another swift victory, but the unfolding events surprised everyone once more. The dark-skinned disciple withdrew a white cloth from his bosom and tossed it onto the ground. "I concede," he stated with an honest smile. "Since there's no chance of victory, why endure a beating?" No one perceived him as a coward. Rather, they accepted his decision as entirely reasonable. The humble disciple stepped forward a few paces, bowing respectfully to Chen Yan. "Disciple Xianxia, greetings to senior brother Chen." His demeanor was one of utmost reverence, seemingly eager to kneel and pay homage to Chen Yan. "Greetings," Chen Yan replied, feeling somewhat awkward under such scrutiny. "Today, I have witnessed senior brother Chen's triumphant 3 victories, and my admiration flows like an endless river," Xianxia expressed. Chen Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated this seemingly simple disciple to be so adept at flattery. "I humbly request an opportunity for guidance in my cultivation once the grand competition concludes," Xianxia continued earnestly. "Very well," Chen Yan replied after a brief moment of hesitation. He was not an inaccessible or unapproachable individual. Perhaps the experiences of more than 20 cycles and his previous attempts to conceal his true prowess had rendered him somewhat aloof. Yet, he found it impossible to decline such a request. The earnest demeanor of the dark-skinned disciple evoked memories of his own past, when he had surpassed a century in age, yet remained merely at the mid-stage of chi transformation. Chen Yan deeply understood the feeling of seeking assistance in a bid for self-preservation. In that lifetime, before Chen Yan's lifespan was about to expire, he had humbly inquired of a chance encounter with an intersect disciple about the quickest way to break through from the chi cultivation stage to the martial spring stage. Who wouldn't he desire to advance, to live better? "Thank you, Brother Chen." Xianxia was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with delight. "It's but a trivial matter," Chen Yan replied with a smile. Now, he was indeed a genuine practitioner of the martial spring stage. Upon entering this realm, Chen Yan's comprehension of the empty mountain technique naturally deepened, making it effortless to guide a disciple of the body refinement stage. As for the external academy competition that was to continue the next day, Chen Yan need not concern himself. As a distinguished practitioner of the martial spring stage, handling a few body refinement disciples was well within his capabilities. That night, at Xianxia's request, Chen Yan made his way to the open space in front of the external academy's marketplace. From a distance, he spotted the dark, slender figure of the earnest disciple standing at the marketplace's entrance. "Brother Chen." Upon seeing Chen Yan's figure, Xianxia's face brightened, and he hurriedly approached. "You have arrived quite early," Chen Yan remarked. "Not early at all. I've just arrived as well," Xianxia replied. "Now tell me, what difficulties have you encountered in your recent cultivation? As fellow practitioners of the body refinement stage, I should be able to assist you." In response, Brother Chen, "I am now at the late stage of body refinement, drawing closer to the opening of my meridians and the guiding of true chi. The opening of the meridians and the guiding of chi is a hallmark for a body refinement disciple officially entering the late stage. Once true chi can circulate completely within the meridians of the body, one becomes a chi cultivation practitioner capable of employing simple techniques with true chi. Recently, I have often sensed the presence of wandering true chi within me, yet whenever I attempt to guide it into my meridians, I feel a peculiar stagnation." Xianxia continued. "This is quite normal, as the meridians are not yet opened. Keep trying and persist in your body refinement practice. In as short as a few days, or as long as half a year, you will be able to guide chi into your meridians," Chen Yan explained. He had experienced a similar phase himself. "I see then." Following this, Xianxia posed several more questions regarding cultivation, to which Chen Yan provided thorough answers. "Thank you, Brother Chen. I have essentially finished asking my questions regarding cultivation today. I have truly gained much from this," Xianxia said, cupping his hands in gratitude. "No need for thanks. Let's conclude here for today. However, I have a few other matters to inquire about." Xianxia raised his head, smiling as he spoke. "I have heard that Brother Chen has recently been investigating the matter concerning Deacon Song from the Shanggong Hall." A sudden tightening gripped Chen Yan's heart. He had never anticipated that the name Song Mingde would emerge from the lips of this earnest disciple before him. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yan decided to feign ignorance. "What has happened to Deacon Song?" he inquired. Brother Chen's acting seemed rather lacking in finesse. Xianxia's demeanor and tone remained submissive. Yet his gaze had grown increasingly sharp since earlier. Chen Yan felt a weight in his heart. Vital energy began to surge forth from Chen Yan's martial source, circulating through his meridians. Are you quite familiar with Deacon Song? Chen Yan asked. No, I have never met him. Then why? Brother Chen, are you well acquainted with the people from Qingshan Peak? Chen Yan did not respond immediately. I shall pose one final question, Brother Chen. The burly man with a dark complexion said, his expression taking on an increasingly peculiar air. Where is Songmingda's list? I have discerned your true identity. Chen Yan refrained from answering Zhang Shishuan's query directly. Is that so? Zhang Shishuan chuckled. In the next moment, Chen Yan reached out to grasp Zhang Shishuan's shoulder, intent on subduing him immediately. Capture him alive. This fellow must know the secrets surrounding the impending calamity that will befall the outer court in over 2 years. However, Zhang Shishuan merely took a step back and slightly turned aside, evading Chen Yan's assault. Why resort to violence, Brother Chen? Our interactions have always been quite pleasant. Have they not? Zhang Shishuan remarked. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Songmingda's list, or has it already fallen into the hands of Qingshan Peak? He managed to evade my attack? This fellow's true prowess is undoubtedly beyond mere body refinement. Chen Yan mused. Perhaps it has indeed reached Qingshan Peak, he replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shishuan laughed. Brother Chen, you truly are no deceiver. What do you mean by that? If that list had fallen into the hands of old Fuqian, I would certainly not be standing here speaking with you as a living man. So, you're also on that list. I did not know. Zhang Shishuan shook his head. How about a trade? You answer my question, and I shall share what I know. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan responded. Please, Brother Chen, go ahead. Zhang Shishuan replied. Where is the black dragon demon-suppressing stone sealed within the Kaiyun Tower on Qingshan Peak? Chen Yan inquired. Zhang Shishuan fell silent, then shook his head. Brother Chen knows more than I had anticipated, and your questions are indeed sharper. Is that so? However, I can inform you of the stone's whereabouts. It lies hidden in some corner of the outer court. Zhang Shishuan stated. Now it's your turn, Brother Chen. Where exactly is Songmingda's list? I do not know. That is all I am aware of, Chen Yan replied. Zhang Shishuan merely gazed at Chen Yan before him, his honest demeanor tinged with a sinister edge, inducing an indescribable sense of dissonance and eeriness. It appears that Brother Chen speaks the truth. Subsequently, Zhang Shishuan let out a sigh. Do you know why I revealed the whereabouts of the demon suppression stone to you? I can guess, Chen Yan replied. Clever. Zhang Shishuan chuckled, yet within this smile, there was not a trace of innocence to be found, only cruelty and severity. In a flash, Zhang Shishuan lunged towards Chen Yan, who had already prepared himself. Chen Yan raised his hand, his vital energy coursing rapidly through his meridians, ultimately converging at his fingertips. Kongshan finger. A powerful surge of vital energy shot forth from the tips of Chen Yan's index and middle fingers, piercing directly towards Zhang Shishuan's brow. Chen Yan witnessed Zhang Shishuan's head being penetrated. In the next instant, Zhang Shishuan's figure abruptly vanished. Martial Spring Realm? Zhang Shishuan's voice echoed from behind Chen Yan, laced with a hint of astonishment. You can conceal your cultivation. How is that possible? As far as Chen Yan knew, there was no technique in this world that allowed one to hide their cultivation level, save for the hidden immortal technique he obtained as a reward from reincarnation. Chen Yan had also attempted to search the library for any text regarding the hidden immortal technique, but found nothing in the end. He had even pretended to casually mention the possibility of techniques that could conceal one's cultivation to Lin Qifeng, only to be directly dismissed. In this world, there were only pills to suppress one's realm, and no techniques to conceal one's cultivation. Lin Qifeng had stated this. Casting a strange glance at Chen Yan, why do you ask? You, a mere body refinement realm waste, need to conceal or suppress your cultivation. Chen Yan remained silent. This implied that as long as he did not mention the existence of the hidden immortal technique, unless he actively exposed it, no one could ascertain his true cultivation level. Returning to the present. Brother Chen, it seems there are indeed many intriguing matters about you, Zhang Shishuan mused. Is that so? Chen Yan replied. From a moment Zhang Shishuan evaded his Kongshan finger, Chen Yan understood that he was undoubtedly no match for Zhang Shishuan. The disparity was indeed vast. If there truly were no techniques in this world to conceal one's cultivation, the only possibility remained that Zhang Shishuan had suppressed his true level to the body refinement realm through the use of pills. And now, that limitation had been completely lifted. Enough, enough, Zhang Shishuan shook his head. It is time to set off, Brother Chen. Indeed, his time is set off. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan lowered his hands, ceasing the flow of vital energy within his meridians, and slowly turned to face Zhang Xishuan, smiling as he gazed at his face. Zhang Xishuan was momentarily taken aback, as a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. What is wrong with this fellow? Everything seemed to be within his control. He had lured him here and could end his life at any moment. Yet why was he so composed? Did he not feel a sense of indignation? Or was there a hidden scheme at play? Make your move, brother Zhang. Chen Yan spoke slowly, locking his gaze on Zhang Xishuan's eyes, devoid of any emotion. And farewell. An inexplicable dread and unease surged within Zhang Xishuan's heart. Kill him, kill him. Do it quickly. With a furious roar, Zhang Xishuan raised his right hand high and then gently clapped it in the air. A tremendous force descended from above, crushing Chen Yan before him into a puddle of flesh. The cycle has ended. Cycle evaluation. B. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Accumulated cultivation. Early stage of martial spring realm. Cycle reward. Mid-grade second tier magical artifact. Shadow binding rope. Cycle settlement complete. The host will return to the previous cycle's record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle and restarting life. Chapter 29. The Perfect Timeline. Disciple Zhang Xishuan. Greetings to senior brother Chen. The small, honest-looking disciple with dark skin bowed deeply before Chen Yan, trembling with reverence. Chen Yan stared at Zhang Xishuan for a moment, momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled. The cycle record point had been updated once more, but he never anticipated it would refresh to this particular moment. Delightful. In previous cycles, Chen Yan had always been in the light, while the conspiracies lurked in the shadows. But this time was different. Noticing the prolonged silence, Zhang Xishuan cautiously lifted his head to gauge Chen Yan's reaction. Greetings, Chen Yan said. Today, I witnessed senior brother Chen's 3 consecutive victories, and my admiration for you flows like a mighty river. Zhang Xishuan continued. I humbly request an opportunity for guidance on my cultivation after today's grand competition concludes. Of course. No problem, Chen Yan replied decisively. Then, what time do you consider suitable? Tonight, at the hour of the pig, in the open space of the outer courtyard market. Chen Yan stated. Very well, I shall express my gratitude in advance, senior brother Chen, Zhang Xishuan replied. With that, Chen Yan descended from the arena and began walking towards the observation platform. As he passed before the crowd from Qingshan Peak, he paused in front of Chu Xiao. Sister Chu, Chen Yan called out. What is it? May I have a word? Half an hour later, at Qingshan Peak, in Kangwuzhai, 2 elderly figures sat before a tea table, with a chessboard placed between them. One of them was Fu Qian, the master of Kangwuzhai and an elder of Qingshan Peak. The other elder, distinguished by his attire and demeanor, exuded an aura that suggested his stature was on par with that of Fu Qian. Fu Qian, with a black piece in hand, let it spin at his fingertips before placing it upon the board after a moment of contemplation. The elder seated opposite him gazed at the state of the game for a while before chuckling softly. Fu brother, are you not going to ponder further? The situation in the lower left of the board is rather precarious. Will you continue your assault toward the upper right? What is already determined cannot be altered, no matter how much one contemplates. With an air of calm, Fu Qian replied, rather than dwell on what is past, it would be better to make a decisive move. Perhaps it may yield a glimmer of hope. The elder across from Fu Qian chuckled quietly, remaining silent as he too placed his white jade piece upon the board. Outside the study, the bamboo forest stirred without a breeze, prompting both Fu Qian and the elder opposite him to turn their gazes toward the entrance. Elder Fu, Elder Bai. A practitioner at the Qi realm entered the tea room and bowed respectfully to Fu Qian and the elder across from him. The esteemed Chu seeks an audience. Xiao? Fu Qian raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that the young girl, Chu Xiao, would pay him a visit today, as per the mountain's arrangements. She should have been observing the external competition with Lan Wei. Could it be that something urgent has arisen? Allow her to enter, Fu Qian instructed. Yes, replied the Qi practitioner, who had just turned to leave, but paused momentarily. Elder Fu, she has brought along a disciple from the outer court. A disciple from the outer court? Yes, I believe his name is Chen Yan. Fu Qian had no recollection of this name. Let him enter as well, he said. 2 minutes later, the girl in white entered first, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth of similar age. Chu Xiao first spotted Fu Qian, and then the other elder seated opposite him. Disciple Chu Xiao pays her respects to Elder Fu and Elder Bai. Elder Bai, Chen Yan, following Chu Xiao, observed the two elders in the tea room. In Xianxia Peak, the elder who could stand alongside the esteemed Su Wu, Fu Qian, and bore the surname Bai, had made his identity quite evident. Bai Qiming, the righteous law elder, held a rank second only to the sword elder on Xianxia Peak, and was undoubtedly the second most significant figure there, his status surpassing that of Fu Qian by a small margin. It was due to Bai Qiming's favor that Lu Li had been promoted to serve at Xianxia Peak. According to the customary etiquette, when a disciple encounters two elders, they should first greet the one of higher standing. However, the reason Chu Shiyao greeted Fu Qian first was straightforward. This was Kangwu's studio, where Fu Qian was the master, while Bai Qiming was merely a guest. The order of hosts and guests generally precedes the hierarchy of status, unless the disparity in status is exceedingly vast. Moreover, the age of Fu Qian is significantly greater than that of Bai Qiming. The outer courtyard disciple, Chen Yan, has encountered Elder Fu and Elder Bai. Chen Yan performed a respectful bow and inquired, "Is it you?" Upon witnessing the real person this time, Fu Qian finally recalled who Chen Yan truly was. Then, as Fu Qian focused his gaze, he noticed the token emblazoned with the insignia of the outer courtyard hanging from Chen Yan's waist. "Why do you possess Lin Shifeng's token?" Fu Qian queried. In response to Elder's question, "Elder Lin of the outer courtyard is my master," Chen Yan replied. "You are a disciple of Lin Shifeng?" Fu Qian's expression shifted slightly. When did that fellow take on a disciple? "Just over 2 months ago," Chen Yan continued. "Now, tell me, what brings you to Kangwu's studio?" Fu Qian asked, redirecting his attention back to the chessboard as he lifted a black piece. "Naturally, I have matters to report," Chen Yan replied, his tone momentarily pausing. "I have discovered individuals from a list." "Oh." Fu Qian's finger, poised to place a piece, lingered briefly in midair. "I suddenly recall that the furnace in the alchemy chamber is currently unattended. Today, I concede defeat. Brother Fu, let us engage in battle another day," Bai Qiming said with a smile, standing up. "It takes more than profound cultivation to attain the position of the righteous elder. The ability to assess the situation is equally vital. It is best that I do not overhear the ensuing conversation, not for any other reason, but to afford Fu Qian a measure of respect." Thus, Bai Qiming chose to depart. Fu Qian understood Bai Qiming's intentions and found it agreeable. Hence he did not attempt to retain him. Once Bai Qiming left Kangwu's studio, Fu Qian resumed his inquiry with Chen Yan. "Have you located the list?" "No," Chen Yan replied, "but I am certain that this list remains hidden somewhere in the outer courtyard, untouched by anyone." "How can you be so certain?" "The answer is simple. If those who murdered Song Mingda had obtained the list, Zhang Xishuan would not need to seek me out." "I am confident in this assertion," Chen Yan stated. He could not divulge the events that transpired in the previous cycle. The truth of what he said, Elder Fu would come to know tonight. Chapter 30, A Personal Endeavor. Mystifying. Fu Qian scoffed coldly, harboring considerable dissatisfaction with Chen Yan's demeanor. The disparity in status between them was akin to that of a firefly against the full moon. Thus, Fu Qian found Chen Yan's showy attitude exceedingly irksome. A mere disciple of the body refinement stage, who could be crushed with a single breath, dare to posture before me, just because your master is Lin Shifeng? Even if Lin Shifeng were to come personally, that fellow would still have to respectfully address me as Master Fu. The atmosphere in Kangwu's studio plummeted. Chen Yan was aware of the underlying cause of Fu Qian's discontent, and thus he hastily remarked, "Elder, you are mistaken. It is not my intention to be cryptic. Rather, the crucial evidence is not currently in my possession." "Then where is it?" Fu Qian inquired. "It resides with a disciple from the outer court named Zhang Xishuan," Chen Yan replied. "Zhang Xishuan?" Chu Xiao, who had been quietly listening to the exchange, suddenly furrowed her brows. "Is he not the disciple who forfeited during the 4th round of today's outer court competition just before beginning his match with you?" "Indeed," Chen Yan affirmed. "I have arranged to meet Zhang Xishuan tonight at the Hour of the Pig in the open space before the outer court market. It is an opportune moment to apprehend him. I can assist you in capturing him," Chu Xiao offered. "That would not be feasible," Chen Yan replied, shaking his head in refusal. "Why not? He is merely a disciple at the body refinement stage." As she spoke, Chu Xiao suddenly paused, as if grasping the reason behind Chen Yan's visit to Elder Fu Qian. "Are you suggesting that this Zhang Xishuan has concealed his true cultivation level, which is likely superior to yours, Xiao?" Fu Qian's fingers lightly tapped the chessboard. "Your insight is commendable, Elder Fu." Chen Yan bowed respectfully. "So you seek to borrow individuals?" Fu Qian stated. "Yes." I hope to request the assistance of 2 esteemed seniors of the Qi Si stage to aid me in capturing Zhang Xishuan. Chen Yan was uncertain of Zhang Xishuan's exact cultivation level, but since he was capable of effortlessly striking down someone who had already entered the early stages of the martial spring realm, his cultivation must be above the Qi Si stage. As for higher realms, such as the divine connection stage, Chen Yan deemed it improbable, nearly impossible. A divine connection cultivator. That is truly a formidable figure. In a sect like the Kongshan sect, renowned as one of the 5 great sects of the Chongping continent, they would be qualified for the esteemed position of an inner court elder. Yet, within the Kongshan sect, there were only a few hundred such cultivators. If not in a super sect like Kongshan, they would be revered wherever they went. Fu Qian did not immediately acquiesce or decline. He merely continued to gaze intently at the chessboard before him. Gradually, he moved a black piece first towards a lower left corner, then hesitated momentarily. With a decisive tap, the piece landed in the upper right corner of the board. I shall go personally, Fu Qian declared. Both Chu Xiao and Chen Yan felt their hearts momentarily halt, then began to process Fu Qian's words. You will go personally? Chu Xiao's mind seemed to stall. Elder Fu, do you mean? Is this difficult to comprehend? I intend to personally apprehend the outer court disciple named Zhang Xishuan, Fu Qian stated. According to Chen Yan, the individual who claims to be Zhang Xishuan, a disciple from the outer court, possesses cultivation beyond the Qi Si realm. To apprehend a practitioner of the Qi Si realm, it would be imprudent to rely solely on others of the same level. The likelihood of escape is far too great, not to mention the risk of alarming the target. Such opportunities may prove elusive in the future. The divine connection practitioners atop the peak are all elders, not easily commanded by Fu Qian, and even a most favorable outcome would entail a debt of gratitude to them. Given these circumstances, it would be wiser for Fu Qian to undertake the capture personally. As a practitioner of the myriad transformations, Fu Qian stands at the 6th tier of the 9 celestial realms beneath the immortal threshold, specifically the 3rd tier of the middle 3 realms, with his true qi transforming in myriad ways. He has now cultivated 2,563 strands of his life, true qi. Once he reaches 10,000 strands, he will genuinely breach the threshold into the upper 3 realms. Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that Fu Qian would take matters into his own hands. This was the esteemed Elder Suwu, the 3rd most significant figure of the Qingshan Peak. Even within the entire Kongshan sect, Elder Fu Qian held a prominent position. Young man, I trust you this time, Fu Qian stated. If I do not achieve the desired outcome, I will personally drag you to the Yuan Hall to seek retribution from that fellow Lin Shifeng, and no one will be able to protect you then. The disciple understands. Chen Yan replied with a wry smile. At the Kongshan sect, in the outer court, on the open ground before the market, the time was precisely the hour of the pig. Chen Yan's figure gradually emerged on one side of the clearing, while Zhang Xishuan had long awaited his arrival. I've kept you waiting, Chen Yan said. Not at all. I have only just arrived, Zhang Xishuan responded with a sycophantic grin. I appreciate Senior Brother Chen for coming to guide me through the complexities of my cultivation at such a late hour. It is my duty, Chen Yan replied with a smile. Your duty? Zhang Xishuan raised his head, looking at Chen Yan with a hint of suspicion. For some reason, he found Chen Yan's smile somewhat unsettling. Perhaps it was merely an illusion brought on by the darkness. Senior Brother, I am now at the late stage of the body refinement realm, drawing ever closer to the stage of opening my meridians and channeling true qi. His words echoed those from their previous encounter, nearly verbatim. It seemed he had prepared them in advance. As in their last encounter, Chen Yan addressed each of Zhang Xishuan's inquiries. After resolving all questions, it was nearly time to take their leave. I have heard that Senior Brother Chen has recently been investigating the matter concerning Deacon Song of the Shanggong Hall. Zhang Xishuan suddenly remarked. Indeed, Chen Yan replied, feigning a hesitant demeanor. Junior Brother Zhang, may I ask you to keep my words confidential and not mention them to others? Of course, I will certainly keep your secret. Zhang Xishuan responded emphatically. The steward Song did not abandon the sect. Rather, he was the victim of a sinister plot, a fact known only to the upper echelons of the outer court. Is this true? Zhang Xishuan feigned a look of shock. I discovered a list in Steward Song's private chamber, and oddly enough, your name, Junior Brother Zhang, was among those inscribed. To be frank, it was my desire to inquire about this matter that prompted me to fulfill your request, Chen Yan confessed. It matters not. It matters not. Zhang Xishuan waved his hand dismissively. Might I request to see that list, Senior Brother Chen? Of course, Chen Yan replied, reaching into his robes. It's with me. A voice emanated from behind Zhang Xishuan, belonging to Fu Qian. Chapter 31. The Reward of Lin Qifeng. The sudden voice from behind sent a chill down Zhang Xishuan's spine. When did he arrive? How could someone appear silently behind him? He was well aware that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Qi realm, with only a small gap remaining to reach its pinnacle. Unless the other party's cultivation surpassed the divine insight realm, Zhang Xishuan quickly turned around, only to see despair replace his initial panic and wariness. Clad in a green Taoist robe with hair as white as snow, the elder exuded an imposing presence. Zhang Xishuan recognized the venerable figure before him. Fu Qian, the elder of Qinchan Peak and a master of Kangwu Studio. You wish to see the list, do you? Fu Qian inquired slowly, his demeanor both disdainful and arrogant. Fu Qian. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Xishuan's eyes as he raised his hand to strike his forehead. He contemplated taking his own life. Yet before his hand could reach his brow, a black line appeared around his wrist. In an instant, Zhang Xishuan's right hand was severed at the root, crashing to the ground. With a mere thought, Fu Qian summoned a thread of his true energy to pierce Zhang Xishuan's Qi, subsequently sealing his vital energies and meridians. This was the first time Chen Yan witnessed the finesse of a master in the transformative realm. Unlike the brutish methods of those below the Qi realm, Fu Qian's every gesture radiated an air of tranquility and artistry. Then, with a casual glance into Zhang Xishuan's eyes, the Qi cultivator collapsed to the ground like a discarded puppet. With a subtle gesture of his fingers, Zhang Xishuan's body levitated into the air. Well done, Fu Qian remarked, although he did not cast a single glance at Chen Yan, his attention solely on the suspended Zhang Xishuan. Yet, his praise was indeed directed at Chen Yan. Chen Yan remained silent, merely bowing respectfully in Fu Qian's direction. How did you come to discover this individual on the list? Fu Qian then inquired. In response to the elder's question, one of my friends tragically perished in this incident, which has left me profoundly sorrowful during this period. Chen Yan replied. Therefore, the disciple has been covertly investigating the circumstances surrounding Elder Song's demise, perhaps because they suspect my involvement in the matter, which is why they sent Zhang Xishuan to approach me. However, I have cultivated a considerable network within the outer court and have uncovered some peculiarities regarding Zhang Xishuan. Thus I reported this matter to Qinchan Peak. Chen Yan fabricated a multitude of tales, knowing full well that there would be no witnesses to contradict him. Fu Qian raised an eyebrow slightly. Your connections in the outer court? Some of the stewards in the outer court exhibit a keen enthusiasm for advancement, so, at this point, Fu Qian understood. Certain individuals, in their eagerness to curry favor with Lin Qifeng, would also seek to ingratiate themselves with this Chen Yan fellow. How amusing. Nonetheless, this could indeed be an opportunity for me to exploit. Fu Qian contemplated further investigations into Zhang Xishuan's social ties within the outer court. And should I uncover new developments, I shall ensure a generous reward. Fu Qian stated. Also, please extend my regards to your master. Understood, Chen Yan replied. In the next moment, Fu Qian vanished along with Zhang Xishuan from the open ground as if they had never been there. Would there truly be a reward for any new discoveries? Then what of this instance? Chen Yan silently scoffed. It seemed Elder Fu was quite adept at spinning tales. The following day, on the second day of the outer court competition, Chen Yan made his way from the arena to the viewing platform. His presence garnered the attention of nearly everyone present, for the performance of this direct disciple of the outer court elder had been nothing short of extraordinary the previous day. Yet, Chen Yan felt somewhat uneasy, as since his arrival in the training grounds, not once had Lin Qifeng deigned to cast a glance in his direction. While he was aware that he was not the favored disciple of Lin Qifeng, merely a conduit for messages, such a cold demeanor was unprecedented. You went to Qinchan Peak yesterday? Once Chen Yan settled behind Lin Qifeng slowly inquired. Yes, Chen Yan replied. He surmised the reason behind Lin Qifeng's poor attitude today. I had advised you against meddling in the affairs of Qinchan Peak. Let them handle their own turmoil. His master had said. Then how did you proceed? Chen Yan hesitated to answer immediately. In the face of challenging inquiries, silence often serves as the most prudent response. For any words that could be uttered would be far worse than silence. Chen Yan was uncertain of the consequences he would face for defying Lin Qifeng's wishes. After all, though he held the title of a direct disciple, he was merely a messenger at heart. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Preventing the calamity that awaited the outer court in over 2 years was a course of action he deemed imperative. But what punishment awaited him? being expelled from the sect, or perhaps banished from the Kongshan sect altogether. Such outcomes were ones Chen Yan could accept, regardless of whether it is Lin Qifeng or the Kongshan sect, with which he has endured over 20 cycles. Chen Yan harbors no particular feelings. Perhaps, leaving the Kongshan sect will grant him a greater sense of freedom. You rascal, Lin Qifeng said solemnly, pausing slightly. Although I had no expectations of you, your character is quite to my liking. Huh? Chen Yan's face was filled with confusion. He had originally thought he would face Lin Qifeng's harsh criticism, especially since he knew the relationship between Lin Qifeng and Fu Qian was exceedingly poor. As Lin Qifeng's disciple, having dealings with Fu Qian could be seen as a slap in Lin Qifeng's face. However, to Chen Yan's surprise, he did not receive the reproach he had anticipated. By the way, when you enter my sect, I owed you a gift of introduction. Today, I shall make amends. Lin Qifeng said, deftly flipping his sleeve. Space warped and trembled, revealing a palm-sized jade box in his hand, containing 9 ice needles that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. These are the Soul Ice Needles, a mid-grade, third-tier spiritual artifact that I fortuitously acquired during my travels in the Qingke Kingdom. When infused with true energy, these needles can penetrate the protective true energy of practitioners of the same tier, Lin Qifeng explained. As for the other marvelous uses of this artifact, you shall have to discover them for yourself. Thank you for your generous gift, Master, Chen Yan replied respectfully. But do not rejoice too soon, Lin Qifeng warned. In the future, should you meddle in the affairs of Qingchan Peak again, do not blame me for breaking your legs. I understand, Master, Chen Yan replied. At that moment, the sound of a gong resonated through the training ground, signaling the official commencement of the body refinement competition. Chen Yan tucked the 9 soul ice needles into his robe. A mid-grade, third-tier spiritual artifact, indeed, showcases Lin Qifeng's generosity. In the outer courtyard, the treasures of the stewards or the ceremonial artifacts are, at best, merely mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Nevertheless, Chen Yan remained unfazed, emotionally balanced, as he had received a mid-grade second-tier magical artifact in his previous cycle. Chapter 32, Remarkable Words. The Binding Shadow Rope. Last night, after capturing Zhang Xishuan alongside Elder Fu Qian in the open space before the marketplace, Chen Yan returned to his abode. He then retrieved the reward bestowed upon him by the cycle from his consciousness. The items awarded by the cycle do not exist in reality or in any wondrous storage space, but are entirely bound to Chen Yan's consciousness. The binding shadow rope is a slender cord, about the thickness of a pinky finger and over 5 feet long, interwoven with black and gold. Chen Yan held the binding shadow rope vertically above the ground, and then released it, allowing it to dissolve into a shadow. He then lifted his gaze to a bird soaring in the sky and the shadow it cast upon the ground. Bind, Chen Yan silently intoned in his heart. In the next instant, the shadow of the bird soaring above was swiftly ensnared by a rope, binding it tightly. Subsequently, the creature descended to the ground. Chen Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this cyclical reward. For the manipulation of the shadow, binding rope required merely a thought. Moreover, an attack directed at a shadow could easily catch others off guard, yielding a surprising effect. Undoubtedly, the shadow binding rope deserved to be regarded as one of Chen Yan's trump cards. His previous cycle received a rating of B, marking the highest score he had attained thus far in his reincarnations, which rewarded him with a mid-grade magical artifact. What treasures might await him for an even higher rating? What factors truly influenced the assessment of the cycle? Chen Yan pondered various possibilities. Could it be the progress he made in cultivation during the cycle? That seemed unlikely. In his initial reincarnation, he ascended from 0 to the mid-stage of the Qi gathering realm within a century, yet his cycle was still rated D. He must have done something to elevate the rating. Reflecting on his previous C rating and the current B rating, he noted that the cycle records have been updated. Nevertheless, he realized that these questions were not ones he could resolve immediately. There remained many tasks ahead of him. Time shifted from last night back to the present, and the final match of the Outer Courtyard's body refinement competition had arrived. The contenders were Chen Yan, the favored disciple of Elder Lin Qifeng, and Zhang Hao, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. This match held no suspense, as Zhang Hao's performance in this competition paled in comparison to the ease with which Chen Yan had defeated Li Fu. Being the last match, Chen Yan chose to hold back, ultimately defeating Zhang Hao in the 13th round. Thank you, Senior Brother Chen, for your guidance. I am deeply grateful, Zhang Hao expressed, bowing respectfully after his defeat. He could sense Chen Yan's leniency, and at this moment, all he felt for Chen Yan was admiration. Indeed, following this outer courtyard competition, Chen Yan had become the common idol among all disciples in the body refinement realm. Even the disciples in the Qi gathering realm felt the pressure of being pursued. Yet, within the outer courtyard, no one harbored jealousy towards Chen Yan. Human emotions are intricate. When the gap between individuals is still bridgeable, many may feel the urge to compete or envy. However, when the disparity resembles that between a firefly and the bright moon, such thoughts dissipate, leaving only admiration and respect. This encapsulates the sentiments of the outer courtyard disciples towards Chen Yan. However, for the cultivators of the inner sect, the situation was quite different, particularly among the disciples of Kunyuan Mountain, adorned in robes embellished with gilded crane patterns, seated on the observation platform. Elder Song, gazing at Chen Yan on the arena, receiving the congratulations of the crowd, wore an expression so grim that it seemed he might weep. He then rose, channeling his vital energy to his throat, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Magnificent, truly magnificent." The depth of Elder Song's voice amplified his words to an extent that anyone present in the martial arena could hear him distinctly. Elder Song, whose given name was Song Wensheng, held the esteemed position of elder in the law enforcement hall of Kunyuan Mountain and currently possessed the cultivation of the divine connection realm. Indeed, a worthy disciple of Lin, truly invincible in the outer courtyard. Song Wensheng continued to declare, exuding an air of joviality. However, his words bore no genuine generosity. Rather, they hinted at an underlying malice. Chen Yan, standing in the arena, discerned the veiled meaning. I appreciate Elder Song's sentiments, and I trust that perhaps Elder Song's disciple may indeed have a chance to seize victory in the outer courtyard competition, Chen Yan retorted. Huh! Song Wensheng's gaze turned frigid. Chen Yan's words were nothing short of audacious and insulting to him. The young disciple of Kunyuan Mountain beside him, Qianxia, also felt his expression darken upon hearing Chen Yan's remarks, for he was Song Wensheng's apprentice and the designated guardian for this outer courtyard competition. The reason Song Wensheng appointed his beloved disciple as the guardian was to establish a favorable impression before the elders and disciples of various peaks, paving the way for Qianxia's future. Since the victor of the current outer courtyard competition has spoken, shall we engage in a friendly spar, Yadong? Song Wensheng suggested to Chen Yan. That may not be appropriate. Elder Song, interjected Elder Yuanhua of Yuanhua Mountain, sensing the tension in the air and attempting to mediate. Yadong is at the Qi Connection realm, and throughout the entirety of Kunyuan sect, he is among the best of the Qi Connection cultivators. It may not be entirely suitable for Chen Yan, a cultivator of the body refinement realm, to spar with him. Not a problem. I shall have Yadong suppress his cultivation to the body refinement realm. Furthermore, to compensate for the inevitable disparity between the body refinement and Qi Connection realms, Chen Yan may utilize any treasures or weapons he wishes during this duel. Song Wensheng proclaimed. Ultimately, Lin's disciple is still one of our Kunyuan Mountain zone, while Chen Yan is a disciple of Lin, yet also an outsider in the outer courtyard. In this light, Chen Yan is, in a sense, half a disciple of Kunyuan Mountain, and, as the elder of the law enforcement hall, it is my duty to assess his potential and determine whether he qualifies to be a disciple of Kunyuan Mountain. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It seemed that Elder Song of Kunyuan Mountain was resolutely intent on dampening Chen Yan's spirit, or perhaps diminishing the fervor of Elder Lin chiefing from the outer courtyard. Chen Yan remained silent, merely inclining his body slightly towards Lin Qifeng on the observation platform, bowing respectfully. Master, what do you think? Lin Qifeng sat at the pinnacle of the platform, his expression neutral, as if indifferent to everything surrounding him. He uttered a single word, understood. With a smile, Chen Yan turned towards Elder Song Wensheng. Elder Song, I accept this challenge, he declared. However, I shall not employ any magical artifacts or weapons. I will adhere strictly to the standard rules of the competition. Humph, such audacity from a youth, Elder Song began, but before he could finish, Chen Yan raised a finger once more in the arena. In one move, I will surely defeat him, he stated calmly. Chapter 33, Fists and Feet Have No Eyes. An immediate silence enveloped the air. Among the elders and disciples from various peaks, none mocked Chen Yan for his overconfidence. Yet, neither did anyone take his words seriously, as they all perceived him to be somewhat unhinged. Qianxia, after all, was the direct disciple of Elder Song Wensheng from the law enforcement hall of Kunyuan Mountain, a true intersect disciple who had been closely monitored and groomed by the sect since the day he entered. In contrast, Chen Yan had squandered 10 years in the outer courtyard before being accepted as Lin Qifeng's disciple. Although his performance in this outer courtyard competition had been remarkably impressive, surpassing the vast majority of inner sect disciples in the body refinement stage. It was crucial to remember that the average age for core inner sect disciples, like those personally taught by elders, to break through to the chi transformation stage was typically before the age of 14. Thus, in a confrontation between a 17-year-old at the peak of body refinement and a 14-year-old of the same stage, the former would dominate. Factors such as age and physical development significantly influenced the combat prowess of body refinement practitioners. Xianxia acknowledged that while his own performance at the pinnacle of body refinement might not match Chen Yan's at 17, he had already reached the mid-stage of chi transformation. He believed he could defeat the current Chen Yan in a single move. At 19, Xianxia had ascended to the peak of chi transformation and was confident he would break through to the martial spring stage before turning 20. Within the ranks of Kunyuan's sect, if one were to consider only contemporary disciples, fewer than 30 could achieve such a breakthrough before the age of 20. Thus, Xianxia was undoubtedly one of the elite figures at the pinnacle of the sect. Yet, Chen Yan dared to assert that he could resolve this encounter without the aid of any magical artifacts in a single move against him. Xianxia could only feel astonished. How could he possess such audacity? It was well known that even if a chi transformation practitioner suppressed their cultivation to the level of body refinement through elixirs, the strength of their flesh and meridians, having been tempered by true energy, was unparalleled by any ordinary body refinement practitioner. If it could be said that Xianxia might resolve the matter with Chen Yan within 3 moves, then the situation would be somewhat comparable. However, in the face of Chen Yan's brazen remarks, Song Wensheng merely shook his head, uttering nothing, and subsequently gestured for Xianxia to ascend the stage. Brother Qi, please, show the inner disciples that our outer court is not devoid of talent. The outer court disciples beneath the platform brimmed with confidence in Chen Yan, their spirits high. While it was understandable for Chen Yan to exhibit arrogance when facing outer court disciples, his attitude remained equally audacious against Xianxia, which was rather perplexing. Yet, Chen Yan's actions were not without rationale. He suspected that the scoring of reincarnation might be correlated to his own reputation and renown. The louder the acclaim, the higher the score in reincarnation, and, consequently, the more favorable the rewards. With Lin Qifeng backing him, and having indeed acquired training resources from the inner court, he should not easily be labeled as a source of calamity. Even if he were to be so branded, he could merely re-enter the cycle of reincarnation and start anew. Moreover, being eliminated as a source of calamity would serve to validate his hypothesis. Of course, this was merely one of Chen Yan's conjectures. He was well aware of the magnitude of his cultivation talent, and the rewards and inheritance mechanisms of reincarnation were the optimal means for him to progress on the path of immortality. Thus, a modicum of sacrifice was deemed necessary. Junior Brother Chen, please. Xianxia stood proudly upon the stage, hands clasped behind his back. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the gilt cloud crane patterns on his robe sleeves, adding to his allure. Chen Yan remained silent, allowing his true energy to surge within him. Under the enhancement of the hidden immortal technique, no one could discern the true level of Chen Yan's cultivation beneath his exterior, even as his martial energy surged at full throttle, vibrant and potent. He aimed to defeat Xianxia in an astonishingly extraordinary manner, to astound both the inner and outer courts of the Kongshan sect with his brilliance. This was an experiment he would pursue at any cost. In the next moment, Chen Yan's left foot stomped heavily upon the ground, shattering the bluestone tiles, reducing even the spot beneath his toes to mere powder. The distance of a dozen meters between them vanished in an instant. Chen Yan drew back his right fist, and at the moment of impact, the true energy coursing through his meridians came to a sudden halt, like a crashing wave. Bang! A straightforward yet forceful punch, relying solely on the strength of his physical body, struck heavily against Xianxia's chest. The pride of Kunyuan Mountain was sent flying, crashing down onto the stage. Struggling to lift his head, Xianxia's complexion shifted from pale to a deep crimson. You cannot be a body cultivator. A mouthful of clotted blood erupted from Xianxia's lips, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. A significant dent appeared in his chest, and his robe began to blossom with dark crimson stains. The disciples of the medical hall, ever ready backstage, swiftly ascended the stage, first administering the life-saving elixir to Xianxia, then promptly commencing emergency treatment. However, their efforts were merely symbolic. After a brief interval of several seconds, The head attendant of the external medical hall turned his gaze towards the anxious elder Song Wensheng in the observation area and slowly shook his head. The life could not be salvaged. Fool! Song Wensheng erupted, rising to his feet and slamming his hand upon the tea table beside him, reducing it to dust. His voice booming. The aura of a transcendent realm cultivator surged forth, instantly shrouding the martial arena in an oppressive atmosphere. Even Chen Yan, who stood upon the stage, felt the constriction in his chest at that moment. The outer disciples, being merely in the body refinement or qi cultivation realms, were even more overwhelmed. Qi Yadong was Song Wensheng's most cherished disciple, his only direct apprentice. Song Wensheng had meticulously paved the way for Qi Yadong's future, ensuring everything proceeded according to plan. In this external competition, the gatekeeper of the empty origin mountain was originally to be someone else. Yet, Song Wensheng, against the consensus, insisted on having his disciple Qi Yadong take on the role, both to enhance Qi Yadong's credentials and to showcase him before the elders of other peaks. Little did he expect such a disastrous outcome. Bring that scoundrel here, imprison him in the detention center, and I shall personally interrogate him, Song Wensheng bellowed, pointing at Chen Yan on the stage. I dare anyone to try. Lin Chifeng shot up, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Song Wensheng. Fists and feet bear no sight. Life and death are one's own responsibility. Do you not understand this, Song? Lin Chifeng, cease your prattle. Seize him and bring him back to the empty Origin Mountain Detention Center. Today, if anyone dares to lay a finger on Chen Yan, I, Lin Chifeng, shall not spare them. The atmosphere in the martial arena became increasingly confrontational. Meanwhile, Chen Yan stood silently on the stage, prepared to start anew. Chapter 34. Imprisonment. When Chen Yan opened his eyes once more, he was met with the sight of a heavy iron-barred door. The space was cramped. He attempted to stretch his legs, and the sound of metal scraping echoed from his ankles. Chen Yan found himself confined within the detention center of the external hall. He had been imprisoned here for 15 days. To understand the specifics of what transpired, one must trace back to the external competition held a fortnight prior. Chen Yan had delivered a fatal blow to Qi Yadong, the beloved disciple of an elder from the law enforcement hall of Empty Origin Mountain. Subsequently, Song Wensheng had erupted in fury, his rage not merely a result of humiliation. For a cultivator of the body refinement realm to kill one of the Qi cultivation realm was an event beyond the comprehension of all cultivators in the Qinping continent. It was more improbable than the sun rising in the west. Song Wensheng had initially believed that this confrontation was merely a platform for Qi Yadong to shine and to temper Lin Chifeng's arrogance. However, little did anyone anticipate such an outcome. If a practitioner at the Qi gathering stage were to suppress their level to that of the body refinement stage through the use of elixirs and engage in a duel with another practitioner of the same body refinement stage, there might be a minuscule chance, perhaps 1 in 1,000, that the latter could emerge victorious under favorable circumstances. Nevertheless, it would be utterly inconceivable for a body refinement practitioner to strike down a Qi gathering practitioner who had suppressed their cultivation. Such a notion contravenes the fundamental principles of the cultivation world. Chen Yan's underhanded tactics were the immediate thought that crossed Song Wensheng's mind. Employing forbidden techniques during the sect competition, an act of such disdain for the rules, would incur severe penalties. Should this deceitful maneuver result in any casualties on the arena, the disciple responsible would bear full accountability. This was precisely why Song Wensheng sought to detain Chen Yan. However, he faced staunch opposition from Lin Chifeng, resulting in a stalemate that ultimately drew the attention of the senior elder of the law enforcement hall at Kanyuan Mountain, who decided to confine Chen Yan in the detention center. Initially, Song Wensheng intended to imprison Chen Yan within the confines of Kanyuan Mountain's detention center, citing that Chen Yan had killed a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain, yet he was met with vehement resistance from Lin Chifeng. Ultimately, it was the senior elder of the law enforcement hall who mediated the situation, resulting in Chen Yan's temporary confinement in the external courtyard's detention facility. Are you awake? A cool voice echoed from outside the cell. Chen Yan looked up to see a figure clad in white, with cascading ebony hair. It was Chu Xiao, senior sister Chu. You have come again, Chen Yan greeted her. Indeed, Chu Xiao nodded. Ever since Chen Yan was incarcerated, the Qingshan Peak had seen an unbroken stream of visitors, both day and night at his cell. This was due to suspicions that someone might be intent on Chen Yan's life, much like the earlier concerns regarding Song Mingda. However, Chen Yan himself was indifferent to life and death. In fact, he thought that if he were to perish, it would serve as a validation of his conjectures regarding the reincarnation scoring. Yet, Chen Yan would never choose to take his own life. He was still grappling with that mental hurdle. How much longer will you be confined here? Zhu Xiao Yin Guit? I do not know. I am entirely oblivious to the circumstances outside, Chen Yan replied. In truth, Chen Yan had some inkling of the situation, such as Lin Qifeng's decision to shield him. According to the words of Sun Lu, who had visited him recently, Lin Qifeng had confessed to the senior elder of Kongyuan Mountain that he had provided Chen Yan with a forbidden drug that enabled him to transcend the limits of his physical body in a short span, motivated by his desire to avoid disgrace in the external competition. However, aside from the soul ice needles, Lin Qifeng had not given Chen Yan anything. As for the soul ice needles, they had already been confiscated by the law enforcement hall. Naturally, the law enforcement hall's steward had assured Chen Yan that they would be kept in safekeeping for the time being. Aside from the harsh living conditions, the disciples of the enforcement hall have consistently provided Chen Yan with ample sustenance, turning a blind eye to any visitors. After all, even now, Lin Qifeng remains an elder of the outer court, and the disciples are compelled to show Chen Yan a modicum of respect. As for Lin Qifeng, the reasons behind his unwavering support for himself, even at the cost of tarnishing his own reputation, elude Chen Yan. He understands that it has nothing to do with the bond between master and disciple, for he and Lin Qifeng share no such connection. Chen Yan is unable to offer Lin Qifeng any substantial benefits, as the elder could easily find another mouthpiece for Kongyuan Mountain, with plenty of outer court disciples eager to serve him. A dark thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Lin Qifeng is secretly coveting his secrets? It is a possibility. Yet Chen Yan advised him to abandon such notions. With the presence of the hidden immortal technique, no one could hope to uncover his secrets. It would not be long before this incident even caught the attention of the sect master. From what he gathered from his master and Elder Fu, the sect master likely wishes to smooth things over, superficially punishing Elder Lin while compensating Elder Song, allowing matters to pass. Why did you kill Qi Yadong? Zhu Xiao Yin Guit? Her curiosity piqued. I was merely unaware of the drug's effects and lost control, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, he had not anticipated that he could kill Qi Yadong with a single punch. Although Qi Yadong had suppressed his cultivation to the body refinement realm, lacking protective true energy, his physical strength was still at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm. Chen Yan had only just stepped into the martial spring realm, fully aware of the vast chasm between the Qi transformation and martial spring realms. Yet, astonishingly, he had struck down a peak Qi transformation cultivator without employing any true energy. Did you truly consume forbidden drugs? Chu Xiao questioned, having witnessed the entire event from the observation platform. The feat of a body refinement realm cultivator instantly defeating a peak Qi transformation realm opponent would astound even the foremost disciple of the Qinshan Peak. In that moment, Chu Xiao distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from certain inner court elders seated on the platform, a desire for vengeance against the source of calamity. At that time, she turned to look up, noticing Lin Qifeng, seated with a serious demeanor, furrowed brows, contemplating Chen Yan on the arena, lost in thought. It was only when the medical hall disciples declared Qi Yadong's death that Song Wensheng erupted in fury, prompting Lin Qifeng to react. The justification of compelling one's disciple to ingest forbidden drugs for the sake of face is a rather flimsy excuse, and Chu Xiao found it hard to accept. She believed that Chen Yan must harbor secrets of considerable significance. Given the circumstances, what further lies could I possibly tell? Chen Yan replied with a bitter smile before shifting the topic. What has become of Zhang Xishuan's examination? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's expression darkened slightly. He has passed away, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 35, The Revelation. Passed away. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, a conclusion he had never anticipated. Given Zhang Xishuan's formidable life force as a practitioner at the Qi-Si stage, it would not be a simple task to bring about his demise. Moreover, Elder Fu Qian had already sealed his meridians, making self-destruction impossible. His body had long been afflicted with a venomous curse, his organs reduced to mere blood, beyond the reach of even divine intervention. Chu Xiao remarked, I fear that even if we capture others in the future, it may prove exceedingly difficult to extract any information from them. It is highly likely that they too bear the venomous curse within. The clues had once again come to a halt. Regarding Zhang Xishuan's background, we have conducted an investigation. Chu Xiao continued. He entered the outer court of the Kongshan sect as a loose cultivator 2 decades ago, already possessing mid-stage body refinement skills at that time. He had a few close disciples from the outer court, and upon observation, they seemed entirely unaware of Zhang Xishuan's circumstances. Moreover, his friends were perplexed by his sudden decision to participate in the outer court grand competition. To those who were close to Zhang Xishuan, he appeared to be an individual with nearly no talent for cultivation, and his admission into the Kongshan sect was deemed sheer luck. They believed he might never transcend to the Qi gathering stage in his lifetime. In truth, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xishuan had quietly broken through to the Qi Si stage and had been consuming an unknown suppressive elixir to confine his cultivation to the body refinement stage. Chen Yan's expression grew grave, for the ambiguities were numerous and even chilling upon closer reflection. What could their ultimate aim be? To have a Qi Si stage practitioner willingly assume the role of a body refinement disciple, remaining in the outer court for decades? We remain oblivious to how many individuals like Zhang Xishuan lurk within the outer court and across various peaks. Chu Xiao's demeanor reflected her seriousness. The Kongshan sect, a colossal entity situated in the northern expanse of Chongping continent, is renowned as one of the 5 great sections. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, it has produced several transcendent beings and continues to host practitioners of the divine ability and harmonization stages. Although the Kongshan sect appears to maintain its strength and stands resilient upon this land, it is, in truth, already hollow within. The internal strife among the various mountain peaks is of little concern, as such rivalry is a common ailment among grand sections. However, the hidden parasites and schemers lurking deep within the sect pose the true peril to its heart. Perhaps the Kongshan sect could continue to drag on for several more millennia, but it would merely be a struggle for survival. Is there any lead regarding the list? Chen Yan inquired. None, Chu Xiao replied, shaking her head. No one knows where Song Mingda has concealed the list. It is certain that, to this day, no one has discovered Song Mingda's list. Otherwise, Zhang Xishuan would not have sought him out. If the list cannot be found, one might consider an alternative approach. For instance, what exactly did Song Mingda uncover in the correspondence and documents pertaining to Shangong Hall, and how did he compile that list? Despite being merely a steward from the outer court without any notable background, he managed to seize the lifeblood of those lurking in the shadows. This presents a thought-provoking question. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the detention center. A disciple clad in an outer court robe from the law enforcement hall appeared before Chen Yan's cell, bowing in succession towards Chu Xiao and Chen Yan. Sister Chu, Brother Chen. Over the past fortnight, Chen Yan had grown quite familiar with this disciple, as he was responsible for delivering his meals and other necessities. What is it? Chu Xiao inquired of the disciple. Elder Yueqi from Kongyuan Mountain wishes to meet Brother Chen. I kindly ask Sister Chu to step aside for the time being. The disciple replied. Elder Yueqi? Chen Yan recognized him as Lin Qifeng's senior brother and his own second master. When he had acted as a messenger to Kongyuan Mountain, it was to convey messages to Elder Yueqi. I understand, Chu Xiao said softly, casting a glance at Chen Yan before exiting the detention center. A quarter of an hour later, the white-robed elder appeared before Chen Yan's cell, casting a meaningful glance at the imprisoned Chen Yan, yet saying nothing. Second master, Chen Yan, unable to contain his anxiety, spoke first. Can you still address me as master? The white-robed elder replied, a mixture of amusement and resignation in his tone. Your reckless master does not regard me as a brother. It is as if he treats me like a wicked practitioner. Chen Yan was bewildered, not grasping the meaning behind Yueqi's words. He said it was the elixir I provided you. Yueqi's expression darkened. At that moment, Chen Yan comprehended the situation. Indeed, Lin Qifeng had been using his senior brother as a scapegoat. However, from Yueqi's demeanor, it seemed he had indeed accepted the blame that Lin Qifeng had assigned to him. Chen Yan could not fathom the relationship between Lin Qifeng and Yueqi, but it was evident that their bond as brothers was far from ordinary, as not everyone could bear such a burden. Do you know how the outer court competition turned out later? Yueqi continued to inquire. The disciple has heard some rumors. Although Qi Yadong has perished and I have been imprisoned, chaos ensued in the arena concerning Lin Qifeng and Song Wenqing. However, under the supervision of the steward Shui Xiao, the outer court competition for those in the Qi condensation realm continued. During this period, several outstanding disciples from the outer court attempted to challenge the inner gate's guardians, but ultimately faced defeat. However, the most striking figure remains Su Outyin. After achieving an impressive 7 consecutive victories in the opening match, he ultimately triumphed over the champion of this grand competition, earning the esteemed title of the outer court champion. Naturally, in previous competitions, the emergence of such an extraordinary talent as the outer court champion would have garnered immense attention. Yet this year, the focus has shifted. All eyes are now upon Elder Lin Qifeng of the Outer Court, embroiled in a scandal of collusion with his disciple, Chen Yan. Instances of cheating have plagued both the Outer Court competition and the sect's contests annually. However, the involvement of an elder in such deceit is a first in the storied history of Kongshan sect. Qifeng finds himself in a precarious position, as this is the only means to safeguard his interests. Yueqi remarked, "Do you comprehend the consequences you would face if your master chose not to protect you in this manner? You would bear the stigma of being a harbinger of calamity." Chen Yan responded with indifference. Yueqi narrowed his eyes slightly, then fell into silence for a moment. "You appear to understand everything. So why proceed in this manner? Rather than inquiring about my intentions, I am more curious as to why both your second master and your own master are so intent on preserving you," Chen Yan countered. Chapter 36. Disciples of Kanyuan Mountain. When Chen Yan posed his question, he did so without reservation. After several cycles and the continuous refresh of the cycle record points, he finally grasped a crucial realization. His survival was of no consequence. If the current cycle's progression veered beyond his control, potentially leading to irreparable repercussions, he could opt to embrace destruction, sacrificing his life to glean more information. Thus, in the next cycle, he might secure a more favorable outcome. This was precisely Chen Yan's intention. He displayed no fear towards Elder Yueqi, a master of the transformation realm, instead positioning himself as an equal. The elder outside the cell, too, seemed unperturbed by Chen Yan's audacious demeanor, maintaining a calm composure. "Regardless of whether you are feigning ignorance or genuinely bewildered," Elder Yueqi remarked, "we now find ourselves tethered to the same string of fate. It remains unclear whether it is Chen Yan who binds Lin Qifeng and Yueqi to this string, or whether Lin Qifeng and Yueqi have ensnared Chen Yan. Nonetheless, for Chen Yan, to be connected to such formidable beings is undoubtedly an honor. Should your complicity be unveiled, the consequences we all face, yourself, me, and Qifeng, would be unbearable. What must I do?" Chen Yan inquired. "Tell me, what do Qingshan Peak or Fu Qian intend to accomplish?" Elder Yueqi replied, "I can disclose that information, but first, you must reveal your own intentions. We do not wish for the Kongshan sect to become a second Xianxia sect." Elder Yueqi replied, "The Xianxia sect was indeed the instigator of the tumultuous calamity eradication movement that transpired a millennium ago." Yueqi expressed that both he and Lin Qifeng aimed to prevent the Kongshan sect from repeating the tragic fate of the Xianxia sect. It remains unclear whether he fears the Kongshan sect may initiate a new calamity, or if he is concerned about it becoming a casualty in the power struggles of the various factions in Qinping continent. Should it be the former, Chen Yan could comprehend the disdain Yueqi and Lin Qifeng harbored for Fu Qian, as Fu Qian's lineage staunchly advocates the theory of calamity. The current stature and influence of the Kongshan sect in Qinping continent could rival that of 20 flourishing Xianxia sects. "Fu Qian is seeking a list," Chen Yan candidly responded. Although he could not fully trust Yueqi, given that Lin Qifeng had initially taken him as a disciple solely to exploit him, he too was leveraging Lin Qifeng. However, as a subordinate, he found himself in a more passive role within this mutual exploitation. Yet, they had now entwined their futures together. As Yueqi aptly noted, they were all like grasshoppers on the same string. They had also paid a certain price for this entanglement. A list? The elder appeared quite perplexed. "There is a disciple in the outer court named Zhang Xishan, who has been under the Kongshan sect's tutelage for 2 decades, yet remains merely a late-stage body-refining disciple," Chen Yan stated. "It is not uncommon to see someone stagnate for decades in the outer court," Yueqi remarked. "However, his actual cultivation level is at the Qi realm. He has merely been consistently consuming suppression pills to restrain his cultivation to the body-refining stage," Chen Yan continued. "Zhang Xishuan's name appears on that list." After a brief silence, Yueqi slowly spoke. "Those on the list may be seeking to overturn something." "Elder Fu Qian shares the same sentiment," Chen Yan replied. "You seem to have a favorable impression of that old man, Fu Qian. I must caution you that he is not to be trifled with," Yueqi said meaningfully. "Yet, do you hold a better impression of Fu Qian or of the young girl who visited you not long ago?" "It has nothing to do with anyone," Chen Yan replied. "Those on the list wish to eliminate me because they suspect I am privy to their secrets, compelling me to collaborate with Qingshan Peak. Why not confide in your master?" "Because I do not trust him, nor do I trust you, my honorable uncle," Chen Yan admitted candidly. "Yueqi merely scoffed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, Were he to find himself in Chen Yan's position, he too would struggle to trust a master, an uncle who merely sought to use him as a messenger. The incident has been classified as a case of fraud involving Lin Qifeng and his disciples, whereas the death of Song Wenqing's apprentice is deemed an unfortunate accident. You shall be released later today, Yueqi stated. Is there no other punishment? Chen Yan inquired. Indeed there is. Yueqi's expression darkened instantly, and his voice rose. Lin Qifeng has been stripped of his position as an elder of the outer court, with Shuexiu, the steward of the martial arts arena, temporarily taking over his duties. Lin Qifeng is to be exiled to the cliffs of Kanyuan Mountain for reflection, facing a 10-year salary reduction. As for Yueqi, the elder of the Dan Hall at Kanyuan Mountain, who colluded with Lin Qifeng in his fraudulent activities and failed to report it, he shall endure a 3-year salary reduction. From Yueqi's words, Chen Yan could discern the deep resentment he harbored. As an elder of the Dan Hall, Yueqi earned approximately 200 high-grade spirit stones annually. This was not an insignificant sum, as even a single medium-grade spirit artifact was worth over 100 high-grade spirit stones. Being an elder of the Dan Hall, Yueqi had various means to amass wealth. Therefore, more than the reduction in salary, he was more concerned about the loss of face that came with this scandal. The esteemed direct disciple of the sex master, the leader of the Dan Hall at Kanyuan Mountain, had conspiringly participated in fraudulent activities during the outer court competition. If such a disgrace leaked out, it would be a source of ridicule for a lifetime. When Lin Qifeng pointed fingers at Yueqi, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this wayward junior brother. And what punishment shall I face? Chen Yan pressed on. We have borne the brunt of this affair. And you, a mere junior, wish to face punishment? Perhaps you could repay the 3 years of salary I lost due to this debacle? Yueqi grumbled. Chen Yan could only choose silence. 600 high-grade spirit stones were, without a doubt, a fortune for him. In the outer court, his monthly salary was merely 5 low-grade spirit stones, and it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a single high-grade spirit stone. Once you are released, hurry back to your residence and pack your belongings. Xiaobin will come to escort you before sunset, Yueqi instructed. Xiaobin was elder Yueqi's disciple, and on the day Chen Yan headed to the Dan Hall at Kanyuan Mountain, he had briefly encountered Xiaobin, the young man clad in a yellow robe. Where will you take me? Chen Yan asked. Your master, Lin Qifeng, is no longer an elder of the outer court. After he is released from the cliffs of Kanyuan Mountain, he will remain there, and, as Lin Qifeng's disciple, you will follow him, Yueqi replied, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Yan. From this day forth, you shall truly be a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain. Chapter 37. Release from Imprisonment. After Yueqi departed from the confinement facility, Chen Yan sat alone in his cell, contemplating for a long while. The sect was rife with factions, engaged in both open and covert struggles for power. However, based on the information available to him thus far, he found it challenging to discern right from wrong. Yet, the question of right or wrong held little significance for Chen Yan. What do these chaotic power struggles have to do with a mere outer courtyard disciple? But now he is a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain. Nevertheless, should he perish once more, whether he will be an outer courtyard disciple or a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain in the next reincarnation remains uncertain. For Chen Yan, what truly matters lies concealed beneath the surface, a conspiracy that has been brewing all along. The calamity of the outer courtyard, to unfold more than 2 years hence, appears to be the outcome of this very intrigue. This catastrophe led to the demise of Cheng Xing. He has traversed 20 reincarnations, devoted to rescuing Cheng Xing from that death, which has even become an obsession for Chen Yan. Just as he resolved to abandon and distance himself from Cheng Xing, he stumbled upon a new discovery. Qingshan Peak, Kaiyun Tower, the remnants of the Wujiao, and the list of Elder Song. Chen Yan believes he is gradually approaching the truth. Creak. A crisp sound emanated from the door of the cell, the lock being unfastened from the outside. There stood the familiar disciple of the law enforcement hall at the threshold, grinning and bowing before Chen Yan, who sat within the cell. Brother Chen, you may leave now, the disciple announced. Chen Yan remained silent, merely shaking his leg gently. The shackles binding his ankles clinked softly. Please forgive me, Brother Chen. My memory fades me. The disciple of the law enforcement hall hurriedly knelt before Chen Yan, unfastening the shackles from his feet. As Chen Yan rose, he stretched his body slightly. So heavy, so cumbersome. The shackles were crafted from special iron, inscribed with a suppression mantra to disrupt the wearer's flow of vital energy. While the effect might be less pronounced for cultivators above the divine connection realm, for those at the Qi Si realm and below, Donning such shackles was akin to being rendered powerless. Vital energy surged from his martial spring, coursing through every meridian in Chen Yan's body. As his vital energy quickly filled his channels, his limbs, stiffened from prolonged immobility, regained their normal sensation. I appreciate your efforts these days, Chen Yan said, turning slightly away from the disciple of the law enforcement hall. It's nothing, merely my duty as a disciple, the disciple replied, rubbing his palms together while still smiling obsequiously. Well, I will mention your name to Elder Wu and ensure he supports you, Chen Yan remarked. Elder Wu, whose full name is Wu Quan, is the steward of the law enforcement hall in the outer courtyard. Oh, how could I possibly accept such kindness? I owe you a great deal, Brother Chen. The disciple's smile widened even further. It is but a small favor. With that, Chen Yan stepped out of the cell. Only after Chen Yan's figure had faded from view did the disciple of the law enforcement hall suddenly realize an important matter. Brother, Chen does not even know my name. Chen Yan departed from the confinement facility and, after reclaiming his frost needle, made his way directly towards his dwelling. The twilight had already cloaked the mountains in a deep azure hue. As per the words of Master Yueqi, Zhao Bin would arrive to fetch him before sunset. Time was of the essence. Upon returning to his abode, Chen Yan approached the tea table by the window, gently brushing his fingertips across the dust that had settled on its surface, meticulously noting the subtle changes within the room. During his fortnight of captivity, no one had visited. Subsequently, Chen Yan began to pack his belongings. He found little of significant value to take with him. Perhaps the only items of worth were a few premium chi-regulating pills and the unfinished frostgrass. Senior Brother Chen, a familiar youthful voice called from outside the door. Chen Yan walked to the entrance and opened it, discovering Sun Lu, the disciple of the steward Zheng Fuyue from the outer courtyard, standing there with a smile. I heard that Senior Brother Chen is leaving the confinement facility today, so I came to pay my respects. Your sources are quite astute, Chen Yan replied. Senior Brother Chen, there is no need for such modesty, Sun Lu chuckled, shaking his head. However, I'm aware of both matters that should be known and those that should not. For instance, are you not currently packing your belongings for a journey to Kanyuan Mountain? Indeed, Chen Yan conceded. In addition, I have also learned about Elder Lin being relieved of his duties at the outer courtyard, with Elder Shui temporarily taking over his responsibilities, Sun Lu continued. My apologies, Chen Yan said. Given that our master is in a precarious situation, it seems that the commitments made to Steward Zheng Mei. There is no need for apologies, Senior Brother. Both our master and I fully understand, Sun Lu interjected with a smile. I did not come here to discuss such matters. What, then, is the purpose of your visit? Chen Yan inquired. It pertains to Songmingde, the steward, Sun Lu replied. Chen Yan felt his breath momentarily catch, and his heart quickened. What have you discovered? He asked. Interestingly, Sun Lu began, during the recent outer courtyard competition, I noticed a group of disciples gambling in a corner of the viewing platform. One of them, during the second round, bet on your victory, which piqued my interest. In our subsequent conversation, I inadvertently learned some remarkable information. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. What information? That disciple had previously encountered Steward Song at a gambling den in Taiyin City, where Steward Song had lost the account of the Shanggong Hall, Sun Lu revealed. And then? Chen Yan pressed. The disciple mentioned that after Steward Song had squandered all his spirit stones at the gambling den, he entered the inner chamber. But what transpired thereafter remains unknown, Sun Lu concluded. After leaving Taiyin City, Song Jishur returned to the sect and shortly thereafter confessed to the law enforcement hall, where he was subsequently imprisoned. What you mean to say is that Brother Chen might consider a trip to Taiyin City, perhaps uncovering more truths. Sun Lu paused briefly, remarking that with Brother Chen's cultivation progress, he would likely soon break through to the Qi connecting realm. According to the rules of the Kongshan sect, disciples in the body refinement realm are not permitted to leave the sect without the guidance of a cultivator above the martial spring realm. Thank you, Chen Yan said, cupping his fists in Sun Lu's direction. Unfortunately, regarding the matter entrusted to me by Elder Zheng and your master, I fear it cannot be fulfilled. No matter, Sun Lu replied. What my master and I desire has never merely been the position of an elder in the outer court. I will need Brother Chen's support in the future. With that, Sun Lu bowed once more to Chen Yan. As for his true thoughts, it is likely that only he himself knows. Chapter 38, A New Beginning. Chen Yan's heart was stirred by Sun Lu's words. His master, Lin Qifeng, harbored a strong dislike for Zheng Fuyue, believing the Spirit Herb Workshop elder to be short-sighted. In recent days, Chen Yan had begun to align with Lin Qifeng's views. However, today was different. Despite Lin Qifeng's current predicament, where all his efforts seemed as futile as a meat bun thrown to a dog. Zhang Fuyue and his disciples still chose to stand by Lin Qifeng. Chen Yan felt that Zhang Fuyue was extraordinary. Most would have distanced themselves from Lin Qifeng by now, especially since Shuexiu was merely an acting elder. It was possible that a new elder might soon arrive. If the new elder had connections with Song Wensheng, those close to Lin Qifeng could face repercussions. Zhang Fuyue, it appeared, had deeper investments at play. The immortal gambling house in Taiyin City, perhaps. After Sun Lu's departure, Chen Yan muttered to himself. He decided not to inform Chu Xiao or Fu Qin of this matter just yet and would first journey to Taiyin City alone. Brother Chen, long time no see. Lifting his head, Chen Yan encountered the young man in the conspicuous yellow robe whom he had previously met in the Pill Hall at Kanyuan Mountain. Today, he still donned that striking yellow garment. Brother Zhao, long time no see, Chen Yan greeted. Are you ready? Zhao Bin inquired. Ready to depart at any moment. Chen Yan replied. Good. Zhao Bin nodded, then produced a short flute from his sleeve. With a gentle blow, the air resonated with the calls of cranes. A magnificent white crane appeared in the sky, its feathers aglow with fiery hues in the sunset's remnants, creating a breathtaking sight. The white crane circled gracefully in the air before slowly descending into the courtyard. Cultivators below the realm of Qi are incapable of soaring through the skies. For instance, during the previous occasion, when Chu Xiao escorted me to Qingshan Peak, she employed a teleportation technique. Conversely, Zhao Bin requires the aid of a steed. Presently, Zhao Bin's cultivation remains at the level of martial spring, and though he is quite young, merely 26 years of age, his talent for alchemy surpasses that of his martial prowess. His youthful appearance is attributed to his habit of consuming beauty-enhancing pills, which are far from inexpensive. A single pill can fetch the price of 10 high-grade spiritual stones in the prestigious treasure halls outside the sect. Not all cultivators succumb to the ravages of age. With sufficient cultivation speed, one's age may lag behind. Take, for instance, the current leader of Kongshan's sect, Yuni Chen, who, at the age of 200, is said to still possess the visage of a youth in his 20s. A more immediate example is Lu Li, who, despite nearing 40 while teaching in the outer courtyard, still appears remarkably youthful. However, some cultivators, in pursuit of an ethereal demeanor, intentionally adopt a more aged appearance. Hold on tight, Zhao Bin instructed. The wings of the white crane stirred the flowing clouds, while Chen Yan's robes billowed in the fierce winds. The contours of the outer courtyard gradually diminished, a sensation reminiscent of when he stood alone in the pavilion atop the nearby mountain. Soon he spotted the mountain pavilion again, which swiftly shrank to the size of a mere black dot, akin to the previous settlement of the outer courtyard. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he suddenly noticed the dark golden patterns shimmering through Zhao Bin's yellow attire, which bore the emblem of the cloud crane representing Kanyuan Mountain. Why must you put yourself through this, junior brother? Zhao Bin suddenly remarked during their flight to Kanyuan Mountain. What do you mean? Chen Yan inquired. Cheating in the outer courtyard competition, Zhao Bin replied. Chen Yan was taken aback momentarily, then pondered before continuing in the vein of Zhao Bin's thoughts. Master does not wish to lose face, and I, too, value my reputation. It is only out of necessity that such desperate measures were taken. Yet this situation is even more embarrassing, is it not? Zhao Bin sighed. And it is not just you, junior brother Chen. Both Uncle Lin and Master are involved, leaving me utterly humiliated before my peers in the Dan Hall recently. You speak the truth, senior brother, Chen Yan acknowledged. Zhao Bin quickly regained his composure, hastily adding, I apologize, junior brother Chen. I was a bit out of line just now. Please forgive me. Additionally, I have a request. Please do not mention what I just said to Master. Rest assured. Senior brother Zhao, Chen Yan replied. Master Yueqi had not disclosed the truth of the matter to senior brother Zhao, for it was best that knowledge of this incident be kept to a minimum. For reasons unknown, Chen Yan felt that the truth of the matter must not be revealed to Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin's attitude towards the cause of the calamity was intriguing, to say the least. It seemed that Yueqi, Zhao Bin's master, should possess a deeper understanding of these matters than Chen Yan himself. Soon, the majestic gates of Kanyuan Mountain appeared before Chen Yan. The mountain, shrouded in twilight, was far more imposing than it had been in the morning. The rolling sea of clouds was tinged with crimson by the setting sun, lending an air of solemnity and depth to the golden characters that read Kanyuan's eye at the entrance. As the last rays of sunlight sank into the sea of clouds, Kanyuan Mountain transformed into a sword tempered by fire, seemingly cleaving heaven and earth in two. A white crane glided through the mountain gates, while the bamboo leaves adorning the cliffs appeared as dark brown blades under the dimming light. The disciples stationed at the entrance, upon spotting Huang Gua seated upon the white crane, hurriedly bowed in greeting. Disciple pays respects to senior brother of the Dan Hall. Senior brother of the Dan Hall, indeed? This title sounded quite impressive. Uncle Lin is currently reflecting on the cliff at the back, so I fear you won't see him for a while. Zhao Bin informed Chen Yan, seated before him. As night has fallen, allow me to arrange a place for you to stay. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Chen Yan replied succinctly. Kanyuan Mountain truly lived up to its reputation as an inner sect. The accommodation for disciples were on a completely different level compared to the outer courtyard. Each inner disciple resided in an independent courtyard, unlike the outer courtyard where 4 disciples shared a single courtyard. Moreover, the size of the courtyards here surpassed those in the outer courtyard by more than double. As for Chen Yan's residence, it was even more splendid than that of the average inner disciple. Despite the recent scandal of misconduct, his master, Lin Qifeng, remained a favored disciple of the sect leader, and his close relation with the elder of the Dan Hall ensured that arranging a comfortable dwelling was quite effortless. From now on, this shall be your abode, junior brother Chen, Zhao Bin stated, his expression turning grave as he tossed a jade token to Chen Yan. This is a communication talisman. If you encounter an insurmountable problem, shatter it, and I shall arrive immediately. What sort of problems might I encounter? Chen Yan inquired. The enforcement hall may seek to trouble you, Zhao Bin responded. Song Wenshun, the elder of the enforcement hall at Kanyuan Mountain, had lost his direct disciple to Chen Yan. Although it was unlikely that a senior elder would stoop so low as to harass a junior, one could never truly predict such matters. Thank you for the warning. Senior brother, Chen Yan acknowledged. It's of no concern. I won't be at Kanyuan Mountain for long anyway, as I must soon make my way to Taiyin City. Chapter 39. The Immortal Lord Fuxing. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight had slipped by. Chen Yan had gradually acclimatized to life on Kanyuan Mountain. For him, there was little distinction between residing in Kanyuan Mountain or the outer courtyard. The only notable changes were the significantly enlarged residence and the golden cloud crane patterns adorning the sleeves of the Taoist robe. Nothing more than that. The disciples of the law enforcement hall did not seek trouble with Chen Yan. After all, Song Wensheng was a practitioner of the divine realm, and he needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. It would be rather unbecoming to target a mere youth like Chen Yan, who was but a body-refining realm cultivator. Oh, but wait. Chen Yan had now ascended to the Qi consolidation realm. At Kanyuan Mountain, within the Shanggong Hall, an elderly man dressed in a brown Taoist robe stood behind the counter, diligently filling out the receipt for a sect task with a brush in hand. This elder, a young man with an attractive visage, approached the counter and clasped his fists in greeting to the elder behind it. An unfamiliar face. The elder merely cast a glance at the youth before resuming his writing. Unlike the bustling number of individuals in the outer court, the cultivators at Kanyuan Mountain numbered only around 1,000. In their daily cultivation, only disciples ranging from the Qi consolidation realm to the Sea of Qi realm regularly interacted with the Shanggong Hall. Currently, there were approximately 400 disciples in the outer court situated between the Qi consolidation realm and the Sea of Qi realm. The elder behind the counter was a senior disciple in the Shanggong Hall, possessing late-stage cultivation in the Martial Spring realm. He had served in this hall for over 170 years and could be said to recognize nearly all disciples above the Qi consolidation realm in this generation of Kanyuan Mountain. Indeed, I have only recently ascended from the outer court to Kanyuan Mountain, the youth replied. At such a young age, achieving the Martial Spring realm in the outer court is quite commendable, the elder remarked in admiration. No, I am not of the Martial Spring realm, but of the Qi consolidation realm. This revelation surprised the elder. How could a disciple of the Qi consolidation realm ascend to the inner sect? My name is Chen Yan. I hope to receive your guidance, senior. Oh, Chen Yan. Upon hearing this name, the elder's expression shifted to one of recognition. In Kanyuan Mountain, this name was well known, albeit not in a positive light. It had been 15 years since the previous head disciple of Kanyuan Mountain stepped down, and during this time, the position had remained unfilled. The mountain had yet to see a figure comparable to Chu Xiao of Qingshan Peak or Li Haowen of Yuanhua Mountain, who could overshadow their contemporaries. However, in recent years, the calls for appointing a new head disciple to represent Kanyuan Mountain had grown increasingly fervent. Qi Yadong was among the candidates for this position. Song Wensheng had consistently been advancing this process until Qi Yadong was killed by a single punch from Chen Yan. The news of Qi Yadong's demise at the hands of Lin Qifeng's direct disciple during the outer court competition swiftly spread throughout Kanyuan Mountain. Naturally, accompanying this was the scandal of Lin Qifeng colluding with Chen Yan to cheat in the outer court competition. This incident marked one of the greatest farces to occur in recent years at Kanyuan Mountain, or indeed, throughout the entire Kongshan sect. At the outset, the focus of scrutiny was primarily directed towards Lin Qifeng and Chen Yan's collusion in fraudulent activities. However, over time, the discourse evolved into a realm of conspiracy theories. For instance, it was posited that Xi Yadong's demise was no mere accident, but rather a calculated act by certain individuals within the Fengmai sect, who did not wish for him to ascend as the foremost disciple of Kanyuan Mountain, thus orchestrating his removal through Lin Qifeng and his apprentice. Of course, while such discussions may occur in hushed tones, it is prudent to refrain from voicing them in the presence of those involved. After all, there exists no grievance nor enmity. It is unnecessary to cast aspersions upon those who mean no harm. As for newcomers, an assessment of their cultivation is requisite, the elder remarked, subsequently sliding around. Dark gray stone from the counter towards Chen Yan. Place your hand upon it, he instructed. Chen Yan nodded and complied, though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. For this was his inaugural attempt to gauge his cultivation with an instrument. The hidden immortal technique could deceive the eyes of any formidable cultivator. But would it elude the scrutiny of such a device? As Chen Yan rested his hand upon the apparatus, he felt an involuntary sweat bead in his palm. You are at the initial stage of the qi circulation realm, eligible to undertake some basic sect tasks, the elder declared. A wave of relief washed over Chen Yan. It seemed there were no issues after all. In his recent practice, Chen Yan discerned that the efficacy of the hidden immortal technique transcended mere concealment of cultivation. It embodied a profound mental discipline. Utilizing the hidden immortal technique to circulate his vital energy proved far more fluid than employing the Kongshan technique. Moreover, the acceleration of his inner vital energy was increasingly pronounced. Chen Yan was convinced that the hidden immortal technique was undoubtedly a superior form of mental discipline compared to the Kongshan technique. The basic sect tasks encompass escort missions, menial duties, and the hunting of low-tier magical beasts. Which type of task do you prefer? The elder inquired. Are there any tasks associated with Taiyin City? Chen Yan asked. Taiyin City? Indeed, I have heard that it is the preeminent metropolis of the western territories of the Qingke Kingdom. Thus, I harbor aspirations to embark on sect missions while also indulging in some sightseeing. Chen Yan replied with a respectful bow. The cities of the secular dynasties are rather mundane, the elder remarked. Have you ever heard of the Celestial City? I have not. I have only heard whispers. But it is said that beyond the northern seas of the Chongping continent lies a solitary island, the site of the fall of the immortal Fuxing 70,000 years ago. After his demise, his Dao rhythm merged with that island, and from that moment forth, every newborn on that island emerges as a martial spring cultivator. Born as a martial spring cultivator? Chen Yan gasped in astonishment. Wait a moment, 7,000 years ago, Su Hongjin also fell in the Yujin mountain range. Though he did not take that final step, he was gravely injured by the heavenly tribulation for merely brushing against the threshold. Whereas the immortal Fuxing was a true immortal who traversed the Chongping continent for countless years. Even in death, he remains the foremost figure in the immortal path of the Chongping continent. The old man spoke thus. How did such a formidable being fall? Chen Yan inquired. It was due to the erosion of the Dao's resonance, the old man sighed. In theory, once a cultivator ascends to the celestial realm, they may share a lifespan with heaven and earth. Yet, they remain subject to the inexorable law of Dao erosion. As the resonance fades, even the transcendent mastery of an immortal can fragment, ultimately dissipating amidst the cosmos. This was the first time Chen Yan had heard of such matters. After the fall of the Fuxing immortal, a city named Fuxing arose on that solitary island. This city, isolated from the world, was rumored to house a number of upper-tier cultivators that rivaled the combined might of the 5 great sects of Chengpingzhou. The old man continued. Moreover, recent whispers suggested that the reason no one had ascended since Su Hongjin in Chengpingzhou was also tied to Fuxing City. Chapter 40, Taiyin City. Chen Yan did not take the old man's words to heart, regarding them merely as a tale. He was but a minor figure who had spent over 20 reincarnations and hundreds of years to finally ascend to the martial spring realm. Were some born as martial spring cultivators? Perhaps, but such matters felt distant from him. Returning to the topic at hand, he urged the elder behind the counter. The old man nodded and retrieved a booklet, beginning to peruse its contents. Currently, There is only one sect mission to Taiyun City available for disciples at the Qi Connecting Realm. What is the task? It is a follow-up assignment issued by Lu Li of Qingshan Peak, the old man replied. Kongshan sect, before its main gate. Chen Yan had not visited this place in many years. He recalled the last time was when he attempted to escape that calamity with Cheng Xing. According to the timeline, that event had yet to occur, set for over 2 years in the future. Chen Yan had tried to flee Kongshan sect with Cheng Xing on multiple occasions. Yet each time they were intercepted by a man wielding a large blade, clad in coarse garments. That man's cultivation level was at least mid-stage martial spring. Chen Yan remembered the oath he had sworn to slay that man. Now, after enduring numerous reincarnations, the once-etched hatred had begun to wane. Alongside it, so too had his fear of Lu Li lessened. The memory of being pierced by Lu Li's Kongshan finger, witnessing his own entrails and blood cascade from his body, haunted Chen Yan across countless lifetimes. Is this what they call a narrow road for enemies? Chen Yan mused. Lu Li was bound for Taiyun City to visit the Yunwang mansion. Some time ago, an elder from the Xingtian sect, one of the 5 great sects of Chempingzhou, had passed through Taiyun City on his travels. The Xingtian sect's influence was indeed greater than that of Kongshan sect. Such individuals surprisingly lingered for a brief period within Taiyun City, prompting the Cloud King, Qin Ming, to personally host a banquet at the Cloud King's residence. During the feast, an elder from the Starry Sky sect unexpectedly expressed admiration for the cultivation talent of the little princess of the Cloud King's household, believing that Qin Ming's daughter, Qin Yu, possessed the aptitude to inherit his unique martial arts. He wished to take Qin Yu back to the Starry Sky sect, in the realm of Chunping continent. Being recognized by one of the 5 major sects, the Starry Sky sect, is an immense honor, even for a royal princess. However, the Cloud King found himself in a state of hesitation regarding this matter. While it was indeed a commendable opportunity, Taiyun City, and indeed the entire Qingke kingdom, lay firmly within the influence of the Empty Mountain sect. The elder's overture, albeit sincere in his pursuit of talent, would undoubtedly be seen as a slight to the Empty Mountain sect, given that Qin Yu was a princess of the Qingke kingdom, which was wholly subservient to the Empty Mountain sect. As a noble sovereign, Qin Ming understood the implications of this. Thus, he refrained from making an immediate decision about his daughter's future and instead penned a letter to the consul disciple stationed at the Empty Mountain sect. The Empty Mountain sect would never permit the princess of the Qingke kingdom to join the Starry Sky sect. Nevertheless, the Empty Mountain sect was known for its reasonableness and sense of propriety. Should Qin Yu ultimately be unable to join the Starry Sky sect, it would signify a considerable loss of opportunity for her, as she could have become a direct disciple of the sect's elder. While being a direct disciple of an elder does not equate to being a personal disciple, it still places one in a substantially higher status than that of an ordinary inter-sect disciple. In compensation for this, the Empty Mountain sect decided to allow a certain inter-sect elder from Qingshan Peak to take Qin Yu as a disciple. Today, Lu Li was sent to represent Qingshan Peak, tasked with personally conveying the Empty Mountain sect's decision to the Cloud King Qin Ming and Princess Qin Yu. However, as a practitioner at the Martial Spring Realm and a lecturer in the Scripture Hall, it would be somewhat beneath his dignity to visit Taiyun City alone. Furthermore, having recently been transferred to Qingshan Peak, Lu Li found his foundation there to be unstable. With no one to assist him, he could only solicit a few disciples at the Qi Gathering Realm from the Shangong Hall to accompany him in his visit to the Cloud King. Soon, Lu Li and 3 other disciples arrived at the mountain gate in succession. Clad in a blue robe, Lu Li stood before Chen Yan, his appearance unchanged from Chen Yan's recollection, exuding the same refined demeanor. The other 3 disciples consisted of 2 males and 1 female, making a total of 3 males and 1 female, including Chen Yan. All 3 disciples were at the initial stage of the Qi Gathering Realm. 1 male and 1 female hailed from the sect's outer courtyard, while the other male disciple was from Yuanhua Mountain. The disciple from Yuanhua Mountain appeared to look down upon those from the outer courtyard, maintaining a distinct air of separation. It was only upon noticing the gilded cloud crane pattern on Chen Yan's sleeve that he offered a slight gesture of goodwill towards him. Ironically, despite being of similar age and all at the initial stage of the Qi Gathering Realm, they were essentially on equal footing. As the group had gathered, Lu Li nodded slightly and declared, "Let's commence our journey." Departing from a mountain gate and reaching the foot of the mountain, they rented several spirit steeds from a nearby horse and carriage establishment, promptly setting forth towards Taiyun City. Taiyin City is the largest urban center in the western region of the Qingke Kingdom, a crucial hub and a city teeming with families of cultivators. Within the borders of the Qingke Kingdom, there exist a total of 15 cultivation families, 7 of which are located in Taiyin City. This proximity to the Kongshan sect contributes to its prominence. While these cultivation families are often referred to as mundane, the most formidable among them typically attain only the Qi-connecting realm. However, for ordinary martial artists, the Qi-connecting realm is already akin to being a transcendent being on Earth. After all, a practitioner at the body refinement realm can easily overpower any martial master in the secular world. Merely possessing invulnerability grants them an invincible position. After several hours, Lu Li and his entourage arrived at the base of Taiyin City's formidable walls. Rising 15 meters high and 5 meters wide, the city gates are flanked by 2 towers, designed for the purpose of pouring oil and hurling stones. In truth, these fortifications are mere decorations, as the royal family of the Qingke Kingdom is wholly subservient to the Kongshan sect, prioritizing the sect's interests over their own. Thus, for over 3 millennia since the kingdom's founding, the royal rule has consistently received support from the Kongshan sect. The city gate bears bold black characters on a brown background, elegantly inscribed with the name Taiyin City. Upon witnessing Lu Li and his companions, the gatekeepers promptly performed a respectful bow. Not only the soldiers, but also the bustling crowds within the city formed a vacuum around Chen Yan and his companions. No commoner dared approach them, a manifestation of the profound reverence the mundane youth held for cultivators. Chapter 41. Entering the city. "Did you notice the gaze of those commoners?" exclaimed the female Qi-connecting disciple, brimming with excitement as she addressed the male outer court disciple beside her. Admiration, reverence, awe. Is this what it feels like to be a cultivator? As they traversed the bustling marketplace of Taiyin City, making their way towards the Yun Wang mansion, the female outer court disciple seemed unable to contain her exhilaration at her first descent from the mountain. The male outer court disciple merely smiled, yet the pride in his expression was unmistakable. On their journey to Taiyin City, the Qi-connecting disciples accompanying Lu Li had already introduced themselves. The female outer court disciple is named Li Xiaoxiu, while the male outer court disciple is called Zheng Fei. "How noisy," remarked a disciple from the Yuanhua mountain with a sneer. This disciple, named Qian Sun, had shown no kindness to the 2 outer court disciples since the moment they met at the mountain gate. Li Xiaoxiu and Zheng Fei were not fools. They could naturally discern Qian Sun's unpleasant attitude. Consequently, they regarded Qian Sun as though he were a mere specter. Seeking a sense of superiority among common folk, Qian Sun continued to berate them, exclaiming, "You have truly tarnished the reputation of the Kongshan sect." His voice, though not loud, was audible to all present. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, particularly for Li Xiaoxiu and Zheng Fei, who cast discontented glances in Qian Sun's direction. Yet, they refrained from uttering a single word in rebuttal. This was primarily because Qian Sun was an inner disciple of the Yuanhua mountain, despite their similar ages and levels of cultivation, who knew what formidable backing he might possess. Thus, in response to Qian Sun's self-assertive behavior, characterized by an insatiable need for validation, Li Xiaoxiu and Zheng Fei chose to endure and ignore him. As it was their first venture down the mountain, their excitement was entirely understandable. Observing as a bystander, Chen Yan attempted to mediate the situation, wishing to prevent such trivial matters from interfering with their mission. After all, this was hardly a significant issue. It was merely the result of vanity. Reflecting on past cycles, Chen Yan recalled the first time he donned the outer sect robe of Kongshan sect in Taiyin City. He too had exhibited similar behavior. Who would not relish the feeling of being revered by the masses? Excitement? Qian Sun remarked, still visibly displeased. Lacking such composure, what right do you have to cultivate immortality? Beware of overreacting. Chen Yan, somewhat exasperated, chose to leave it at that, wishing to avoid further entanglement with him. Among those present, Qian Sun exhibited the most pronounced character flaws. Walking ahead, Lu Li dismissed the words of these younger disciples as mere background noise. As long as no serious trouble arose, he would not intervene in their disputes. Subsequently, Qian Sun's gaze fell once more upon the golden cloud crane pattern adorning Chen Yan's sleeve. After a moment's contemplation, he initiated conversation. "I recall this young man from Kongyuan Mountain. Chen Yan, is it not?" "Indeed," Chen Yan replied. "Interestingly, I remember a recent scandal regarding the outer sect's grand competition, involving the disciple of Elder Lin Chifeng, who shares the same name." Qian Sun stated. Upon hearing this, both Li Xiaoxiu and Zhang Fei turned their attention to Chen Yan. Over a month prior, during the outer sex competition, neither of them had been present, and they were unaware of Chen Yan's appearance. After he had employed disreputable means to slay senior brother Qi from Konyuan Mountain, he had been confined in the outer sex prison, and merely half a month later, he had been released. With a derisive snort, Qian Sun's eyes glimmered with disdain. In my opinion, that scoundrel should have been executed for daring to harm a prodigy like senior brother Qi, causing such tremendous loss to the sect. Oh, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. I have heard that after Lin Qifeng was dismissed from his position as an elder of the outer sect, that scoundrel also ventured into the empty Origin Mountain? Qian Sun remarked, fixing his gaze upon Chen Yan. Perhaps, it seems you hold a rather strong opinion about Chen Yan. Brother Qian? Chen Yan inquired. Naturally, allowing such a self-serving parasite from the outer sect to infiltrate the inner door is nothing short of a disgrace to the Kongshan sect. Qian Sun declared, his eyes sweeping once more over the gilded cloud crane pattern adorning Chen Yan's sleeve. Slap! In the next instant, a crimson handprint gradually appeared on Qian Sun's left cheek. Careless with your words, Chen Yan remarked, a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Qian Sun's swollen visage. You bastard! Qian Sun's internal energy surged. As a practitioner at the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm, his energy was rather thin. At the moment he was about to strike Chen Yan, his wrist was unexpectedly seized by a tremendous force, and his swirling energy was suppressed. Ahead was the residence of the Cloud King. Do not instigate trouble. Luli spoke slowly, holding Qian Sun's wrist firmly. Qian Sun's face flushed a deep red, displaying a look of indignation. Yet he dared not act recklessly in front of the leading martial artist of the Wuchuan realm. A cowardly bully, to be sure. Senior Lu, it was he who struck first. Qian Sun protested. Yamaware, Luli replied nonchalantly. However, I did not intervene then, and now that I have, it must end here. Very well, Qian Sun conceded reluctantly. Luli had not failed to intervene. Rather, he had no intention of doing so from the outset. Qian Sun had openly displayed his disdain and malice towards the outer sect. Ironically, everyone present, except for him, possessed some affiliation with the outer sect. Luli purposefully allowed Chen Yan to slap Qian Sun, a gesture that brought satisfaction and joy to many. Before long, Li Xiaoxiu and Zhang Fei approached Chen Yan cautiously, their expressions filled with curiosity. You truly are Elder Lin's direct disciple, Brother Chen Yan? Li Xiaoxiu asked. Indeed, Chen Yan nodded. I am the junior, Li Xiaoxiu. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Chen. I am the junior, Zhang Fei. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Chen. The two bowed deeply in respect. These two initial stage practitioners from the outer sect appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. In the outer sect, they could undoubtedly be regarded as exceptionally gifted. With favorable developments, they were destined to either ascend to the inner door or secure a position within the outer sect, perhaps as an official or even a steward. Thanks to Brother Chen, I achieved great success at the betting tables during the third and fourth rounds, albeit with modest interest. Zhang Fei scratched his head and remarked, what has become of the winning spirit stones? Li Xiaoxiu's tone seemed to carry a hint of teasing and jest. It appeared that these two were indeed acquainted. No wonder. At this age, breaking through to the realm of Qi is undoubtedly an extraordinary achievement among the outer disciples, and it is quite natural for them to be acquainted with one another. Just like Sun Lu once felt perplexed about not knowing Cheng Xing. Chapter 42. A woman named Qin Yu resides in the Wangfu. Later, during the competition in the Qi realm, they all showcased their prowess. Zhang Fei remarked, his expression soon transforming into one of indignation. It has been 100 years, a full century. And yet you tell me such an outstanding figure has emerged from the outer court? It seems Zhang Fei's loss of spirit stones has become quite evident. He never anticipated Su Outyan's victory, betting 10 times, losing 9. Whether for the sake of cultivation or personal finances, such undertakings should be approached with caution, Chen Yan advised. However, senior brother Chen, Li Xiaoxiu interjected, her expression grave, it is not just the two of us. Many outer disciples are equally eager to pose this question to you. What question? Chen Yan inquired. Did you truly engage in foul play during the outer court competition? Li Xiaoxiu asked. Zhang Fei, standing silently by, fixed his gaze on Chen Yan, eager to ascertain the answer to this inquiry. When the outer disciples witnessed the moment when Chen Yan effortlessly struck Qi Yadong down with a single punch, their initial reaction was undoubtedly one of panic. For no one wished to see a life lost in the outer court competition. Yet, soon after, an inexplicable sensation began to rise within them. Chen Yan, an outer disciple, had triumphed over an inner disciple, not just any inner disciple, but a candidate for the chief disciple of the Kanyuan Mountain and the favored disciple of Elder Song, Wensheng from the law enforcement hall, Qiado. Since the establishment of the Kongshan sect, outer disciples have always been regarded as inferior to those from the inner sect, consistently receiving fewer cultivation resources and facing discrimination from their inner counterparts, reminiscent of the recent incident with Qian Sun. Therefore, when Chen Yan delivered that fatal blow to Qiado, many outer disciples felt as if something had been liberated within them. Though Elder Lin chiefing hails from Kanyuan Mountain, and Chen Yan is considered a half-disciple of Kanyuan Mountain, at the moment he struck down Qiado, he represented the outer court. Did it matter whether he had cheated or not? Chen Yan stated, Brother Qi should not have died. He was not lying. Despite the discord between Song Wensheng and his master, and the latter's intention to humiliate him, there was no valid reason for Qi Yadong to be killed. He was unfamiliar with Qi Yadong, unaware of the man's character or conduct. It was merely a lack of restraint in his actions that led to an outcome no one wished to witness. Cat crying over the mouse. Such hypocrisy. Qian Sun scoffed from his side. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed once more, and Qian Sun's other cheek quickly became swollen and red. He was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Lu Li. Senior Lu, I couldn't stop in time, Lu Li said slowly. Do not cause any trouble. Taiyuan City, the residence of the Cloud King, stood as a magnificent estate, sprawling over no less than 300 acres. The grand entrance towered to a height of 2 zhang, adorned with a plaque of deep black and golden patterns, intricately carved with the 3 characters of Cloud King Mansion. Although the mansion appeared as tranquil as a serene lake, the servants within had already commenced their bustling activities. They had received word that later in the day, the celestial masters of the Kongshan sect would be visiting to discuss matters concerning the princess. It was said that the eminent visitors would include a formidable being of the martial spring realm at the forefront. While this Master S cultivation level was indeed 2 great realms below that of the Taoist from the Star Sky sect who had recently sought to take the princess as a disciple, a figure of the martial spring realm could still send tremors throughout Taiyuan City with a mere breath. Moreover, accompanying this powerful individual were 4 practitioners of the Qi connection realm. Taiyuan City was home to 7 major cultivation families, with the Huang family being the most influential. This dominance stemmed from the fact that the Huang family boasted 3 practitioners of the Qi connection realm. In a mundane world, achieving a cultivation level above the mid-stage of the Qi connection realm would deem one a regional overlord. Yet even the Huang family, or even the combined forces of the 7 families, would pale in comparison to the Kongshan sect. In the courtyard of the Cloud King Mansion, a 16-year-old girl sat before a stone bench, with a maid standing behind her. In the future, would she wish to marry an erudite minister or a valiant general? She suddenly recalled a recent night when her mother had smiled gently at her, posing the very question. At that moment, Qin Yu found herself momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, for she had never contemplated such a notion. With the emperor's health deteriorating, the entire Qingke kingdom had begun to tremble precariously. The imperial physician had declared that the emperor might not survive the year. However, the emperor had only 2 sons, aged 6 and 2. Should the emperor pass, the future of the Cloud King Mansion would become equally uncertain. Thus, a marriage alliance? In the face of an impending storm, such a union could stabilize their respective families. I will heed my mother's wishes, Qin Yu calmly told her mother. This was her destiny, or so she believed. Yet, everything changed with the visit of the ethereal old sage, whose hair was white as snow, but whose visage radiated youthful vitality. Princess, would you be willing to return with me to the Star Sky sect and become my direct disciple? He inquired. It seemed that her aptitude for cultivation was exceptionally remarkable. Remarkable as it is, even the formidable figures of the vast transformation realm hailing from the celestial gate of stars sought to accept her as a direct disciple. Qin Yu had little understanding of the vast transformation realm. She was only aware that, apart from the royal house, the most influential entity in Taiyuan City was the Huang family of the Eastern District. The head of the Huang family, Huang Rinxiu, was a master of the Qi integration realm, wielding immense power that even her father regarded with a measure of deference. Yet, this venerable elder from the celestial gate of stars told her that with a mere breath, if Huang Rinxiu did not scatter his soul in fear, then he would share the surname Huang. Qin Yu felt a stirring within her. for instead of being reduced to a mere pawn in a marriage alliance, she would much prefer to become the kind of being who could, with a simple exhale, turn the tyrant Huang Rinqiu, who ruled Taiyan City, into mere dust. However, her father intervened. This matter was of great significance, and he requested the elder grant him and his daughter some time to deliberate. The elder, without a word, merely smiled and shook his head, remarking, "Princess, it seems you are fated to be connected, yet ultimately apart from our celestial gate of stars." He then vanished within the confines of the royal estate. Her father was more inclined for her to join the Empty Mountain sect. The elder from the celestial gate of stars seemed to anticipate this inclination as well, for before disappearing, he left her with a caution. Should she join the Empty Mountain sect in the future, she must be wary of a certain individual whose name remained unspoken. Chapter 43. Entering the royal mansion. Chen Yan raised his head, directing his gaze towards the imposing Yunwang mansion before him. It was truly magnificent. The three-zhang tall vermilion gate, adorned with 9 rows of gilded studs, proclaimed this residence as a royal abode. The 2 white jade magpie statues flanking the front gate further symbolized the Qin family. The walls extending from the gate were constructed from massive blocks of green oak stone, towering several zhang high. Such stones were considered exceedingly precious, even among celestial beings. The practitioners of the Empty Mountain sect were undoubtedly esteemed guests to the royal mansion. Hence, the Lord of Yun had long dispatched servants to await their arrival at the entrance, ready to honor the esteemed visitors from the Empty Mountain sect. Welcome, esteemed masters of the Empty Mountain sect, to the royal mansion. As the group approached, the voice of the mansion's steward rang out robustly, followed by the simultaneous bows of dozens of servants and maidens standing in 2 orderly lines behind him, all exclaiming, "We welcome the masters of the Empty Mountain sect to the royal mansion." This display undoubtedly astonished the practitioners from the Empty Mountain sect. "Goodness, what a spectacle!" Zhang Fei murmured. "Lord Yun truly commands respect. It makes me want to abandon my cultivation on the mountain and establish a kingdom instead." Beside him, Zhang Fei expressed his whimsical thoughts in a low voice. "Such lofty aspirations are indeed misguided. You might end up obliterated by some passing powerful being," Li Xiuxiu retorted, critiquing Zhang Fei's fanciful notions. Indeed, his thoughts were rather outlandish. In this world, no dynasty of cultivators has ever been established, for it is a grave taboo for immortals to govern mortals, a transgression universally condemned across all eras. Should such a thing occur, all cultivators would rise in opposition. It is a widely accepted consensus that cultivators must refrain from interfering in worldly affairs. Several immortal masters stood before the gates of the royal mansion, where the steward, with a beaming smile, approached them. After bowing respectfully to the foremost, Lu Li, he began, "His Highness, Prince Yun, has been awaiting your esteemed presence within the mansion for quite some time. May I escort you to meet him?" "Thank you for your efforts," Lu Li replied. Consequently, the group followed the steward into the royal residence. They were greeted by a courtyard bursting with vibrant blossoms, where exotic flowers vied for attention, and the air was thick with their intoxicating fragrance, invigorating the spirit. The winding stone path beneath their feet was flanked by uniquely shaped stones, each seemingly chosen with care, exuding charm and character. As they ventured further, a magnificent hall came into view. The hall boasted soaring eaves and intricately carved beams, its golden glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Before the hall stood 2 statues of azure magpies, albeit smaller than the 2 white jade statues at the main entrance of the mansion. Yet, these were carved with even greater lifelike detail. Particularly striking were the eyes of the azure magpies, which glimmered with a faint golden light, as if they were poised to spring to life at any moment. It was not until Chen Yan approached for a closer look that he realized the eyes of these azure magpie statues were embedded with high-quality spirit stones. Spirit stones? Not only Chen Yan, but also Zhang Fei, standing nearby, seemed to have noticed the peculiarities of the magpie statues. "Simpleton," sneered Qian Sun, trailing behind the group. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow, disregarding Qian Sun's remark, and lowered his voice to quietly express his discontent to Chen Yan. "What on earth is wrong with that fellow? Why has he been looking for trouble since we descended the mountain today?" "He's simply unhinged," Chen Yan replied coolly, unable to arrive at any other conclusion. "The immortal masters have arrived," announced the guard stationed before the hall. The steward halted at the entrance, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed masters, His Highness, Prince Yun, is awaiting you inside." Lu Li nodded, adjusting his robe, and stepped into the hall first. The interior was spacious and bright, adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters. However, the true value of these artworks lay solely within the realm of secular dynasties. To cultivators, they were no more than scraps of paper. In the center of the hall stood the royal throne of the Yun royal family, though it was currently unoccupied, as Prince Yun, Qin Ming, stood before the steps of the throne. He was a middle-aged man clad in splendid garments, his demeanor both authoritative and unhurried. Esteemed immortal masters, I regret my failure to greet you properly upon your arrival. Please extend your understanding, he said, stepping forward as Lu Li and the others entered the hall. In the presence of the esteemed prince, Lu Li of the Kongshan sect respectfully bowed towards Qin Ming. Despite the fact that the Qinke kingdom was entirely subservient to the Kongshan sect, effectively acting as its earthly minion, it was imperative for the cultivators to observe the courtesies expected of them. At the very least, maintaining the facade of dignity was essential. Chen Yan, disciple of the Kongshan sect, pays his respects to His Highness. Zheng Fei, disciple of the Kongshan sect, pays his respects to His Highness. Li Xiuxiu, disciple of the Kongshan sect, pays his respects to His Highness. Qian Sun, inner disciple of the Yuanhua Mountain, pays his respects to His Highness. Only Qian Sun, standing at the end of the line, raised his voice unexpectedly. Chief Steward Yang, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Present, replied the steward, who had just escorted Lu Li and his companions into the hall. Where is Yue? Your Highness. I have already dispatched someone to the courtyard to summon the princess to the hall, Chief Steward Yang answered. Very well, nodded Prince Yun, Qin Ming. No sooner had he spoken than gentle footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A petite young girl clad in a pale blue silk dress entered the grand hall, appearing somewhat anxious as she approached the prince's side. Yue, the prince called, slightly emphasizing her name. Little girl Qin Yu pays her respects to all esteemed cultivators. Qin Yu greeted, her eyes furtively surveying the gathering of Lu Li and his companions. Eventually, her gaze settled upon the gilded cloud crane pattern adorning Chen Yan's sleeve, evoking her curiosity as to why this particular young cultivator's attire differed from that of the others. Of course, Qian Sun, as a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain, bore a robe that exhibited some subtle distinctions from those of the outer disciples, albeit less conspicuous. The collar of the Yuanhua Mountain robe featured delicate light blue wave patterns that extended to the opening of the garment, contrasting with the more ostentatious gilded cloud crane of Konyuan Mountain. Qin Yu then raised her head, her eyes briefly meeting Chen Yan's before she hastily averted her gaze. What troubles you, Yue? Prince Yan inquired. Nothing, father. I was merely curious as to why that particular cultivator's robe is unlike those of the others, Qin Yu responded. Oh. The prince turned his gaze toward Chen Yan, noticing the gilded cloud crane pattern on his sleeve, and arched an eyebrow. Is this cultivator a disciple of Konyuan Mountain? Indeed, Chen Yan replied, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Pray tell, esteemed cultivator, do you know a fellow disciple of Konyuan Mountain named Zhao Bin? The prince asked. Are you referring to Zhao Bin, the direct disciple of Elder Yu Qi from Konyuan Mountain? Chen Yan replied thoughtfully. Precisely, the prince affirmed. I am acquainted with him. He has shown me considerable kindness, Chen Yan said. Ah, I see, the prince nodded. 6 years prior, Master Zhao paid a visit to the royal residence when His Highness was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. It was a miraculous elixir bestowed by Master Zhao that saved His Highness's life. Once restored to health, however, Master Zhao had already departed from Taiyuan City. The prince had long sought an opportunity to express his gratitude, and now, encountering Master Chen was truly fortuitous. Curious, the Cloud Prince inquired further, might I ask, Master Chen, what is your relationship with Master Zhao? Elder Yue Qi is my master's uncle, thus I have had considerable interactions with senior brother Zhao, Chen Yan replied. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Prince's pupils constricted slightly, for he was well aware that Elder Yue Qi was a direct disciple of Yuni Chen, the current head of the Kongshan sect. If Elder Yue Qi were indeed the uncle of the youth before him, it implied significant standing. May I inquire, Master Chen, who is your mentor? Lin Qifeng. Elder Lin? The Cloud Prince chuckled. Seeing you in the robe of Konyuan Mountain, it seems Elder Lin has indeed been promoted back to Konyuan Mountain. How splendid, truly splendid. Though Prince Qin Ming was but a mortal, he was still the prince of Taiyuan City, the closest secular city to the Kongshan sect. Thus, he possessed considerable knowledge of the sect, particularly its outer court, which maintained a consulate in Taiyuan City to facilitate interactions between the sect and the mundane realm. Master Zhao's act of saving the prince was merely a serendipitous occurrence during his transit through Taiyuan City. Promoted? Dismissed. Before Chen Yan could respond, Chen Sun, standing behind, interjected. His cheeks were still slightly flushed and somewhat swollen. Chen Sun, Lu Li began slowly. Show some respect to your seniors from the same sect. Earlier, Chen Sun had directly referred to Lin Qifeng by his full name. Lin Qifeng, being a direct disciple of sect leader Yunichen and a practitioner of the Qi realm, far surpassed Chen Sun in both status and strength. Senior Lu, a fellow disciple from the outer court, engaged in deceit during the grand competition and even caused the death of a distinguished talent from our sect. What merit is there to respect? Chen Sun retorted, a glint of malice and derision flickering in his eyes. Let such scum perish at the cliffs of Konyuan Mountain. Chen Sun, cease your insolence within the royal residence. Zhang Fei could no longer contain himself and admonished Chen Sun. How dare a mere insect from the outer court speak so loudly to me? With that, Chen Sun stepped forward, adjusting his collar to accentuate the wave patterns on his chest. Lu Li's expression began to chill, even more so than when he had previously used the Kongshan finger to slay Chen Yan in a past cycle. Is this esteemed master a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain? The Cloud Prince asked, maintaining his composure, yet smiling as he directed his inquiry toward Chen Sun. Indeed, Chen Sun raised his head, pride gleaming in his eyes. To whom does this immortal master owe his teachings? The Cloud King inquired further. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun was momentarily taken aback before responding, at present, I have no master. Strange, why does this immortal master not yet have a mentor? Chen Sun hesitated, his mouth opening as if to speak. It is not for lack of desire to seek a teacher, but rather that none are willing to accept me, Zhang Fei murmured quietly from the side. A chuckle escaped from Xianxia. Chen Sun's face flushed crimson, even more so than when he had been struck by Chen Yan. The Cloud King merely observed with a smile, feigning ignorance. In truth, he was the instigator of the situation. You all may leave for now. I shall negotiate the ensuing matters with the prince and the princess, Lu Li stated calmly. Understood, Chen Yan replied, leading the way. Manager Young, please escort several immortal masters to rest and prepare the finest tea and pastries from the estate, the Cloud King instructed. Yes, Manager Yang affirmed. Chen Yan, Zhang Fei, Li Xiuxiu, and Chen Sun departed the Grand Hall with Manager Yang. Along the way, Chen Sun's expression darkened, as if he were about to burst into tears. Lost in his thoughts, it was not until Manager Yang led them to a courtyard and departed that he suddenly stood before Zhang Fei, who had merely been seated on a stone platform moments before. Get up, Chen Sun glared fiercely at Zhang Fei. What for? Zhang Fei frowned, looking displeased at Chen Sun. To spar, Chen Sun declared. Why should I spar with you? I'd rather stay where it's comfortable, Zhang Fei retorted with a cold laugh. Unable to endure the mockery any longer, Chen Sun raised his hand and aimed a strike at Zhang Fei's face. Zhang Fei swiftly dodged to the side, rolling twice on the ground before regaining his footing. With a thud, the stone platform where Zhang Fei had just stood was reduced to dust. Are you insane? Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Fei's neck. He was acutely aware that had he not evaded, he would have likely met a grim fate. Chen Sun was truly intent on inflicting harm. Wave-pushing palm, Chen Yan recognized the technique. Recalling a similar mission he had undertaken during his first life with a disciple from the Yuanhua Mountain sect. That mission had involved eliminating lurking demons in nearby towns. The Yuanhua disciple had employed this technique, known to be a fundamental skill for practitioners of Yuanhua Mountain, possible only through the cultivation of the modified Kongshan formula. While the wave-pushing palm was incredibly powerful, its unique energy circulation method posed a significant risk of injuring one's meridians. You insignificant insect of the outer court. What audacity do you possess to act so arrogantly? You shall never transcend the martial spring realm, you worthless waste. Chen Sun kicked in Zhang Fei's direction once more. Zhang Fei swiftly dodged, rolling twice on the ground before rising to his feet. It was not that he lacked the desire to retaliate. Rather, he was simply outmatched. Although both practitioners were in the early stages of the Qi cultivation realm, Chen Sun, as an intersect disciple, had trained in techniques and methods that were vastly different from those of Zhang Fei. When an outer sect disciple truly faced an intersect disciple, the disparity was far greater than one could imagine. Chen Yan was profoundly astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such utter foolishness in the numerous cycles since his arrival in this world. Is there really such a brainless individual in existence? Brother Chen, Li Xiuxiu, observing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of anxiety. She was already unable to contend with Zhang Fei, and was even less a match for Qian's son. I will seek Teacher Lu. Wait, Chen Yan interjected. I will handle this. In the next moment, with a flicker of his consciousness, a black thread melded into the shadow beneath his feet. Chapter 45, Anomaly. From the moment they first met, the disciple named Qian Sun from the Yuanhua mountain had exhibited peculiar behavior. Initially, Chen Yan regarded him simply as an eccentric. However, just moments ago, he realized that Qian Sun was far more than just peculiar. The intent to kill Zhang Fei was unmistakable in every strike he executed, each one laden with lethal intent. This was madness. Chen Yan integrated the binding shadow rope into the shadows. Since acquiring this mid-grade second-tier magical artifact, he had never employed it in battle. It is worth noting that mid-grade artifacts are not mere trinkets. In fact, within the Kongshan sect, many treasures of Divine Sense Realm cultivators were merely high-tier low-grade artifacts. Commanding a mid-grade second-tier artifact with his martial prowess, Chen Yan could easily subdue a disciple newly entering the Qi cultivation realm. It was akin to a lion wrestling a rabbit. The binding shadow rope vanished from Chen Yan's shadow, swiftly darting along the shadows in the courtyard towards Qian Sun. As if suddenly sensing something, Qian Sun whipped his head around. Yet, it was already too late. The binding shadow rope ensnared Qian Sun's shadow and abruptly constricted. The effect on the shadow was mirrored in Qian Sun's form, binding him with invisible ropes and forcing him to kneel on the ground. Qian Sun struggled to break free, but despite the surge of true energy within him, his efforts proved futile. Realizing the true nature of his predicament, Qian Sun turned sharply, glaring at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, you despicable scoundrel. Veins bulged on Qian Sun's forehead, his eyes wide with rage, bloodshot and terrifying. As he spat Chen Yan's name through gritted teeth, saliva flew, and blood dripped from his gums. A Qi cultivation realm practitioner bleeding from the gums? Chen Yan's breath caught momentarily. This was unequivocally abnormal. It was not the state of a normal cultivator, but rather resembled someone possessed. Brother Chen, Li Xiaoxiu stood beside Chen Yan. What shall we do now? Not a problem. We shall wait for Master Lu's return, Chen Yan declared. He cannot escape my grasp. Qian Sun continued to struggle, his Taoist robe shredded by invisible bindings. Blood seeping through the fabric. You worthless outer courtyard disciples. Peerish. Blood poured from Qian Sun's mouth, his eyes turning crimson. One spurt of blood followed another, and ultimately, he collapsed to the ground under the watchful gaze of Chen Yan, Zhang Fei, and Li Xiaoxiu. There seemed to be a faint trace of life still lingering within him. Is this truly necessary? Zhang Fei gasped, appearing rather disheveled. What is wrong with this fellow? This is no longer a matter of prejudice against outer courtyard disciples. He treats me as if I were an evil cultivator. Indeed, there was an issue at hand. Chen Yan's expression turned grave. What transpired? After a brief interval, Lu Li stepped into the courtyard, his brow furrowing slightly as he beheld Qian Sun lying in the pool of blood. Master Lu, Zhang Fei hurried towards him, promptly explaining the recent events. Lu Li remained silent, advancing to where Qian Sun lay, and retrieved a small vial of elixir from his robes, carefully extracting a pill and placing it in Qian Sun's mouth. Soon, the latter's breathing began to stabilize. Li Xiu, Lu Li Kalia Zhenli. At your service, she replied. The princess has resolved to join the Kongshan sect. Accompany her for a conversation, take a stroll around the Wangfu, and discuss matters of cultivation, Lu Li instructed. Master Lu, I am but an outer disciple, and once the princess enters, she will be under the direct guidance of the elders. Li Xiaoxiu hesitated. That is of no consequence. The trials of cultivation are experiences that all must endure. It is merely a matter of time, Lu Li replied. Ishal ubai, Li Xiaoxiu kunsada. Then walked towards the courtyard's exit, casting a lingering glance at the fallen Qian Sun. Chen Yan, Lu Li then called. At your command, Chen Yan stepped forward, responding. Immediately go to the consulate in the city and write a letter to the sect, requesting an elder to come to the Wangfu. Inform them that a disciple may be in grave trouble, and that the instructor Lu Li from Qingshan Peak is unable to make a determination, Lu Li directed. I understand, Chen Yan replied, preparing to leave the courtyard. Wait, Lu Li suddenly halted him. Add one more sentence to the letter. What is it? Chen Yan inquired. Do not rule out the possibility of calamity. In the Wangfu courtyard, Qin Yu rose from the stone bench in the pavilion and greeted Li Xiaoxiu as she entered. She lifted her gaze and discreetly stole a glance at Li Xiaoxiu's face. For some reason, she sensed that the expression of this celestial teacher was somewhat strained and pale. as if something troubling had occurred. There is no need for such formality, Xianxia said, forcing a smile toward Chen Yan. I heard from Master Lu that you, Princess, have decided to join the Kangshan sect. From now on, we shall all be practitioners of the immortal path. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment. Sisterly? If the princess is willing, you may address me as such, Xianxia replied. Although Chen Yan was still merely a princess of a mundane dynasty. Everything would change once she stepped through the gates of the Kangshan sect. She had already been designated as the personal disciple of a certain intersect elder at Qingshan Peak, whose status within the sect was undoubtedly significant. Given that the Cloud King had seized this opportunity to express loyalty to the Kangshan sect, it was certain that the sect would not neglect its followers. Moreover, Chen Yan's innate talent was exceptional. On the way to Taiyuan City, Master Lu had mentioned that her constitution was the rare glazed mirror body, appearing only once among millions of cultivators. Sisterly, you seem somewhat unsettled. Is there something troubling you? Chen Yan inquired curiously. There is no need for the princess to worry, Xianxia replied with a smile, yet remained silent. Although she was a practitioner at the chi condensation stage, possessing the confidence that surpassed mundane warriors, in terms of temperament, Xianxia was merely a girl yet to reach 20. Furthermore, since she entered the Kangshan sect at the age of 7, she had remained on the mountain to cultivate, never descending. In terms of emotional maturity, she might even be outdone by some younger girls in the mundane world who toiled for their livelihoods. Her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Nevertheless, Xianxia had no intention of discussing matters regarding money in the courtyard with the princess, as there was no necessity for it. Seeing Xianxia's demeanor, Chen Yan chose not to press further, sensing that there must be some unspoken burden. Chapter 46, Xianxia's Past. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew somewhat awkwardly silent. Had the princess ever considered embarking on the immortal path before? Xianxia asked Chen Yan. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, as if she were searching her memories for something. After a brief pause, she shook her head. No, she replied. Had it not been for the recent visit of the esteemed elder from the Starry Sky sect to Taiyuan City, who fortuitously discovered Chen Yan's glazed mirror body, she might have never embarked on the path of cultivation in her lifetime. For the vast majority of people in this world, the pursuit of immortality seemed a distant and elusive dream. Despite the abundance of body refinement stage practitioners within the Kangshan sect, any one of them, if placed in a mundane dynasty, would be a rare gem among countless stones. In the esteemed Wang family of Taiyuan City, one of the paramount sects of cultivation, there exist merely 2 practitioners of the Guanqijing realm. Indeed, Chen Yan had never contemplated the path of cultivation, as she deemed it far too distant prior to recent events. It was only a few years ago, during a banquet, that she overheard her father conversing, revealing that the crown prince of the current emperor of Qingke Kingdom had been dismissed for seeking cultivation at a Taoist temple near the capital. Despite the prince's considerable reputation within the court, not a single minister opposed his dismissal. The rationale was straightforward. The path of immortality was the greatest taboo in this realm, forbidding any cultivator from holding official positions, let alone ascending to the throne. Initially, Chen Yan believed that she would never have the opportunity to intersect with cultivators in her lifetime, yet now she finds herself on the verge of joining Kangshan sect, one of the 5 most prominent sects in Qingping Prefecture. When asked if she is excited, Chen Yan would rather admit her trepidation regarding her initiation into Kangshan sect. I have long aspired to become an immortal, Xianxia remarked. Unlike you, my origins lie in a village on the southeastern fringes of Qingke Kingdom. I once had a younger brother, 3 years my junior, who perished during a once-in-a-century drought when I was 7. That year, the entire town, along with neighboring towns, suffered from barren fields. My father passed away due to forced labor when I was 4, and my brother merely 1. My mother was left to care for us both alone. In time, our village became desolate, with even the bark stripped from trees by the starving villagers. Thus, my mother had no choice but to take my brother and me to the town in search of sustenance. As fate would have it, we arrived on the day the town dispensed relief porridge. Town officials erected a large pot at the market entrance, filling it with copious amounts of water. Though the rice amounted to merely a small basin, rather than porridge, it resembled a thin rice soup. Even so, the relief provisions were woefully insufficient, and my mother could only secure a single bowl of this meager sustenance for the 3 of us. She was acutely aware of our frail condition, and she understood that this bowl of rice soup might only sustain one of us, perhaps offering a chance at survival. Her inclination was to give it to my brother. Though she did not voice it, I could discern from her gaze that she wished more fervently to preserve his life over mine. Tragically, before we could even consume the porridge, my brother met his end, trampled by the horse of the steward of a local gentry. I believe that steward was a good man, for he dismounted and surveyed my brother's lifeless body, sighed heavily, and offered my mother and me a flatbread each. With those 2 flatbreads, my mother and I managed to survive. Eventually, I encountered a master from Kongshan's sect, who was traversing the Xianxia kingdom. He took me back to Kongshan's sect, where I became a disciple. Xianxia recounted her story to Chen Yan, who blinked in disbelief as she listened to the sorrowful experiences that seemed like the stuff of fairy tales. Chen Yan felt a deep sense of pity, yet found it difficult to empathize. The princess of the royal mansion, it seemed, had endured little suffering in her life, perhaps the most significant being a minor choke on osmanthus cake. Sister, do you harbor resentment towards your mother? Chen Yan inquired. I don't know. Xianxia replied with a shake of her head. Perhaps if my brother had not been trampled by a horse, but rather I had starved to death, I would feel resentment towards her. As she spoke, a smile broke across Xianxia's face. Upon seeing her smile, Chen Yan felt a sudden sense of calm, exhaling with relief. However, Sister Li, you are now a celestial master of the Kongshan sect, no longer bound by your lineage and fate, able to dictate your own life. No, princess, Xianxia responde earnestly. In the realm of cultivation, distinctions must be made among practitioners. Why? Chen Yan asked, perplexed. It is akin to the arduous journey I undertook to join the Kongshan sect, laboring for 12 years, yet remaining an ordinary disciple in the outer court, unnoticed by others. Xianxia explained, pausing slightly. Whereas, princess, you have just entered the sect and will immediately become the personal disciple of an inner court elder. Chen Yan fell silent. The chasm between cultivators is often greater than that between nobles and commoners, for talent is a destiny predetermined, unalterable by any circumstance. Princess, Xianxia inquirat. May I ask which elder you will apprentice under in the Qingshan Peak? I am unclear on the specifics. Chen Yan contemplated before replying. Elder Lu merely informed me that my master's name is Bai Qiming. In Taiyuan City, on Fengshe Street, as they traversed this thoroughfare, Chen Yan was nearing the consulate's residence. Contrary to her expectations, despite the villa's central location in Taiyuan City, the surrounding environment was remarkably tranquil. At the consulate's entrance stood a young attendant in a blue robe, who, upon seeing Chen Yan approach, performed a respectful bow, exuding an endearing charm. May I inquire, esteemed master, are you here to seek the consul? Indeed, Chen Yan answered. Then please follow me. The external consulate of the Kongshan sect is typically held by disciples of the outer court who have attained the Qi gathering stage, and changes in this position are rare unless a significant error has occurred. Currently, the consul of Taiyuan City is He Yinglang, who has held this position for over 40 years. In the consulate's rear courtyard sat an elderly man clad in the outer court robes of the Kongshan sect, his hair streaked with gray, holding a delicate teacup. He raised his gaze towards Chen Yan, who had been brought in by the young attendant. He fixed his gaze upon the gilded cloud crane pattern on Chen Yan's sleeve for but a moment, then inquired, May I ask what brings you? Esteemed friend from Kunyuan Mountain? Chapter 47, Unexpected Clue. This was Chen Yan's first encounter with the foreign consul of the Kongshan sect. During the initial cycle, Chen Yan had squandered over 90 years in the outer courtyard, achieving the Qi consolidation stage at the age of 41. He spent the subsequent 50 years striving for a breakthrough to the martial spring stage. Alas, lacking talent, resources, and opportunities, he remained stuck in the mid-Qi consolidation stage until his demise. In pursuit of more contribution points from the Shanggong Hall to exchange for the elixirs and various martial arts manuscripts necessary for his cultivation, Chen Yan had traveled extensively. His time spent wandering far exceeded that within the sect. As the largest city surrounding the Kongshan sect, Taiyuan City naturally became his most frequent refuge. He had interacted frequently with the future foreign consul of the Kongshan sect residing in Taiyuan City. The current foreign consul, the elderly gentleman clad in the outer courtyard robe before Chen Yan, was likely the former attendant he had known well. Junior Chen Yan pays his respects to the esteemed senior, he said with a bow. Your calling me senior truly humbles this old man, the elder replied with a smile. Though I may have lived over a century, I am merely a withered tree overseeing mundane affairs for the sect, unworthy of such courtesy from a distinguished disciple of Kunyuan Mountain. Hearing this, Chen Yan smiled faintly. The foreign consul's demeanor was far more polished than that of the disciples atop the mountain. You have served Taiyuan City for many years. assisting countless disciples of the Kongshan sect who have passed through here. Your contributions and hardships are indeed commendable, and thus you rightfully deserve the title of senior. Chen Yan remarked, ensuring the consul's dignity was upheld. The elder seemed pleased, his face brightening as he clasped his hands in response. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I seek to draft an urgent report, Chen Yan replied, pausing momentarily. This matter pertains to the entry of the princess of the Yun royal family into our sect, and I hope you might expedite it. As a foreign consul of Taiyin City, he was well aware of the significant events occurring in the city, including the matter of Princess Xianxia of the Yun royal family being favored by the elder of the Star Sky Gate for acceptance as a personal disciple. It was also clear to him that the connection between the Yun royal family and the Kongshan sect had to pass through the foreign consul's office. He understood the importance of Qin Yu's entry into the sect, even knowing which elder from Qingshan Peak had set their sights on her pure and luminous body. A figure of considerable stature indeed. Of course, the foreign consul responded, then turned to the young attendant standing at the entrance of the back courtyard. Child, how many sound-speed sparrows are left in the estate? The immortal master has 4 birds at his disposal, of which 2 have just returned with messages and require several hours of rest. Thus, only 2 birds are currently ready for immediate flight, the young scribe replied. The sound-swift sparrow is a remarkably unique small low-tier magical creature, gentle in nature and endowed with high intelligence, achieving flight speeds close to the speed of sound. Hence its name. How many urgent reports remain unsent? The consul inquired further. 3, esteemed master, the young scribe responded. Let us set those aside for the moment and send the urgent report intended for you to the Kongshan sect. As he spoke, the consul cast a glance towards Chen Yan. Qingshan Peak, Chen Yan stated. Dispatch the urgent report to the transmission pavilion at Qingshan Peak, the consul directed. Understood. The young scribe replied promptly. Chen Yan took the paper and ink presented by the scribe and composed an urgent report as per Lu Li's instructions, subsequently handing it over to the waiting scribe. The scribe accepted the urgent report from Chen Yan and hurriedly departed the rear courtyard. A clever child indeed, Chen Yan remarked. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now, he added, bowing respectfully towards the consul. No need to rush, the elder advised Chen Yan, gesturing with his hand. Have a cup of tea and rest a while before departing. I am afraid I cannot comply. I must return to the royal residence immediately to report back to Senior Lu Li regarding this matter. I shall come again to seek your pardon, Chen Yan replied. Lu Li, the elder raised an eyebrow, then continued. Is he not the one currently serving as an instructor at the lecture hall of Qingshan Peak? Indeed, Chen Yan affirmed. Do you have an acquaintance with Instructor Lu? We are old acquaintances, the consul responded. 20 years ago, when he was still a disciple of the Yuanhua Mountain. We met several times at the consulate. Lu Li was once a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain. This was news to Chen Yan. However, it made sense, as Lu Li was currently quite prominent, and it was only fitting that he would be responsible for bringing Qin Yu back to the sect. I'm not quite sure what you mean, esteemed elder, Chen Yan admitted, feeling perplexed. You do not know? The consul regarded Chen Yan with a curious expression. Qin Yu's master is the chief elder of the Qingshan Peak, by Qiming. At these words, Chen Yan's breath caught, and his heartbeat momentarily faltered. He recalled everything. He remembered vividly the memories from his first life, the calamity that struck more than 2 years later, during which the outer courts suffered immense losses, and the inner sect underwent significant upheaval, with Qingshan Peak being the most affected. Not long after the calamity subsided, Chu Xiao relinquished her position as the foremost disciple of Qingshan Peak. Her successor was Qin Yu, a direct disciple of the esteemed elder by Qiming. Following this transition, Elder Chu Chun, who was both her father and master, entered seclusion, while Elder Fu Qian of the Suwu faction withdrew to the Kangwu chamber, neglecting the affairs of the peak. Decades later, Elder Fu's position was assumed by Lu Li. Chen Yan began to entertain a rather ominous thought, although it was merely conjecture. Its plausibility was unsettling. Predecessor, I shall take my leave now, Chen Yan said, bowing towards the foreign consul. Next time you pass through Taiyin City, do drop by for a cup of tea with this old man, if time permits, the consul replied with a warm smile, oblivious to the internal turmoil within Chen Yan. In the future, should you ascend, I would appreciate your guidance, he added, though this latter remark was spoken in jest. Predecessor, you jest. Farewell, Chen Yan responded, his mind devoid of any inclination for levity. The calamity within the outer sect, the remnants of the Wujiao, the list involving Song Mingde, Zhang Shixuan, Lu Li, and Elder Qin Yu, along with Bai Qiming, all swirled in his thoughts. He yearned to connect these threads, yet he hesitated, for if this were indeed the truth, it would be overwhelmingly dark and terrifying. As he hastened along the streets of Taiyuan City, he contemplated these matters. Raising his gaze to the sun in the sky, he noted that it was still before the hour of Wu, granting him time. He needed to make his way to the Xianxia gambling house promptly. Chapter 48. The Xianxia Gambling House. The Xianxia Gambling House in Taiyuan City was the last place Chen Yan knew Song Mingda had visited before confessing to the Law Hall of the Outer Sect. It was here that he lost all his spirit stones from the account of the Outer Sect Shangong Hall before entering the Inner Sanctum, after which the details became a mystery. Perhaps within the gambling house, Chen Yan could uncover the answers he sought. Standing before the three-story building of the Xianxia Gambling House, he recalled the tales he had heard. It was said that a group of disciples from various sects gathered here year-round to indulge in games of chance. Although Chen Yan had considered Taiyuan City a regular haven, he had never set foot in the gambling house. For both his past and present lives, he had steadfastly adhered to one principle: gamblers do not meet a good end. Rumors suggested that the gambling house was owned by the Wang family of Taiyuan City. However, such tales were scarcely believable, even to a child. A mere secular dynasty of cultivators, with their peak strength resting in two chi-gathering realm practitioners, could hardly manage such an immense enterprise. At best, the Wang family served as a superficial puppet, fit only to consume the scraps of power. The true power behind the gambling house was undoubtedly divided among the great sects that wielded authority, though such matters were best left unspoken. It was conceivable that the influence of the Kongshan sect lurked behind it all. No, there must be a backdrop of the Empty Mountain sect. Without the nod of the Empty Mountain sect, who would dare to establish a gambling den in Taiyuan City? A servant standing at the entrance of the gambling den noticed Chen Yan, who was standing not far away, gazing intently at the establishment. The Taoist robe worn by Chen Yan, emblematic of the Empty Mountain sect, evidently caught the servant's attention. His eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached Chen Yan. "Esteemed immortal, what might you wish to partake in?" The servant inquired, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. "Dice, pai gao, mahjong, free tea and wine are by no means mere earthly commodities. They are genuine immortal teas and brews. Would you care to indulge in a game or two?" Chen Yan feigned hesitation for a brief moment before nodding. "Then let us give it a try." "Excellent. Please follow me," the servant replied, leading Chen Yan inside. Upon entering the gambling den, a cacophony of voices assaulted Chen Yan's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. Various practitioners clad in Taoist robes congregated around tables, shouting and exuding fervor, their excitement palpable. Chen Yan recognized several of the robes: the Golden Spirit sect to the east, the Ancient River sect to the south, among others. There were many disciples from sects he was less familiar with, predominantly comprising body refining and chi refining cultivators. The restriction against body refining cultivators descending the mountain was a rule typically upheld only by colossal sects like the Empty Mountain sect. For smaller sects, such limitations were non-existent. Though there were indeed a few disciples from the Empty Mountain sect present, their numbers were relatively scarce. Observing the disgraceful behavior of the gamblers within the den, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Indeed, regardless of one's level of cultivation, the mere association with gambling seemed to transform individuals into this disgraceful state. "Esteemed immortal, what would you like to engage in?" the servant guiding Chen Yan asked. As they passed several gambling tables, some individuals took notice of Chen Yan. After all, a practitioner from the Empty Mountain sect stood out in such a setting. Among them, a sharp-eyed observer noticed the gilded cloud crane pattern on Chen Yan's sleeve and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's Kanyuan Mountain." The Empty Mountain sect, besides its outer court, is divided into 3 mountains and 4 peaks, comprising a total of 7 major peaks. As the principal peak of the Empty Mountain sect, Kanyuan Mountain's disciples are often perceived to hold a superior status compared to those of other peaks. Although within the sect, the disciples of the 7 peaks do not rank according to their respective peaks, the external perception of the Empty Mountain sect seems difficult to alter. A sense of unease washed over Chen Yan. He suddenly realized he had perhaps been too hasty. He ought to conceal his identity as much as possible. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the true nature of the leader, Lu Li, whether foe or ally, remained uncertain. "There is nothing here that piques my interest," Chen Yan stated. "Take me to the inner area." The guide hesitated for a moment and said, "Forgive my impertinence, esteemed master, but entry to the inner sanctum of the gambling house requires a verification of assets. Did Song Mingda undergo such verification? Or was he permitted to enter based on his status as a steward of the outer court of the Kongshan sect, or perhaps due to his cultivation level as a martial rel practitioner? Chen Yan was uncertain. He possessed little in terms of spirit stones, to the point of being utterly destitute. However, this did not imply he lacked valuable items for verification. From his robe, he retrieved the jade box previously bestowed upon him by Lin Shifeng. Upon seeing the jade box, the guide's breath caught in his throat. Having served in the gambling house for some time, he had developed a discerning eye and recognized that the item presented by this Kongshan sect master was far from ordinary. The soul ice needle. Will this grant me access to the inner sanctum? He inquired. Esteemed master, I am but a humble servant and know little of these matters. Might I take this to have it assessed by the practitioners within the gambling house? Chen Yan nodded in agreement, not displaying any reluctance. He felt no concern, for the gambling house was firmly established in Taiyun City. Even with tenfold courage, no one would dare to entertain ill intentions toward a disciple of the Kongshan sect. Please wait a moment, the guide said with a bow, then took the jade box into the inner sanctum. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, someone returned with Chen Yan's soul ice needle. It was not the same guy, but a tall, graceful young woman in a gauzy dress. Her demeanor and aura revealed her as a practitioner, certainly not an ordinary person. She returned the jade box containing the soul ice needle to Chen Yan and then knelt slightly to greet him. I apologize for the wait. May I inquire your esteemed name, fellow cultivator? Sun Lu. Chen Yan replied without hesitation. It is Brother Sunday. Please, follow me, the woman said, turning gracefully to lead him into the inner sanctum. The inner sanctum and outer area of the gambling house were connected by an arched passage. The inner sanctum was considerably quieter, composed of one private room after another, with what appeared to be spirit stone engraved barrier inscriptions preventing sound from escaping the compartments. What would you like to play, Brother Sun? The woman asked, echoing the earlier inquiry of the guide. I wish to find someone, Chen Yan responded. Upon hearing this, the young woman halted and turned to face him, her expression and gaze unperturbed, and then smiled lightly. Pray tell, whom does Brother Sun seek? Chen Yan regarded the woman before him and spoke slowly. Song Mingda. Chapter 49. So, it is him. The young woman in the gauzy dress remained silent, merely bowing slightly before continuing onward. Chen Yan followed closely behind her. Thus, she led him through several more private rooms until they arrived before a particular door. She raised her hand and gently knocked twice on the door before her. Manager Ding, a celestial master from the Empty Mountain sect, wishes to see you. Seeking the Master Song, whom you met some time ago. Please enter. A man's voice emanated from within after a few seconds. For reasons unknown, Chen Yan felt an inexplicable familiarity with that voice, as if he had heard it before. The young woman before him turned aside, pushing open the door for Chen Yan. Senior Brother Sun, please come in. With that, Chen Yan stepped into the room. This was a quaint and elegant chamber, resembling a parlor in its layout and decor. The various furnishings, from tables to chairs, were evidently of considerable value, likely worth a significant sum in the secular world. At the center of the room stood a long table adorned with a rather exquisite tea set. Behind the table sat a man dressed in resplendent robes. He remained seated, merely observing Chen Yan as he entered, his gaze initially sweeping across Chen Yan's face, then his robe, and finally resting on the gilded cloud crane pattern on his cuffs. My dear friend, please take a seat, the man in splendid robes said with a smile, lifting a teacup from the table to rinse it with hot water before pouring tea into Chen Yan's cup. Have you come here in search of Master Song? Indeed, Chen Yan replied. However, Master Song has expressed a desire to avoid visitors, even those from the Empty Mountain sect. The manager Ding mentioned this with a tone of nonchalance. Chen Yan was acutely aware that this Ding was testing him. Yet, what preoccupied Chen Yan more was the curious familiarity of the man's voice. Master Song has passed away, Chen Yan stated plainly. Manager Ding's hand, which had been holding the teapot, hesitated momentarily, yet his facial expression remained unchanged. It was evident that he was aware of Song Mingda's demise. This manager appeared to be more than he seemed. For the news of Song Mingda's death was unknown even to the majority of the disciples of the Empty Mountain sect's outer court. Why, dear friend, do you seek Master Song here? Manager Ding inquired. To retrieve the items he left behind, Chen Yan replied, testing his luck. Items left by Master Song? Manager Ding's expression shifted to one of confusion, feigning ignorance. I must admit, I do not comprehend what you are referring to. He was playing coy, and Chen Yan understood this well. It was highly probable that before Master Song surrendered himself to the law enforcement hall, He had foreseen his grim fate, and thus left a list behind in the gambling house. Elder Fu Qian sent me, Chen Yan said. My friend, even if you invoke Elder Fu's name, or even that of sect leader Yan, if something does not exist, it simply does not exist. Manager Ding replied with a wry smile. Surely, you cannot expect me to conjure something from thin air? That being said, Ding Guanxu's gaze had been subtly and intentionally directed towards the position where Chen Yan's token should be worn. I realized that my visit had indeed disturbed Ding Guanxu today. Chen Yan clasped his fists and promptly said, no offense taken, welcome to visit any time. Dao is Sunday, Ding Guanxu replied with a smile, casually plucking a grass needle from a nearby potted plant and placing it in his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yan felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. His pupils constricted, and a surge of true energy erupted from his martial spring. Had it not been for the concealment of the hidden immortal technique, his aura and peculiarities would surely have been detected by the steward of the gambling house before him. At that moment, Chen Yan finally comprehended why this gambling house steward's voice had felt oddly familiar since their first encounter. You, young man, are truly a curiosity. One day, I shall see you dead. The visage of the man before him gradually merged with that of another, clad in a coarse, brown robe, bearing a large blade upon his shoulder. Ding Guanxu was indeed the very individual who had intercepted and attempted to eliminate both Chen Yan and Xianxia through multiple cycles. Initially, Chen Yan had failed to recognize him, as it was difficult to associate the elegantly dressed, shrewd, and affable Ding Guanxu with the grim-faced, shadowy killer from his past. However, that recent gesture of chewing on the grass needle undoubtedly bridged the present steward with the figure he would encounter over 2 years hence. Dao's friend, what troubles you? Ding Guanxu inquired with genuine concern. His voice was identical to that of the man in the coarse brown robe. It's nothing, Chen Yan replied with a bow. I shall take my leave now. Suppressing his resentment and the surging true energy, he departed. Chen Yan hastened out of the gambling house, making his way towards the Wang residence. What events transpired during the next 2 years? He could now hypothesize that the righteous elder by Qiming of Qingchan Peak and the martial elder Fu Qian were likely representatives of 2 factions. This was evidenced by the poor impression that Lan Wei, an elder from a lecturing hall closely associated with Bai Qiming, had of Lu Li. During the calamity in the outer courtyard, the faction that suffered the most significant losses belonged to the sword elder and the martial elder. It was even more alarming that Bai Qiming's faction had seemingly profited from this considerable upheaval. Chen Yan found it hard not to suspect that Bai Qiming might be the mastermind behind this series of events. But what of Lu Li? In this sect mission, Lu Li undoubtedly had the opportunity to eliminate him, yet he refrained. Chen Yan contemplated 2 possibilities. 1. Lu Li, although currently allied with Bai Qiming, had not yet fully earned his trust, remaining unaware of this fact. Or 2. Bai Qiming was cognizant that Chen Yan was under Fu Qian's watchful eye, and any rash action might provoke unwanted attention. Thus, it is inadvisable to take action against Chen Yan. Naturally, all of this hinges upon the orchestrator of these events, Bai Qiming. These are merely conjectures from Chen Yan, devoid of any substantiating evidence. Standing before the grand entrance of the Wang residence, Chen Yan inhaled deeply. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he realized that he must first address the matter at hand. Chen Sun remained detained by Lu Li in Zhengfei, and an urgent report had already been dispatched from the consulate to the Kongshan sect, promising a swift response from the sect. With this in mind, Chen Yan relied on his memory to retrace his steps back to the courtyard that had been prepared for the Kongshan sect disciples by the steward of the Wang residence not long ago. Upon returning to the courtyard, he discovered that it was not merely Lu Li, Zheng Fei, and the restrained Chen Sun present. There was also a cultivator clad in the robes of the Kongshan sect, appearing to be in his 40s. The collar of his robe was embroidered with a pattern of waves, signifying his identity as a member of the Yuanhua Mountain. Chapter 50. The Secret of Lu Li. At the threshold of the courtyard, Chen Yan paused momentarily, and soon the others inside noticed his presence. Chen Sun lay unconscious on the ground, his body marred by the wounds left from breaking free of the binding ropes, which had begun to scab over. However, it seemed that even if he were to heal, scars would remain. The Yuanhua Mountain cultivator offered a slight smile in Chen Yan's direction, as if to acknowledge him. Chen Yan, Lu Li called out in a calm manner. Come and describe in detail the events that transpired to this esteemed elder from Yuanhua Mountain. Chen Yan stepped into the courtyard and respectfully greeted the unfamiliar cultivator from Yuanhua Mountain. I am Chen Yan, a disciple of Kong Yuan Mountain, honored to meet you, esteemed elder. "There is no need for such formalities," the Yuanhua mountain cultivator replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "I am aware of your exploits, and they have indeed sparked considerable debate." Chen Yan managed a somewhat awkward smile, fully cognizant that the remark was not meant to deride him, but rather to jest. The incident involving his collusion with Lin Shifeng during the outer courtyard competition had already circulated through the 7 peaks of the Kongshan sect. In fact, it was not just the Kongshan sect. Even the well-informed sects across the entire Chongping continent had heard of it. Yet, as the news spread, the interpretation of the event began to shift. After all, Lin Shifeng, as an elder of the outer courtyard and a direct disciple of the sect leader, stood to gain little from engaging in deceit during such a trivial competition. Currently, the most prevailing conspiracy theory speculated that Lin Shifeng's ulterior motive for cheating was to eliminate Qi Yadong. However, this conclusion was evidently flawed, considering that the initial confrontation was instigated by Qi Yadong's master, Song Wensheng. Had it not been for Song Wensheng, Qi Yadong would not have entered the arena to spar with Chen Yan, and thus would have escaped with his life. Could it be that Qi Yadong's master, Song Wensheng, wished to eliminate his prized disciple, who had the potential to vie for the title of the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain? Moreover, Lin Shifeng's abrupt decision to end his life was merely an act of vanity, aimed at showcasing his disciple's prowess in the Outer Academy's competition, thereby enhancing his own prestige. Consequently, he now finds himself confined by the sect leader at the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain for reflection. Even Chen Yan's second master, Yu Qi, is unable to see him. "I am Li Hanzhou, a minister of education from the Yuanhua Mountain. Recently, Qingshan Peak received an urgent report from the consulate in Taiyuan City, stating that a disciple from Yuanhua Mountain, while on official duty there, encountered issues. The Yuanhua Mountain cultivator before me explained the situation to Chen Yan. Thus, Qingshan Peak relayed the urgent report back to Yuanhua Mountain. Just moments ago, a senior from Yuanhua Mountain communicated with me, indicating that the disciple falls under my jurisdiction on the peak. As fate would have it, I was near Taiyuan City, so I hastened to investigate. The title of Minister of Education might be more aptly described as akin to a university counselor in Chen Yan's previous life. Typically, the position in the Outer Academy is held by disciples at the Qi gathering stage, while in the inner sect, it is occupied by those at the martial spring stage, generally requiring older disciples to assume the role. In circumstances like Chen Yan's, his Minister of Education would be most familiar with the situation. Chen Yan proceeded to elucidate the details to Li Hanzhou. He spoke at length, recounting from the moment they left the mountain gate. Qian Sun's initial display of estrangement towards Li Xiaoxiu and Zheng Fei, to his disrespectful remarks in Taiyuan City and the subsequent escalation of conflicts within the Wang residence, clearly articulating everything to Li Hanzhou. Thus, Li Hanzhou nodded in understanding. "And what are the injuries Qian Sun sustained?" he inquired. "They were inflicted by a treasured artifact bestowed upon me by my master," Chen Yan replied. Lin Shifeng had already taken the blame upon himself. Bearing a bit more responsibility was of little consequence. After all, they were all in the same boat. Such were Chen Yan's thoughts. Li Hanzhou, however, did not press further. In truth, he was indifferent to the severity of Qian Sun's injuries. Yet, his expression remained grave, for he found the occurrence rather peculiar. "I believe there is something amiss here," Li Hanzhou stated. "Since Qian Sun joined our sect, he has always been under my supervision, and I consider myself to have a fair understanding of his temperament." "What do you mean by that?" "Luli Kidat's Luli. I am well aware that Qian Sun harbors certain grievances towards the Outer Academy disciples. Yet he is by no means a harshly spoken individual. He is generally gentle in demeanor, and I have never witnessed him openly express dissatisfaction with the Outer Academy disciples while on Yuanhua Mountain," Li Hanzhou continued. "The reason I am aware of Qian Sun's grievances is gleaned from the emotions he inadvertently expresses in his casual remarks. Thus, it is difficult for me to fathom that Qian Sun would openly disrespect the Outer Academy disciples." Upon hearing this, Zheng Fei appeared somewhat anxious, but he did speak out. "Right there in the Wang residence, openly disrespecting me, Sister Xiaoxiu, Senior Brother Chen, and even Lin Qinfeng." Li Hanzhou calmly smiled towards Zheng Fei. "I do not doubt you. I believe that Qian Sun indeed uttered those words. However, I also contend that it is not Qian Sun who spoke them." Zheng Fei, upon hearing Li Hanzhou's statement, found himself increasingly bewildered. The situation was convoluted. Chen Yan silently criticized, yet he comprehended the meaning Li Hanzhou sought to convey. "If possible, I wish to escort Qian Sun back to Yuanhua Mountain at once, so the elders of our sect may assess his circumstances." Li Hangzhou clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Once all facts are laid bare, I shall provide everyone with a resolution." Li Hangzhou was not shielding anyone. Rather, the abilities of those present were insufficient to render an accurate judgment regarding Qian Sun's situation. The most accomplished cultivator in attendance was Lu Li, who currently hovered at the brink of the half-step Qi realm. Should this indeed pertain to a matter of the heart, it would necessitate the intervention of cultivators at the celestial connection realm or higher to resolve it. Moreover, the matter concerning Princess Chen Yu's initiation into the sect was of great importance. The elders of Yuanhua Mountain would undoubtedly take it upon themselves to investigate this incident thoroughly. Honoring by Qiming. "I appreciate your efforts, Li Consul," Lu Li remarked. Li Hangzhou turned his gaze toward Lu Li and smiled gently. "Instructor Lu, you are too modest. During your tenure at Yuanhua Mountain, I benefited greatly from your guidance." Lu Li remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Yan had previously heard whispers about this matter. Lu Li had once been a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain. "I shall return to the sect now. Please take care, everyone," Li Hangzhou said, bowing respectfully before departing with Chen Sun. Observing Li Hangzhou's retreating figure, Chen Yan pondered deeply. Why is this taking so long? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Li had approached and inquired, his presence exuding a subtle pressure. Chapter 51, Severing Ties. Indeed, Chen Yan had spent more time in the gambling den than at the consulate, even as the sect had dispatched personnel to investigate. He had yet to return to the royal residence. Chen Yan was uncertain whether he had aroused Lu Li's suspicions or what knowledge Lu Li possessed regarding the matters at hand. He could only attempt to deflect the situation, ensuring no slip-ups occurred. "I was delayed on the road," Chen Yan explained. Lu Li scrutinized Chen Yan for a moment longer, while Chen Yan maintained his composure. "Do not lose focus on your task. Escorting the princess back to the sect is of utmost importance," Lu Li advised. "Lin Xin has yet to emerge from his contemplation on the cliffs of Konyuan Mountain. Do not add to his burdens." "I understand," Chen Yan replied with a respectful bow. Although he remained unaware of Lu Li's true intentions, it appeared that Lu Li harbored no desire to confront him at present. That was a relief. "Instructor Lu." Suddenly, Zhang Fei interjected, stating that whenever the instructor holds a discourse, the disciples must set aside their trivial tasks and proceed to the lecture hall to seek enlightenment. The disciple humbly acknowledged that his attainment of the Qi consolidation stage is largely due to the teachings of Instructor Lu. Zhang Fei's sincerity was palpable. A considerable portion of the Outer Academy's disciples harbored sentiments akin to his regarding Lu Li. Throughout his tenure as an instructor in the Outer Academy, Lu Li's teachings and contributions to the disciples have been profound, indeed, surpassing those of all instructors over the past century. Thus, it is entirely understandable that Lu Li commands great respect from the disciples. To attain the Qi consolidation stage at your age signifies a natural aptitude for cultivation, Lu Li remarked. With continued effort, you will undoubtedly break through to the martial spring stage. Achieving the Qi consolidation stage before the age of 20 indeed indicates a future brimming with potential. However, take Chen Yan, who only managed to achieve this at the age of 41. It is safe to declare that his prospects are bleak, as without extraordinary fortune, he may never ascend to the martial spring stage. As for the Sea of Qi stage, even if Chen Yan were to commence his cultivation from the initial level of martial spring and toil day and night for 5,000 years, hope for advancement would remain elusive. In this world, while humans may not be hierarchically ranked, cultivators certainly are. The disparity in talent among cultivators can be even more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Thus far, the only exception known to Chen Yan is Lin Qifeng, who claims to have achieved the Qi consolidation stage at 36, merely 5 years earlier than Chen Yan. Yet now, Lin Qifeng stands as a legitimate practitioner of the Sea of Qi stage. Of course, it has already been reiterated that Lin Qifeng is the sole exception. However, it was the first time the disciples heard of Lu Li's past as a disciple of the Yuanhua sect. Zhang Fei remarked, "There is nothing to discuss. It is merely history," Lu Li replied with a trace of indifference. "It was my recklessness," the disciple Meng Lang admitted. Zhang Fei clasped his fists and, after uttering this statement, fell silent, though uncertain of the events that transpired. The demeanor exhibited by Lu Li suggested that his past affiliations with Yuanhua sect were likely not amicable. "Esteemed immortals," called out the voice of Manager Yang from the entrance of the courtyard. "The prince requests the presence of all esteemed immortals at the royal palace's main hall today at the hour of you, to host a banquet as a gesture of hospitality. It is merely a half-day's journey, and there is no need for excessive formality. Luli responded, "Let us prepare some simple tea and meals. A grand banquet is unnecessary." Such words from Instructor Lu are misguided. Regardless of the distance, the banquet is a token of respect from the Cloud Prince and the entire Qingke kingdom towards the Kongshan sect. We hope Instructor Lu will graciously accept. As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Yang bowed deeply. The fervent invitation was hard to decline. Reluctantly, Lu Li conceded, "Very well," at the royal palace. During the hour of you, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, the entire royal mansion was enveloped in a golden glow, enhancing its air of opulence. The banquet prepared by the Cloud King for the disciples of the Empty Mountain sect was modest in scale. However, each dish on the table was crafted from ingredients so rare that they could be deemed treasures of the celestial realm. For instance, the dragon bone essence, formed from the marrow of a failed celestial dragon's bones eons ago, was a rarity hidden within the earth's veins, an exquisite delicacy that could grant mortals longevity. Yet, for cultivators, this essence held little value, as it did not serve their needs. It was said that in the secular world, a drop the size of a fingernail could fetch a fortune, yet it remained priceless and scarce. At the Cloud King's banquet, astonishingly, a full basin of dragonbone essence was placed right at the center of the table. Indeed, the worth of this single dish could easily purchase the entire city of Taiyuan. Chen Yan mused. Today, Lu Li and his companions would spend the night in the royal mansion, and by dawn, they would return to their sect alongside Princess Qinyu. At that moment, Qin Yu's identity would no longer be that of a princess, but solely that of a cultivator, a remarkable one at that. She was the cherished disciple of Elder Bai Qiming, the rightful heir to the title of chief disciple after Chu Xiao would relinquish her position. Seated at the head of the table, the Cloud King, Qin Ming, gently traced the rim of his jade cup with his fingers before rising to address the gathering. This evening's banquet serves two purposes: to welcome the esteemed masters of the Empty Mountain sect, and to bid farewell to my daughter, Qinyu. It is well known that you is my eldest daughter, my firstborn, and I have nurtured great hopes for her since childhood. I envisioned her living a life of comfort beneath my protective wings, until 2 months ago when that elder from the Star Heaven Gate arrived, altering our course forever. The elder expressed a fervent desire to take you as a disciple, drawn by her unparalleled purity and potential. Should all proceed smoothly, ascending to the higher realms would merely be a stepping stone for her. Upon learning of her extraordinary talents, and considering the deep-rooted ties between my Qingke Qin family and the Empty Mountain sect, I yearn for her to join their ranks. Hence the occasion we find ourselves in today. This cup of wine I raise in honor of the Empty Mountain sect and its esteemed masters. With that, Qin Ming lifted his cup and drank deeply. The movements of his throat synchronized rhythmically with the flow of wine. He then set the jade cup down upon the table. And Yang, the steward standing nearby, promptly refilled it. The Cloud King once more grasped the cup, turning it towards Qinyu. "And this cup of wine is dedicated to my dear daughter, Qinyu," he declared, his gaze growing resolute. "From this day forth, the bond of father and daughter shall be severed." Chapter 52. Poisoning no one questioned the words of Prince Yun, as if what he said was entirely ordinary. His act of severing ties with his daughter was, in fact, quite reasonable. After all, Qin Ming, the Prince Yun, was the younger brother of the current emperor of the Qin family, holding a certain claim to the throne. One must ponder, what would happen if a lower-ranking heir's daughter were the direct disciple of an esteemed elder within the Kongshan sect? Qin Ming would undoubtedly be compelled to renounce his claim to the throne. Yet, this severance of the father-daughter relationship merely provided the emperor with a means to save face. Ultimately, it was up to Qinyu to decide whether to acknowledge her father. Following the prince's opening remarks, the banquet commenced in earnest. Lu Li, as the guest of honor, sat to the right of Prince Yun, while Qinyu occupied his left. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, Zhang Fei, and Li Xiaoxiu were seated together. I never expected her to be a pure and unblemished spirit, a true gem. Zhang Fei appeared lost in thought. Ever since Li Xiaoxiu returned from a stroll with Qinyu, revealing that Qinyu was an extraordinarily rare pure spirit and had become the personal disciple of the esteemed elder Bai Qiming of Qingshan Peak, his mindset had crumbled. The disparity between individuals was simply too vast. Although Qinyu was merely 15 years old and still an ordinary mortal, possessing the pure spirit meant that, as long as her talent was not significantly lacking, she would undoubtedly break through to the martial spring realm within 2 years. At most in 5 years, she would ascend to the Qi realm. Chen Yan was even more aware that, after the calamity 2 years hence, When Xu Xiao resigned from her position as the foremost disciple, Qin Yu would surpass her to become the new leading disciple of Qinchan Peak. Alas, the path of cultivation for any individual, its smoothness and ultimate reach, is predestined from birth. Li Xiuxiu remarked with a wry smile. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the notion. Zheng Fei shrugged. Since the fall of the falling star sword immortal, Su Hongjin, 7,000 years ago, no one in Chumping continent had emerged as a being of the immortal ascension realm, suggesting that the path to immortality had been severed. Even if one possesses unparalleled talent, it ultimately leads to the same fate, mortality. With that, Zheng Fei raised his cup once more. How foolish. Will one truly reach the Qi Si in this lifetime? Yet there he is, speaking of ascending to immortality. Li Xiuxiu teased with a laugh. TCH. Zheng Fei scoffed disdainfully, lifting his cup. Suddenly, he choked. Cough, cough. He coughed a couple of times, furrowing his brow. Oh. Li Xiuxiu tilted her head, looking at Zheng Fei with amusement. A practitioner of the Qi gathering realm chokes on wine? Mind your own business. Zheng Fei retorted, then suddenly frowned. Cough, cough, cough. Something feels amiss. Ha 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 cough. Beside him, Li Xiuxiu, who had been jesting, suddenly cleared her throat. Frowning, she gently stroked her neck before coughing again, a persistent itch troubling her. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The sounds of coughing began to rise and fall in a disconcerting rhythm. A foreboding feeling crept into Chen Yan's heart, and he too felt his throat growing increasingly parched. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted forth. It was Qin Yu, her complexion pale, lips tinged with purple, and her eyes bloodshot, resembling a figure on the brink of death. Princess? Yue, cough, cough, cough. The expression on Prince Yun's face turned a deep crimson before draining to ashen white as he expelled dark blood. The situation in the room appeared to deteriorate rapidly. Chen Yan experienced a similar affliction. He could sense the sluggish flow of his vital energy within his meridians. Despite his utmost efforts to mobilize his energy to protect his martial essence and channels, it proved futile. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Chen Yan's lips, his vision darkening as he felt the blood within him surging, as if his very veins were about to burst. No, I cannot perish without understanding. Summoning his willpower, Chen Yan strained to widen his eyes, intent on memorizing every detail of the scene before him. The father-daughter duo of Prince Yun lay lifeless, cold, slumped in their chairs. Others from the Yun residence fared no better. Zheng Fei and Li Xiuxiu beside him were convulsing on the table, blood flowing from their orifices. Devoid of any hope for survival, it seemed that only two living souls remained in the banquet hall, himself and Lu Li, the only two martial practitioners of the Wuchuan realm in the manor. Chen Yan's gaze shot towards Lu Li, who appeared equally unwell, his face pale, breath shallow, and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, as though he too teetered on the edge of death. Chen Yan parted his lips, seemingly wanting to convey something to Lu Li. However, at that moment, an overwhelming flow of blood surged from his mouth, unstoppable. He felt his consciousness fading, limbs growing cold, and his entire body succumbing to numbness. Then, suddenly, this round of reincarnation rated B, advancing multiple nodes, overall evaluation improved. Accumulated cultivation at the initial stage of Wuchuan realm. Reincarnation reward. Elevation of cultivation realm by 1 minor level. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this round, and restart life. Chen Yan abruptly regained his senses, assessing the environment he currently occupied. Surrounded by verdant, meticulously trimmed foliage, the ground bore the remnants of congealed blood, evidence of a recent skirmish. Presently, I found myself within the confines of the Cloud King's residence, specifically in the courtyard where the practitioners of the Empty Mountain sect had taken refuge. As for the time, Master Lu, in a courteous manner, recalled the days when he was still at the abyssal Huang Mountain, during which I had greatly benefited from his kindness. Before me stood a disciple clad in the robes of the Empty Mountain sect, adorned with the patterns of abyssal Huang Mountain, who spoke these words. Li Hanzhou had yet to return to the Empty Mountain sect, and Xianxia remained in a state of unconsciousness nearby. With the passage of time now clarified, Chen Yan endeavored to calm his racing thoughts, preparing to contemplate the unfolding events. Attending a banquet hosted by the Cloud King, only for the assembly to suddenly succumb to dry throats and an insatiable itch, culminating in a gruesome demise by coughing up blood. Was this an act of poisoning? If so, who was the perpetrator? The annihilation of all within the Cloud King's residence, including the practitioners of the Empty Mountain sect, signified a calamity of unprecedented scale. A poison potent enough to slay even those of the Martial Spring realm could not possibly be the handiwork of mere mortals. At that moment, the fading figures of Lu Li and the deceased Chen Yu flitted through Chen Yan's mind. Wait a moment. Were the individuals destined to become the elder of the Clear Zen Peak and the foremost disciple truly to perish today within the Cloud King's abode? Chapter 53. The Gravitational Pull of Destiny. Chen Yan widened his eyes, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. An influx of information flooded his consciousness, akin to Newton witnessing an apple tumble from a tree. He had simply failed to notice all along. Why had this revelation only dawned upon him now? Destiny, it seemed, was malleable, just as Qi Yadong, who should not have perished during the outer courtyard competition, and both Chen Yu and Lu Li, who ought to have survived within the royal residence, were now fated to meet their ends. This included Zhang Xishuan, who had been personally apprehended by Elder Fu Qian, as well as Lin Qifeng, imprisoned by the sect leader at the precipice of Empty Fate Mountain. Their fates undeniably heralded a singular truth. Their destinies had irrevocably altered. The solitary variable responsible for these shifts was none other than my own reincarnation. It was the butterfly effect and direct influence stemming from Chen Yan's rebirth that precipitated these events. Why is this taking so long? Lu Li Yinkida, exerting a modicum of pressure upon Chen Yan with his vital energy. Chen Yan had previously endured such trials. In his past reincarnation, he had approached Lu Li's inquiries with a perfunctory attitude. This time, however, he resolved to adopt a more audacious approach. His previous reincarnation had yielded a B rating, the highest he had ever achieved thus far. Chen Yan recalled the comments accompanying his reincarnation rating. Facilitated multiple nodes, commendable. If his assumptions were correct, the term nodes in the context of the reincarnation evaluation likely referred to the points of reincarnation records. The moment he was awakened by Qingding in the courtyard of the outer residence at the age of 15 marked one such pivotal node. Awakened from a nightmare on that fateful night, when I encountered Chu Xiao at the pavilion atop the peak, I recognized it as a pivotal moment. The moment Zhang Xishuan displayed his vulnerability and sought to ingratiate himself during the external competition also marked a significant juncture. Now, as I stand on the precipice of another critical afternoon in the Wangfu of Taiyuan City, where numerous lives have been tragically poisoned, I find myself at yet another crossroads. It has been remarked that throughout this cycle, I have propelled multiple critical nodes, thereby earning a B-grade evaluation. This represents crucial intelligence. The rewards from the cycle's assessment have proven to be the most substantial I have received thus far. My current cultivation level has ascended to the mid-stage of the Martial Spring realm. If I were to rely solely on my innate talents and personal training, even a millennium would not suffice to breach the mid-stage of the Martial Spring realm. However, with the high-grade rewards from the cycle, I may indeed have the potential to surpass the Qi Si realm. The prospect of ascending to immortality is not entirely out of reach. Setting aside these contemplations, my immediate concern lies with the inquiries posed by Lu Li. Instructor Lu, I bowed respectfully. During my journey back, I visited the Celestial Gambling House in Taiyuan City. The gambling house? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What business did you have there? That was the last known location of Deacon Song Mingda before his untimely demise. I am currently investigating this matter under the orders of Elder Su Wu from Qingchan Peak, I explained, revealing everything without reservation. Disregarding any potential implications regarding Lu Li's relationship with Elder by Qiming of Qingchan Peak and the latter's dubious nature, I held no fear of information leakage. For by nightfall, none would remain to bear witness. Their silence would render the events as if they had never transpired. Lu Li remained silent, his expression betraying little emotion. However, Zhang Fei beside us widened his eyes, clearly shocked that such matters could reach his ears. And Deacon Song is dead? This is not something to be spoken of lightly. Better to pretend I heard nothing. Zhang Fei mused inwardly. Have you uncovered anything? Lu Li Yinkida. Perhaps a clue has been uncovered, I replied. Upon your return, ensure you report to Elder Fu, Lu Li instructed. In truth, Lu Li's role fell under the jurisdiction of Fu Qian. As an instructor at the Qingchan Peak Lecture Hall, his immediate superior was the hall's deacon. And above the deacon was Elder Lan Wei, whom I had previously encountered. Elder Lan Wei is a direct subordinate of Elder Fu Qian. I discerned no unusual reactions from Lu Li. It remained unclear whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Esteemed immortals. Manager Yang entered the courtyard with a beaming smile, addressing Lu Li and the others. The prince has summoned all esteemed masters to a banquet at the royal palace today at the hour of you, to extend a warm welcome and refreshment for the esteemed guests. The performance has commenced, Chen Yan mused. Within the grand hall, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The residents of the palace were abuzz with excitement over the impending admission of Princess Qinyu into the Kongshan sect, joy radiating from every face. The princess's initiation into the sect was not solely her affair. Although her ties to the royal family would ostensibly sever upon her entry, it remained an undeniable fact that everyone knew Yun Wang Qinming had a daughter among the cultivators. Chen Yan sat quietly in his seat, observing the scene unfold. The more jubilant the atmosphere grew, the more a sense of dread enveloped him. It would not be long before all present would succumb to death. Qinyu remained silent, seated to the left of the main seat, gazing at the crowd within the hall. Her gaze then fell upon Chen Yan, who sat opposite her. Since the arrival of several cultivators from Kongshan sect at the royal palace that afternoon, Qinyu found herself inexplicably drawn to him. While his handsome appearance was one factor, it was primarily a peculiar allure about this senior brother that captivated her. Earlier that day, she had inquired with Li Xianxia about him. His name was Chen Yan, a direct disciple of Lin Qifeng, the sect leader of Konyuan Mountain. Not long ago, he had merely been an outer disciple. It was said that the circumstances surrounding his ascension to inner disciple and his performance in the outer sect competition were quite controversial. Even now, Qinyu found it difficult to divert her attention from him, especially after he had just swept his gaze across her. For reasons unknown, she felt as though his eyes regarded her as if she were already a ghost. Such a strange person. Once she entered the sect, she must keep her distance from individuals like him. Qinyu was certainly not one to be lost in romantic fantasies. Otherwise, even if she were to become the direct disciple of Bai Qiming, she would not so swiftly ascend to the position of chief disciple. She merely found Chen Yan's appearance appealing and sensed an aura about him that set him apart from those around him, evoking her curiosity and nothing more. Esteemed guests, it was only when the Yun Wang rose from his seat that the banquet was about to be officially declared open. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Assassin. Chen Yan did not partake of any food at the banquet. Even when the prince offered toast, he merely pretended to lift the cup to his lips, simulating a sip without swallowing a single drop. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not escape death. He merely hoped to prolong his life a little longer. Given the extent of the poison that had been administered, he knew someone would come to manage the aftermath. Chen Yan's objective was to meet the individual who would arrive for this purpose. None among the banquet attendees would survive. After everything has come to an end, those who come to manage the aftermath become the breakthrough. Much like the once-renowned Zhang Xishuan. Although Chen Yan is currently in the light, his adversaries remain shrouded in darkness. Yet, when Chen Yan enters the cycle once more, a profound reversal shall occur. Beside him, Zhang Fei continues to engage in casual conversation with Li Xianxia. Though the subject matter has significantly altered since the previous cycle, this could be considered a minimal alteration of fate, Chen Yan mused. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a cough erupted from the side, causing Chen Yan's heart to leap. He knew the moment had finally arrived. The coughs began to reverberate throughout the grand hall. Yet Chen Yan remained unaffected. He observed with a cold gaze as events unfolded before him, confirming that the poison lay concealed within the food or drink. One by one, individuals before him coughed blood, convulsed, collapsed, and ultimately perished. Cough, cough. Brother Chen? Zhang Fei lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, gasping for breath, and with great effort, cast a glance at Chen Yan. Rest in peace, Chen Yan replied softly. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of Zhang Fei's mouth, and his limbs began to lose strength. Eventually, his body succumbed completely to lifelessness. In truth, Chen Yan had a fondness for Zhang Fei. The young lad was polite and industrious. Entrusting him with tasks brought a sense of reassurance. You would have lived on, just not in this life, Chen Yan thought inwardly. In the end, only two remained alive in that place, Chen Yan and Lu Li. Lu Li gazed at Chen Yan, who sat poised in his chair, then gradually closed his eyes. Was it you? His voice flowed slowly. Though it bore a hint of weakness, the tone remained remarkably calm, as if awakening from a midday slumber, untouched by prior events. Indeed, Lu Li was an extraordinary individual, Chen Yan reflected. It was not I. Chen Yan shook his head. I too wish to know who orchestrated this. I am nearing death. There is no need for deception, Lu Li stated. I am aware of your impending demise. Hence I do not deceive you. Chen Yan replied candidly. Are you implying you knew the food and drink would be poisoned? Lu Li inquired. To some extent, yes. Chen Yan answered. Why not disclose this? Because it was unnecessary. Lu Li fell into a brief silence. Is there anything you wish for me to convey to the sect? Perhaps informed by Qiming that the talents and disciples he favored all perished on the same day? Chen Yan asked, his words laced with sarcasm. At this, Lu Li's vital energy surged abruptly, emanating a sense of danger that enveloped Chen Yan. With a flick of his thought, a wind bullet surged forth from Lu Li's martial essence, hurtling toward Chen Yan's head. Chen Yan merely tilted his head slightly, evading the onslaught of the wind projectile. Lu Li, at the pinnacle of the martial spring realm and on the cusp of the Qi-Si realm, possessed significantly greater strength compared to Chen Yan, who was merely in the mid-stage of the martial spring realm. Yet, at this moment, he was utterly no match for Chen Yan. Lu Li was merely clinging to life by the thread of the true Qi surging from his martial spring. The martial spring realm? Lu Li furrowed his brow, profoundly shaken by the reality before him. Chen Yan was indeed at the martial spring realm. A 17-year-old of the martial spring realm could certainly rival any prodigy from the sects of the Chunping prefecture. No, he could surpass them. Moreover, Chen Yan had cultivated in the outer courtyard, a place notoriously deficient in resources for cultivation. If that were the case, the source of calamity? Lu Li spoke calmly, questioning why he was perpetually viewed as a villain. Chen Yan let out a wry smile. But I'm indeed at the martial spring realm. Lu Li's body grew heavier. He was on the verge of collapse, barely able to sustain himself. His consciousness was also becoming increasingly muddled. You have already killed me once. I do not wish to perish at your hands again, Chen Yan stated. I cannot kill you, Lu Li responded slowly. I see that now. Kill me. After a moment of silence, Chen Yan spoke again. Answer me one question, and I shall fulfill your wish. Lu Li, gasping for breath and nearly unable to speak, felt his martial spring nearly depleted. He nodded in acquiescence. Do you know of Songmingda's death? Chen Yan inquired. Lu Li shook his head and, with what little strength remained, managed to raise his gaze and utter, Is his death truly so significant? I do not know. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yan raised his hand, pointing his finger at Lu Li's chest. This is how you killed me before, Chen Yan murmured, as if to himself. Now we are even. The empty mountain finger. The true Qi was compressed to the tip of Chen Yan's finger, then shot forth towards Lu Li's chest. Lu Li's protective true Qi had become utterly ineffective, akin to a sheet of glutinous rice paper, easily pierced by Chen Yan's empty mountain finger. The true Qi erupted against Lu Li's chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. This strike from the empty mountain finger extinguished Lu Li's final spark of life. He was sent sprawling along with the chair, crashing into a pillar within the royal palace's grand hall, and thereafter lay motionless. From his dimmed, unblinking eyes, one could still discern the confusion and disbelief that lingered before his demise. This was the first time Chen Yan had witnessed Lu Li, who once sat majestically upon the lectern like a celestial being, reduced to such a pitiful state. His lifeless body resembled that of a wretched dog slain by the roadside. Was his own death so tragic? Chen Yan let out a dry chuckle. He felt no sense of vengeance, nor did the hatred he harbored for Lu Li linger. It had long since dissipated with the cycles of reincarnation. Even his affection for Cheng Xing had faded similarly. For one capable of rebirth, what significance do life and death hold? His desire to save Cheng Xing now stemmed solely from a need to provide closure for the 20 previous cycles he had endured, as well as to bid farewell to his past self. Suddenly, a formidable aura emerged from behind him. As he finally arrived, Chen Yan turned around with a composed smile, directing his gaze towards the figure that had appeared within the grand hall. Yet, as he discerned the visage of the man behind him, the smile on his face gradually stiffened and then faded entirely. "Audo Lan Wei, it is I," Lan Wei replied with a smile. A flash of white light enveloped Chen Yan, and in an instant he was severed from his own form. Chapter 55, Seeking Aid. This cycle's evaluation. C. A breakthrough in mindset, yet the essence of foolishness remains undeniable. Accumulated cultivation. Mid-stage martial spring realm. Cycle reward. Minor attainment in the hidden immortal technique. Cycle settlement complete. The host will return to the previous cycle's record point, inheriting the accumulated cultivation from this cycle, and restart his life. Lan Wei. This individual is an elder from the Kongshan sect, specifically from the Qingshan Peaks Lecture Hall. He is amiable and had left a profound impression on Chen Yan during the outer court competition. He is a trusted confidant of Fu Qian. The only reason Lanwei appeared here must be due to Fu Qian's directive. Chen Yan suddenly realized how naive he had been. Truly, he had only understood that after the calamity in the outer court, Bai Qiming's faction emerged as the greatest beneficiary, unaware that such power struggles were inherently reciprocal. Was Fu Qian's faction truly as pure as they seemed? The victors and the vanquished, one merely loses. Chen Yan abruptly recognized that Lin Qifeng's admonitions had always been astute. He had been warned not to become ensnared in the mess of Qingshan Peak. Yet he had disregarded this advice. Now, having learned through 2 lifetimes, he finally grasped the veracity of Lin Qifeng's words. Elder Lu, your kindness has not been forgotten. During your time at Yuanhua Mountain, I have greatly benefited from your generosity, came the voice of Li Hanzhou. Chen Yan opened his eyes, and his thoughts began to race. What should he do next? The reason Fu Qian chose to target Lu Li and Qin Yu indicates that he had realized the loss of the Wu Jiao's remnant soul, along with Song Mingda's death, was likely orchestrated by Elder Bai. Fu Qian may not yet comprehend Bai Qiming's intentions, but his instincts and experience urged him not to remain passive. Qin Yu, being of the Liuli pure body, would undoubtedly become a formidable force for Bai Qiming's faction given time. As for Lu Li, he was nothing more than an eyesore planted by Qiming within the lecture hall. In the face of the fierce rivalry between figures such as Fu Qian and Bai Qiming, the annihilation of Chen Yan could transpire in the blink of an eye. Yet, he was not without his own support. Chen Yan lowered his gaze to the gilded cloud crane pattern adorning his cuff, though somewhat reluctant to acknowledge it. The 2 grasshoppers tethered to him were indeed his sole reliance. I shall return to the sect now. Take care, everyone, Li Hanzhou remarked before departing with Qin's son. Teacher Lu. Before Lu could utter a word, Chen Yan stepped forward to stand before him, bowing slightly. I have some personal matters to attend to and wish to leave for a while. What matters? Lu queried. Merely a personal affair, Chen Yan replied, his demeanor neither obsequious nor haughty. Should Lu deny his request, Chen Yan was prepared to engage in combat. At present, Chen Yan had reached the mid-stage of the martial spring realm, and his mastery of the hidden immortal technique had achieved a minor success. He could distinctly feel the smooth flow of his true energy following the elevation of his mental state. The hidden immortal technique was no ordinary practice. Its ability to conceal one's aura to the extent that even true immortals could not penetrate his cultivation spoke volumes. Not every technique is worthy of bearing the character for immortal. At the very least, none of the techniques from the 5 major sects of Chunping Prefecture held such merit. Simultaneously, Chen Yan possessed the soul ice needle and the shadow binding rope. 2 formidable treasures. Despite Lu's cultivation being at the pinnacle of the martial spring realm, on the cusp of the Qi-Si realm, Chen Yan remained confident in his ability to escape Lu's grasp. Regardless, he needed to seek assistance from the consulate. Perhaps he could flee Taiyun City alone, but Chen Yan was unwilling to do so. To date, he had experienced 30 cycles. He had come to recognize the significance of each cyclical juncture. While escaping might allow him to evade the current cycle, it would not liberate him from the quagmire of fate. Chen Yan sought to harness the strength of Yu Qi and Lin Qifeng to completely shake off Fu Qian's control. Personal affairs? Lu pondered in silence for a moment. His thoughts obscured. Eventually, he spoke. Very well, be swift in your return. This sect mission is of great importance. Do not cause further trouble for your master. Understood, Chen Yan replied, bowing once more to Lu before departing the Cloud King's residence, hastening towards the consulate of the Outer Sky Mountain sect. Upon reaching the consulate, the elderly resident consular official was still seated in the courtyard, sipping tea. Daoist friend? The old man appeared somewhat surprised as he observed Chen Yan's entrance. How is it that you have returned so swiftly? Senior, I need to send an urgent message and require the use of the Lingxi mirror, Chen Yan stated. The Lingxi mirror? The expression of the resident official shifted subtly. The Lingxi mirror is a commonly utilized magical artifact within the realm of cultivation, serving as a medium for real-time projection and communication, facilitated by spirit stones. However, the usage of the Lingxi mirror incurs substantial spirit stone consumption every second. In locales such as the consulate, while equipped with a Lingxi mirror, it may remain unused for years on end. What has transpired that demands such urgency? The consular official inquired of Chen Yan. I have pressing matters that require immediate reporting to Elder Yu of the Dan Hall at Konyuan Mountain, Chen Yan declared with conviction. Very well, the consular official replied, his demeanor serious. However, I must forewarn you that should the sect seek accountability, the responsibility shall rest upon your shoulders. That is understood. Chen Yan responded affirmatively. The consular official was merely a disciple of the Qi condensation stage from the outer sect, perhaps in Taiyin City. He wielded considerable influence due to the prestige of the Kongshan sect and the significance of his duties. Yet, before the sect, a consular official held little weight. In contrast, Chen Yan, despite Lin Shifeng's imprisonment on the rear cliff of Konyuan Mountain, remained a direct disciple of the sect leader, carrying more substantial clout within the sect. With his master as a reliable support should calamity befall him, even if his master did not seem favored by the sect leader. A young attendant from the consulate escorted Chen Yan into a modest chamber at the corner of the official residence. In the center of the room stood a colossal mirror, approximately 6 feet in diameter, surrounded by 24 stone sculptures, each adorned with 100 high-grade spirit stones. This constituted the Lingxi mirror and its corresponding magical array. As the array commenced its operation, an abundance of spiritual energy began to converge towards the Lingxi mirror from the 24 sculptures. The mirror erupted with radiant brilliance, gradually revealing the ethereal image of Kongyuan Mountain's Dan Hall. Junior brother Chen? A figure clad in a yellow robe appeared in the projection. It was Zhao Bin, the disciple of Elder Yu Qi senior brother Zhao. I have urgent matters to report to Master Yu, Chen Yan stated. What is it? Zhao Bin inquired. There has been a disturbance at the Cloud King's mansion, and Qingshan Peak is also in turmoil. I implore Master Yu for assistance. Chapter 56, Breaking the Stalemate. At the Cloud King's mansion, in the main hall. This marked Chen Yan's third occasion seated here. Dishes were being presented one after another in the exact sequence as the previous 2 visits. The massacre of the Cloud King's household was undoubtedly a sensational event for the kingdom of Qingke. Elder Lan Wei, being a practitioner of the 5th stage, could easily obliterate the Cloud King's mansion as effortlessly as slaughtering livestock. However, he could not act so recklessly. The kingdom of Qingke was affiliated with the Kongshan sect, permitting the sect to establish consulates within its borders, and prioritizing the needs of the sect practitioners in nearly all matters. In turn, the Kongshan sect was obliged to provide a certain degree of support and protection to the kingdom of Qingke. If the Cloud King's residents were to fall victim to a massacre perpetrated by cultivators, particularly with 4 members of the Empty Mountain sect among the deceased, the sect would undoubtedly pursue the matter to its bitter end. There would be no rest until the truth is unveiled. For such an event would be a grave affront to the dignity of the Empty Mountain sect. However, if the cause of death were poison, the operable space for Elder Fu Qian's faction would considerably widen. It stands to reason that in the previous cycle, after Lan Wei had killed himself, he would have surely obliterated all traces of his existence, and then disguised the incident as a poisoning of the Cloud King's residents, subsequently fleeing in fear of retribution. Furthermore, he would likely cast the blame upon his unfortunate master, implicating Lin Shifeng. Chen Yan inwardly scoffed at this notion. Of course, all of this was merely Chen Yan's conjecture, and the events of the past cycle had lost their significance. At that moment, Steward Yang hastily approached the Cloud King, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. The Cloud King's expression shifted to one of tension and urgency as he rose to his feet. All eyes were drawn to him, while his gaze fixed upon the entrance of the Grand Hall. A tall, elderly man clad in a bagua robe with flowing white hair stepped slowly into the hall. Junior Qin Ming pays his respects to Elder Yu. The Cloud King, standing before the table, performed a respectful bow towards the elder who had entered. Immediately, Lu Li's demeanor altered slightly, and he too stood up. As he paid his respects to the elder, his gaze meaningfully swept across Chen Yan, seated at the opposite table. Direct disciple of the sect leader from the Empty Mountain sect's Dan Hall, Elder Yu Qi. Everyone in the hall rose to pay their respects to Elder Yu Qi, although the majority were unfamiliar with the significance of the elder clothed in the bagua robe. They felt compelled to show deference, given the respect afforded to him by the Cloud King and Master Lu. Senior brother Chen, whispered Zheng Fei cautiously, leaning closer to Chen Yan. Which elder is this? It is my master's uncle, Chen Yan replied in a similarly hushed tone. The white-haired elder was indeed the uncle of senior brother Chen, and since senior brother Chen's master was Lin Qinfeng, this implied that he too was a direct disciple of the sect leader. The Empty Mountain sect was an immense entity with a strict hierarchy. A direct disciple of the sect leader was, without a doubt, a person of considerable stature, standing at the pinnacle of the sect. For individuals like Chen Yan and Li Xiaoxiu, who were merely inconspicuous outer court disciples, it was likely that they would encounter such high-ranking figures only a handful of times in their lifetimes. Elder Yu Qi remained silent. Everyone present maintained their bowing posture, not daring to breathe. Elder Yueki's Lori nodded. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. The essence of true energy flickered in Elder Yuchi's eyes as he surveyed the dishes on the table, before his gaze settled upon the wine jug. The issue has been identified. Dispose of that wine. Elder Yuchi spoke slowly. What? The Cloud King hesitated for a moment. Dispose of it, came the firm response. Elder Yuechi merely repeated those two words. The Cloud King dared not inquire further and quickly signaled Steward Yang with a glance. Having served in the royal palace for over 20 years, Steward Yang possessed keen insight. He nimbly retrieved the wine jug from the table and took it away. To be cautious, all alcoholic beverages within the palace should be disposed of, Yuechi stated. The younger generation will comply, the Cloud King replied respectfully. This ruler of the Cloud Sparrow Kingdom, who governed a significant portion of the western regions, exhibited an astonishingly humble demeanor before the elderly man clad in a bagua robe. It is no surprise, for Yuechi, as the second disciple of the sect leader of the Kongshan sect, had long established his renown in the world and possessed profound cultivation. During the 70th birthday celebration of the late emperor, Yuechi had represented the Kongshan sect at the royal banquet, where the then Prince Qinming had admired Elder Yu's grace. A moment that transpired 30 years ago. Today's banquet concludes here, Yuechi declared. The disciples of the Kongshan sect, along with that little girl over there, shall return with me to the sect. His words were neither a discussion nor a command, but rather an announcement. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuechi turned and exited the main hall of the royal palace, as if to imply that those who could not keep up would bear the consequences. Your Highness, Lu Li said, bowing towards the Cloud King. We shall take our leave for today. No worries, Master Lu, the Cloud King replied with a smile. Then turned his gaze toward Qin Yu, who was also looking back at him. Go ahead, the Cloud King softly urged. Qin Yu said nothing but nodded, following the retreating figures of the Kongshan sect disciples as they departed the royal palace. Thus, the realms of the celestial and the mundane diverged. Outside the palace, on the streets of Taiyun City, twilight descended. Yuechi walked at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, while Lu Li and the others trailed about 10 paces behind. Chen Yan, Yuechi suddenly called out. Disciple present, Chen Yan quickly responded. Come here. Chen Yan hurried forward, standing beside Elder Yuechi. You owe me a favor, Yuechi stated. Chen Yan forced a wry smile. I understand, Master. Do you know how to repay this favor? Yuechi inquired. I am dull-witted. I hope my master will guide me. Chen Yan answered. I want you to compete for the position of the chief disciple of Konyuan Mountain. The chief disciple of Konyuan Mountain? It is well known that only those exceptional talents, like Chu Xiao and Li Haowen, could bear the title of chief disciple, let alone Konyuan Mountain being the main vein of the Kongshan sect. Yet, Yuechi spoke with such an unassuming tone, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. This is not just my wish. It is also your master's desire, Yuechi continued. The disciple has just entered the realm of Qi, and it is likely that Chen Yan wishes to decline. Yueki made a scold, the meaning of which was all too clear. He knew everything. The disciple understood. Ultimately, Chen Yan could only respond in this manner. He could not fathom what schemes the two old fellows, Yu Qi and Lin Qi Feng, were concocting. However, if he were to contend for the position of the foremost disciple of Konyuan Mountain with his current cultivation level in the mid-stage of the martial source realm, it cannot be said that he had no chance. Come out. How much longer must you be so sneaky? Yu Qi suddenly halted his steps and spoke. From the corner of the street, a figure emerged slowly. Lan Wei had met Elder Yu before. He approached Yu Qi with measured steps. The instigator of it all wore a calm and innocent smile, as if he had done nothing wrong. Chapter 57, Returning Home. Chen Yan took 2 steps back. In front of Yu Qi, Lan Wei adopted a very humble demeanor. Yu Qi was the elder of the Alchemy Hall at Konyuan Mountain, while Lan Wei was the elder of the Lecture Hall at Qingshan Peak. By their titles alone, it seemed they were of equal standing. But this was far from the truth. Firstly, the various peaks of the Kongshan sect held more weight than mere titles. Secondly, Yu Qi was a direct disciple of the sect leader, whereas Lan Wei hailed from the core disciples of Qingshan Peak, indicating a significant disparity in their backgrounds. Lastly, there was the matter of their cultivation levels. Elder Yu Qi's realm was the final stage of the middle 3 realms, specifically the 6th stage of the 9 realms beneath the immortal, known as the transformative realm. Elder Lan Wei, on the other hand, was at the 2nd stage of the middle 3 realms, the 5th stage of the 9 realms beneath the immortal, known as the divine connection realm. In light of these factors, It was indeed appropriate for Lan Wei to adopt a junior's demeanor in the presence of Yu Qi. Elder Fu has truly devised a grand strategy, Yu Qi remarked, as he still had to afford some respect to the master of Kangwu Studio, who was of the same generation as the previous sect leader. Though privately, he would secretly refer to Elder Fu as Old Dog Fu. Elder Fu simply cannot bear to see treachery prevail, Lan Wei replied with a smile. Oh, Yu Qi displayed an expression of keen interest. Who is the treacherous one? I believe Elder Yu has his own sense of justice, Lan Wei responded. Chen Yan slightly turned, casting his gaze towards the people behind him. Lu Li kept his head bowed, making it difficult to discern the expression on his gaunt face. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei, Li Xiaoxiao, and Qin Yu were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the conversation between Elder Yu and Elder Lan Wei. The exchange between Elder Yu and Elder Lan Wei was akin to riddles. Had it not been for Chen Yan acquiring sufficient intelligence through reincarnation, his expression at this moment would likely mirror that of Zhang Fei and the others. What are Elder Yu's intentions? Lan Wei in Gui? Naturally, I intend to escort my disciples of the Kongshan sect back to our sanctuary, Yu Qi replied. In that case, I shall not intrude upon Elder Yu any further, Lan Wei said with a respectful bow, taking a couple steps back. Simultaneously, he lifted his gaze slightly, casting a meaningful glance in Chen Yan's direction. He then turned his attention to Lu Li. Lu Li slowly bowed towards Lan Wei, remaining silent, for he felt unqualified to speak at that moment. Please proceed, Yu Qi stated, subsequently ignoring Lan Wei. In an instant, Lan Wei's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. All matters that required attention have been addressed, Yu Qi uttered softly, retrieving a thumb-sized jade gourd from his sleeve. It is time to return to the sect. As soon as the words left his lips, the jade gourd rapidly expanded in size. This gourd, known as the Jade Medicine Gourd, was Yu Qi's treasured artifact, a mid-grade 7th-tier magical item bestowed upon him by Chen, the current leader of the Kongshan sect. It is said that the elixirs and medicinal wines contained within this gourd have their potency enhanced by half a tier. This aligns perfectly with Yu Qi's role as the elder of the Dan Hall. Furthermore, under the influence of Yu Qi's authentic vital energy, this jade gourd could also serve as a means of aerial flight. Cultivators below the Qi realm lack the ability to soar through the skies. Thus, utilizing the Jade Medicine Gourd to transport Chen Yan and the others back to the Kongshan sect was indeed the most fitting choice. Lu Li and Chen Yan, riding on spiritual steeds, took 2.5 hours to reach Taiyun City from the sect. However, the journey back to the sect aboard Elder Yu's gourd took less than a quarter of an hour. Thank you, Elder Yu, for the lift, they expressed as the gourd first descended into the outer courtyard, where Zhang Fei and Li Xiaoxiao disembarked. Yu Qi merely nodded slightly, not even lifting his eyelids. Subsequently, Zhang Fei and Li Xiaoxiao bowed to Chen Yan and the others, expressing their gratitude. We appreciate the guidance from Instructor Lu and Brother Chen during this sect mission. Wishing the princess a smooth journey ahead, we shall meet again. Chen Yan responded with a smile. Following this, Yu Qi directed his flight towards Qingchan Peak, pausing only at the mountain gate. Thank you, Elder Yu, for the ride, Lu Li said, his voice remaining calm and gentle. Beside him, Qin Yu mimicked the gesture, though she remained silent, feeling uncertain about the rules of the celestial realm. Preferring to refrain from error, she chose to say nothing. You should now take the young girl to meet Elder Bai, Yu Qi instructed Lu Li, then turned his gaze to Qin Yu, regarding her with an appreciative glance. The glazed, pure body, relying upon this unique constitution, suggests that your future achievements in the realm of immortality may not fall short of those of Chu Xiao. Qin Yu remained silent, merely bowing respectfully towards Elder Yueqi. Who is Chu Xiao? Qin Yu was unaware. However, she was cognizant of her own exceptional physique, one that is exceedingly suitable for cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that the venerable elder of the Starry Sky Gate sought to take her as a disciple. She recalled the words of her senior sister Xiaoxiao during their stroll in the Wang residence. Among cultivators, there exists a distinct hierarchy. Born as a noble princess, and embarking on the path of immortality with a glazed pure body, she had become a direct disciple of the elder. To be candid, she felt fortunate, perhaps even fortunate by chance, about her lineage and talent. For Qin Yu could only ponder how she would navigate life had her experiences mirrored those of Li Xiaoxiao. Perhaps she would have long since succumbed to despair. On the Jade Gourd, only Elder Yueqi and Chen Yan remained. How did you come to know that the Yun Wang residents would encounter trouble? Elder Yueqi inquired of Chen Yan. I had some recent exchanges with Elder Fu Qian and learned of it by chance, Chen Yan replied. That old curmudgeon Fu, Yueqi huffed lightly, following up with a scornful remark. To even attempt to poison ordinary disciples is utterly inhumane. Yueqi had long been aware that a colossal bomb lay concealed within Xianxia Peak, representing the irreconcilable conflict between the Zhengfa lineage and the Suwu lineage. This discord had escalated to a point of complete intractability. Yet, no one anticipated it would culminate in such dire consequences. The clandestine struggles had now erupted into open conflict. Everyone knew of Elder Fu Qian's shadowy and decisive nature, but few realized that Elder Bai Qiming might be orchestrating an even grander scheme. The calamity, anticipated more than 2 years, hence, could very well be intricately linked to the core of Qin Shan Jingfa. However, Chen Yan still lacked definitive evidence. The items left behind by Song Mingda in the celestial gambling den in Taiyuan City were likely crucial clues. Yet to acquire those items, Elder Fu Qian's token was indispensable. Contemplating this, Chen Yan couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Indeed, matters were far more complex than he had imagined. Chapter 58. The Schemes of Fu Qian. Another week had elapsed. During this time, Chen Yan did not act rashly. Although he was uncertain how Elder Fu Qian perceived Yueqi's sudden appearance in Taiyuan City and his bringing back of Qin Yu to the sect, it was evident that this matter was closely tied to Chen Yan. The use of the Lingxi mirror by Chen Yan would surely be documented at the consulate. A simple inquiry would unveil the truth. Yueqi had not disclosed to Chen Yan why he had been chosen to become the head of Konyuan Mountain, nor had he explained the means to achieve that position. Yet Yueqi appeared remarkably relaxed regarding this matter, as if he could effortlessly appoint Chen Yan as the head of Konyuan Mountain whenever he wished. However, could Elder Yu truly wield such immense power? The answer is, of course, negative. While Yueqi is the direct disciple of the sect master and an elder of the Pill Hall, he remains a figure to be revered in the eyes of the core disciples and most elders of the sect. Nevertheless, in the presence of the true luminaries within the sect, Yueqi is still a mere minor character. Even above the sect master, Yunyi Chen, exist the 4 great elders. The supreme elder of Kongshan, the elder of Yulu, the elder of Zhenwu, and the elder of Jianzheng. It is said that the current 4 great elders of Kongshan possess cultivation levels exceeding the 8th realm, transcending the realm of divine abilities. Furthermore, the current supreme elder of the mechanism has reached the 9th realm, the harmonization realm. These supreme elders seldom engage with worldly affairs, serving primarily to supervise the sect and to intervene when necessary to restore order. Besides the 4 great elders, there exist approximately 30 ordinary supreme elders within Kongshan's sect, devoid of any real power. Their cultivation levels are all above the 7th realm, surpassing the unification realm. These reclusive supreme elders, who do not concern themselves with worldly matters, constitute the foundation of Kongshan's sect as one of the 5 major sects of Chenping continent. Initially, when Chen Yan was merely a peripheral disciple of the outer court, he did not grasp the gravity of the situation. At that time, he even considered an outer court steward to be a remarkable figure. However, upon entering the cycle of reincarnation and becoming a disciple of Konyuan Mountain, Chen Yan came to realize how limited his previous perspective had been. Lin Shifeng was still reflecting on the back cliff, and according to Master Yueqi, Sect Master Yun had no intention of releasing him. Allowing that rebellious disciple to languish on the back cliff could be seen as a form of virtue for the sect. Master Yueqi stated that this was the direct quote from Sect Master Yin. It seems that Chen Yan, as rather unremarkable master, is indeed not favored by the sect master. Chen Yan pushed open the door of his dwelling, gazing at the clouds and mist sweeping through the courtyard atop Konyuan Mountain. Today, the time has come. At Xingshan Peak, in Kangwu Studio, Fu Qian sat at the chessboard, contemplating the unresolved game before him. 3 hours prior, Elder Bai Qiming of Qingshan had visited Fu Qian in Kangwu Studio. Among the current 4 elders of Xingshan Peak, Fu Qian is the eldest and most experienced, while Bai Qiming is the youngest and least seasoned. The other 3 elders of Xingshan Peak are already of the generation of Fu Qian's disciples. Yet, Fu Qian does not appear aged. His hair is only slightly streaked with gray, while the majority remains dark. Before Bai Qiming ascended to the position of the law elder, he frequently visited the already 200-year-serving Fu Qian in Kangwu Studio. After he assumed the position of the chief elder of the judiciary and became the second-in-command at Xingshan Peak, this habit persisted. Every time Bai Qiming visited Kangwu Pavilion, he would engage in a game of chess with Fu Qian. Initially, Bai Qiming's chess skills were quite rudimentary. Although he possessed considerable flair, his attacking strategies were glaringly overt, rendering him no match for Fu Qian. However, at some point unbeknownst to him, Bai Qiming's proficiency in chess began to flourish. His address towards Fu Qian also subtly evolved over time, transforming from uncle master to senior and eventually to elder Fu. Presently, Bai Qiming had reached the realm of myriad transformations. On this occasion, Bai Qiming lingered in Kanwu Pavilion for just over an hour. As they played chess, they discussed various recent events in the cultivation world of Qinping Prefecture. Ultimately, Bai Qiming abruptly conceded defeat, stating, "It is getting late. I must check on how my disciple is faring in his training." The princess with the crystal-clear physique? Fu Qian inquired. Indeed, Bai Qiming replied with a smile. Fu Qian nodded, refraining from further comment, allowing Bai Qiming to depart from Kanwu Pavilion. They had conversed extensively about all the significant happenings within the sect, yet they conspicuously avoided the recent visit of the elder Yue Qi from the Kongyuan Mountains Danhall to Taiyin City, a silent understanding between them. After Bai Qiming's departure, Fu Qian remained seated before the chessboard for over an hour. No matter how he strategized, the inevitable loser would ultimately be himself. Fu Qian sighed, shaking his head with resignation, yet a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Elder Fu, a disciple, entered Kanwu Pavilion and bowed respectfully. Outside Kanwu Pavilion, a disciple from Kongyuan Mountain seeks an audience. He claims his name is Chen Yan. "Let him in," Elder Fu replied calmly. Soon, a handsome young man entered Kanwu Pavilion and stood before the cold pool in the courtyard, bowing to Elder Fu. Disciple Chen Yan, greetings to Elder Fu. "I did not expect you would dare to come and see me," Elder Fu remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Why would I not dare?" Chen Yan responded. "I still bear in mind the task you entrusted to me, and I have come specifically to report back to you. Had I known this would be the case, I should not have sent someone to introduce you to Lin Qifeng." Elder Fu replied with a smile, though his expression revealed no warmth. "Perhaps I should have allowed Zhang Xishuan to eliminate you instead," he jested. Chen Yan maintained an attitude of indifference, as if unperturbed by danger. "Surely, Elder Fu, you want to know who is responsible for the death of Steward Song, would you not? Why do you assume I am unaware?" Elder Fu responded. He certainly knew who had slain Song Mingda. The reason he sought to corrupt Song Mingda was to gather incriminating evidence against the disciples of Bai Qiming. Naturally, those intent on silencing Song Mingda were solely individuals from Bai Qiming's faction. Although Fu Qian was initially furious and contemplated a thorough investigation, he was acutely aware that delving deeper would likely reveal his own shortcomings. Thus, he resolved to let the matter rest, considering that Song Mingda was merely a steward from the outer court, and how much information could he possibly uncover? However, the emergence of Zhang Xishuan completely altered his perspective. It was astonishing that Bai Qiming's followers had infiltrated the outer court with a practitioner at the Qi realm, and they had done so for 2 decades. What was their ultimate aim? Chapter 59, Extortion. Infiltrating the sect's outer court with a covert operative who had remained hidden for 20 years at the Qi realm was undoubtedly no trivial feat, whether it was fabricating a background or concealing one's cultivation. Both tasks were exceedingly challenging. Bai Qiming's influence within the sect may extend far deeper than he had anticipated. Fu Qian, now over 600 years old, found himself among the last of his contemporaries from the Kongshan sect, all of whom had attained at least the divine connection realm. Yet, among those still actively holding power within the sect, Fu Qian stood alone. In truth, sects typically do not allow any single practitioner to maintain significant authority for extended periods, as it often leads to complications. Just like Fu Qian, after centuries of meticulous scheming, the intricate web of relationships within the sect had become deeply entangled. Even the current sword elder of the Qingshan Peak, Chu Chun, was almost entirely bound to Fu Qian. In fact, Fu Qian had consistently performed admirably and dutifully in his role as the elder of the Suwu on Qingshan Peak. It was precisely for this reason that the sect had permitted him to wield power for so long. It was only when challengers emerged to contest his authority that Fu Qian finally revealed his true nature. Yet, even one as cunning as Fu Qian found Bai Qiming's maneuver shocking. What astounded him more was that Bai Qiming would expose this hidden operative, buried for 20 years, due to the affairs surrounding Song Mingda. This indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either Bai Qiming had deployed numerous other operatives within the sect, not merely Zhang Xishuan, or the revelations unearthed by Song Mingda were of paramount importance to the Qingchan's righteous lineage, necessitating a silencing of witnesses. Moreover, When considering the lost remnants of the Wu Jiao's soul, Fu Qian ultimately resolved to take action against the righteous lineage of Qin Shan. Individuals like Chu Xiao, a prodigy likely to break through to the Qi realm before the age of 20, were indeed rare gems. Among the contemporary disciples of the Kongshan sect, only Li Haowen from the Yuan Huashan could rival her. Thus, Chu Xiao's position on Qinshan Peak was, without a doubt, unassailable. Until recently, however, a talent named Qin Yu emerged from Taiyin City. Possessing a pure, glazed physique, she represented a formidable counterpart to Chu Xiao. Bai Qiming sought to take Qin Yu as his disciple, and Su Qian understood his ulterior motives all too well. Therefore, he resolved to act decisively before the two parties completely severed ties, intending to remove this future piece that would play a significant role in Bai Qiming's camp. However, Su Qian's plans fell through, primarily due to the striking young man clad in the robes of Konyuan Mountain standing before the cold pool of Kangwu Studio. He had an overwhelming urge to thrust this brash youth into the frigid waters before him. You claim to have come to report, so what have you discovered? Su Qian Ingguai. Currently, I have only gathered some leads, but nothing concrete yet, Chen Yan replied. Then what is your purpose here? Su Qian scoffed. I came to borrow something from Elder Su, Chen Yan stated. Borrow what? The Qinshan Suwu order. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted towards Chen Yan, who quickly raised his hand to catch it. Observing the jade token inscribed with the 4 characters of Qinshan Suwu, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated acquiring Su Qian's token so effortlessly, believing he would need to haggle longer for it. And even if he did, there was no guarantee he would succeed. Take it, Su Qian simply remarked. The item you requested has been given to you. If you cannot uncover anything substantial, you shall bear the consequences. I understand, Master, Chen Yan replied, bowing as he accepted the token, feeling its substantial weight. This Qinshan Suwu order felt distinctly different from the one wielded by his lenient master in the outer courtyard. He mused inwardly. After obtaining the Qinshan Suwu order from Su Qian, Chen Yan exited the Kangwu studio. If he were to evaluate Su Qian, he would describe him as decisive and possessing profound depths of cunning. The next crucial task was to make another trip to the Xianxia gambling house in Taiyin City. Chen Yan wanted to ascertain what Song Mingde had discovered that led to his silencing. He was convinced that these matters were intricately linked to the calamity that would unfold over 2 years hence. According to regulations, disciples in the Qi gathering realm must provide sufficient justification to descend a mountain. Undertaking a mission assigned by the sect served as the best rationale. Many disciples in the Qi gathering realm sought to descend the mountain by accepting simple sect missions from the Shanggong Hall as their excuse. However, failure to complete these missions would result in certain penalties, such as confinement or a reduction in allocated cultivation resources. In the most severe cases, they could even find themselves blacklisted by the Shanggong Hall. Disciples above the Martial Spring realm face no such restrictions when leaving the mountain gate. Currently, Chen Yan's apparent cultivation level remained at the initial stage of the Qi gathering realm. He planned to elevate his visible cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm within 6 months. This pace of cultivation was indeed remarkable. However, with the endorsement of Master Yu Qi, Chen Yan need not overly concern himself with attracting too much attention. This time, as he departs from the Empty Mountains sect, he does not need to undertake any sect missions. Holding the Qinshan Suwu decree in his possession, he enjoys unfettered access throughout the sect, save for a few restricted areas. Upon leaving the Empty Mountains sect and arriving at the stables established by the External Affairs Hall, Chen Yan took the opportunity to change his attire, swapping his sect robe for more commonplace garments typical of the secular dynasty. The rationale behind Chen Yan's decision to don a disguise is quite straightforward. During his previous visit to the Immortal Gambler's Pavilion in Taiyin City, his identity as a disciple of the Empty Mountains sect had been overly conspicuous. Adopting a more ordinary appearance would facilitate his endeavors. By the time he set off from the Empty Mountains sect, it was already afternoon, and upon reaching the city gates of Taiyin City, the sun had begun its descent beyond the mountains. Riding a spirit steed, Chen Yan made his way towards the city entrance. The spirit steed bore little distinction from an ordinary horse, aside from its lustrous coat, larger stature, and greater strength. Clad in common attire rather than the celestial robes, and with the use of the concealing immortal technique to mask his aura, Chen Yan appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Please stop. Just as Chen Yan was about to step through the city gates, a guard armed with a spear called out to him. What is it? Chen Yan reined in his steed and inquired, glancing down. The guard, appearing quite young, raised his gaze and scrutinized Chen Yan atop his horse. You, sir, the guard began, his calloused fingers tapping against the copper studs on the spear shaft. According to the laws of Taiyuan City, anyone entering after sunset must pay an additional security tax. Security tax? Chen Yan furrowed his brow. But it is not yet sunset. Is that so? The guard replied, a hint of incredulity in his voice as he looked skyward, his tone taking on a more threatening edge. Apologies, sir, but if I say the sun has set, then it has indeed set. Chapter 60. The Disparity of Humanity. Chen Yan felt no anger, merely a sense of absurdity. He could hardly believe that a cultivator of his stature would be extorted by a mere city guard. Such occurrences had never transpired even in his previous life. Chen Yan had heard tales of guards stopping seemingly affluent passersby for various dubious reasons to extort money, but he had never anticipated he would find himself in such a predicament. I have no money, Chen Yan replied. Oh dear, that poses quite a problem. The guard's voice took on a peculiar tone. If you can pay the security tax, you will be free to pass. However, if you cannot, you will need to be taken to the magistrate's office for registration, and who knows how long that might take. How much is it? Chen Yan inquired with a smile. 2 taels of silver, but I lack the funds. The guard, who appeared quite youthful, grew increasingly sullen. If you have no money, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Dismount. Despite his financial constraints, Chen Yan produced a palm-sized, intricately carved wooden token from his bosom, upon which the characters Kong Shan Kong Yuan were etched. This token served as his identification as a disciple of Kong Yuan Mountain. The guard leaned in closer, squinting at the token, and then suddenly recalled something. I cannot read. His assertion was remarkably bold. Chen Yan sighed, contemplating how to further amuse this naive young guard when, unexpectedly, the sound of clanking armor approached from distance. Another guard charged forth, delivering a swift kick to the naive one who had just attempted to extort Chen Yan. You scoundrel! The young guard was sent sprawling, and the other guard continued his tirade. The naive guard, dazed, looked up in confusion at the approaching figure. Corporal Wu? The guard, referred to as Corporal Wu by the naive one, ignored him and hastily bowed in apology to Chen Yan. Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize for the actions of that dim-witted fellow. He has only recently been assigned to the city gate and lacks discernment. I beg your forgiveness, and hope you will overlook his transgressions. You are quite sensible, Chen Yan replied with a smile. With that, he gently nudged his horse's belly with his heel, galloping into the city. Corporal Wu maintained his bowing posture until Chen Yan had completely vanished from view. He then approached the naive guard and delivered another kick. Are you seeking death? Who dares to obstruct anyone? Corporal Wu scolded, realizing the gravity of his mistake. The young guard's expression turned fearful. See, Corporal, who exactly was that gentleman? That was no ordinary person. He is a celestial master. A celestial master? The young guard's face paled, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. For ordinary folk, cultivators were undeniably exalted beings. He had witnessed the scions of cultivating families in the city, who could, over trivial disputes, obliterate a person's head with a mere punch, as if smashing a watermelon with a hammer. Had he truly just attempted to extort a cultivator? He had indeed danced perilously close to the gates of death. But, Corporal, he stammered, that person wasn't even wearing a robe. Who said celestial masters must wear robes? Sergeant Wu delivered another sharp slap to the back of the young soldier's head. Does your mother insist you wear red undergarments? Next time, be more vigilant. Today, you were fortunate that the celestial master was kind-hearted. If you encounter someone with a fiery temper, one slap could leave you in ruins. I understand, Sergeant. The young soldier replied, his head hung low as he picked up his spear and resumed his post. It seemed that for the time being, he would not dare to provoke anyone again. Chen Yan urged his steed onward, continuing in the direction of the celestial gambling house. Taiyuan City, being the largest city in the western territories of the Qingke Kingdom, had no curfew, and the night market was bustling with activity. At this hour, the streets were lined with vendors who had just set up their stalls. Riding a magnificent steed, Chen Yan was undeniably conspicuous. Many citizens of the city turned their heads, casting curious, envious, and even jealous glances in his direction. However, compared to the time when Chen Yan entered the city clad in the robes of the Kongshan sect, there seemed to be a notable absence of emotion in their gazes. What was it? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yan suddenly realized it was fear. Common folk harbored an intrinsic dread of cultivators, a fear that transcended mere physical prowess. To ordinary people, cultivators appeared as otherworldly beings, despite the fact that these practitioners had once been like them, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. This, perhaps, exemplified the divergence between the celestial and the mortal realms. Chen Yan mused, as his steed trotted slowly down the street. They soon arrived at the entrance of the celestial gambling house. The establishment operated around the clock, open for 12 hours each day. This was hardly surprising. Body refinement cultivators could go for 3 days without sleep, remaining vibrant and healthy, while those at the chi gathering stage could stay awake for half a month. The doorman stationed at the entrance of the gambling house that night was not the same person Chen Yan had encountered during his previous visit. Dismounting, he led his horse toward the grand entrance. The doorman, clearly noticing Chen Yan's unassuming attire, scrutinized him from head to toe. "Ah, esteemed celestial master. This must be your first visit to the celestial gambling house in Taiyin City?" The doorman inquired, stepping forward to block Chen Yan's path. "Indeed, it is my first time," Chen Yan replied. "The Kongshan sect is truly one of the 5 great sects of Chongping continent," he reflected inwardly. The treatment one received while adorned in the sect's robes was entirely different from that of an ordinary outfit. "You have come to the right place. This is the finest gambling house within 1,000 miles, especially with the backing of the celestial masters from the Kongshan sect. Business here is surely thriving." The doorman exclaimed animatedly, but then lowered his voice abruptly, revealing a look of concern. "However, I beg your pardon for my boldness, esteemed master. Our gambling house is quite agreeable in many respects, yet it is governed by numerous rules, and one must first verify their credentials. What do you think?" Chen Yan retrieved a small pouch from his bosom, slightly opening its mouth to reveal several exquisite spirit stones within. "Ah, esteemed master, I sincerely apologize. I am merely here on official business." The attendant, as he spoke, took the reins from Chen Yan's hand and made his way toward the nearby stable. "Esteemed master, please proceed inside. There will naturally be someone to attend to you. I shall tie up your horse. Rest assured that our stable is stocked with the finest spirit rice stalks, ensuring your steed is well fed while you enjoy your time here." As Chen Yan observed the attendant's retreating figure, he inexplicably recalled the naive guard he had encountered at the city gate moments ago. The disparities between individuals are striking. He sighed, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly strolled into the gambling house. Chapter 61. The Legacy of Steward Song. This was not Chen Yan's inaugural visit to this establishment. The cacophony of shouts from the outer area enveloped him. The clattering of dice against the bottom of celadone bowls mingling with the jingling of spirit stones being deposited, akin to countless venomous insects crawling upon the eardrums. "Esteemed master, what would you like to play?" As soon as Chen Yan stepped beyond the threshold of the gambling house, a staff member swiftly approached him, his smile etched with fine lines resembling crumpled paper. Upon returning to the sect from Taiyin City, Chen Yan had chanced upon fellow disciples discussing various anecdotes related to the gambling house. He learned that the staff member who immediately adhered to newcomers was referred to as a guide mouse, affectionately dubbed Mouse by the patrons. For solitary visitors like Chen Yan, the gambling house's mice were often the most enthusiastic. The staff's demeanor was properly respectful, not only due to their obligation, but also because lone gamblers were seen as prime opportunities for profit. "I am looking for someone," Chen Yan stated. "Who do you wish to find?" "Steward Ding." Upon hearing the name, the mouse's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to its previous state. "May I inquire who you are?" Chen Yan surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention to his actions, then retrieved a wooden token from his pocket, gently tracing the 4 characters Kongshan Kong Yuan engraved upon it. "Kong, the intersect of Kongshan." The mouse became somewhat tongue-tied. His reaction was unsurprising, as Kongshan sect loomed over Taiyin City like a colossal mountain. Both the Cloud King and the City Lord had to bow their heads in the presence of the sect's resident envoy, who was merely an ordinary disciple from the outer sect. In truth, disciples of Kongshan sect were relatively common here. Each day, one could spot several of them within the gambling house's inner area. The astonishment of the mouse was primarily due to the presence of an unassuming figure, an itinerant practitioner whose origins were unknown, who unexpectedly produced an identity token belonging to an inner disciple of the Empty Mountain sect from his bosom. He began to reflect on whether he had inadvertently uttered anything offensive to this significant individual before him. "Inform Manager Ding that I seek an audience with him, and please refrain from disclosing this to anyone else, lest there be consequences." Chen Yan swiftly retracted the token, casting a casual glance at the attendant. In an instant, a surge of true energy emanated from Chen Yan, enveloping him in an indescribable and formidable pressure. Within a fleeting moment, his body was awash with goosebumps, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his neck. Yes, indeed, The guide mouse of the gambling den visibly swallowed hard, unable to mask his burgeoning anxiety, before hastily scuttling towards the inner chamber. As Chen Yan observed the attendant's hasty retreat, he exhaled softly. Although his cultivation level was but a mere ant compared to the illustrious figures he had recently encountered within the sect, for mere mortals, a slight release of his true energy could evoke a sense of dominion overall. After the passage of approximately half a stick of incense, the woman he had previously encountered, gracefully attired in a gauzy dress, with an exquisite countenance and a statuesque figure, strolled towards him. "My friend, I apologize for the wait. Please follow me," she said with a calm demeanor. Indeed, she was remarkably efficient in her duties. Chen Yan chose not to engage in further conversation and simply followed her. As before, he arrived once more at the chamber door. The woman opened the door and inclined her body, offering a respectful nod towards Chen Yan. Upon entering the chamber, he found Manager Ding reclining against a grand chair behind a table, a grass needle perched between his lips. Only when Chen Yan stepped inside did he straighten his posture. "You seem unperturbed by the prospect of uprooting the potted plant on your desk," Chen Yan remarked. Ding cast a sidelong glance at the plant and chuckled, spitting out the grass needle. "If it were to be uprooted, I would simply have another one replaced. Now, may I receive the items that Elder Song entrusted to you?" Chen Yan inquired, retrieving a jade token inscribed with the word Xianxia. "Of course." Observing the token in Chen Yan's hand, Ding smiled. "I truly wonder what manner of person you are, being a disciple of the Empty Mountain sect, yet possessing the token of Elder Fu. Are you curious about the internal affairs of the Empty Mountain sect, Manager Ding?" Chen Yan inquired. "Oh no, I would never dare to pry. Please do not cast such a grave accusation upon me," Ding hastily protested, waving his hands. A large emerald, akin to a pigeon's egg, sparkled on his right thumb. No matter how many times he looked at him, Chen Yan found it exceedingly difficult to associate the suave, well-dressed steward of the gambling house before him with the rugged figure he would become 2 years later, clad in coarse cloth and sporting a stubbled visage, wielding a large blade. Yet, they were indeed the same individual. In other words, having finally returned this hot potato, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Steward Ding retrieved a palm-sized box from a concealed compartment in the side wall of the parlor and handed it to Chen Yan. "This is what Elder Song entrusted me to safeguard," stating that only Elder Fu Qian of the Qing Shan sect's Qing Shan Peak, the bearer of the Qing Shan Su Wu token, where he himself could reclaim it. Chen Yan gazed at the box in his hand, which felt surprisingly light. Could it possibly contain the crucial message that Elder Song was willing to risk his life to convey? If he knew this item was a hot potato, why'd he take it on? Chen Yan inquired. Ding's steward chuckled and replied, "I am merely a solitary cultivator, and my current standing is solely due to a sense of righteousness." "Ah, the noble essence of righteousness. Has anyone else inquired about this item?" Chen Yan pressed further. "No, only you, my fellow cultivator, have come to ask," Ding's steward answered. That made sense. In most instances, it would be inconceivable for an ordinary person to imagine that Song Mingda would entrust such an important item to a gambling house steward for safekeeping. Had it not been for Sun Lu's chance acquisition of this information, Chen Yan would never have contemplated this direction. However, he could not afford to let down his guard. Since the incident involving Song Mingda, he had been under constant surveillance. The appearance of Zhang Shixuan during the outer court competition was a testament to that. Was he truly no longer being watched? Chen Yan could not ascertain whether his recent visits to the gambling house had leaked any information, drawing unwanted attention. Given the current circumstances, remaining outside could expose him to immediate peril. But what if he were to first peruse the contents of this list? Chen Yan pondered. Chapter 62, An Expected Ambush. Intelligence. Chen Yan was acutely aware of the significance of intelligence. Throughout his endeavors, he had always operated in the light while his adversaries lurked in the shadows. This very reality had rendered him susceptible to constraints at every turn, often leading to inexplicable demise. In his earlier days, Chen Yan, a mediocre talent, while idling away time in the outer court, had never perceived the world as particularly dangerous. Occasionally, consuls or administrative disciples from the outer court would assign him trivial tasks, requiring some time to complete. Beyond that, he merely needed to remain passive. Of course, that was aside from the calamity in the outer court. Yet, as Chen Yan began to entangle himself with the prominent figures within the sect and gradually uncovered the underlying truths, he found that the more he struggled, the darker the world appeared. Tranquility and peace are but mere illusions that float upon the surface of this world. The true realm of cultivation is one where humanity is devoured without a trace. Chen Yan understood what he must do. He departed from the quarters of Steward Ding and sought a secluded corner within the gambling house's inner sanctum. The box in his hand bore a layer of restrictions imposed by Steward Song's vital energy. This was likely the last remnant of genuine energy left by Steward Song in this world. Chen Yan circulated his vital energy and effortlessly dispelled that layer of restriction. Upon opening the box, he found it contained only a folded piece of paper. Extracting the note and unfolding it, he discovered that it merely bore the names of 13 individuals inscribed in fine script. Only 13 names. Pei Qingshan, Zheng He, Qi Guanjin, Shui Xiao, He Fu Ren, Zhang Xishan, Wu Li. This presented a dilemma. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. Upon acquiring the list of names from Song Mingda, he did not experience the expected epiphany or clarity. The reason was simple. The majority of the names written on this list were entirely unfamiliar to him, let alone how to connect these individuals. He recognized Zhang Xishan, and another name caught his attention, Shui Xiao, the steward of the outer courtyard's martial arena and acting elder of the outer courtyard. Could it be that these 13 individuals were all agents planted by Qi Ming across the various peaks of Kongshan sect? The current acting elder of the outer courtyard is an agent of Bai Qi Ming? One must not jump to conclusions. What Chen Yan could ascertain was that the names inscribed on this list must share a commonality. Most likely, they were all agents of Bai Qi Ming. After reviewing the list several times, he committed all 13 names to memory before folding the note and concealing it within his garments. It was time to return to the sect. Chen Yan exited the gambling house and waved to the doorman stationed at its entrance. Immortal Master? The doorman was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Yan emerge so swiftly from the gambling house, not expecting him to exit so soon. Bring the horse, Chen Yan instructed. Right away. The doorman hastened toward the nearby stable and soon returned with Chen Yan's horse in tow, saying nothing further. Chen Yan mounted the horse and set off toward the outskirts of the city. The journey from Taiyuan City back to Kongshan Sect spanned over 800 li, requiring 2.5 hours to complete. If he had been targeted from the outset, it was highly probable that someone would attempt to ambush him on his return journey, just as they had done with Song Mingda. Yet, Chen Yan was already prepared to face death. It would be ideal to bring back the list of Song Mingda to the sect. However, even if that proves impossible, I have still acquired the intelligence hidden by Song Mingda. On a cloudless night devoid of moonlight, the trees flanking the road swiftly receded behind me. The only sounds reaching Chen Yan's ears were the rustling wind, the rhythmic pounding of hooves, and the hurried breaths of the horse beneath him. Pei Qingshan, Zheng He, Qi Guanjin. Periodically, Chen Yan would silently recite the names from the list in his mind to reinforce his memory. Shui Xiao, He Fu Run. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yan noticed a shadow darting past the trees nearby. What is destined to come will always arrive. Chen Yan summoned the true energy from his martial spring, feeling his meridians rapidly fill with power, ever ready to confront an adversary. The horse beneath him let out a piercing neigh, as if seized by an overwhelming fright. In the next instant, a glint of steel flashed before Chen Yan, lunging toward his neck. He hastily raised his arm to block the strike with his forearm. At the very moment the blade was about to meet his skin, Chen Yan's protective true energy erupted from the meridians in his arm. The sound of metal clashing accompanied by sparks struck his face, and with the force of the impact, he was thrown from his mount, rolling several times upon the ground. Chen Yan swiftly regained his footing, but before he could fully rise, his palm brushed against the shadow on the ground, allowing him to release the binding shadow rope into the darkness. Lacking any weapon, Chen Yan was not proficient in their use. In a previous life, he had managed to acquire a sword of quite decent quality. Though it was an ordinary weapon, it could still resonate with true energy. That sword cost him 6 medium-grade spirit stones. Given his earnings at the outer court back then, the sword was worth nearly a year's salary. His reason for purchasing it was simple and pure. It was aesthetically pleasing. Yet, Chen Yan was not skilled in swordsmanship. Thus, he sought out a disciple of the sword refining consulate from the training grounds, offering him 3 medium-grade spirit stones in hopes of learning the art of the sword. Regrettably, before he could practice more than twice, that disciple met with an unfortunate accident in the course of his duties and tragically passed away. His spirit stones were rendered worthless. Consequently, Chen Yan's enthusiasm for swordsmanship was nearly extinguished. From that point onward, the sword merely became an ornament at his waist. Even when confronted with conflict requiring action, Chen Yan never drew his sword, opting instead to rely solely on his fists. However, those were merely remnants of a bygone era. Time returns to the present. Rising from the ground, Chen Yan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Soon, two figures landed before him. Neither wore ceremonial robes. Instead, they were clad in attire common among the ordinary populace of the Qingke kingdom, similar to Chen Yan's own, yet in contrast to his garments. The clothing of the two figures appeared far more conducive to movement. Martial Spring Realm? Before Chen Yan stood two individuals, one of whom emitted a sound of considerable surprise. From their recent encounter, it was evident to that person that Chen Yan's cultivation level was far beyond the initial stage of qi gathering, as indicated in the intelligence reports, and was, in fact, that of a genuine Martial Spring Realm practitioner. Chen Yan, too, discerned that the two assailants sent to eliminate him were equally of the Martial Spring Realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he remained utterly vigilant. This was his first authentic engagement with a practitioner of the Martial Spring Realm. Chapter 63. Invincible among peers, provided the previous encounter with Lu Li was excluded. That instance was indeed not worthy of consideration, as Lu Li had been severely poisoned and on the brink of death, already at the end of his strength. Even a moderately skilled qi-gathering practitioner might have been capable of dispatching him. In truth, despite the substantial disparities between each major realm within the fifth realm, prior to the Divine Connection realm, the four preceding stages merely represented quantitative changes rather than qualitative transformations. The forging of the body and the opening of the meridians constitutes qi gathering. The gathering of energy and the formation of a spring signifies martial spring. The spring surging to form a sea embodies the qi sea. The initial four realms fundamentally reflect merely variations in the magnitude and accumulation of true energy. Chen Yan was fully prepared to confront his opponents. Likewise, the two martial spring practitioners across from him were equally cautious. Ultimately, it was one of the adversaries who made the first move. A blade of azure light, forged from true energy, cleaved towards Chen Yan with astonishing speed. However, this speed could not surpass Chen Yan's reflexes. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the assassin's lethal strike. Chen Yan felt a flicker of surprise. His instinct suggested that even if he had taken the blow head-on, he would not have sustained significant harm. These two assassins were weaker than he had anticipated. Their intimidation factor even less than that of Lu Li in his near-death state within the royal palace. Among practitioners of the Martial Spring Realm, there exists a spectrum of strength and weakness. Despite this, given Chen Yan's innate talent, even upon entering the Martial Spring Realm, he was expected to be among the weakest. Yet, he now perceived that the levels of the two Martial Spring practitioners before him were evidently inferior to his own. Soon, Chen Yan grasped the reason for this disparity. The hidden immortal technique. Judging by the manner in which these two assassins attacked, it was clear they hailed from the Kongshan sect. Prior to the Qi realm, disciples of the Kongshan sect uniformly practiced the Kongshan technique. Chen Yan, concurrently training in both the Kongshan technique and the hidden immortal technique, was acutely aware of the differences between the two. The Kongshan technique, when placed alongside the hidden immortal technique, resembled mere toilet paper. Its method of energy circulation was obscure and rigid, and its development of meridians and martial springs was markedly inferior. Even when the same individual employs the techniques of the Empty Mountain method to channel their true energy, as opposed to utilizing the hidden immortal technique, the resultant effects are strikingly disparate. For instance, the Empty Mountain finger has gained immense popularity among the disciples of the Empty Mountain sect precisely due to its remarkable compatibility with the Empty Mountain method. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, when Chen Yan executed the Empty Mountain finger using the hidden immortal technique, the power he unleashed was still several-fold greater than that produced by the Empty Mountain method. Contemplating this, Chen Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air and began to concentrate fully on the hidden immortal technique. In an instant, all the energy he had previously radiated during the skirmish vanished without a trace. At that moment, standing beside the stone slab, Chen Yan resembled an ordinary person who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Conjuring illusions, one of the assassins cursed, simultaneously thrusting both palms forward to unleash two spiraling waves of energy, each layered with numerous levels of true energy, surging towards Chen Yan's chest with an overwhelming force. Chen Yan did not evade. The moment the assassin's palm struck his chest, the air before him suddenly rippled, absorbing and dissipating all the layers of energy. A flicker of astonishment crossed the assassin's eyes, followed swiftly by dread and panic. He comprehended that he was no match for the person before him. Without hesitation, Chen Yan reined in his true energy, raised his right hand, and delivered a powerful punch directly to the assassin's head. The punch effortlessly shattered the protective true energy surrounding the assassin, akin to breaking thin ice, and then struck heavily against his skull. True energy erupted. The assassin's body was propelled backward, and upon hitting the ground, his head had already caved in, with his neck twisted at a dreadful angle, rendering him lifeless. Chen Yan's combat style was remarkably straightforward and brutal, reminiscent of his performance during the outer courtyard competition. This approach proved effective in one-sided confrontations, largely due to his limited repertoire of attack techniques, particularly concerning the methods employed by cultivators at the Martial Spring realm. Although Chen Yan had already reached the mid-stage of this realm, he remained entirely ignorant of the techniques practiced by those at this level. Yet, this did not hinder him. Armed with the purity and operational efficiency of the hidden immortal technique, Chen Yan was able to assert his dominance within the same realm. At the very least, within the Empty Mountain sect, and indeed across the entire Qinping continent, he faced no challenges. The advantages of the hidden immortal technique were simply too significant. After vanquishing one assassin, another remained. The second assassin, wielding a blade, witnessed his comrade being dispatched by Chen Yan in a mere instant and had completely lost the will to fight. What manner of monster is this? Wasn't it just recently that he was a cultivator at the body refinement realm, having only recently ascended to the initial stage of the Martial Spring realm? How could a single strike be enough to vanquish even the cultivators of the Martial Spring realm? Flee! The assassin decisively darted into the thicket by the roadside. Yet, how could Chen Yan allow his opponent to escape so easily? With a thought, dark ropes emerged from the shadow of the assassin, binding his feet together. Following that, a brilliant blue light shot forth from Chen Yan towards the assassin. It was the Soul Ice Needle, effortlessly piercing through the assassin's protective true energy and targeting his martial spring, locking his entire meridian system. Chen Yan approached slowly, standing beside the assassin. "Who sent you to kill me?" he inquired, his voice cold. "What do you think?" The bound assassin retorted. Chen Yan remained silent, gradually kneeling to lift the assassin's right hand from the ground. He pressed his thumb against the assassin's pinky and forcefully bent it backward. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the assassin's pinky twisted in a most unnatural manner. The excruciating pain caused the assassin to gasp sharply. "Bai Kaiming, Fuqian, or perhaps someone else." Chen Yan continued, his voice steady. "In any case, it's not those two," the assassin replied. "Indeed." Chen Yan nodded and proceeded to break the assassin's ring and middle fingers. If it were the work of those two elders, they would not have sent merely two from the Martial Spring realm. So is it Song Wensheng? The assassin's expression began to contort in agony, as three of his fingers had now been brutally broken. "No." Chen Yan clicked his tongue, then continued to snap the assassin's index finger, grasping the remaining intact thumb. "Will you tell me who sent you?" The assassin fell silent. Chen Yan sighed softly, releasing the assassin's thumb, and stood up, making his way back to the Empty Mountain sect. The assassin struggled to sit up, watching Chen Yan's retreating figure. He saw Chen Yan pointing his index finger at his own forehead. The Empty Mountain Finger. Chapter 64. The Awakening of Qian's Sun. Upon returning to Empty Fate Mountain, it was already the late hours of the night. After dealing with the two assassins, he encountered no further obstacles on his way back to the sect. He had killed the two assassins without the slightest hesitation. After all, they had come with the intent to take his life. One must be prepared for death when preparing to kill. Moreover, the two assassins were aware of his true cultivation level, which surpassed the Martial Spring realm, meaning he could not allow them to leave alive under any circumstances. As for who had sent them, was it Elder Fu Qian? Chen Yan considered this possibility to be unlikely. "Even though I have compromised the significant matters of the esteemed owner of Kangwu Studio, I still possess certain advantages that can be utilized. I believe Fu Qian must also be eager to ascertain what intelligence Song Mingda has acquired that warrants such considerable attention from the enemies lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, he would not have so readily entrusted his own token to me. At the very least, Fu Qian should refrain from taking action against me until I return with the intelligence to Qingshan Peak. As for Song Wensheng, there's a possibility, albeit a slim one. Rather than indulging in such reckless conjecture, Chen Yan has a more prudent approach to discern who exactly intends to act against him. The following morning, Chen Yan first arrived at the Dan Hall of Konyuan Mountain. Clad in a yellow robe, Zhao Bin was still behind the counter. exuding an air of ennui as he lightly tapped on the surface before him. Junior brother Chen? Upon hearing footsteps enter the Dan hall, Zhao Bin lifted his head. Senior brother Zhao, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Chen Yan stated directly. What is it? Have you heard? As he spoke, Chen Yan glanced around the Dan hall at the ordinary disciples organizing herbs nearby, then lowered his voice. About the 2 martial practitioners in the Wuqiwan realm who were murdered last night on the official road between the sect and Taiyan City. 2 martial practitioners in the Wuqiwan realm were killed. Zhao Bin furrowed his brow, incredulous. I haven't heard anything about that. Where did you get this information? That, senior brother Zhao, is not for you to concern yourself with. I can only assure you that the source is highly reliable, Chen Yan replied. The information is indeed credible, as it pertains to the very individuals who were slain. Those 2 martial practitioners in the Wuqiwan realm were members of our Kongshan sect. Members of the Kongshan sect? Zhao Bin's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. How can that be? Who would dare to kill a member of the Kongshan sect on our own territory? Even disciples from the other 4 major sects wouldn't have the audacity to do such a thing. I assure you, it is true, Chen Yan insisted. If what junior brother Chen says is accurate. Zhao Bin hesitated for a moment. Such a significant incident could not possibly go unnoticed. Indeed, Chen Yan acknowledged. Martial practitioners in the Wuqiwan realm, even within the Kongshan sect, one of the 5 major sects of Chongping Prefecture, constitute a core strength. They can serve as stewards or officiants in the outer court and can even be prominent disciples within the inner sect. The sudden demise of 2 Wuqiwan realm practitioners on the road is undoubtedly a grave matter for the relatively tranquil Kongshan sect, particularly since this event transpired within the jurisdiction of the Kongshan sect. Failing to investigate thoroughly would be tantamount to allowing the sect to be publicly humiliated in its own territory without a word of protest. Hence, if no rumors have leaked, it signifies only one thing. The information has been suppressed by some influential individuals within the sect. To accomplish such an endeavor, one must at the very least possess the rank of a grand elder among the 4 peaks. Zhao Xixiang, I have a request to make, Chen Yan stated. What is it? Zhao Bin inquired. Please assist me in investigating any recent disappearances or deaths of martial practitioners within the Wuqiwan realm in our sect. The youth clad in a yellow robe did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at Chen Yan for a few moments longer. Very well, Zhao Bin replied. As the sole direct disciple of Elder Yueqi, Zhao Bin was well aware of his master's and Uncle Lin Shifeng's intentions to recommend Chen Yan as the chief disciple of Konyuan Mountain. Although he did not comprehend the rationale behind this choice, he trusted that his masters had their reasons. Chen Yan departed from the alchemy hall. It must be said, those who sought his demise were undoubtedly seasoned schemers, executing their plans with near perfection. Were it not for his ability to reincarnate, he would likely lack the qualifications to contend with them. However, it was unfortunate that he possessed an undeniably unreasonable advantage. As he traversed the streets of Konyuan Mountain, 2 disciples approached him unexpectedly. May I inquire, esteemed friend? They called out to Chen Yan. Are you Chen Yan, the disciple of Lin Shifeng? Indeed, that is me. What brings you here? Chen Yan asked. There is a fellow from Qingchan Peak who wishes to meet you. He identifies himself as the instructor of the Qingchan Peak Lecture Hall, named Luli. Luli? What does he seek from me? Coincidentally, after obtaining the list, he indeed needed to visit Elder Fu Qian once more. Thank you, esteemed friends, for the information, Chen Yan said, bowing respectfully to the 2 disciples of Konyuan Mountain. You are too kind, the 2 disciples returned the gesture. Subsequently, Chen Yan made his way directly towards the mountain gate of Konyuan Mountain. Chen Daoyu. Upon seeing Chen Yan approach, Luli called out. At present, Luli did not adopt any airs before Chen Yan. Rather, he treated him almost as an equal. This was partly due to Chen Yan being Lin Shifeng's direct disciple, and partly because Elder Yueqi's attitude towards Chen Yan compelled him to regard this once obscure junior with respect. Elder Yueqi was a practitioner of the Wanhua realm. Although his status within the sect did not rival that of the 4 grand elders, his renown was even greater. It was evident to even the most obtuse observer that Chen Yan was no ordinary individual, particularly as a significant figure like Elder Yueqi would personally travel to Taiyan City because of him. Addressing Chen Yan as an equal, Lu Li felt no sense of loss. Instructor Lu, Chen Yan bowed in Lu Li's direction, maintaining the proper decorum expected of a junior. May I inquire what brings you to Konyuan Mountain on this occasion? It is not that I have any pressing matters, Lu Li replied. Unbeknownst to my esteemed friend Chen, do you recall our recent visit to Taiyan City? where we paid our respects to the Yunhuang manor. There, we encountered a disciple from the Yuhuang mountain, known as Chen Sun. Chen Yan could hardly forget Chen Sun. His demeanor at that time was nothing short of deranged. Of course, I remember, Chen Yan replied. What has transpired with him? He awakened last night. But the circumstances are rather peculiar, Lu Li remarked. The envoy from Yuhuang mountain, Li Hanzhou, has sent word requesting that both you and I come to ascertain the situation. Chapter 65, Yuhuang Mountain. Chen Yan never imagined that the life or death of the disciple, named Chen Sun, could bear any relevance to himself. The injuries he sustained were a result of his own struggle to free himself from the shackles that bound him. Li Hanzhou invited both Lu Li and himself to investigate. What could a mere qi consolidation practitioner like Chen Yan possibly contribute to such matters? Initially, he intended to decline the invitation. Yet he recalled that Li Hanzhou had previously noted Chen Sun's subtle discrimination against the outer disciples, albeit without overtly expressing it, let alone engaging in verbal altercations with them. Under normal circumstances, one would not descend into madness without cause. Furthermore, Chen Sun's mental state had seemed rather unstable within the confines of the royal manor. Although the prince of the Qingke kingdom was not particularly significant in the presence of the disciples from the Kongshan sect, Chen Sun had nonetheless caused Chen Yan and Lu Li considerable embarrassment. His actions had been inherently irrational. According to Lu Li's recent remarks, Chen Sun's condition appeared to remain somewhat unusual upon his awakening. Could there be a connection between Chen Sun's predicament and the various conspiracies that had recently unfolded? In light of these considerations, Chen Yan resolved to make the journey. Yuhuang Mountain, resembling cold iron, stood with its cliffs as black as ink. In comparison to the proud heights of Konyuan Mountain, Yuhuang Mountain exuded a more austere demeanor. At the summit, a hollow depression lay like the eye of a monstrous beast, its waters dark and still, as if capable of swallowing all light into its abyss. Fortunately, several buildings adorned the peak, and at this hour, a handful of cultivators traversed the mountain, lending a touch of vitality to the otherwise somber landscape. The inky waters of the abyss cascaded down the sheer cliffs, transforming into a wide, pure white waterfall that crashed against the rocks, sending plumes of mist into the air. Is this your first visit to Yuhuang Mountain, my friend? Lu Li inquired, standing at the mountain's entrance. Above the gate, 4 grand characters had been carved with profound and potent qi. Mingyue Tongxian. Indeed, Chen Yan nodded, gazing at the imposing, knife-edged peaks before him. What are your impressions, my friend? Lu Li continued. They inspire a sense of trepidation. Chen Yan responded. Trepidation? Lu Li paused momentarily before breaking into a chuckle. It is merely a somber, black mountain. As he spoke, he began to stride forward, observing Lu Li's retreating figure. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. What a show! Chen Yan silently scoffed. Mount Yuanhua was once the abode of the second descendant of the Kongshan sect, the esteemed Minghua Zhenren. In total, the Kongshan sect has produced 3 ascendants: Komiao Zhenren of Konyuan Mountain, Minghua Zhenren of Yuanhua Mountain, and Kaiyan Zhenren of Qingshan Peak. Among them, Minghua Zhenren holds the distinction of being the longest-serving ascendant in the sect's history, having wielded influence over the Kongshan sect for a staggering 23,000 years. This legacy solidified Yuanhua Mountain's esteemed position within the sect. Following in Lu Li's footsteps, Chen Yan made his way toward the mountain gate of Yuanhua Mountain. 2 disciples stationed at the gate, upon seeing Chen Yan and Lu Li approaching, promptly performed a respectful bow. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Lu Li and Chen Yan returned the bow. Consul Li Hanzhou has invited us to Yuanhua Mountain to visit the injured disciple Chen Sun, who was hurt during a recent sect mission. May I inquire about your names and affiliations? Asked one of the gatekeepers. I am Lu Li, an instructor at the Qingshan Peak Preaching Hall. This is Chen Yan, a disciple of Konyuan Mountain, they replied in turn. Consul Li has already informed us to allow you entry without delay, the gatekeeper said. Do you require a guide? Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Lu Li replied. For Lu Li, a former disciple of Yuanhua Mountain, locating the disciple's residence was hardly a challenge. The disciples' quarters at Yuanhua Mountain appeared notably more confined than those at Konyuan Mountain or the outer courtyard. The vegetation within the courtyard bore deeper hues, and the air was slightly humid, a consequence of the mist generated by the waterfall cascading from the boundary's abyss. Instructor Lu, Master Chen. Li Hanzhou awaited them at the entrance of a dwelling, addressing Chen Yan as Master Chen, likely having conducted some background research on him beforehand. In truth, Chen Yan was unworthy of such a title, as Master signifies a direct disciple of an elder within the sect. Lin Shifeng had long been dismissed from his position as an elder of the outer courtyard, though it remained unspoken. A prevailing consensus existed among the majority. What significance does an outer courtyard elder hold? Apologies for the wait, Consul Lu Li said. What is the current condition of Qian Sun? It will be better for you to see for yourselves, Li Hanzhou replied. He then turned and led Chen Yan and Lu Li into the humble abode. Although the disciples' quarters on Yuanhua Mountain appeared, as Lu Li described, to be a somber and dark mountain from the outside courtyard, the interior environment and structure bore no distinction from those of disciples residing in other peaks. This particular disciple's residence was slightly smaller than Chen Yan's quarters on Kanyuan Mountain, yet larger than his accommodations in the outer courtyard. The decor was modest, reminiscent of a dwelling suitable for an ordinary intersect disciple. Upon the bed lay a figure clad in simple white garments, covered by a quilt, exuding an aura of frailty. It was Qian Sun. Lu Jiaoxi, senior brother Chen. Qian Sun managed to turn his head with difficulty, revealing an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon for my inability to rise and greet you. His neck bore multiple scars still scabbed over, remnants from his attempts to break free from the binding shadows within the Wang residence in Taiyin City. Chen Yan paused momentarily, pondering if this was indeed the same Qian Sun who had once been so fiercely intent on fighting him, though bearing the same visage. His demeanor seemed to belong to an entirely different individual. Li Ling sure, Chen Yan inquired, what do you find peculiar about the situation? Without directly responding, Li Hanzhou called out to Qian Sun, how much do you recall of the events that transpired? Everything, Qian Sun replied, a hint of shame flickering across his face. Why did you act in such a manner? Li Hanzhou continued. Immediately, Qian Sun's expression shifted to one of distress. I do not know. Chapter 66. Life is a play. Li Hanzhou then turned to Lu Li and Chen Yan. Thus it is. Both Chen Yan and Lu Li fell silent for a moment. I fail to comprehend the meaning of this, Chen Yan remarked. Essentially, it suggests that Qian Sun is fully aware of all his actions. From his disrespect towards the outer courtyard disciples to his later aggression, he remembers everything, Li Hanzhou explained slowly. However, his account remains somewhat nebulous. In other words, Qian Sun's actions were devoid of reason. He cannot fathom why he uttered such words or committed those deeds, yet he did so nonetheless. It certainly sounds perplexing. Luli musha tu fuli. I speculate, though this remains merely a conjecture, that Qian Sun's mind was not clear that day. Li Hanzhou's expression turned grave. That is why I sought your presence, to inquire whom Qian Sun might have interacted with on that day. Do you suspect someone tampered with Qian Sun's mental state? Chen Yan asked. Such is the case, Li Hanzhou affirmed. I do not understand. If someone did so, what would their motive be? Luli pundarat alot. Qian Sun was merely an ordinary inner disciple, his talents unremarkable, and even among his peers, he appeared rather mediocre. At present, he was only at the initial stage of qi gathering. If someone were to disturb Qian Sun's mental state, what could their intentions be? What could be achieved by unsettling the mind of a qi gathering novice? Rather than claiming that his mind was disturbed, Chen Yan pondered for a moment and then remarked, it seems more akin to amplifying the emotions that lie deep within him. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou fell into a brief silence, acknowledging, indeed, there exists such a possibility. If external factors are truly at play, and Qian Sun's temperament has drastically changed during his sect mission, who could be responsible for this? During their journey from the sect, Chen Yan and Lu Li had encountered very few individuals, only interacting with disciples from the outer court at the carriage station at the foot of the Kongshan sect. Aside from that, they were left with only two others, Zheng Fei and Li Xiaoxiu. The likelihood of their involvement seemed minimal, although there was the precedent of Zhang Xishuan. Chen Yan still felt it was unlikely. I wonder if Master Lu or Senior Brother Chen have any insights. Lianzhou inquired. I can't think of anything at the moment, but if I come across any clues, I will inform you, Lu Li replied. I see, Li Hanzhou responded, a hint of regret flickering across his expression. I appreciate your assistance. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Yan and Lu Li prepared to leave the disciples' quarters at Yuanhua Mountain. Take care of yourself, Chen Yan casually advised Qian Sun, who lay in bed. Thank you, Senior Brother Chen, and I apologize, Qian Sun replied, a self-deprecating smile betraying a hint of shame. Deep down, he did harbor disdain for the outer court disciples. Yet, that did not mean he was oblivious to what actions were appropriate. After departing from Yuanhua Mountain, Chen Yan continued to accompany Lu Li, for he had pressing matters to attend to at Qingshan Peak. The Qingshan Suwu token belonging to Fu Qian along with Song Mingda's list, still rested with him. Chen Daoyu, Lu Li initiated conversation during their journey to Qingshan Peak. Recently, I have been contemplating a particular issue. Please go on, Chen Yan encouraged. On that day, at the Yunwang mansion, just before the banquet commenced, Elder Yu's sudden arrival was likely due to your presence, was it not? Indeed, Chen Yan affirmed. And what prompted you to invite Elder Yu to the Yunwang mansion? Was it because you were already aware of the poison in the wine? To some extent, yes. Could you enlighten me on how you discern the poison within the wine? Lu Ling Kidat. Elder Yu is the alchemy elder of Konyuan Mountain and my master-s uncle. And his direct disciple, Zhao Bin, shares a close bond with me. Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. Thus, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the Tao of Dan and the nature of poisons. So it seems. Lu Li Nudda. Uncertain whether he truly believed Chen Yan's nonsensical claims. There was another matter that perplexed Lu Li. He inquired, why has Elder Lan Wei also appeared in Taiyan City? And what is the significance of the conversation between Elder Yu Qi and Elder Lan Wei? As for these matters, I am merely a disciple at the Qi gathering stage, and the affairs among the elders elude my comprehension. Chen Yan feigned ignorance with a serious expression, acknowledging that he could only provide such an answer. Furthermore, he was unaware of how much Lu Li understood concerning the disputes between the righteous path of Qingshan Peak and the Suwu lineage. At the very least, as an instructor at the preaching hall of Qingshan Peak, he surely had some awareness of the discord between Bai Qiming and Fu Qian, the second and third prominent figures of Qingshan Peak. In such circumstances, Lu Li, situated in the preaching hall overseen by Fu Qian, yet maintaining a rather close connection with Bai Qiming, could only suggest one conclusion. Either Lu Li is foolish or exceedingly astute, calculating his own interests. Chen Yan, of course, recognized the latter. Those destined to become elders of Su Wu would undoubtedly not be of inferior caliber. Most likely, Lu Li was attempting to extract information from him. Chen Yan understood well that those who could carve out a name for themselves within the Kongshan sect were, without exception, ancient foxes. In comparison, Chen Yan possessed no advantages in terms of personal ability, whether in intellect or cultivation. His sole advantage lay in the intelligence acquired from the cycle of reincarnation. May I inquire, dear friend Chen, what brings you to Qingshan Peak? Lu Li asked. I am here to meet someone and wish to discuss certain matters. Chen Yan replied, pausing momentarily before smiling at Lu Li. Speaking of which, I may trouble you, Instructor Lu, to assist me in making an introduction. You wish for me to introduce you? Lu Li appeared perplexed. Qingshan Peak. The grand hall before Chen Yan was far more splendid and majestic than the Tsangwu study. It scales several times that of the outer courts when Yuan Hall, where the elders resided. After a while, Lu Li exited the grand hall and approached Chen Yan. Dear friend Chen, I have conveyed your message, Lu Li stated. What did he say? Chen Yan inquired. He said he can see you, and you may go in now. With that, Lu Li stepped aside slightly, allowing Chen Yan passage. Thank you, Instructor Lu. Chen Yan bowed respectfully towards Lu Li and then proceeded into the grand hall. You are Chen Yan? Came a calm and resonant elderly voice from within the hall. Indeed, Chen Yan replied, taking 2 steps forward, raising his gaze to the elderly figure seated at the center of the grand hall, and performed a respectful bow. Disciple Chen Yan of Konyuan Mountain pays his respects to Elder Bai Qiming of Qingshan Peak. Chapter 67. Exchange of Intelligence. Rather than visiting Fu Qian at Kangwu Studio, Chen Yan chose en entièrement opposite direction. Bai Qiming, seated in the grand hall, smiled and nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded the respectful Chen Yan before him. I'm aware of you. Over a month ago, during the grand competition in the outer courtyard, you eliminated the candidate for the position of chief disciple, Chiado, and incidentally displaced the beloved disciple of sect Master Yun, Lin Shifeng, from his esteemed position among the elders, sending him to reflect in solitude at the back cliff. You have undeniably disrupted the recent plans of Konyuan Mountain. As Lin Shifeng's disciple, following his reassignment from the outer courtyard, you too returned to Konyuan Mountain, elevating from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. I must say, you are quite the remarkable individual. Were your talents to be even greater, you might very well become a pillar of our sect in the future. Chen Yan remained silent, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that someone of Bai Qiming's stature would possess such knowledge of him. Moreover, he found it difficult to discern whether Bai Qiming's words were genuine praise or veiled sarcasm. Speak, what brings you to me? Bai Qiming inquired. Forgive my presumption, but before I clarify my intention, I have a question for you. Elder Bai, Chen Yan responded. Ask, Bai Qiming urged. Why are you willing to meet with me? Upon hearing this, Bai Qiming paused for a moment, then chuckled. What sort of question is this? I am simply curious about the answer. I merely wish to understand. Chen Yan replied. It is because you have come to seek me out, and Bai Qiming paused briefly. I find you quite intriguing. Is your interest in me as a person or in the intelligence I possess? Chen Yan continued, maintaining an even demeanor. Initially, it was likely the intelligence you held that piqued my interest. However, it seems I am now beginning to find interest in you as well, Bai Qiming admitted. I have come to negotiate, Chen Yan stated. What sort of negotiation? I'm somewhat perplexed and seek your guidance. In return, I can offer you the intelligence I possess in exchange. That seems fair, Bai Qiming replied. Speak, what would you like to know? Where is the remnant soul of the Wu Jiao from Kaiyun Tower currently located? This was a particularly sharp inquiry. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of true energy filled the entire Xianxia hall, and the previously amiable Bai Qiming's gaze turned fierce, as hundreds of strands of his innate true energy swirled around him. Chen Yan felt as though he were being grasped tightly, struggling to breathe. How did you come to know about the disappearance of the Wu Jiao's remnant soul? Bai Qiming demanded, but before Chen Yan could respond, it seemed Bai Qiming had come to a realization of his own. Elder Fu Qian has informed you of this matter? Indeed. Have you mentioned it to anyone else? No. Chen Yan responded with difficulty. In that instant, the overwhelming spiritual pressure that pervaded the hall of righteous law dissipated entirely. Bai Qiming furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. Soon after, he appeared to have reached an understanding, revealing a disdainful and sarcastic expression. Is Elder Fu Qian doubting me? Chen Yan remained oblivious to Fu Qian's true thoughts. However, he harbored such suspicions himself, even convinced that the loss of the Wu Jiao's remnant soul was connected to the Qingchan sect. The reason was not unfounded. It stemmed from his knowledge of events that would transpire over 2 years hence. After the tragic incident in the outer sect triggered by the equally matched Wu Jiao's remnant soul, it was the righteous law elders who reaped the greatest benefits. Thus, it was not surprising that Chen Yan would harbor such doubts. He chose not to respond to Bai Qiming's inquiry. The latter's thoughts were his own concern. The disappearance of the demon-suppressing stone that contained the Wu Jiao's remnant soul was undoubtedly a grave matter. Though the remnant soul's consciousness had nearly been extinguished, this once formidable demon of the Dao integration realm remained terrifying. Even after a millennium, its strength still surpassed the boundary of unity. The boundary of unity is the 7th realm among the 9 realms beneath the celestial, and the first among the upper 3 realms, excluding the reclusive elders of the sect. Only 3 individuals within the entire sect could attain a level beyond the boundary of unity. The current sect master of the Kongshan sect, Yin Chen, the sword elder of Ibai Peak, Xianxia, and the sword elder of Mingxiao Peak, Go Wenqiu. Such formidable beings could, in mere moments, reduce a populous city like Taiyun City to rubble. The Wu Jiao's remnant soul only managed to cause over 10,000 casualties within the outer sect in the span of 7 breaths due to its nearly extinguished consciousness, resulting in deaths solely from its subconscious release of demonic pressure. Elder Fu has aged and grown increasingly unable to discern right from wrong. Bai Qiming scoffed. Chen Yan remained silent. He had no means to respond. I cannot provide answers to your questions, Bai Qiming stated. However, I can offer other information in exchange for intelligence. Please proceed, Elder. You have no idea what information I intend to share. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the exchange? Bai Qiming queried. Naturally, Chen Yan replied. He had come to this place with the intention of trading the leverage he possessed with Bai Qiming. For Elder Fu Qian was not to be trusted. Of course, neither was Bai Qiming. The only one in whom he placed his trust was himself. Last night, the 2 martial practitioners from the Wuchuan realm who perished on the official road were both from Yuanhua Mountain, Bai Qiming disclosed. Chen Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected Bai Qiming to use this piece of information as a bargaining chip against him. Are you frightened? Bai Qiming chuckled upon noticing the change in Chen Yan's expression. That young disciple from Yueqi has been openly inquiring about any recent mysterious disappearances of martial practitioners at the Wuchuan level within the sect. I took note of it. Last night, 2 disciples from Yuanhua Mountain were killed. One was a counselor from the External Affairs Hall, and the other was an instructor from the martial arts arena. They were ambushed on the road between the sect and Taiyun City, both succumbing to a single strike. These 2 were inner disciples of the Kongshan sect, and to have them murdered within the sect's domain is akin to slapping the sect in the face. Following the style of Yuanhua Mountain, they would undoubtedly seek to investigate this matter thoroughly and demand accountability. Yet, intriguingly, Such a significant incident involving two Wuchuan-level practitioners has been suppressed without a whisper of it leaking. Bai Qiming paused momentarily, his smile fading. Who do you think is behind the suppression of the news? Chapter 68. The Destruction of the Gambling Lodge? Chen Yan's heart was in turmoil. He had overestimated himself. In the presence of the true power players within these sects, he still felt exceedingly naive. Although, when all his reincarnations were considered, his age should not be significantly less than elder Bai Qiming's, the experiences accumulated over those years were vastly different. Chen Yan had merely been a small cultivator languishing in the outer courtyard, idly passing his days without talent, neither in cultivation nor in schemes. According to the evaluations from the reincarnations, it was as if all his years had been wasted. Bai Qiming observed Chen Yan's reaction. What's wrong? Why have you been silent since earlier? He continued. Were you not the one who asked that young disciple from Yueqi to investigate the two slain Wuchuan practitioners? The disparity is not merely in political acumen. The gap in intelligence and connections is equally vast. The only thing Chen Yan can rely on is himself and his own demise. The one suppressing the news is He Furen, the esteemed elder of Yuanhua Mountain. Bai Qiming stated. So, it seems you have a grievance not only with Song Wenshang of Kanyuan Mountain, but also with He Furen? Chen Yan's pupils constricted. His heart filled with shock. He knew that name. It was on the list of Song Ji's associates. The name of the esteemed elder of Yuanhua Mountain was inscribed alongside Song Mingda's. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the esteemed elder of Yuanhua Mountain was also an ally of Bai Qiming? No, if that were true, it would be too outrageous. If Elder Bai truly possessed the ability to unite with the four great elders of other peaks, he would have no need to contend with Fuqian. He would have long since held dominion over all. Bai Qiming's recent remarks clearly hinted at himself. You have a past with He Fu as well? He likely surmised, or could guess, that the two martial practitioners from Yuanhua Mountain had fallen victim to his own hand. However, in Bai Qiming's eyes, Chen Yan's current cultivation level appeared merely to be at the initial stage of qi condensation. He refrained from inquiring further about how Chen Yan achieved this, and harbored no desire to know. Let us not delve into matters you wish to keep unspoken. Bai Qiming stated, Now, it is your turn to provide me with the information I seek. What are Elder Fu's true intentions? Elder Fu believes that it was you who dispatched someone to kill Song Mingda, Chen Yan replied. Is that why he sent Lan Wei to eliminate my disciple and Lu Li? Bai Qiming inquired further. Perhaps. Had it not been for my good rapport with senior brother Zhao and my slight understanding of alchemy, I too might have met my demise within the Wang residence. Chen Yan responded. I have always regarded you as an astute individual, Chen Yan, Bai Qiming remarked. Otherwise, you would not be standing here alive today. Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly. He was at a loss for words, for he was acutely aware that he ought not to be alive at this moment. He had lost count of how many times he had faced death. I can now answer your initial question. Weren't you curious as to why I sought this meeting with you? Bai Qiming continued. Indeed, Chen Yan replied. Because I owe you a debt of gratitude. Were it not for your intervention, Qin, you would not have returned here alive, Elder Bai stated. There is no need for such animosity towards me. I have no interest in the life or death of a disciple from Kanyuan Mountain. What intrigues me most is why a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain would choose to serve Elder Fu. The answer is quite simple. If the loss of the remnants of Wu Jiao were to be ignored, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, Chen Yan answered, unflinchingly honest. You certainly possess a strong sense of responsibility. Your fervor resembles that of your master in years past, Elder Bai remarked with a smile. Lin Qifeng? Chen Yan, unfamiliar with the past of his mentor, pondered. You are unaware of your master's history, are you? Bai Qiming inquired. I do not know, Chen Yan admitted. Qifeng was an extraordinary talent, a rarity not seen in Kongshan sect or even throughout the entire Chongping continent for a millennium, Bai Qiming continued. Extraordinary talent? Chen Yan recalled his master, who remained confined on the cliff of Kanyuan Mountain, reflecting on his past, and felt it hardly aligned with that description. Chen Yan departed from the Zhengfa Hall. The clarity he once thought he possessed began to blur once more. This was not the primary purpose of his visit to seek Bai Qiming at the Zhengfa Hall on Qingshan Peak. He initially believed that the most probable suspect behind the threats to his life was Bai Qiming. Yet, the truth may not align with this assumption. The esteemed elder of Yuanhua Mountain, He Furen, is also implicated. Chen Yan had considered the possibility that Bai Qiming was deceiving him, shifting blame onto Yuanhua Mountain. However, He Furen's name was inscribed on a note left by Song Mingda in the celestial gambling den located in Taiyuan City. Yet, his head throbbed with pain. The volume of information was overwhelming, and he feared he could not unravel it in the short term. The true mastermind behind the calamity in the outer court, occurring over 2 years later, might not be from the Qin sect. The message Song Mingde intended to convey to Elder Fu Qian may not have been aimed at Elder Bai. The depths of the situation could be far more intricate than he had imagined. Perhaps the Qin sect was merely a fortunate beneficiary in the end. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yan found himself before the door of Kangwu Studio. He entered directly, still holding the Qin Su order, which made his entry into Kangwu Studio a simple endeavor. Did you meet with Bai Qiming? Upon just encountering Fu Qian, this was the question directed at Chen Yan. Yes. What of it? Isn't it the disciple's prerogative to seek whom he wishes to meet? Chen Yan replied. Ha! Fu Qian scoffed, yet he had no counter-arguments to offer. As a disciple of Kanyuan Mountain, Chen Yan was beyond his interference. Have you retrieved what I requested? Chen Yan produced the box containing the note from within his robe and handed it over. Last night, on my way back to the sect, I was ambushed by 2 martial practitioners of the Wuchuan realm. Do you know who they were? Fu Qian inquired. Perhaps they were practitioners from Yuanhua Mountain, possibly affiliated with Elder He. He foreign? Fu Qian's expression shifted slightly. It could be. I'm not entirely certain. What was their cultivation level? Both were of the Wuchuan realm. How did you manage to return alive? Thanks to the treasures bestowed by my master and uncle, Chen Yan responded. When faced with inexplicable predicaments, he relied on Lin Qifeng, and Yu Qi, a great scholar, would defend his arguments for him. This was Chen Yan's current method of resolution. You are indeed fortunate, Fu Qian remarked, his eyes remaining fixed. What do you mean by that, Elder? News has just arrived from Taiyuan City. Last night, the celestial gambling den was annihilated. Hearing this, Chen Yan felt a sudden ringing in his head. The celestial gambling den in Taiyuan City had been destroyed? Just after his departure? Had he lingered a moment longer, he might have faced the same fate, for that place was at least under the watch of Manager Ding. Although the precise cultivation level of Manager Ding remains unknown, Chen Yan is certain that it surpasses the realm of Qi Si. Furthermore, the enduring presence of the immortal gambling house in Taiyuan City suggests a powerful backing from the Kongshan sect. Nevertheless, the immortal gambling house ultimately met a tragic demise. Who was responsible for this? Chen Yan inquired. I do not know, Elder Fu Qian replied, as he opened the box that Chen Yan had just handed him, slowly retrieving a slip of paper from within. Who truly cares about such trivial matters? Trivial matters indeed. To the lofty Elder Su Wu of Qingshan Peak, this was merely an inconsequential issue. In the Kongshan sect, mundane affairs are typically managed by the external disciples of the Outer Affairs Hall. Not only was the immortal gambling house in Taiyuan City annihilated, but even if the entire city were to be slaughtered, it would be the Outer Affairs Hall that dealt with such problems. The inner disciples would not even cast a glance. The lives and deaths of mere mortals are of no concern to me. This sentiment is shared by the vast majority of cultivators. As for how Elder Fu Qian became aware of the immortal gambling house's demise, Chen Yan could surmise the answer. Fu Qian unfolded the slip of paper, which bore 13 names. Chen Yan attentively observed Fu Qian's facial expressions, finding no sign of emotional disturbance from the composed Elder Su Wu. Subsequently, Fu Qian calmly folded the paper back, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. With a gentle flick, the slip ignited, swiftly turning to ashes. Enough, enough. You may leave now, Fu Qian stated simply. For some reason, in that fleeting moment, this 600-year-old master of the transformation realm appeared to age significantly. Cultivation should be an endeavor of profound continuity, leisurely and free. Chen Yan had always believed this. Although cultivators possess longevity and tremendous power, they remain fundamentally human. As long as one is human, one is forever bound by a singular truth. The world is bustling for profit, and strife arises from the pursuit of gain. This gain need not be monetary. It may also take the form of resources for cultivation, power, and status. Now, Chen Yan feels that the sect he once thought he knew intimately has become increasingly alien. In his first life, although he was merely an ordinary outer disciple who never managed to break through to the martial spring realm and remained at a considerable distance from it, he still felt a sense of belonging to the Kongshan sect. However, as Chen Yan's cultivation level rose, his status elevated, and he encountered more significant figures, he began to see the world with growing ambiguity. What, after all, does Song Mingde's list signify? Pei Qingshan, Zheng He, Qi Guanjin, He Fu Ren, the elder of Linwu Mountain? Chen Yan found himself perplexed by the implications of the list before him, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the names inscribed upon it. A surge of nameless fury welled up within him. If only he were a formidable being of the Ascendant Realm. He would effortlessly dispatch this cadre of scheming elders with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, he was far from such a being. He was merely a humble cultivator of the martial spring realm. All he could do was navigate within the confines established by those esteemed elders, striving with every ounce of his being to elevate his reincarnation evaluation level, thereby attaining greater cultivation and strength. What course of action should he take now? Chen Yan felt compelled to seek assistance. Perhaps now was the moment to turn to the one person he could truly trust. Cultivating Mountain, the rear cliff. This was an unequivocal, forbidden zone of the sect. Without Yunichin's express permission, even the revered elders of Kongshan's sect, or those of the harmonious Dao realm, would find it utterly impossible to trespass into the rear cliff. The reason for this strict prohibition lay in the presence of a powerful barrier left by the first ascendant cultivator of Kongshan's sect, the venerable Kong Miaozhenren. Any being harboring true energy within could not breach the protective wards established by Kong Miaozhenren. At present, Chen Yan stood before the rear cliff. Despite its status as a strict no-go zone, the barrier's potency meant that no guard was necessary. He resolved to attempt entry. Though he currently possessed the martial spring energy surging through every vein of his body, he still wished to take the chance. The technique he practiced was the concealing immortal method. When he first acquired this technique, the reincarnation reward had described it as obscuring the heavenly secrets, rendering one's cultivation imperceptible to others. But what of the Ascendant Realm? Could the barriers left by its practitioners see through his cultivation? Determined, Chen Yan began to circulate the concealing immortal method, suppressing his cultivation level from the martial spring realm down to the chi transformation realm, then further down to the body refinement realm, and ultimately to that of an ordinary mortal. Now, to any observer, he appeared as nothing more than an unremarkable individual devoid of any cultivation. With a single step forward, he crossed into the domain of Kong Miaozhenren's barrier. Nothing transpired. It was merely a step taken. Yet he found himself atop the rear cliff of Cultivating Mountain. The barrier imposed by Kong Miaozhenren proved ineffective against Chen Yan, who wielded the concealing immortal method. He exhaled in relief, for he had braced himself for the possibility of being obliterated by the very wards left by an Ascendant Realm cultivator, only to be thrust back into the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, such an event did not unfold. Continuing onward, he discovered that the rear cliff was not particularly expansive. Soon, he beheld a middle-aged man donning a crane feather cloak, seated beside the precipice, seemingly absorbed in the scenery, with a tea table set before him. He was in the midst of grinding tea leaves. Lin Qifeng raised his head. It seemed he had sensed something, and then he saw Chen Yan appear not far away. So Master is reflecting on his mistakes here at the back cliff, Chen Yan said as he took a few steps forward, then cupped his hands and bowed toward Lin Qifeng. Otherwise, Lin Qifeng showed no surprise at Chen Yan's presence on the back cliff at all. He merely replied calmly, "What do you think I'd be doing here? You really think they want you to reflect? If Master were truly reflecting properly, the sect Master might have already released you." "Ha!" Lin Qifeng let out a disdainful cold laugh. "You think I don't understand that, old man? If he wanted to let me out, I'd have been out long ago. If he doesn't want to let me out, then even if I licked his boots clean, it'd still be useless." Chapter 70. The Supreme Imperial Edicts. Although Lin Qifeng's words were crude, Chen Yan could still sense the respect Lin Qifeng held for Yunichin beneath them. Ever since Su Hongzhen fell, no cultivator in this world had ascended to immortality. Had it not been for that fact, Yunichin would likely have been the genius of Chunping continent closest to the Ascension realm in all these years. Even now, many still believed that if Chunping continent were ever to break the so-called curse, then Yunichin would very likely become the first among the 5 great sects to break into the Ascension realm, and thus the 32nd immortal of Chunping continent. Over the long passage of history, Chunping continent had produced a total of 31 Ascension realm cultivators. At one point, there had even been an era where 4 Ascension realm cultivators coexisted. But no one missed that era, because it was the most miserable age for both living beings and cultivators alike. Those 4 Ascension realm cultivators had seemingly been competing for some kind of opportunity, an opportunity that could allow them to advance beyond the Ascension realm. As for what lay beyond Ascension, perhaps only immortals themselves knew. Among the 3 Ascension realm cultivators once possessed by Kongshan's sect, only True Man Kaiyun had barely taken that step. According to what was known, the reason True Man Kaiyun ultimately suffered Dao collapse and perished was precisely because of that step. He could not bear the karmic weight it entailed. The other who failed to withstand such karma was Chunping Continent's last sword immortal, Su Hongxuan. Now, bringing one's gaze back to the present, Kongyuan Mountain. That cliff. How'd you get here? Lin Qifeng finally asked Chen Yan. I walked here, Chen Yan replied. I know that, Lin Qifeng said impatiently. I mean, how did you get in? Did the old man suddenly grow merciful and let you through? No, I snuck in myself. Chen Yan answered calmly. Oh, I bypassed the restrictions on the back cliff and slipped in. You bypassed the restrictions left behind by a true man, Kong Miao? Lin Qifeng stared at Chen Yan's face for a moment. Then, slowly, he spoke again. Do you possess that little trick of concealing your cultivation and true energy? Chen Yan did not respond to Lin Qifeng's inquiry, remaining silent as he stood there. He had indeed spoken the truth. In reality, Chen Yan deeply regretted this matter. Lin Qifeng and Yu Qi were privy to the secret of his hidden immortal technique. Yet, they did not possess the entirety of the knowledge. They merely understood that he had a method to obscure his cultivation level. The origins of this situation could be traced back to the day he inadvertently killed Qi Yadong. Initially believing that such a grave offense would lead to a death sentence and a return to the cycle of reincarnation, he unexpectedly found that Lin Qifeng and Yu Qi had risked their own reputations to safeguard his secret. Particularly, Lin Qifeng had even been imprisoned at the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain for shielding him. Although it appeared that this old fellow was living quite comfortably there, indulging in tea and enjoying the view daily, he soon began clamoring for Chen Yan to assume the position of the head of Kongyuan Mountain. While it remained unclear what schemes these two senior brothers were concocting, in the current circumstances, Lin Qifeng and Yu Qi were undoubtedly the most trustworthy individuals to Chen Yan. What brings you to seek me? Lin Qifeng inquired. I was merely concerned about whether Master might be suffering at the rear cliff, Chen Yan replied. Enough of your nonsense. Lin Qifeng retorted angrily. There are some perplexities I hope Master can elucidate. Ignoring Lin Qifeng's fury, Chen Yan continued. After a moment of silence, Lin Qifeng asked, Is it about Xianxia Peak? The air was thick with insight, and a shrewd calculation emanated from Lin Qifeng during this encounter. However, he had always firmly opposed Chen Yan's association with Xianxia Peak. And in truth, he was correct. The waters there ran far too deep. Not entirely, Chen Yan replied. Elder Fu Qian of Xianxia Peak once placed an insider in the outer court, that insider being Elder Song Mingda of the lecture hall. I believe you are well aware of this matter, Master. Indeed, Lin Qifeng nodded. After all, he had recently been an elder of the outer court of Kongshan sect, and upon receiving news of Song Mingda's demise, his immediate reaction was to hold Lin Qifeng accountable. Before turning himself in at the law hall, Elder Song had left behind a list at the Immortal Gambling House in Taiyuan City. The disciple had initially presumed that this list was related to Elder by Qiming of Xianxia Peak. Wait a moment, Lin Qifeng interjected, raising his hand. You haven't been drawn into the conflict between the old wretch Fu Qian and that cunning old fox by Qiming, have you? Perhaps, somewhat, Chen Yan responded. If it weren't for you insisting that I compete for the position of head of Kongyuan Mountain, I would have already lost several lives over this. Lin Qifeng snorted coldly. Continue, then, about that list. The disciple procured a certain list from the Celestial Gambling Den in Taiyuan City and presented the original document to Elder Fu Qian. After perusing its contents, Elder Fu incinerated the list without hesitation. Subsequently, the disciple committed the names inscribed on the list to memory as he found himself at a loss. He thought of his master, whose vast knowledge might shed light on the matter. Please recite the names for me, he requested. Chen Yan proceeded to articulate the 13 names. Pei Qing Shan, Zheng He, Qi Guanjin. The disciple, feeling rather obtuse, expressed his inability to discern any connection among these names and sought his master's guidance. Upon hearing the names, Lin Qifeng's expression remained unchanged, excluding any duplicates. I should recognize 6 of these individuals. They are prominent figures within the sect, he remarked. Pray, elaborate further. Chen Yan complied. Pei Qing Shan, the current overseer of Yuanhua Mountain, possesses mid-level prowess in the divine realm and is quite renowned among the previous generation's direct disciples. Zheng He, an elder of the External Affairs Hall at Yuanhua Mountain, also holds mid-level prowess in the divine realm and distinguished himself during the monstrous calamity of 120 years ago. Qi Guanjin, while not particularly famous, bears a rather rare surname. I have merely heard that there exists a person of that name at Mingxiao Peak, though I am uncertain of his specific role. Shuexiu is likely the steward of the external court's martial arts arena. I have heard that following my demotion, He assumed the role of acting elder of the external court. He foreign, an elder of the Yuanhua Mountain Authority, is among the 4 senior elders across the various peaks and is considered well established. As the 4th most significant figure within Yuanhua Mountain, he tended to maintain a low profile. As for Hua Li, Lin Qifeng paused for several seconds, his expression turning solemn. The Supreme Elder of Kongshan, a powerful figure in the divine realm, oversees the Kongshan Law Institute. Chapter 71, a year later. These 8 words undoubtedly proclaim Hua Li's absolute status within the Kongshan sect. Chen Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The weight of the title Supreme Elder was not lost on him. He understood why Fu Qian appeared significantly aged upon glimpsing Songmingda's list. Even for Su Wu, the stern elder of Qingshan Peak, the oppressive presence of a Supreme Elder could be likened to an insurmountable mountain, if it were merely a piece of paper inscribed with 13 names. Even if the names of all 4 Supreme Elders of Kongshan were included, Fu Qian would not have exhibited such a reaction. The crux of the matter lay in his ability to correlate the names on the list, thereby deducing that Songmingda was not lying, but rather revealing the truth. Are you suggesting that this list was penned by Songmingda? Lin Qifeng furrowed his brow. Indeed, Chen Yan replied. He is but a mere steward from the outer court. Even with immense capability, how could he possibly uncover matters from the imperial law court? Lin Qifeng remained skeptical. It is not merely that Songmingda is a minor steward. Even for himself, as a direct disciple of the esteemed sect leader, to meet with Hua Li would be akin to reaching for the heavens. The disciples were incredulous. Yet Elder Fu's demeanor towards this list hinted at something amiss. Chen Yan hesitated to speak. You sense there is an issue at play? Lin Qifeng asserted. Indeed. Chen Yan nodded. However, this is not your primary concern at present. What should occupy your thoughts is how to seamlessly ascend to the position of the chief disciple of Konyuan Mountain, Lin Qifeng advised. I have always been puzzled as to why Master and Uncle you wish for me to become the chief disciple of Konyuan Mountain, Chen Yan inquired. If not you, then who? Lin Qifeng replied, regarding Chen Yan as though he were quite naive. Are we to pin our hopes on Zhao Bin? The image of the young man clad in a yellow robe flashed through Chen Yan's mind. Truth be told, had he been in the inner sect, Zhao Bin's talent would not rank among the very top, but would certainly surpass that of ordinary core disciples. Among direct disciples, he would be considered merely average. Compared to the likes of Chu Xiao, Qin Yu, and Li Haowen, the disparity is substantial, and he even falls slightly short of Qi Yado. As the elder brother of the Pill Hall, Zhao Bin has performed commendably in his current role. However, to push further and vie for the position of chief disciple is a different matter altogether. As for Chen Yan, while others may not perceive the underlying dynamics, Lin Qifeng understood all too well. His ability to effortlessly defeat Qi Yado, whose realm was suppressed to the pinnacle of body refinement, was not due to any foul play, but stemmed from his inherent prowess. Chen Yan's performance in the outer core competition, considering solely his physical capabilities, undoubtedly exceeded the realm of martial spring, and not just any ordinary martial spring. Given his age of 17 and the caliber of disciples from Konyuan Mountain, Chen Yan indeed had a promising chance to compete for the position of chief disciple. This was merely the first step in Lin Qifeng and Yu Qi's grand design. Do not involve yourself with matters concerning Qingshan Peak any further, Lin Qifeng instructed. Do not fret about Elder Fu and Bai Qiming. Once we exit, go speak with your Uncle Yu and ask him to assist you with what remains uncleaned. After a brief pause, Lin Qifeng continued, You must understand. Should this truly involve that esteemed individual, neither you nor I, nor your Uncle Yu, would possess any means to navigate the situation. Chen Yan stood in contemplation for a moment before resolutely declaring, I understand. A year later, at Konyuan Mountain, before the lecture hall courtyard. There remains a year and a half until the impending calamity befalls the outer court. The whereabouts of the remnants of the Black Dragon Soul remain unknown to this day. The tension between the lineage of Qing Chanzheng F.A. and that of Qing Chan Su Wu remains restrained for the time being. Chen Yan heeded Lin Qifeng's counsel, for he found himself utterly powerless. His original plan was to leverage Fu Qian's influence to settle the list concerning Songmingda, ideally retrieving the remnants of Wu Jiao's soul to avert the impending calamity. However, subsequent developments made him acutely aware that such an endeavor was futile. The strength of Fu Qian alone was far from sufficient. Were he able to elevate his own power through countless reincarnations to a realm beyond the unification stage, he might effortlessly resolve the impending crisis in the outer courtyard that looms a year and a half hence. Yet, Chen Yan found himself incapable of achieving such a feat. Firstly, his innate talent for cultivation was woefully inadequate. Relying solely on practice, he would likely require a millennium in each reincarnation, and perhaps 1,000 reincarnations more, just to graze the threshold of the Qi realm. Secondly, if he were to enhance his cultivation through the rewards of reincarnation, it appeared that the most significant factor influencing his reincarnation evaluation was the advancement of reincarnation nodes, with personal performance being secondary. Should he inadvertently leap beyond the record point of reincarnation into a year and a half hence during his process of self-cultivation and elevation? In that case, Chen Yan would forever forfeit the opportunity to begin anew. In truth, after 20 cycles of reincarnation, Chen Yan had gradually come to terms with his situation, especially following a profound transformation in his identity. He was no longer the marginal disciple languishing in the outer courtyard. For him, who now gazed upon a vastly broader world, Xianxia was no longer the sole focus of his existence as it once was. Nonetheless, Chen Yan yearned for another attempt, not merely for Xianxia, nor solely for the countless outer courtyard disciples who perished in that catastrophe, but also to bid farewell to his own obsessions and inner demons. Over the past year, Chen Yan had faced death several times, refreshing the reincarnation record points on 2 occasions. Each time he perished, he did so deliberately, taking calculated risks while striving to perform better, unlike the previous deaths that held no significance. The evaluations of these 2 refreshed reincarnation records were B and C, respectively, granting him an elevation in a minor realm of cultivation, along with a technique titled Zifu Lu. His cultivation level had now reached the latter stages of the Wu Quan realm. Should he secure 2 more B-class reincarnation evaluations, it was highly probable that Chen Yan would break through to the Qi realm, a far swifter path than mere practice. Chen Yan made his way toward the lecture hall. In the courtyard outside the Kong Yuan Mountain Lecture Hall, several inner disciples were gathered, engaging in casual conversation. Have you heard the results of this year's outer courtyard competition? Why bother paying attention to the outer courtyard competition? It's merely childish play. Yet, following this year's outer courtyard competition, 3 outer disciples have ascended to the inner sect, and one, I hear, has become a core disciple of Ming Xiaopeak. I have indeed heard that the disciple from the outer court is a female cultivator, apparently with the surname Cheng, though I cannot recall her full name. Rather than discussing such matters, it would be more prudent to speak of the Dao inquiry at Mount Tianzhong. Yes, the debate conference in Chongqing Prefecture is likely to convene in just over a month, is it not? The Dao inquiry at Mount Tianzhong will be a significant event. I have heard that Qin Xingyu from Xingxian's Gate and Yueshu Gate has been experiencing a remarkable surge in momentum lately, and the outcome of the inquiry at Mount Tianzhong may already be predetermined. How can one allow such a display of glory for others? Are not our own Chu Xiao and Li Haowen from the Kongshan sect equally formidable? Yet, they hail from Qingshan Peak and Yuanhua Mountain, while we are from Kongyuan Mountain. Suddenly, the disciples engaged in conversation fell silent, for they had noticed Chen Yan entering the courtyard. Senior Brother Chen. Greetings, Master Chen. He merely smiled and nodded before continuing on his way to the lecture hall. At present, Chen Yan has officially served as the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain for over 6 months. Chapter 72. Lin Chifeng breaks through. Junior disciple Chen. Upon entering the lecture hall, Elder Wang Shichen greeted him with a beaming smile. Come here, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Elder Wang, a late-stage cultivator of the divine realm, displayed remarkable attentiveness towards Chen Yan, not merely due to his status as the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, but rather because of his accomplishments over the past year. 10 months ago, Chen Yan had already secured the Zifu record. Although the Zifu record is of a lower grade compared to the hidden immortal technique, it surpasses the Kongshan technique by 2 grades. Thus, Chen Yan made a quite remarkable decision back then to optimize and refine the Kongshan technique using the methods outlined in the Zifu record. He succeeded. His achievements quickly overshadowed the past incident of cheating during the outer court competition. In Kongyuan Mountain, and even throughout the entirety of the Kongshan sect, he became a rising figure nearly on par with Chu Xiao and Li Haowen. Following his successful modifications to the Kongshan technique, his selection as the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain became a natural progression. Presently, Chen Yan serves as a guest instructor at the lecture hall, making appearances here every fortnight. Elder Wang, Chen Yan greeted with a smile. How was the millennium-long dragon saliva grass I gave you last time, junior disciple Chen? Elder Wang inquired. It was splendid. Chen Yan replied, though in truth, he had not consumed the millennium-long dragon saliva grass. He had exchanged it for spirit stones with Xiaobin. The primary reason being that Chen Yan's innate cultivation aptitude was exceedingly poor, a fact that could not be altered. Even if he had consumed it, it would not have significantly enhanced his cultivation. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Wang Shiqing nodded and subsequently lowered his voice, saying, I wonder if Chen Shiji has time after today's sermon. I have been somewhat perplexed by certain phrases in the Zifu Kongshan Sutra recently, and I hope you might assist me. I apologize, Elder Wang, Chen Yan replied, but I fear that today may not be feasible, as I must make a trip to the rear cliff shortly. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqing seemed to come to a sudden realization, raising his hand to tap his forehead. Today is indeed the day Lin Qifeng is released from confinement? Precisely, Chen Yan affirmed with a nod. Ah, then I must not delay this matter. I had not considered it. Not to worry, Elder Wang. I shall return tomorrow to clarify any doubts for your beloved disciple, Chen Yan assured him. I'm most grateful. Chen Shiji, Elder Wang replied. Today marks the day Lin Qifeng will be liberated from the rear cliff. However, the reason Yuni Chen seeks to release Lin Qifeng is certainly not out of forgiveness or compassion. In truth, Yun Zongzhu would prefer to keep Lin Qifeng confined for several more centuries if he could. The scandal of cheating during the outer courtyard competition has tarnished Yuni Chen's reputation, regardless of its veracity. The true motive behind Lin Qifeng's release lies in the imminent return of someone significant, Lu Yintang, the youngest direct disciple of the previous head of Kongyuan Mountain and the most cherished disciple of Yuni Chen. Yuni Chen has 6 disciples, among whom Lin Qifeng ranks 5th and Yu Qi takes the 2nd position. Lu Yintang, the 6th, has been traveling for 15 years since relinquishing her title as the head disciple of Kongyuan Mountain and has not returned during this time. Therefore, as Lu Yintang prepares to return, Yuni Chen intends to reunite the 6 siblings at least once. This is why he has decided to release Lin Qifeng from confinement. After leaving the lecture hall, Chen Yan made his way directly to the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain, where individuals were already gathered. He recognized Yu Shibua, an elderly man in an 8-trigram robe, nodding with white hair, his hands clasped behind his back. Chen Yan was aware that among Yun Zongzhu's disciples, the relationship between Yu Qi and Lin Qifeng was the closest. The eldest disciple of Yun Zongzhu, who is also Lin Qifeng and Yu Qi's senior brother, has now become the esteemed elder of Kongyuan Mountain. The 3rd senior brother holds a position comparable to Elder Yu Qi, serving as an elder in the martial arts arena of Kongyuan Mountain. The 4th senior brother remains by Yun Yichen's side, assisting in conveying various edicts. Following them are Lin Qifeng and Lu Yintang. Lin Qifeng was first exiled from Kongyuan Mountain by the sect leader and subsequently confined at the rear cliff for reflection. Lu Yintang, as the youngest disciple, has been favored by the sect leader since the day she became Yuni Chen's pupil. When your master emerges, you will need to visit the sect leader, Yu Qi remarked. May I accompany you? Chen Yan inquired. Indeed, Yu Qi responded. It is time for you to meet the sect master. After all, you are the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. And given the successful implementation of the Purple Mansion Empty Mountain technique here, the sect master is eager to meet you. I understand, Chen Yan said, bowing respectfully. Until now, he had never encountered Yuni Chen, the current leader of the Kongshan sect. This formidable master of the unification realm was now over 300 years old, yet appeared to be in his 20s. It was rumored that he had reached the late stage of the unification realm and was expected to break through to the divine transformation realm within a decade or so. The elders of the sect held high hopes for him to achieve Dao unity before reaching 500 years of age. However, no one harbored aspirations of ascending to immortality. 8,000 years ago, Su Hongzhen successfully ascended, but after merely a millennium, he perished in the fallen Sword Mountain range. Since then, no one from the Chumping continent had ascended. There had been a few peak masters of Dao unity, but when they attempted to take that final step towards immortality, they all found themselves ensnared by an insurmountable barrier. 5,000 years ago, an elder at the peak of Dao unity from one of the 5 great sects, the Mirage Palace, perished after a failed attempt to ascend, leaving behind a poignant remark. The path to immortality on Chunping continent is severed. It was only then that the practitioners of Chunping finally sensed the shift in the laws of heaven and earth. Some attributed the inability to ascend to the backlash Su Hongzhen suffered during his attempt, suggesting that it not only injured him, but also dealt a grievous blow to the path of the continent. Others believed it stemmed from the curse left by the elder of the Mirage Palace before his demise. Chen Yan was uncertain of the reasons, but he felt that one day he would uncover the truth, for he was ensnared in a cycle of nearly infinite years. Chapter 73. The Purple Mansion Empty Mountain Technique. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, countless birds took flight from the wooded cliffs, scattering in all directions. Many flew towards Chen Yan and Yuqi, but as they reached the barrier at the cliffs, they burst into clouds of blood mist. What a pity! How many spiritual herbs and how much celestial dew must one consume on Kunyuan Mountain to cultivate even a trace of true energy? Yuekirimaru softly. Soon after, a figure emerged from the trees, striding purposefully towards the barrier at the cliffs. Although it appeared to walk slowly, its speed was astonishing, covering 100 yards with each step. In mere moments, the figure stood before Chen Yan, and Yuqi disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to the master. As he spoke, Chen Yan promptly bowed in greeting to the figure before him. Lin Qifeng nodded slightly, then released his vital energy. The profound essence of a Qi realm cultivator is vastly more substantial than that of a martial spring realm practitioner, causing ripples to emerge in the previously empty space. These ripples were the remnants of the restrictions left by the elusive true man, resonating with Lin Qifeng's vital energy. Subsequently, Lin Qifeng stepped forward, and the barrier at the rear cliff shattered like glass. Once he fully crossed the cliff, the fragmented glass reformed into the restriction. It had been a year since his last meeting with Chen Yan. For cultivators with prolonged lifespans, a year is but a fleeting moment. Even the formidable beings of the upper three realms might spend decades, or even centuries, in seclusion. What significant events have transpired in the sect during my absence this past year? Lin Qifeng inquired. All has been calm. The only notable occurrence may have been instigated by your disciple, Yuqi replied. Oh. Lin Qifeng's gaze turned towards Chen Yan, and as his eyes focused on the token at Chen Yan's waist, they suddenly widened. You have already become the head of Kunyuan Mountain? Indeed, Chen Yan affirmed. And your current cultivation level is? Late stage of the Qi congruence realm, Chen Yan declared, a level he publicly claimed. His rapid ascent from the initial stage to the late stage of the Qi congruence realm in merely a year is not overly exaggerated, but certainly falls within the realm of genius. There are no more than 10 disciples in contemporary times who could advance at such a pace within Kunyuan Mountain. Late stage of the Qi congruence realm? How is that possible? Lin Qifeng furrowed his brow, displaying a look of confusion. How did someone of that cultivation level become the head of Kunyuan Mountain? In his time, Qi Yadong was at the pinnacle of the Qi congruence realm, possessing both the experience and foundation accumulated at Kunyuan Mountain, far surpassing Chen Yan. Yet he remained distant from the position of head, as it has long been a rigid requirement for the peak disciples to be of the martial spring realm. At that time, Song Wencheng went to great lengths to ensure Qi Yadong's ascension to head, frequently bringing him into the limelight. Otherwise, Qi Yadong would not have met his demise in the external competition. Your disciple has indeed accomplished something remarkable. Not just the disciples of his generation at Kunyuan's sect, but even you and I, and even Master himself, might struggle to achieve the feats he has. Yuqi remarked with a smile. Has this lad managed to bring down Old Man Fu? Lin Qifeng expressed his astonishment. Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly, truly uncertain about how much his shrewd master despised Fu Qian. Not at all. Yuqi shook his head. Chen Yan has made significant improvements to the ancient Kongshan formula, which has been passed down through the sect for over 10,000 years, and has temporarily named the revised version the Purple Mansion Kongshan formula. This new iteration has already achieved considerable success in the pilot program at the Kunyuan Mountain Lecture Hall, exhibiting marked enhancements in both the fluidity of true energy circulation and the speed at which practitioners can absorb spiritual energy and cleanse their meridians. The modifications to the Kongshan formula are so remarkable that even Lin Qifeng would be astounded to the point of numbness upon hearing this news. It is noteworthy that since the establishment of the Kongshan sect, it has existed for a lengthy period exceeding 80,000 years in the realm of Qinping Prefecture. The founding master of the Kongshan sect, named Li Xianxia, was a practitioner of the myriad transformations. Originally a solitary cultivator, Li Xianxia chose Kunyuan Mountain as his retreat for cultivation. It was only after he gathered various fragments of methods and combined them with his years of insights and experiences that he established the Kongshan record. The Kongshan record is divided into two parts, the Kongshan formula and the Kongshan formula chapter. Thus, with the guidance of the Kongshan record, Li Xianxia founded the Kongshan sect on Kunyuan Mountain. with a master of the myriad transformations at its helm. The Kongshan sect quickly gained a modest reputation as a second-rate sect in Qinping Prefecture, yet remained limited to that status. 3,000 years later, an extraordinary prodigy emerged, Kong Miaozhenren, Yin Yunhe. Yin Yunhe was the first to refine the Kongshan record. Not only did he improve it, but he also created a third section, the Kongshan Kong Miao annotation. He achieved mastery from body refinement to ascension in less than 200 years. Had he not needed to forge his own cultivation methods for the upper three realms, it is likely that he could have accomplished the transition from body refinement to ascension within a century. The emergence of Yin Yunhe established the foundation for the Kongshan sect's elevation from a mere second-rate sect to a superlative one. Following this, the alterations made by the disciples of the Kongshan sect to the Kongshan record became minimal, consisting mostly of minor adjustments, until the arrival of Chen Yan. This implies that if Chen Yan's revised Purple Mansion Kongshan formula can be fully implemented throughout the Kongshan sect in the future, and if he could also introduce modifications to the subsequent Kongshan Formless Chapter and Kongshan Kongmiao annotation, then Chen Yan's name may indeed be associated with the founding master Li Xianin and the first ascendant master Yin Yunhe. Yet, that is a matter for another time. Recite your Purple Mansion Kongshan formula for me, Lin Qifeng instructed. Your disciple obeys, Chen Yan replied. Following Lin Qifeng's command, Chen Yan recited the Kongshan formula, which he had blended and refined using the Purple Mansion record. Lin Qifeng then followed Chen Yan's instructions, circulating true energy through his meridians for several cycles, and his eyes brightened with realization. The fluidity of true energy circulation within his meridians was significantly enhanced compared to the original Kongshan formula. With the support of the Purple Mansion Kongshan formula, the combat capabilities of practitioners below the Qi-Si realm within the sect could be improved by at least 30%. Lin Qifeng cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yan. He initially took on this disciple casually, yet the secrets he harbors seemed to exceed his own expectations. Not only does he possess concealed cultivation techniques, but he has also made improvements to the Kongshan Ju, surpassing Lin Qifeng's comprehension entirely. Chapter 74. Audience with the Sect Master. Is it possible that there truly exists a cause for calamity in this world? Witnessing Chen Yan's extraordinary prowess, Lin Qifeng cannot help but begin to doubt. However, even if such causes exist, and even if it is indeed as the elder of the Mirage Palace claimed that the path to immortality in this land has been severed, what does it matter? Ultimately, how many individuals in this world can attain immortality? Over countless epochs, through the cycles of life, the myriad beings of Qinping continent have birthed merely 31 immortals. Whether the path to immortality is obstructed or not bears no relevance to him. It would be wiser to wait until he reaches the harmonization realm before feeling anxious. Yet, does he risk playing with fire? Observing Chen Yan, who respectfully bows and addresses him as master and revered teacher, Lin Qifeng is uncertain of the answer to this dilemma. Perhaps one day, Chen Yan will completely break free from his control. But since he has chosen to embark on this grand gamble, it signifies that there is no turning back. The next course of action is to meet with the sect master. If the souls of the Wujiao from the external sect's calamity do not count, Chen Yan has never encountered a practitioner of the Return to Unity realm in his several decades of life. Previously, the highest-ranking individuals he had interacted with were those at the level of the 4 great elders of the peaks. Now, he has become the foremost disciple of Kong Yuan Mountain, a position of significance within the sect that rivals that of the 4 great elders of the major peaks. Therefore, Chen Yan's audience with the sect master is inevitable, not to mention having improved the Kongshan Ju. Should the Zifu Kongshan Ju indeed be implemented across all peaks of the Kongshan sect, it could attract attention not only from Unichen, but perhaps even from the esteemed elders residing above. Wu Li. This name suddenly flashed through Chen Yan's mind, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. Chen Yan has always believed that the interruption of his gradual exploration of the truth a year ago, which prevented him from continuing his investigation, was due to the influence of this esteemed elder of Kongshan. Upon encountering this name, even Elder Fu Qian, who initially planned to uncover the truth behind the Songmingda case, was rendered speechless. Merely being an elder may not confer much power. They might simply be enjoying their retirement within the sect. However, when the title of elder is prefixed with a designation, its implications change significantly. For instance, the esteemed elder of Kong Yuan or the esteemed elder of Qingshan. These elders hold absolute decision-making authority over all matters pertaining to their respective peaks. The appointments of the 4 great elders of the peaks are nominated by the esteemed elders of each peak and subsequently appointed by the sect master. If the title Elder Supreme is accompanied by a suffix, it denotes an unquestionable authority within the sect. For instance, the Elder Supreme of the Empty Mountains Central Institute. The Elder Supreme oversees the Central Institute of Empty Mountain, with members such as Elder Yuan and Elder Xianxia being direct subordinates of the Elder Supreme. The phrase Elder Supreme embodies the pinnacle of power within the sect. As for Elder Supreme Yulu, Elder Supreme Zhenwu, and Elder Supreme Jianzheng, these 3 elders preside over the Yulu Institute, Zhenwu Institute, and Jianzheng Institute, respectively. The 3 Elder Supremes and their institutes are wholly obedient to the commands and directives of the Elder Supreme of the Central Institute. Returning to the current events, we find ourselves at Yuan Mountain in the Yuan Hall. It strikingly resembles the grander and more majestic Yuan Hall. Yet, the distinction between father and son must be clarified. It is more accurate to say that Yuan Hall is a replica of Yuan Hall. 24 white jade pillars adorned with crane patterns support the entire hall atop the peak of Yuan Mountain. The main hall is predominantly bathed in a warm white hue, with a blue plaque edged in gold hanging at the front, inscribed with the words Yuan Zizai. This inscription mirrors the one carved at the entrance of Yuan Mountain, though the calligraphy is not the work of a single hand. The characters at the mountain's gate were sculpted over 100,000 years ago by Li Xianin, the first patriarch of the Empty Mountain sect, whereas the plaque's inscription was penned by the sect leader at the time of Yuan Hall's establishment. Chen Yan is unaware of who the sect leader was that year, but that is of little consequence. Following Lin Qifeng and Yu Qi, Chen Yan stepped into Yuan Hall, with a seamless white stone tiles stretched across the floor, creating a unified expanse. At the center of the hall sat a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly in his 20s, flanked by 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Closest to the youth stood a robust elder with grizzled hair tied back in a bun, his loose robes failing to conceal his muscular physique. Chen Yan recognized him as Elder Wei Yi of Yuan Mountain, the foremost disciple of the sect's leader, Zhongyin. The other 2 men were also familiar to him, being the 3rd and 4th senior brothers of his master, Lin Qifeng. The youthful and beautiful woman was likely Lu Yintang. Disciple Yu Qi pays respects to the master, proclaimed Yu Qi, standing at the front of the hall. Following this, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Even Chen Yan was taken aback. Logically, it should have been Lin Qifeng's turn to greet the sect leader. Turning to his side, he looked at Lin Qifeng, who stood there, frozen, his lips quivering, eyes reddening rapidly, and tears began to flow freely from his eyes. "Master, you finally wish to see me, Master," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Qifeng lunged forward, lying on the ground, and began to crawl towards the direction of Master Yun. "Master, over the past year, I have endured much hardship at the rear cliff," he lamented, shaking his head deliberately to tousle his hair. Chen Yan stood frozen in place, having anticipated that meeting the sect leader would be a solemn and serious affair. Even before stepping into the Yuan Hall, he felt a wave of anxiety. However, he never expected his rather unconventional master to behave in such a manner. To his astonishment, it appeared that all the present elders, including sect leader Yun, regarded Lin Qifeng's antics as commonplace, merely observing with indifferent expressions as Lin crawled towards Yunichen. With tears in his eyes, Lin Qifeng finally reached Yunichen's feet and clung to his leg. "Master, oh master," he cried, his voice resembling a lament. Chen Yan, standing in the hall, felt his toes curl with tension and could no longer contain himself. He quietly turned to his companion, Yu Qi, and asked, "Elder, is it too late for me to renounce my sect and seek you as my master?" Yu Qi responded with a low voice, "What is the matter?" Chapter 75, Lu Yintang. Yunichen gazed coldly at Lin Qifeng, who had clutched his leg. After a brief silence, the strikingly handsome young man finally spoke. "Do you acknowledge your mistakes?" "Disciple acknowledges my faults." Lin Qifeng sobbed. "During my time at the rear cliff, I have been deeply reflecting on myself. Yet my actions were not without reason." "Speak," Yunichen commanded. "Master, you heartlessly sent me to the outer courtyard over 5 years ago. Had I not resorted to such desperate measures, confined to the rear of Yuan Mountain, I would not know when I could see you again. Leave. Do not make me repeat myself." Yunichen replied coolly. "Disciple obeys." Lin Qifeng quickly stood up and moved aside, taking his place beside his senior brother, Zhong Ying. At last, Chen Yan understood why Chen had sent Lin Qifeng to the outer courtyard. Once the farce concluded, Chen cleared his throat and shifted his gaze to Chen Yan, who was still standing at the entrance with Yu Chen. Yin promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully and declaring, "Disciple Chen Yan pays respects to the sect leader." Chen scrutinized Chen Yan for a moment. His gaze lacked the imposing authority typical of a myriad transformation realm cultivator, instead revealing the rustic calmness and tranquility characteristic of a unification realm master. He then turned to Lu Yintang and inquired, "Yintang, this child is your junior. What are your thoughts? Is this child the current head of Kongshan sect?" Beside her, Lu Yintang fixed her gaze upon Chen Yan, blinking her eyes. Lu Yintang had relinquished her position as the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain at the tender age of 19, and, in the guise of a wandering cultivator of the Kongshan sect, had traversed the realms of various sects for the past 15 years. Now, at 34, she appeared no older than 17 or 18, possessing a vivacity that even surpassed the ethereal Chu Xiao and the delicate Qin Yu, embodying a youthful spirit that was distinctly her own. For cultivators, particularly those of advanced mastery, age bore little significance. "What is your name again?" Lu Yintang inquired. In response to Master Lu, "My name is Chen Yan," he replied. Lu Yintang approached Chen Yan, clasping her hands behind her back as she curiously circled around him. "What is your current level of cultivation?" she asked, according to Elder Yueqi's prior assessments. Lu Yintang's own cultivation level rested at the late or peak stage of the Qi-Si realm, still a breath away from the divine connection realm. Thus, she was unable to discern Chen Yan's cultivation level. "I am at the late stage of the Qi channeling realm," he stated. "Oh." Lu Yintang's expression revealed her evident confusion at Chen Yan's response. It was customary for one to exhibit extraordinary talent early on to ascend to the prestigious position of foremost disciple. Typically, a mastery of the martial spring realm was an absolute prerequisite for such an honor. Yet, Chen Yan's cultivation was merely at the late stage of Qi channeling. Turning her head, Lu Yintang cast a questioning glance at Yueqi, seemingly seeking his insight to unravel her confusion. Yueqi understood the unspoken message in her eyes. "Junior Sister Lu, although Chen Yan has only recently become a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain for just over a year, his achievements during this brief period have surpassed those of all the disciples of this generation," Yueqi remarked. "What achievements? Could it be that he sent fifth senior brother to the back cliff for reflection?" At this, Lu Yintang displayed a mirthful expression as if she had just shared an inconceivable jest, then surveyed the assembly in the hall. "Ha ha, I was joking. Wait, why is no one laughing? Is it not amusing?" Chen Yan, Yueqi, the crowd. A profound silence enveloped Kongyuan Hall. Recently returned from her worldly travels, Lu Yintang was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Qifeng's confinement at the back cliff. However, she was not surprised. Her eccentric senior brother was capable of actions that could leave one astounded. Only second senior brother could share such camaraderie with fifth senior brother. From the day Lu Yintang was taken under the wing of Chen, she had observed the unusually close bond between second and fifth senior brothers. But why was there such a heavy silence among them? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she cast an astonished glance at Chen Yan. Could it be that the fifth senior brother was truly sent by you? Coughing slightly, Lin Qifeng, who stood beside her, interjected, "Let us not dwell on past matters. Lu Shimi." The incident involving one's own disciple engaging in deceit during the external competition, only to be imprisoned in the back cliff, was hardly a pleasant topic, regardless of the veracity of the underlying reasons. Chen Yan's ascension to the position of the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain bore no relation to this event. Yueqi remarked, "He has made substantial modifications to the Kongshan formula." The astonishment Lu Yintang felt upon hearing of such extensive alterations to the Kongshan formula was comparable to Lin Qifeng's shock at Chen Yan's confinement in the back cliff for introspection. Despite Lu Yintang having reached the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, she anticipated breaking through to the divine connection realm within a couple of years. Yet, she could not claim to have fully comprehended the Kongshan formula. The Kongshan formula, which is the first stage of the Kongshan record, had only been mastered by Lu Yintang to a modest degree. Nevertheless, her partial mastery of the Kongshan formula was sufficient for her to ascend from the martial spring realm to the Qi-Si realm. The cultivation methods in the realm of immortality vary in quality, and the Kongshan formula, improved by the esteemed Yin Yunhe, stands proudly among the top 3 techniques in the lower realms of Chongping continent. In comparison, The treasured manuals or fragments revered by the third-rate sects of Chongping continent would likely yield practice efficiency that is but a fraction of the Kongshan formulas. The disparity between those third-rate sects manuals and the Kongshan formula is akin to the chasm between the Kongshan formula and the Zifu record. Chen Yan had contemplated the idea of creating an entirely new Zifu record, a notion that could be deemed quite alarming. Such an unprecedented cultivation method, if it were to emerge, would undoubtedly plunge the entire Chongping continent into chaos, even though the Zifu record was merely a C-tier reincarnation reward. Thus, Chen Yan opted to extract certain segments from the Zifu record to enhance the Kongshan formula, resulting in outcomes that surpassed his expectations. Could it truly be that a mere practitioner at the Qi-gathering realm managed to enhance the Kongshan formula? Moreover, he achieved the esteemed position of the foremost disciple of Kongyuan Mountain due to his contributions to the improvement of the Kongshan formula. Over the past 15 years, Liu Yantang had visited all 5 major sects of Chongping continent, excluding the Kongshan sect. Yet, she had never encountered someone like Chen Yan before. Liu Yantang found herself intrigued by this individual. Chapter 76. Inquiry at Tianzhong Mountain. Well then, now that everyone is present, let us return to the matter at hand. Chen began slowly. At this moment, 8 individuals had gathered in the Kongyuan Hall. The sect leader of Kongshan sect, Chen, his 6 disciples, and Chen Yan. Chen Yan's presence here did not seem out of place, for it was entirely appropriate for the foremost disciple to participate in such a meeting. With 40 days remaining until the Ascension Conference on Chongping Isle, it is time to finalize the candidates, spoke Chen. The Ascension Conference is a decennial gathering of cultivators on Chongping Isle, held at the summit of Tianzhong Mountain, the remnants of the first sect, Tianzhong sect, established thousands of years ago. In those days, the concept of the 5 major sects had yet to emerge. Tianzhong sect was the sole sanctum for cultivation in the world. A total of 31 ascendants have emerged from Chongping Isle, 12 of whom hailed from Tianzhong Mountain. Just as everyone believed that Tianzhong sect would forever loom over all cultivation sects on Chongping Isle, it collapsed overnight. Following the disintegration of Tianzhong sect, chaos reigned on Chongping Isle until 3 millennia later when 5 formidable sects united to restore order among the cultivation forces. These 5 sects are Lingxiao View, Shenglu Palace, Xingtian Gate, Fengjian Valley, and Kongshan sect. The reasons behind the fall of Tianzhong sect remain a mystery. Under the coalition of the 5 major sects, all traces of Tianzhong sect's history were thoroughly erased from the world. Only the ruins of Tianzhong Mountain persist, standing as a tombstone for the sect. Every decade, the Ascension Conference is held atop Tianzhong Mountain. Upon hearing of the conference for the first time, Chen Yan felt a peculiar sensation. Was this not akin to dancing upon the graves of others? At the event, any sect that currently has cultivators at the Divine Connection realm or above, or those whose ancestors once produced powerful beings of the upper 3 realms, will receive invitations from the 5 major sects to participate in the conference. This year, a total of 846 sects received invitations. Indeed, in the vast expanse of Chongping Isle, where myriad sects thrive, only 846 possess cultivators at the Divine Connection realm or above, or have once produced upper 3 realm cultivators, now fallen into obscurity. Including the 5 major sects, the total reaches 851. Specifically, Kongshan sect boasts 7 major peaks, with cultivators above the Divine Connection realm numbering over 500. The foundational strength of the other 4 major sects surpasses that of Kongshan sect. Master, announced the robust elder Zhong Yin of Kongyuan Mountain. Stepping forward, I am willing to serve as the envoy leader for this conference and lead the delegation to Tianzhong Mountain. The position of envoy leader is akin to that of team captain. A cultivator at the Wanhua realm is sufficient to assume the role of envoy leader for the 5 major sects, and Zhongyin, also the venerable elder of Kongyuan Mountain and the chief disciple of Master Chen, embodies this qualification. Historically, envoy leaders have always been appointed from the 4 esteemed elders of each peak. However, Chen replied calmly, let Zhongyin take on the role of envoy leader. But as for the candidates for this year's Tianzhong Mountain Conference, the Tianzhong Mountain Inquiry is essentially the grand competition of the Chongping continent. 846 sects have received invitations, each permitted to send 1 representative to participate in this prestigious event. The higher the ranking achieved in the inquiry, the more substantial the rewards. Naturally, these rewards are jointly funded by the 5 major sects, which endows them with certain privileges during the inquiry. Each of the 5 major sects is allowed to send 3 disciples to represent them. However, there are stringent eligibility criteria for those disciples. They must be at the martial spring realm and under the age of 20. Among this generation of prodigious talents, I can only recall 2, Chu Xiao from the Qingshan Peak and Li Haowen from the Yuanhua Mountain. Chen remarked, however, when I recently spoke with Wei Mian regarding this inquiry, he informed me that Li Haowen cannot participate as he has already turned 21. Wei Mian is the sword elder of Yuanhua Mountain. Thus, aside from Chu Xiao, I am curious about your opinions on the remaining 2 candidates, Chen inquired. Figures of such stature as the sect leaders naturally do not concern themselves with those nascent talents. Only when their cultivation reaches the divine connection realm do they catch Chen's attention. Unless, of course, one possesses extraordinary talent like Chu Xiao, who dazzles the entire sect and is renowned across the Chunping continent, thus garnering Chen's gaze. Master, I believe Qinyu, the direct disciple of Elder by Qiming from Qingshan Peak, would be a suitable candidate, suggested Chen's 3rd disciple. Qinyu? Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering. Is she the princess of Taiyun City with a pure and crystalline physique? Indeed, replied the 3rd disciple. Although Qin Yu has only been training for a year, her exceptional talent and Elder Bai's devoted guidance have allowed her to reach the mid-stage of the martial spring realm. To progress from immortal to the mid-stage of the martial spring realm in just 1 year? Chen nodded thoughtfully. This rate of cultivation is indeed commendable. However, if one possesses extraordinary talent, coupled with ample resources and guidance from masters, it may not be overly remarkable. What is truly extraordinary is akin to Chen Yan's experience, who ascended from the early stage of the body refinement realm to the late stage of the qi connecting realm in just 15 days, despite lacking any resources or guidance, only to meet a tragic end that very night. Nonetheless, Chen remained somewhat hesitant, as the mid-stage of the martial spring realm might not suffice in the Tianzhong Mountain inquiry. Seemingly reading Chen's uncertainty, the 3rd disciple continued. A few months ago, Elder Bai returned from outside the sect with a hand-copied manuscript of half of the pure dust glaze technique. At the mention of the pure dust glaze technique, a wave of excitement swept through the assembly in the Kanyuan Hall. Tianzhong Mountain, the primordial heart technique of the pure dust true person. The pure dust true person is a formidable being who has ascended to the realm of immortals. Her constitution is identical to that of Qinyu, both possessing the rare and exquisite glazed pure body. The pure dust glaze technique is a heart method composed by the pure dust true person during her time in the divine transformation realm, a technique that can only be practiced by those with the glazed pure body. Before the completion of the pure dust glaze technique, the pure dust true person had been stagnant in the divine transformation realm for over 8 centuries. However, after she perfected the pure dust glaze technique, she achieved the status of an immortal within a mere 200 years. Unfortunately, the original scroll of the pure dust glaze technique vanished when Tianzhong Mountain was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. Although Qin Yu only possesses a half-remaining manuscript of the pure dust glaze technique, it is sufficient for her to sweep through ordinary martial spring realm cultivators. Even when faced with late-stage or peak-level opponents in the martial spring realm, she possesses the strength to contend with them. There remains one final spot. Chen spoke. As for the selection of the last spot, it must be acknowledged that it poses a challenge for those present. Lu Yintang has been absent from the sect for years, and Lin Qifeng has always been in the outer court, leaving the remaining 4 to be from the empty Fate Mountain. The crowd is not well acquainted with the outstanding disciples from other peaks. After a few names were mentioned, a slight chill fell over the empty Fate Hall. Master, I do have a recommendation in mind, Yu Qi said, stepping forward with a smile.